Chapter 1, Mount Wanshou. Nestled on the mountainside lies a Taoist temple. The grand entrance is adorned with an imposing plaque inscribed with the three powerful characters, Wu Zhuangguan. Within the main hall of the temple, Lin Hao, clad in a light yellow robe and possessing an attractive countenance, slowly opens his eyes, a look of confusion flickering across his gaze as he murmurs softly to himself. This makes no sense. Although I have usurped the essence of Jian Yuanzi, this body remains that of the original. Why, then, does my cultivation of the Tao seem utterly stagnant, as if encased in concrete? Is it my approach that is flawed? Or perhaps the method of usurpation? He had once been a modern youth from the Blue Planet, only to awaken one day to find himself transported to the world of Hong Huang, having taken over the first master of survival in that realm, Jian Yuanzi, clarifying the timeline he now inhabits. The twilight of the Longhan catastrophe. In an instant, Lin Hao resolves to inherit the quintessence of Jian Yuanzi. Survival. He intends to remain nestled within Wu Zhuangguan, venturing nowhere except to attend the teachings thrice. In the world of Hong Huang, those in the know are aware, a hint of ostentation or a touch of arrogance often leads to one's demise, turning them to ash, save for a few ordained saints. Only the principle of survival endures eternally. Yet, what vexes and perplexes him is that after usurping, his cultivation remains firmly stuck at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, as if sealed by cement, utterly immobile. If this continues, how can he attend teachings? How can he survive? In the realm of Hong Huang, while survival is indeed the eternal principle, one must also possess strength to survive. Otherwise, who knows when a whim-driven individual might emerge and turn him to ash. Moreover, his innate spiritual Ruta ginseng fruit tree along with the supreme innate treasure, the earth book, inherently possess attributes of mockery. What to do? I am anxiously waiting online. Beep. Your main hall indicates that it is your approach that is flawed, resulting in your inability to elevate your cultivation. As Lin Hao contemplates this dilemma, a cool voice suddenly resonates in his mind. Who? The unexpected voice interrupts his thoughts, leaving him momentarily stunned as he hastily scans his surroundings. There is no one else in the hall, so the source of the voice eludes him. Wait a moment. My main hall? Goodness. Lin Hao quickly recalls a pivotal point mentioned in the voice, raising his gaze in astonishment. Beep. Your main hall expresses that its current unremarkable grade does not align with its true essence and has decided to elevate its tier. Beep. Your main hall has completed its elevation, now classified as a low-grade spiritual treasure. Beep. Your main hall believes this quality still does not align with its essence and has resolved to continue enhancing its tier. Beep. Your main hall has now been elevated to a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Beep. Your main hall has ascended to the tier of a chaotic supreme treasure. It can now project the power of the laws to the 9th layer and can instantly impart this to the temple master. Beep. Your main hall deems this current tier to be more fitting for its essence and is contemplating whether to continue upgrading to the supreme tier of Hongming, falling into deep thought. Consecutively, the cool voice resonates in Lin Hao's mind. Simultaneously, the main hall, which he had merely covered with his magical power, undergoes a monumental transformation. The materials of the hall begin to upgrade ceaselessly. Columns, beams, and tiles evolve from ordinary to extraordinary. First, the postnatal clear air permeates, followed by the swirling innate essence, ultimately suffused with an overwhelming aura of supremacy. Countless resonances cascade down, golden lotuses springing forth from the ground, adorning the entire space of the main hall. It feels as though he is immersed in the profound truths of the Tao. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As these resonances swirl and the golden lotuses appear, Lin Hao's once stagnant cultivation unexpectedly breaks through. Instantly, his magical power surges. Goodness, is this really happening? Lin Hao is left dazzled by the series of transformations, filled with awe. He also realizes that the voice in his mind is not merely that of the main hall, but it bears a significant connection to it. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable main hall would automatically upgrade itself. and it did so all at once, reaching the tier of a chaotic supreme treasure. Who could have foreseen this? Stop pondering, let's elevate quickly. Upon hearing the term Hongmeng Supreme in the final voice, Lin Hao's eyes instantly brighten, and he decisively takes charge of the main hall's fate. In the world of Hong Huang, everyone understands that products of Hongmeng are the pinnacle. Beep. Your main hall indicates that if elevated to the Hongmeng Supreme tier within the Hong Huang world, it would instantly collapse the realm, returning it to chaos. Additionally, it states that there are 3 feasible methods to elevate the main hall to the Hongmeng Supreme tier without destroying the Hong Huang world. One option is to relocate Wuzhuangguan entirely into the depths of chaos, away from the protective boundaries of the Hong Huang world. Thus, the realm would remain unaffected. However, after the elevation, the Temple Master would not be able to enter the Hong Huang world. Otherwise, the protective forces of the Hong Huang world would vehemently obstruct him, and the resulting collision would instantly shatter the realm. Another option is for the Temple Master to comprehend a particular law to the 10th layer, certifying the mixed origin infinite realm Dao realm to stabilize the Hong Huang world and prevent its collapse. The last option is to wait until the main hall has deduced all 3,000 laws to the 9th layer. The Temple Master could then stabilize the Hong Huang world using the power of the 9 layers of 3,000 laws. Moreover, this method can be expedited by increasing the number of beings within Wuzhuangguan and enhancing their cultivation to accelerate the deduction process. The above methods are for the Temple Master to choose. Your main hall indicates that it is amenable to all. A series of cool voices resonate in Lin Hao's mind. Let me think. After absorbing this information, Lin Hao is momentarily taken aback and solemnly expresses his thoughts. He never anticipated that such rapid elevation of the main hall would lead to such consequences. The Hong Huang world being obliterated, returning to chaos, a realm of utter darkness, chaos and disorder rampant everywhere. Goodness, what would be the point of that? How dull? While he intends to survive on Mount Wanshou, this is still the Hong Huang world, is it not? A land of birdsong and blossoms, clear waters, and lush mountains. How enchanting. If he were to relocate Wuzhuangguan deep into chaos, he would never return to the Hong Huang world. What difference would that make from directly obliterating the Hong Huang realm? Alas, it seems he must resort to one of the latter 2 methods. Comprehending a law to the 10th layer, certifying the mixed origin infinite realm, or deducing all 3,000 laws to the 9th layer. He will pursue both methods concurrently, whichever reaches completion first, he shall employ. After deep contemplation, Lin Hao makes his decision. Let's hold off on the elevation for now. Beep. Your main hall indicates that it will comply with your wishes. Moreover, it has already deduced the law of earth to the 9th layer and inquires whether the Temple Master wishes to accept this now. Immediately, a cool voice resonates in Lin Hao's mind. Goodness, that was fast, Lin Hao exclaims in surprise. He had assumed that deducing a law to the 9th layer would take several hundred or even 1,000 years, despite the main hall's current chaotic supreme treasure tier. Never did he expect it to be completed in mere moments. What speed! Unbelievable! Simultaneously, in the air above Mount Wanshou, a beautiful woman, covered in bloodstains, is fleeing in haste toward this direction. Behind her, several dark-clad figures, exuding a menacing aura, are rapidly closing in, relentlessly reducing the distance between them. Beep. Your main hall indicates that it has always been humble, low-key, and composed. Thus, it did not wish to disclose to the Temple Master that you are, in fact, a manifestation of the innate essence of the earth, a product of the law of earth. If it could not deduce this to the 9th layer in an instant, it would be utterly ridiculous. The cool voice echoes in Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao's forehead instantly beads with sweat as he is left speechless, his expression one of disbelief. This is what you call humble and low-key? He quickly refrains from further comment and response. I accept, with a swish. Almost as soon as his voice falls, a vast force of law cascades down from above the main hall, enveloping him and infusing him with its essence. In an instant, he effortlessly grasps the profound and intricate 9th layer of law, making it his own. It feels akin to revisiting something learned long ago, simply refreshing his memory. Simultaneously, his cultivation surges as the power of the law flows into him. Mid-stage de luo, golden immortal. Latest stage de luo, golden immortal. First layer of mixed origin de luo, golden immortal. Saint. In no time, as he fully assimilates the power of the ninth layer of law, he certifies as a mixed origin de luo, golden immortal, on par with the saints of the Hong Huang heavenly Tao, and no longer bound by the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, the world of Hong Huang currently finds itself at the tail end of the Long Han Great Calamity, with not a single saint having emerged. Invincible, by heavens, ascending directly to the Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian in one breath is an absolute thrill. Feeling the surging power of his magic and his mastery over the forces of the universe, Lin Hao's eyes widened, his face alight with excitement and exhilaration. Simultaneously, a dreamlike sensation enveloped him. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the quest for enhanced cultivation, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had attained the realm of Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian. Who would dare believe this? Who would dare to imagine it? Ah, what is this? Soon after, Lin Hao noticed an extraordinary entity frolicking and soaring through the air within the main hall, amidst the rhythm of Tao and the supreme aura. In a state nearly transparent, it resembled a diminutive version of the dragon from his former world. Yet it bore no horns, no eyes, no mouth, and no nose. Ding! Your main hall indicates that this entity is the essence of the Earth's laws, derived from the comprehension of the law's power after reaching the ninth layer. As the observer, you may bestow this essence upon the beings within the hall, aiding them in grasping the laws more swiftly and enhancing their cultivation. A cool voice resonated within Lin Hao's mind. This is splendid. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback before recalling the third method mentioned by the main hall, and his eyes sparkled with praise. The number and cultivation level of the beings within the hall directly influenced the speed at which the main hall could deduce the power of the laws. Henceforth, it is imperative to bring in some beings and nurture their cultivation. The most effective means at Lin Hao's disposal for fostering growth is the power of the laws. With the presence of this essence of the laws, he need not exert himself in teaching the beings to comprehend the laws. A truly effortless endeavor, an essential tool indeed. Ding! Your main hall states that it requires seclusion to deduce other powers of the laws. As the observer, should you not take the initiative to depart and provide the main hall with a tranquil environment? The cool voice echoed again. Goodness, are you actually urging me to leave? Lin Hao chuckled at this remark. No sooner had he spoken than a gentle force enveloped him, giving him a light push. The implication could not be clearer. Seeing this, Lin Hao shook his head in amusement and turned to depart. Whoosh! As he approached the great door, it swung open automatically, which had been previously shut. Ding! Your main hall expresses its farewell to the observer. Furthermore, during its deduction of the laws, it desires to avoid interruptions unless something of great importance arises. It hopes for your support and understanding, and will notify you once it successfully deduces other laws to the ninth layer. Simultaneously, the cool voice resonated in his mind. Very well, I shall not disturb you. Please proceed with your deductions in peace. Lin Hao chuckled, shaking his head before responding. As his words fell, he stepped out of the main hall. Bang! At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from the courtyard. What on earth is happening? The sudden commotion caused Lin Hao to falter slightly. In an instant, he appeared at the source of the sound. Before the innate spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree, there stood a stone table and stone chairs. These had been crafted by Lin Hao's own hands. Yet now, they lay in ruins, scattered across the ground, with wisps of malevolent energy rising from the debris. What in the world? Which scoundrel has dared to destroy the stone table and chairs that I painstakingly carved for 3 days? Witnessing the scene, Lin Hao's expression darkened, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping him. He then SL. The art of flight that I practice merges the techniques of aerial mastery. In essence, it remains a rudimentary form of flight. Yang Tianbao continuously engaged in mental simulations, recalling the soaring technique he was familiar with. When he first acquired the foundational method of cultivation, the only spell he possessed was indeed the soaring technique. This soaring technique is not a true Taoist art. It can merely be classified as a minor spell, akin to the fireball and waterball techniques. Given that the opponent is capable of fusing aerial mastery with the soaring technique, could it not be possible for me to amalgamate the earth escape technique with the soaring technique? With this thought, his mind began to whirl with simulations. Gradually, a nascent form of Taoist flight technique began to take shape within his consciousness, a genuine embryonic flight art. Just as he was poised to delve deeper into this exploration, an elderly man stepped forth. The old Taoist, Jian, possessed a modest knowledge of alchemy, and thus began to share his insights into the art of elixir refinement. Alchemy is the process of refining the essence of heaven and earth, extracting the quintessence to create potent elixirs. Yang Tianbao hastily engaged in simulations, for this was indeed the art of alchemy. This era was set in the Grand Shang dynasty, within the primordial realm of the Great Shang. 500 years prior to the conclusion of the investiture of the gods, the investiture had yet to reach its climax, and the Master of Heaven had not shattered the primordial realm. Consequently, the innate spiritual energy within the primordial expanse was not a rare commodity, nor were the innate spiritual herbs particularly scarce. That be why mastering alchemy, one could gather innate spiritual herbs, concoct elixirs, and swiftly elevate their cultivation level. Dan Yangzi generously divulged his alchemical insights, and even shared the formulas for 2 types of elixirs aimed at enhancing the cultivation of the law condensation realm. Following Dan Yangzi, 2 more individuals stepped forward to elucidate their knowledge. One even demonstrating alchemy by refining an elixir before the gathering. Among the 80 practitioners present, only 3 were alchemists, indicating the genuine rarity of such artisans. Subsequently, several weapon refiners commenced a discourse on Taoist laws, revealing that the art of weapon refinement also possesses its intricacies. The treasures of heaven and earth are divided into postnatal and innate artifacts, further classified into the levels of magical treasures and spiritual treasures, with an additional tier known as magical tools beneath these categories. Innate artifacts are born of nature, while postnatal artifacts are crafted by human hands. Postnatal artifacts are not inherently inferior to innate artifacts. Rather, innate artifacts embody the essence of Tao, allowing their wielders to comprehend certain techniques and supernatural abilities. All magical tools are postnatal creations imbued with prohibitions, categorized into 3 grades. Low, medium, and high. Low-grade tools contain fewer than 3 prohibitions, while high-grade tools encompass more than 7, with 9 being the absolute limit. Should 9 prohibitions converge, they can create a treasure prohibition, elevating the magical tool to the status of a magical treasure. Similarly, magical treasures are classified into low, medium, and high grades, adhering to the same principle of 9 treasure prohibitions, which must coalesce into a spiritual prohibition for the transformation into a spiritual treasure. Innate artifacts, being born of nature, are exceedingly challenging to advance unless by fortuitous circumstances. Innate artifacts are likewise divided into magical and spiritual treasures, with the latter being exceedingly scarce and immensely powerful, likely having been thoroughly scavenged long ago. While innate artifacts are somewhat easier to locate, Yang Tianbao quickly deduced the principles of weapon refinement and gleaned over 10 types of prohibitions from the demonstrations of the artisans. As the discussion on weapon refinement concluded, Yang Tianbao began to contemplate. Magical tools should be utilized for the realms of law condensation, spirit refinement, and core formation. As for magical treasures, they are likely the domain of celestial beings. Additionally, there exists another category known as divine weapons, which are distinct from magical treasures. Divine weapons are akin to ordinary armaments and are wielded by those who cultivate the physical body to attain sanctity. They're seldom used by celestial cultivators. Divine weapons also possess their own hierarchy: spiritual weapons, celestial weapons, and divine weapons. The specifics of this classification remain unclear to Yang Tianbao, as he merely overheard the refiners discussing it. Subsequently, Yang Tianbao ceased his simulations, as excessive contemplation proved mentally taxing. The plethora of insights he had derived over this period left him feeling somewhat fatigued. His unique ability stemmed from his status as a transmigrator in his previous life. He was an ordinary individual who lost consciousness after being struck by a falling brick while engrossed in a novel. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into a 12-year-old boy named Yang Tianbao. In this world, Yang Tianbao could no longer recall the whereabouts of his family. He had become separated from them during childhood and was taken in by a hunter. However, this fortunate circumstance was short-lived, as the hunter was devoured by a monster when Yang Tianbao was 12 as the adopted son. While searching the mountains for the hunter's remains, he accidentally fell from the cliffs, losing his life. This incarnation of Yang Tianbao had discovered the foundational method of cultivation in a small pouch upon descending the mountain. His previous affinity for novels led him to recognize the pouch's significance. Yet lacking spiritual power, he was unable to open it. Now endowed with spiritual power, Yang Tianbao still found it impossible to unlock as the crowd was too dense, until the discourse on Taoist arts concluded. He had no intention of departing, wishing to ascertain whether any further resources could benefit him. Not long after, an elder spoke. Esteemed guests, having extensively discussed Taoist techniques, let us shift our focus to cultivation methods. The old man continued, I possess an innate spiritual material, a precious asset for crafting postnatal magical treasures, and I seek a cultivation method capable of advancing to the core formation realm. The old Taoist with the goat beard shook his head and replied, Though your spiritual material is indeed valuable, it pales in comparison to a cultivation method. The elder promptly inquired, Do you possess a method that can lead to the core formation realm? The goat-bearded old Taoist shook his head once more, stating no, but your offered resources are insufficient. He then added, Coincidentally, I too require a cultivation method. I propose exchanging it for a 500-year-old crimson fruit, along with 3 pieces of innate spiritual crystal. The elder chuckled bitterly and said, In that case, I shall include this soul-nurturing flower as well. The two exchanged glances filled with anticipation. The onlookers exchanged glances, wishing for these resources, yet they lacked any cultivation methods. How many among those present could claim to possess authentic cultivation techniques? After a brief moment of hesitation, Yang Tianbao's mind began to churn. Soon, a simplified version of a cultivation method materialized in his thoughts, barely sufficient to reach the core formation realm. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else offered a cultivation method, the goat-bearded old Taoist and the elder began to feel despair. He then stepped forward. I indeed possess a method, albeit of a low grade. I wonder if it may be of interest to you both. The eyes of the goat-bearded old Taoist and the elder brightened as they hurried over. Have you truly a method capable of breaking through to core formation? Yang Tianbao nodded and replied, Indeed, but the method is of poor quality. The core formation is merely a virtual core. The goat-bearded old Taoist swiftly responded, That suffices. We do not aspire to become scattered immortals. Even being ghostly immortals would be acceptable. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly. Beyond core formation lies the realm of golden core scattered immortals. In addition to scattered immortals, another path to cultivation exists, that of ghostly immortals. Scattered immortals primarily focus on the golden core, refining it through the trials of heavenly tribulations, causing the golden core to undergo 9 transformations, ultimately achieving the primordial spirit. Ghostly immortals, on the other hand, center their cultivation on the spirit. When the heavenly tribulation arrives, they voluntarily relinquish their physical bodies, using them to navigate the tribulation while refining their spirit to transmute into the form of a ghostly immortal. Since the physical body cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation, it will naturally be obliterated, with the primordial spirit and ghostly form representing a rebirth, causing the heavenly tribulation to recede, while the combat prowess of ghostly immortals falls short of that of scattered immortals. They can continue to cultivate, ultimately attaining the realm of immortals. However, immortality is the terminus for ghostly immortals, necessitating service in the heavenly courts for eternal life. Scattered immortals, in contrast, continuously temper their golden core. When the core shatters, the primordial spirit emerges, achieving the status of a terrestrial immortal. The primordial spirit can withstand 3 calamities, culminating in the attainment of pure yang true immortality. Yang Tianbao certainly would not tread the path of the ghostly immortal. Although the method for core formation he had deciphered was rudimentary, it still allowed for the condensation of a genuine core, necessitating only the continuous compression and refinement of the golden core to attract heavenly tribulation, thereby breaking through to the realm of scattered immortals. With such a method, there was no need to pursue the path of ghostly immortals. While the concept of immortals was appealing, it was akin to the combat capabilities of terrestrial immortals, which Yang Tianbao, as a transmigrator, genuinely regarded with disdain. The elder nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, ghostly immortals possess a lifespan of 3,000 years, which is more than sufficient for us." Ghostly immortals enjoy a lifespan of 3,000 years, while scattered immortals live for 5,000, though longevity is abundant. The tribulations are numerous and not easily traversed by ordinary individuals. Yang Tianbao nodded, approaching the two and leaning in to whisper the cultivation method into their ears. The goat-bearded old Taoist and the elder nodded repeatedly, but just as Yang Tianbao reached the midpoint of his recitation, he paused. The two quickly produced their prepared resources and presented them to Yang Tianbao. "Esteemed friend, please continue." "Indeed, my fellow Taoist, please continue your discourse without delay, lest I be left in restless anticipation." But a surge of joy filled Yang Tianbao's heart as he patted the storage bag at his waist, all his possessions vanishing into its depths. Although he had not inspected the contents within, he was assured that it could hold various items. The two individuals exchanged startled glances at the purple storage bag at Yang Tianbao's waist, for it was of the highest quality, a favored choice among many loose immortals. Their astonishment led them to conclude that Yang Tianbao must be a person of considerable significance, having acquired what he sought. Yang Tianbao resumed, sharing insights on cultivation techniques. Both individuals, being of the refining spirit realm, grasped the concepts with ease after a single recounting. With excitement gleaming in their eyes, they slightly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed Taoist, for your kindness." Yang Tianbao waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. Since our transaction is complete, I shall take my leave. May we meet again in the future, should fate allow to guarantee that moment." Two more Taoists appear before him. "Esteemed Taoist, please hold your step." Yang Tianbao nearly stumbled at the formidable impact of those 5 words. Upon seeing his interceptors, he relaxed. They were Dan Yangzi and the weapon master, Tai Xing. "What business do you have, my fellow Taoists?" Dan Yangzi quickly spoke. "I have come to seek a cultivation method as well. I offer 10 Qiang pills in exchange." "Will you say?" Tai Xing added. "Esteemed Taoist, I possess 2 superior-grade magical artifacts. Might you impart your cultivation method to me?" Yang Tianbao's heart leaped with joy, and he nodded, "Certainly, but could you enlighten me about the Qiang pills?" Dan Yangzi promptly explained. "These Qiang pills are elixirs that enhance one's magical prowess. Each one can augment 100 years of cultivation. They're the finest pills in my possession." Yang Tianbao acknowledged. "And the magical artifacts you mentioned?" Tai Xing produced 2 artifacts, a square jade seal and a long sword. This jade seal possesses 8 magical restrictions, while the sword bears 9, that should the opportunity arise, you may fuse the 9 restrictions to create a lower-grade acquired treasure. Yang Tianbao nodded appreciatively. "Very well, my esteemed Taoists. Let us proceed with our exchange." The Qiang pills would enable him to surge directly to the pinnacle of the law consolidation stage, a most valuable asset, while the 2 artifacts would compensate for his lack of treasures. Naturally, he was willing to trade. Yang Tianbao transmitted the cultivation method to them and stowed away the pills and artifacts, casting his gaze toward the others. "Esteemed Taoists, do any of you wish to acquire a cultivation method? Do not hesitate to present your resources in exchange." The other practitioners exchanged glances, ultimately failing to produce anything that piqued Yang Tianbao's interest. With a sigh of resignation, he addressed the crowd. "As such, I shall take my leave." With those words, he vanished underground, disappearing from sight. Several dozen miles away, Yang Tianbao emerged cautiously, surveying his surroundings to ensure no dangers lurked before fully revealing himself. Taking a deep breath, he mused, "Alas, my magical power is too feeble. I can only traverse underground for a few dozen miles. Yet this place is serene, a suitable spot to explore the treasures within my storage bag." His gaze roamed the area until he soon discovered a cave. Upon entering, he encountered a large, spotted tiger. The tiger, upon noticing Yang Tianbao's sudden appearance, hesitated momentarily before letting out a thunderous roar. Roar! Yang Tianbao was taken aback. Realizing this tiger had just awakened its intelligence at this moment, the creature was not yet a demon beast, for it emitted no trace of demonic aura. The tiger lunged at Yang Tianbao, defending its territory. Furrowing his brow, Yang Tianbao waved his hand, summoning a fire dragon that charged toward the tiger. The unexpected spectacle left the tiger paralyzed with fear, its eyes wide with terror. Thud! The tiger dropped to its front legs. Repeatedly bowing its head in submission, Yang Tianbao waved his hand, causing the fire dragon to crash into the cave wall. Little tiger, you possess a certain spirit. Henceforth, you shall be my mount. The tiger hastily nodded, cautiously rising to its feet. Observing its coloration, Yang Tianbao hesitated briefly before declaring, from this day forth, you shall be known as Huang, who he had initially wished to name it Huli, but reconsidered, recalling the tragic fate of the tiger in Journey to the West. In this world of primordial chaos, he feared that naming it Huli might invoke undesirable karmic repercussions, for the most terrifying aspect of this realm was indeed karma. Huang Hu eagerly nodded, carefully approaching Yang Tianbao and rubbing its massive head against his leg. Yang Tianbao smiled, patting its head. I shall enter a period of seclusion here. You will guard me. Here, take this basic cultivation method and attempt to practice it. He touched Huang Hu's head, imbuing it with a simple breathing technique that entered the tiger's mind. Huang Hu, filled with excitement, knelt before Yang Tianbao, bowing repeatedly. Yang Tianbao waved his hand. Enough, rise, guard this cave for me. Huang Hu nodded, bobbing its head as it exited to lie at the cave's entrance. Yang Tianbao nodded in approval. Selecting a flat stone upon which to pour out the contents of his storage bag. Besides the newly acquired resources, he found several other treasures. First, there was a black flag, adorned with a wisp of gentle wind. What is this, a magical treasure? Prior to refining it, Yang Tianbao could not ascertain the exact rank of this item. However, the pressure it emanated suggested it was undoubtedly superior to ordinary artifacts. Additionally, there was a palm-sized purple lotus. Remarkably beautiful. Could it also be a magical treasure? Perhaps it was a spirit root. Ignoring these for the moment, Yang Tianbao discovered a whisk, which also exuded a presence stronger than that of superior-grade artifacts. Finally, he found a bottle containing an unknown substance. The bottle's extraordinary material hinted at its value. Soon after, Yang Tianbao's gaze shifted to the other resources, which included dozens of refining materials of innate quality, as well as several innate spiritual herbs. Since they had not yet been refined into pills, Yang Tianbao paid them little mind, his attention drawn to a jujube tree, an innate spirit root. To his astonishment, it was indeed an innate spirit root, a truly remarkable find. Although the vitality of the jujube tree seemed subdued, Yang Tianbao could still sense its presence. That I am destined for great fortune. The path of immortality is within reach. The innate spirit root could enhance his cultivation and suppress fortune, making it a rare treasure. In this prosperous age, the primordial world had been thoroughly scoured of innate spiritual treasures and roots. To acquire an innate spirit root was a sure step toward achieving immortality. Yang Tianbao inhaled deeply, calming his excitement. Although the jujube tree was exceptional, it would require a rich spiritual environment to flourish and bear fruit, demanding another 1,500 years of patience. There remained 2 stones, and upon seeing them, Yang Tianbao felt an urge to pick them up. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped one stone and infused it with magical energy. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Moments later, exhilaration coursed through him as he realized this stone was a transmission stone, a treasured artifact for practitioners. The information he received contained a technique capable of leading one to the true immortal realm. Though it lacked protective measures, it was perfectly suited for Yang Tianbao, who had already devised 5 methods and 1 divine ability for his defense. With this cultivation technique, he could derive a unique method for himself. Gazing at the cracked transmission stone in his hand, he felt a twinge of regret. This stone could only transmit knowledge 3 times, and he had already utilized it twice. One more use would render it completely shattered. As for the remaining transmission stone, Yang Tianbao refrained from probing it, for he was already aware of its contents, which are beyond his current capabilities to comprehend. After all, this item can only be viewed 3 times. Each viewing diminishes its essence. With the acquisition of this technique, Yang Tianbao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He gathered all available resources and settled into a meditative posture, extracting the Qiang Dan to commence his cultivation. Now, lacking no methods for advancement, he merely needed to refine the resources at hand, which would undoubtedly allow him to reach the realm of divine refinement. The resources required for this realm were also present in the storage pouch, albeit in their most primitive form as innate spiritual herbs. Such treasures were perfectly suited for Yang Tianbao, as they would enhance only his own cultivation without fear of waste. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. During this period, Yang Tianbao's cultivation progressed rapidly. After 2 years of refining the Qiang Dan and 2 zhuang fruits, he reached the pinnacle of qi condensation. In the subsequent 3 years, he successfully attained the divine refinement, with his spirit having reached its zenith, now only a step away from the unity of divine law and the formation of the Golden Core realm. However, due to the incomplete nature of his later techniques, he had not continued his cultivation further until this moment. Yang Tianbao had blossomed into an 18-year-old youth, strikingly handsome, a testament to the fine genes inherited from his parents. Rising to his feet, he addressed Huang, who at the door, "You, my friend, have cultivated quite swiftly, having already broken through to the realm of law condensation." Huang, who had indeed demonstrated remarkable progress, even without Yang Tianbao's guidance. He could have achieved transformation into a demon through his own efforts. Yet, this was no era of shamanic demons. Only the celestial demons were considered legitimate. After all, following the shamanic demon war, the ancient demon clans had faded away, leaving only those that emerged later with rudimentary methods of cultivation. "Greetings, Master," Huang, who exclaimed, lifting his head to respectfully bow upon hearing Yang Tianbao's words. Having cultivated for a decade, he had refined his essence and could now articulate human speech. Yang Tianbao nodded. "No need for such formalities, but you have anything to pack? We are about to leave this place." The mountain was indeed pleasant, yet regrettably, it was not a sacred mountain suitable for a dojo. To find a place worthy of becoming a dojo, one would need to seek a celestial mountain rich in innate spiritual energy, akin to the abode of Miaoyun Taoist. Huang Hu promptly replied, "Master, my rapid cultivation is due to the nearby celestial peach grove. Should we not take it with us?" Yang Tianbao felt perplexed, having not seen any celestial peach grove. Huang Hu hurriedly insisted, "Master, follow me." Yang Tianbao complied and soon arrived at a valley filled with over a dozen peach trees. Upon entering the valley, his eyes widened in surprise. Here, the innate spiritual energy was thick and palpable, undoubtedly a prime location for a dojo. Yet, why was there no formation present? 12 peach trees. They seemed to be arranged according to the 12 heavenly stems formation. This tiger was indeed fortunate, skillfully avoiding the 12 heavenly stems formation to enter the valley. Upon entering the peach blossom valley, Yang Tianbao was rendered speechless, for at its heart stood a tree of innate spiritual roots, a celestial peach tree. Fortunately, the fruits had yet to ripen. Otherwise, Huang would have certainly spoiled them. "Master, look, this peach tree bears fruits that are absolutely delectable," Huang Hu exclaimed. Yang Tianbao turned his gaze towards Huang Hu and discovered that it was actually a tree of postnatal spiritual roots. While not as potent as the innate spiritual roots, it still held the capacity to enhance one's essence. "Huang Hu, how did you discover this place and manage to enter?" Huang Hu chuckled and explained, "Master, ever since I began cultivating the technique you imparted, a method appeared in my mind, detailing how to enter here, but of course, I could only access this particular entrance. The other 11 remain closed to me." Yang Tianbao's heart raced with astonishment. This tiger was a descendant of the celestial tiger from the 12 zodiac, having inherited a legacy of cultivation. "Huang Hu, I never would have guessed you possessed such a remarkable lineage. Come, let's explore what treasures this valley holds." Huang Hu quickly cautioned, "Master, this valley is fraught with danger. We must proceed with caution." Yang Tianbao nodded. The formation crafted from the 12 innate spiritual root trees was not to be trifled with. At this moment, Yang Tianbao realized that the central peach tree was a middle-grade innate spiritual root surrounded by numerous postnatal spiritual peach trees, obscured by the 12 inferior-grade innate spiritual root trees that bordered the area, preventing their discovery that a middle-grade innate spiritual root accompanied by 12 inferior-grade innate spiritual roots. What a substantial fortune! In addition, there were 36 postnatal spiritual roots, though these bore little significance for those who had not yet attained immortality. A peach blossom cave? Let us investigate. Yang Tianbao and Huang Hu stepped into the cave, where vibrant rays of light shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors. Master, there must be precious treasures within. We should hurry. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly and quickened his pace into the depths of the cave. Soon, they encountered a stone bed upon which lay a colorful veil. The treasure of the cave. These 4 words echoed in Yang Tianbao's mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him. This treasure would undoubtedly possess the power to suppress fate. Although he already possessed numerous magical artifacts, he was uncertain of their grades. Nevertheless, the more artifacts he had, the better. With the 12 heavenly stems formation safeguarding this place and the celestial peach tree present, the treasures within the cave were undoubtedly of innate spiritual quality. What a remarkable trove, indeed, rightfully claimed by this humble Taoist. Yang Tianbao mused. Huang Hu chuckled. Master, shall we make this our home? Yang Tianbao nodded. This is a splendid innate blessed land. Let it serve as our future dojo. Huang Hu eagerly agreed. Master speaks wisely, with the protection of the innate divine formation. It is exceptionally safe, he. Yang Tianbao couldn't help but smirk. Safety was secondary. The primary concern lay in the abundance of resources here. The postnatal spiritual root peach trees were a tremendous boon for those yet to attain immortality. The inferior grade innate spiritual root peach trees held great benefits for cultivators of the celestial path, while the middle grade innate spiritual roots were equally advantageous for the strong among them. Yang Tianbao harbored no grand ambitions. He merely wished to cultivate to immortality and navigate through the impending tribulations of the divine sealing catastrophe peacefully. As long as he could evade the divine sealing catastrophe, he could become a wandering immortal, roaming freely across the cosmos. After all, prior to the divine sealing war, saints could act with impunity, and quasi-saints were prevalent. With the 12 heavenly stems formation providing protection, even if the divine sealing war shattered the primordial realm, he would remain safe and sound. He had never contemplated reaching the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, as that represented transcendence beyond the currents of fate, and the divine sealing war was merely 500 years away. In 500 years, even if he achieved the state of indestructible golden immortality, there remained the possibility of downfall. Even ascending the divine sealing list would be preferable to dying and losing his path. As a modern individual, ascending the divine sealing list was akin to becoming a civil servant of the celestial court. By adhering to the law, one could attain immortality and live freely, a notion he found quite acceptable. Compared to death, losing one's freedom seemed trivial. After all, he had lived a 9-to-5 existence in his previous life. The true fear lay in the possibility of not even making it onto the divine sealing list, for it was not a privilege granted to all. For now, it is best to focus on living well. Yang Tianbao, you shall survive the divine sealing war. Approaching the colorful veil, Yang Tianbao suddenly paused, for he spotted another artifact on the ground not far away. In a way, another. It was a long spear, exuding a formidable aura. Yang Tianbao's eyes lit up as he hurried to the spear, exclaiming in astonishment, "What a marvelous divine weapon!" This was indeed a divine weapon, immensely powerful. Without hesitation, Yang Tianbao stowed it away, his face alight with joy. "Rest assured, in due time, I shall find a worthy master for you." As for wielding this divine weapon himself, Yang Tianbao had not considered it. In 500 years, he would have little energy to cultivate the path of physical sanctification. Yang Tianbao then turned his gaze back to the colorful veil, hastening towards it and immersing his consciousness within to begin the process of refinement. Huang Hu, meanwhile, did not disturb Yang Tianbao, opting instead to guard the cave entrance. Yang Tianbao sat cross-legged upon the stone bed within the cave, continuously refining the veil. 2 years later, the first seal of the veil finally began to loosen. It turned out to be the innate spiritual treasure, the 5-color peach blossom miasma. Although this treasure was merely a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure, its power was immensely formidable, infused with the innate miasma of peach blossoms. Even the most formidable practitioners of the celestial path would meet their demise upon mere contact. Yang Tianbao, stowing away the 5-colored peach blossom miasma, could not suppress a bitter smile. The refinement of the 5-colored peach blossom miasma was far beyond his current capabilities. A breakthrough in the celestial realm was indispensable. Rising to his feet, he approached the eastern gate and inquired of Huang Hu. Huang Hu, I intend to venture forth shortly. Will you accompany me, or remain within the cave? He sighed. Alas, your cultivation is too feeble, and you lack the means to traverse the skies. It would be better for you to cultivate within the peach blossom cave. Utilize the resources here freely. Whenever you achieve the golden core stage, you may join me. Huang Hu, somewhat reluctant, asked, My lord, you need not worry. I will guard the cave diligently. Yang Tianbao nodded. Indeed, the peach blossom cave was an exceptional refuge, and he too wished to remain here to cultivate. However, the memories of his former life compelled him to seek out his family, leaving him no choice but to take action. Upon exiting the valley, Yang Tianbao cast a glance back at the peach blossom valley, marveling at his extraordinary fortune in obtaining such a primordial sanctuary. Without delay, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Lacking a specific destination, he wandered aimlessly across the vast expanse, unsure of where to seek his family. After all, his previous incarnation was merely an ordinary person, incapable of venturing far. 3 years later, Yang Tianbao had traversed dozens of towns, yet still found no trace of his kin. One day, while holding a banner that had undergone the refinement of a single restriction, a smile crept onto his face, the low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Black Wind Banner. Have I truly stumbled upon such fortune? Securing the Black Wind Banner, he produced a whisk. Though not an innate treasure, it was a low-grade post-heaven artifact, perfectly suited for someone of Yang Tianbao's recent golden core stage. In 3 years, Yang Tianbao had reached the age of 23 and had successfully attained the golden core stage. Given the ample resources at his disposal, it was imperative that he continue to advance his cultivation. As for the 2 artifacts acquired through trade, he had fully refined them. Help! Help! Monsters are devouring people. Run! Hurry to the town and seek the elders to subdue the beasts. I do not wish to perish. The echoes of desperate cries pierced his ears, causing Yang Tianbao's expression to shift. Turning his gaze toward the source of the screams, he beheld dozens of common folk fleeing in terror, pursued by several serpent demons that occasionally snatched away a victim. Fury ignited within Yang Tianbao upon witnessing such atrocities. Vile wretches, how dare you! With that exclamation, he transformed into a flash of light and charged toward the demons. The auras of the demons were not particularly formidable. Likely at the spirit refinement stage, as he closed in on them, he flicked the whisk in his hand, which instantly elongated and struck at the beasts. Boom! 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 The serpent demons were sent flying, lifeless upon impact. Yang Tianbao appeared before the crowd and spoke gently. Fear not, everyone. The demons have been vanquished. A middle-aged man emerged from the throng. Kneeling before him, I pay my respects to the immortal. Thank you for saving our lives. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yang Tianbao shook his head, replying, There is no need for you to know. Can you tell me whence these demons hail? The man, astonished, asked, Immortal, do you intend to eradicate them completely? Yang Tianbao nodded, stating, Such malevolent creatures must be exterminated. The man hurriedly responded, Immortal, you may not be aware, but these serpent demons originate from Huamong Mountain, where a patterned python reside. It is said to have attained the realm of immortality. If you wish to eliminate it, it will likely require considerable effort. Perhaps you should summon some fellow disciples for assistance. Yang Tianbao shook his head. There is no need for haste. Let me assess the situation first. He had no brothers, only a mount of inferior cultivation. Yet he possessed ample confidence, bolstered by the two innate treasures in his possession, albeit with only one restriction refined. Could you direct me to Huamong Mountain? The middle-aged man hesitated briefly before nodding and gesturing in a direction. Esteemed one, it lies that way. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly, and in the next instant he vanished from sight, taking with him the corpses of the demons. The middle-aged man, astonished, murmured, "A true immortal. It truly is an immortal." Just as he was about to bow in reverence, a voice echoed in his mind. "Do not kneel. We of a human race are the protagonists of heaven and earth, worthy of bowing only to the emperor of humanity, ancestors and elders, but never to mere immortals." This was, of course, Yang Tianbao's voice, lingering even as he soared far away. After a moment's pause, the man rose, responding respectfully. "Indeed, my Zhang family has established a family motto. We bow only to our parents and the emperor of humanity, not to heaven and earth." Thunderous roars, the sky seemed to echo his words. As if affirming them, Huamong Mountain, Yang Tianbao caught sight of thick miasma swirling around the peak, intermingled with the stench of blood and resentment. "Vile wretches, how dare you feast upon humanity? You seek death." At that moment, Yang Tianbao's fury surged. As a member of the human race, he could not abide the slaughter of his kin by demons. With a swift maneuver, he burrowed underground and utilized the earth escape technique to propel himself toward the heart of Huamong Mountain. Within the mountain's core lay a vast cave, where a robed scholar lounged in a seat of honor, accompanied by several lesser demons. "How fare my children? Have they returned with sustenance?" the scholar inquired languidly. A serpent-headed demon replied hastily, "Respected ancestor, they have been gone for quite some time. They should return soon." The scholar nodded. "My children are commendable. I am quite pleased. However, be wary, for there are formidable beings among the human race. We must remain cautious not to attract their attention." The serpent-headed demon quickly reassured, "Ancestor, this place is exceedingly remote. No celestial practitioners would venture here. You need not worry." The scholar replied coolly, "It is not fear of them that concerns me, but rather that those from the Jie sect are closely associated with humanity. I fear conflict with their powerful members." The serpent-headed demon insisted, "Ancestor, do not fret. There are indeed many man-eating demons among the Jie sect. We need not fear them." The scholar, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, there are disciples of the three teachings who partake in such practices?" The serpent-headed demon affirmed earnestly, "Indeed, if not for the fact that the Jie sect's Tongtian patriarch has secluded himself, we could have sought his tutelage, as he welcomes all." The scholar shook his head. "No, our cultivation is too weak. We would likely perish before reaching Jineo Island at the hands of righteous immortals." The serpent-headed demon countered, "But now that the ancestor has become a ghostly immortal, we need not fear other celestial practitioners. Who would dare oppose the ancestor? They would be met with merciless retribution." At that moment, petals of peach blossoms began to drift through the cave, filling the air with their fragrant aroma. The scholar inquired hastily, "What is happening?" The serpent-headed demon scanned the surroundings, shaking its head. "I did not know at this moment. They were engulfed in terror, for as the fragrance permeated their beings, they felt their demonic power waning." "Who dares approach? Show yourself." The scholar rose, releasing an overwhelming aura of demonic energy that pressed outward in all directions. The serpent demons within the cave trembled, for the pressure exerted by their ancestor was immense. Hidden beneath the earth, Yang Tianbao sensed the weight of the scholar's aura and could not help but sigh. An immortal is indeed an immortal. Even though I have reached the golden core stage, I am still no match for him. Yet, armed with the innate treasure, the five-colored peach blossom miasma, he thought to himself, "Let us see how this unfolds." A cold smile crept upon his lips. The five-colored peach blossom miasma was not easily dealt with as anticipated. The once mighty aura of the scholar rapidly diminished. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, his form transforming into that of a patterned python. "Spare me! Who goes there?" The flesh and blood of the other minor demons gradually fell away, corroded by the five-colored peach blossom miasma. The same fate befell the blood and flesh of the spotted python, dislodging in chunks onto the ground, where it transformed into pools of blood. Yang Tianbao could not help but widen his eyes. Was this truly the infamous five-colored peach blossom miasma? The opponent was, after all, a ghostly immortal, yet they could not withstand even 100 breaths. Soon, excitement coursed through Yang Tianbao. With such a formidable magical treasure, he could now lurk in the shadows and launch surprise attacks. The thought filled his face with a deepening joy. Within the span of half a tea time, all the monsters inside had been reduced to blood, their bones becoming mere dust. Yang Tianbao gazed at the fallen storage bags on the ground, his heart swelling with delight. How I adore opening mystery boxes. I wonder what treasures lie within. Emerging from beneath the earth, he picked up the storage bag without stowing away the 5-colored peach blossom miasma. The pale pink miasma dispersed around him, causing no harm. Sitting cross-legged, he examined the storage bag, a smile gracing his features. While it may not compare to my own storage bag, it is still rather impressive. Let me see what good things it contains. With that, he poured out the contents. Clatter! A heap of items appeared before Yang Tianbao, prompting him to furrow his brow. The snake demon was indeed a snake demon. Even after attaining the status of a ghostly immortal, it remained true to its nature. The contents were diverse, yet predominantly comprised earthly gold, silver, gems, and various bronze artifacts. What use were these trinkets to him? Worthless. However, one item caught his attention, and he muttered, "Is this the postnatal spiritual root, green edge bamboo?" Green edge bamboo is extraordinarily sharp and an excellent material for forging flying swords. Alas, what I possess is merely a postnatal spiritual root. Not a congenital one, but it suffices. I have so many immortal peach spiritual roots. One must learn to be content. Once I return, I shall plant you, and hope you multiply abundantly. His gaze shifted to other resources, revealing several valuable items. There were dozens of congenital spiritual treasures and medicines, along with 2 booklets and a stone of enlightenment. Picking up the 2 booklets, he perused them, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he realized they contained methods for weapon forging and alchemy. How could this snake demon possess such treasures? It seems improbable. Then he turned his attention to the stone of enlightenment, his consciousness delving into it, and his expression brightened further. Oh, that it. So that it. I wondered how a mere snake could endure for so long under the peach blossom miasma. Now it makes sense. I thought the peach blossom miasma was a middle-grade, congenital spiritual treasure. Yet how could a freshly minted, ghostly immortal like the spotted python withstand even half a tea time? It turns out this creature had cultivated the sacred body method recorded within the Stone of Enlightenment. After achieving ghostly immortal status, it utilized its ghostly body to practice the sacred body method. I must admit, this creature is quite the genius, devising a way to cultivate the sacred body method through its ghostly form, thus reassembling its body, and it nearly succeeded. This spotted python is rather impressive, but alas, you have consumed too many lives, and that cannot be forgiven. Though the sacred body method within the Stone of Enlightenment is incomplete, Yang Tianbao felt quite satisfied. His comprehension was excellent, and with some self-guided deductions, he could refine this technique. So, does this mean I can cultivate the sacred body method? No. That one tea do. I haven't tea yet achieved immortality and cannot juggle both paths. I shall wait until I become a true immortal before considering it. Were not for the fact that the War of Gods is merely 500 years away, I would not be so reluctant to abandon the sacred body method. As a postnatal human, Yang Tianbao was acutely aware of the difficulties in cultivating the sacred body method. It is not something one can simply decide to practice. It would be wiser to take this opportunity to diligently pursue the immortal path, achieving true immortality sooner rather than later. Once my strength is sufficiently formidable, I can return to the sacred body method at a later time. Yang Tianbao collected all his spoils and waved his hand towards the 5-colored peach blossom miasma, which obediently settled into his grasp. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed the blood on the ground had not dissipated, prompting him to halt in his tracks. With the 12 heavenly stems grand formation in place, it should only be a matter of time before I devise my own version of it. The 12 heavenly stems grand formation is a congenital divine formation, comparable to the most elite formations of the primordial era. However, I fear I cannot set up the grand formation alone. Thus, I shall forge the 12 zodiac. This snake blood is perfect for crafting the snake of the zodiac. This moment. he resolved to thoroughly comprehend the 12 heavenly stems grand formation upon his return. Combining it with the bloodlines of the zodiac to forge the formation's core, I trust that while my formation may not rival the 10,000 immortals grand formation, it shall certainly not fall short of the 9 curves yellow river formation. With this thought, Yang Tianbao gathered the blood from the ground, making it vanish in an instant. This moment, he felt immense joy. With the cultivation methods in hand and the sacred body method, he was certain he could preserve his life during the War of Gods. After vanishing from the Flower Python Mountain, Yang Tianbao found himself uncertain of where to go. 23 years of age. He still could not locate his family. No, I must first cultivate to immortality. Once I achieve that, I shall use the power of fate to guide me in finding my kin. Alas, I shall return for now. After searching for so long, if I could find them, I would have done so by now. Since I cannot find them, I must cultivate to immortality, leveraging the diversion of fate to locate my family. Before long, Yang Tianbao returned to Peach Blossom Valley. Upon his arrival, he beheld the yellow tiger leisurely lounging beneath a peach tree, gnawing an immortal peach that, in 5 years, the aura surrounding yellow tiger had reached the refining spirit realm. Yet it was not lacking. After all, this valley is abundant in immortal peaches. Apart from the postnatal spiritual roots that have yet to mature, the other postnatal spiritual roots have all borne fruit. Coupled with the abundance of spirit springs and congenital medicinal herbs, Yellow Tiger lacked no resources for cultivation. "Master, you have returned," Yellow Tiger exclaimed joyfully, bounding over to nuzzle against Yang Tianbao's leg. Yang Tianbao stroked his head and replied, "I have returned. Henceforth, your master must cultivate to immortality before venturing out. Should you encounter anything unclear during your training, feel free to ask me." Yellow Tiger quickly nodded, exclaiming with delight, "Ha ha, master, I no longer have to stay here alone." A smile crept across Yang Tianbao's lips as he entered the Peach Blossom Cave. Inside the cave, he felt the rich essence of congenital spiritual energy and could not help but sigh. Though the Primordial era has many places rich in heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, such treasures are exceedingly rare. Next, he had 2 matters to attend to. First, to diligently cultivate and fully absorb the benefits he had recently acquired. Second, to find his family, understand the cause and effect, and thereafter enjoy the carefree path of immortality. Ultimately, the War of Gods is approaching. It is imperative that he locate his family and then secure himself in cultivation. Once he stabilizes his position and breaks through to the Golden Immortal Realm, he can emerge from the Peach Blossom Cave and explore the world. Though the world of the Primordial era may not offer much in terms of exploration, at least it will be significantly safer, and being able to wander around is already a considerable boon. Yang Tianbao sat cross-legged on the stone bed within the cave, beginning to organize the treasures he had recently acquired. First, there was the cultivation method enabling him to reach the true immortal realm. Second, the sacred body method, though incomplete, still held merit. How foolish of me. Why not merge these 2 methods? At that moment, Yang Tianbao experienced an epiphany and stood up. Yellow Tiger, who had been lying nearby, glanced at him quizzically before closing his eyes to sleep once more. Yang Tianbao murmured, "The 9 transformations mysterious art is quite good. It allows for the dual cultivation of the primordial spirit and physical body. But as an ordinary postnatal human, can I truly cultivate a method that requires the dual cultivation of both?" Yang Tianbao furrowed his brow, as his mind incessantly fused and deduced 2 distinct cultivation techniques. Once this thought took hold, he could no longer suppress it, and his consciousness was engaged in an automatic progression of this technique. Under Yang Tianbao's proactive guidance, both body refining and spiritual cultivation could be practiced simultaneously by the postnatal human race. He understood that this was a technique he had devised for himself, and was undoubtedly meant for his own cultivation. Although this method might not rival the 9 revolutions mystical art, it was the most suitable for someone of Yang Tianbao's lineage. The joy on his face intensified, for he could feel a transformation in his aura. His astonishment, as he deduced the technique. It began to operate autonomously within his body. Previously, he had only pursued the path of immortality. Now, a faint radiance emanated from his body, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Yang Tianbao realized that he had successfully entered the threshold of this newly conceived technique. As time passed, Yang Tianbao's aura grew increasingly powerful, prompting Huang Hu, who had been lying nearby, to emerge from the peach blossom cave, shaking his head in disbelief. What kind of cultivation method has the master undertaken to become so formidable? 7 years later, within the peach blossom cave, Yang Tianbao could not help but open his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. At last, the deduction was complete. It had taken 7 years, the longest duration thus far. He mused to himself that during this time, he had reaped significant rewards, acquiring a technique that could elevate him to the early stage of celestial immortality. The method allowed for cultivation up to the celestial realm and was one that harmonized both spiritual and magical power. Moreover, he had not wasted these 7 years. The innate spiritual energy within the Peach Blossom Cave had reached a certain zenith. While deducing the technique, the self-operating method had brought his inner elixir to a remarkable limit. The final step of the cultivation realm was the formation of the elixir, and once he overcame the heavenly tribulation, Yang Tianbao would achieve the status of a scattered immortal, as for how many tribulations he could face at once. He was uncertain. After all, his mystical art was immensely powerful, granting his inner elixir formidable strength. Since this path intertwined the ethereal and the corporeal, and given his affinity with the Peach Blossom Valley, he decided to name it the Celestial Dry Peach Evil Technique. The first layer of this technique pertained to realms below the immortal path. The second layer represented the scattered immortal realm. The third layer corresponded to the earthly immortal realm, the fourth to the true immortal realm, and the fifth to the celestial immortal realm. Currently comprising only 5 layers, he had reached the pinnacle of the first layer and was on the brink of breaking through to the second layer. Excellent, excellent, he thought to himself. From this point forward, the Celestial Dry Peach Evil Technique would be Yang Tianbao's cultivation method. Huang Hu entered, astonished at Yang Tianbao's completion of his training. Master, have you finished your cultivation? Yang Tianbao nodded slightly, replying, Indeed, I have completed it. You have done well yourself, reaching the late stage of elixir formation. The tribulation is not far off. Huang Hu chuckled. Master, in such a splendid cave, if I do not reach the late stage of elixir formation, that would be quite disappointing. Yang Tianbao nodded. That is indeed true. Hasten your cultivation, and strive to face the tribulation soon. With that, he moved towards the exit. He needed to find a safer location to confront the heavenly tribulation. As the Peach Blossom Valley would not suffice, that if this place were to be discovered by a formidable being, it would spell disaster for him. Huang Hu hurriedly followed. Yang Tianbao smiled. I am going to face the tribulation. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Huang Hu nodded. I wish to protect the master. Ever since he had awakened his intelligence, he had followed Yang Tianbao, considering him as family, yes, a practitioner with a lineage. Huang Hu was acutely aware of the dangers of facing a tribulation, and he was determined to guard Yang Tianbao. Yang Tianbao chuckled. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Yet Huang Hu shook his head. His eyes filled with determination. With no other option, Yang Tianbao led him out of the Peach Blossom Valley, soaring towards a desolate mountain range etched in his memory. The area surrounding the Peach Blossom Valley was extremely desolate. Aside from being relatively close to Jian Mountain, it was surrounded by barren lands. Only when they reached a considerable distance from the Peach Blossom Valley did Yang Tianbao come to a halt. Huang Hu surveyed the area and inquired, Master, are you going to face the tribulation here? Yang Tianbao nodded. Indeed, there are no powerful entities here. It is the perfect place for me to confront the tribulation. Huang Hu scanned the surroundings, confirming that no formidable demon clans were present, and then nodded. Master, you may face the tribulation in peace. I will guard you. With that, he stepped outside the range of Yang Tianbao's tribulation. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly and was about to face the tribulation when he noticed a figure approaching from a distance that he recognized this figure as Miaoyan Daoist from Miaoyan Mountain. Yang Tianbao paused his preparations, uncertain of the other's intentions, and turned to look at him. The Miaoyan Daoist halted and bowed respectfully. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Are you preparing to face the tribulation here? I shall protect you. Please proceed. Yang Tianbao was taken aback for a moment, questioning with some confusion. Although I have heard you speak before, We have no prior acquaintance. Why would you do this? The Miaoyan Daoist smiled. You and I are both of the human race, and moreover, many years ago, at Miaoyan Mountain, you selflessly shared your cultivation methods, which earned my utmost respect. I did not expect your progress to be so swift. It has only been a little over a decade. And you are already ready to face the tribulation for ascension that I have come to assist you in your endeavor. Additionally, our realms are not far apart, and we may support each other in the future. Yang Tanbao scrutinized him closely. The other's demeanor was sincere, and he was reassured that the Miaoyan Daoist genuinely wished to assist him, allowing him to relax. After all, this was the primordial world, and one could never be too cautious. However, it was also a time of great fortune for the human race, with practitioners emerging in droves. Forming friendships was still advantageous. Moreover, Yang Tianbao owed a debt of karma to the Miaoyan Daoist, one that was quite significant. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Once I have completed the tribulation, shall we converse? In truth, even if the other harbored ill intentions, Yang Tianbao was not overly concerned. After all, he was cultivating the celestial dry peach evil technique. And even if his golden elixir faced the tribulation, his physical prowess was formidable. Yang Tianbao was confident that even if he could not overpower the other, he could at least hold his own. After all, the Miaoyan Daoist had only recently broken through to the scattered immortal stage, and his combat power was not particularly robust. The Miaoyan Daoist quickly responded, Fellow Daoist, please proceed. Yang Tianbao ascended to the mountain peak. His gaze fixed on the heavens as his aura began to emanate forth. An inner elixir, the size of a soccer ball, materialized above his head. The Miaoyan Daoist's eyes widened in astonishment when he faced his own tribulation. His inner elixir had been no larger than a fist, and here was Yang Tianbao's, so remarkably grand. Truly, one cannot compare oneself to others without feeling inferior. Dark clouds gathered, crackling with immense thunderous power. The Miaoyan Daoist cautioned, Fellow Daoist, it would be wise to exercise caution. Your heavenly tribulation appears quite formidable. Yang Tianbao did not share this concern. In fact, he felt that his tribulation was somewhat lacking. Sure enough, the skies soon coalesced into a thunderous dragon, hurtling towards Yang Tianbao's inner elixir. Undaunted, Yang Tianbao directed his inner elixir to meet the thunderous dragon, and soon, the two energies intertwined. The thunder enveloped the inner elixir, continuously refining it. Not long after, the thunderous power of the thunder dragon dissipated completely. The hint of joy appeared on Yang Tianbao's face. This heavenly tribulation was not particularly challenging, and with his profound skills, he could likely traverse the 9 tribulations of the scattered immortal realm with ease. As the thunder dragon faded away, a golden elixir, now reduced in size, hovered in the air, gleaming brilliantly. This moment, the inner elixir had transformed into the golden elixir, marking Yang Tianbao's breakthrough into the scattered immortal realm. The scattered immortal realm consists of 9 tribulations, and having passed one, Yang Tianbao had now attained the first level of scattered immortality. Miaoyan Daoist looked at Yang Tianbao with envy. Such a magnificent golden elixir could surely withstand numerous tribulations. He could hardly fathom the cultivation method that the other party had mastered. Soon, the second heavenly tribulation descended, with a powerful thunder dragon enveloping the golden elixir, relentlessly striking and refining it. The golden elixir continued to rotate gently, absorbing the lightning power within the thunder dragon and further refining itself. The heavenly tribulation was not merely a trial, but also a fortuitous opportunity. As long as one could successfully navigate it, they could solidify their realm, enhance their foundation, and lay the groundwork for future cultivation. The second heavenly tribulation swiftly passed, and dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, with thunder rumbling incessantly. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth heavenly tribulations did not harm Yang Tianbao in the slightest. It was not until the final thunder dragon took shape that Yang Tianbao's expression turned serious. The 9th heavenly tribulation was the most formidable, and with the golden elixir now only the size of a fist, if he could not withstand this final trial, he risked facing annihilation. Nearby, Huang Hu felt an overwhelming sense of concern, while Miaoyan Daoist silently clicked his tongue in admiration. This companion, who had once listened to his teachings, had proven to be remarkably powerful. It seemed prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him rather than antagonize him. As the ninth heavenly tribulation descended, Yang Tianbao's expression finally grew grim, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. However, once the thunder dragon dissipated, his golden elixir had diminished to the size of an egg. Yet it shimmered with brilliance, having ascended to the ninth level of scattered immortality. The scattered immortal realm is divided into 9 levels. Having passed 9 tribulations, Yang Tianbao now stood as a 9th-level scattered immortal. As the calamity clouds dispersed in the sky, the golden elixir circled around his head before entering his purple mansion. The next step involved continuous refinement of the golden elixir, leading to its fragmentation and the emergence of his primordial spirit. At that point, he would reach the earth immortal realm. Miaoyan Dao smiled and said, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist, on your breakthrough to the 9th level of scattered immortality." Yang Tianbao replied with a grin, "Thank you for your protection. Fellow Daoist, if you do not mind, shall we discuss the Dao here?" Miaoyan Daoist's eyes brightened, and he eagerly responded, "Certainly. However, perhaps we should inform the surrounding practitioners to postpone for 3 months." Yang Tianbao understood the implication and nodded slightly. "As you wish." Turning to Huang Hu, he cheerfully instructed, "Go fetch some celestial peaches, my friend, and I will indulge in converse here." "Yes, my lord." Huang Hu quickly nodded and vanished from sight. Miaoyan Daoist recognized that Yang Tianbao's abode was not far from his own and refrained from further comment. However, this location was quite pleasant, with Miaoyan's Daoist temple and Peach Blossom Valley, both of which were innate Daoist sites. Yang Tianbao remarked, "My friend, let us first discuss the Dao and mutually validate our understanding of the cultivation issues that perplex us." Miaoyan Daoist nodded eagerly. In comparison to Yang Tianbao, he was merely a 3rd-level scattered immortal. The tribulations of scattered immortals were formidable, and not everyone could traverse 9 tribulations in one go like Yang Tianbao. Thereafter, the two engaged in a discussion of Daoist principles atop the mountain where the tribulations had occurred, with Miaoyan Daoist posing questions and Yang Tianbao providing answers. With his extraordinary intellect, Yang Tianbao swiftly resolved his companion's inquiries. Time flew, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Tianbao observed the arrival of hundreds of practitioners, some familiar and some unknown to them. Yang Tianbao, having broken through to the 9th level of scattered immortality, appeared as a formidable being, for none among them were scattered immortal experts on that day. Yang Tianbao sat at the mountain's summit and began to expound on the Dao in reality. He had devised a set of cultivation methods suitable for the masses in his mind and began to elucidate them. The human practitioners who had come to listen were astounded that Yang Tianbao was directly imparting cultivation techniques capable of leading to the scattered immortal realm, filling their hearts with joy. Those who received the teachings felt a deep sense of gratitude for having made the right decision to attend. After 9 days, Yang Tianbao ceased speaking, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. As these individuals practiced the methods he had taught, they would inevitably forge karmic ties with him, making it unlikely that they would refuse his future requests for assistance. Upon concluding his teachings, Yang Tianbao cupped his hands toward Miaoyan Daoist and said, "I have completed my discourse. I shall return to my cave abode now. Would you care to join me?" Miaoyan Daoist nodded slightly. "Naturally, I shall accompany you. We are neighbors and can visit often." Yang Tianbao also nodded in agreement, appreciating the presence of such a companion. With the teachings concluded, he could now return to the Peach Blossom Cave for further cultivation. Having been in this world for 17 years and practicing for the same duration, he had finally attained the realm of immortality, qualifying as a minor expert. Among the countless human cultivators, few could reach the scattered immortal realm. Now at the 9th level of scattered immortality, Yang Tianbao needed only to refine his abilities gradually to break through to the earth immortal realm without difficulty. The two quickly took flight. Leaving behind those practitioners who had come to listen, they remained to exchange insights on the Dao and to discuss the cultivation techniques. Although each practitioner possessed an excellent memory, they could not be entirely certain that their recollections were accurate. Hence the need for verification. Suddenly, Danyang Daoist proposed, "Dear friends, since we are all practicing the teachings of our predecessors, why not establish a sect here to support one another?" Upon hearing this, others were stirred. Danyang Daoist was no slouch. He had already broken through to the golden elixir realm. Had it not been for Yang Tianbao's recent teachings and the unveiling of this cultivation method, they might have been tempted to pursue the path of ghost immortals. Tai Xen Daoist suddenly interjected, "If we were to establish a sect, should we not designate the predecessor as our patriarch?" This suggestion was met with nods of agreement. Having a patriarch to shield them would be advantageous. However, a dilemma arose. What name should they attribute to the esteemed predecessor, and what title should be assigned? "Friends, if we were to establish a sect, what should we name it? We do not even know the predecessor's name." Indeed, even if they wished to honor the predecessor as their patriarch, they were unaware of his title. "What can we do? If only we had not forgotten the predecessor's name." That moment, a yellow tiger stealthily appeared behind them. "You wish to know the master's name? I can tell you." Danyang Daoist and the others turned quickly, recognizing the yellow tiger. Excitement flickered in their eyes as they recalled the tiger's identity. "We have met Lord Tiger. Might you enlighten us regarding the master's name?" "Yes, Lord Tiger. You see, we are also beneficiaries of the predecessor's kindness and wish to revere him as our patriarch." Indeed, Lord Tiger, please assist us." "Lord Tiger, we beseech you, establishing a sect in the very spot where the predecessor transcended would surely be a grand tale." The group led by Danyang Daoist pleaded, for this was their chance to receive Yang Tianbao's protection. The yellow tiger chuckled, "You wish to establish a sect. It's not impossible, but whether my master will accept it is uncertain. That said, I can tell you that my master's name is Yang Tianbao, and he resides in Peach Blossom Valley. You may name your sect Ling Tao." Danyang Daoist furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "How about Ling Tao sect? We can plant peach trees here, and when they flourish across the mountains, we can forge weapons from peach wood and blossoms, marking our future identity. What do you think?" His proposition met no objections. Although this place lacked peach trees, it was rich in innate spiritual energy. With the nurturing of this energy, it would not be long before they could cultivate Ling Tao trees. For those on the brink of achieving immortality, this was a trivial matter. However, for those who have just embarked on the path of cultivation, this is undoubtedly a splendid boon. Huang Hu chuckled, saying, "What significance does an ordinary peach tree hold?" "This is the seed of a superior postnatal spiritual root peach, which once planted can yield a medium-grade postnatal spiritual root. Consider it a gift from Tiger Lord." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a stir in their hearts, astonished that Huang Hu possessed such treasures. Given that the planting would result in a medium-grade postnatal spiritual root, the seed could indeed be cultivated further, ultimately producing inferior postnatal spiritual roots. Such resources would be of considerable benefit to cultivators like themselves. Although it may not lead to immediate enhancement of their cultivation, long-term consumption could alter one's aptitude, accumulate magical power, and nurture the spirit. Daoist Danyang promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Tiger Lord. Rest assured, we shall diligently develop the Ling Tao sect." Huang Hu nodded slightly, extending his paw to release a considerable number of peach seeds, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. This truly was a superior postnatal spiritual root. How many had Huang Hu cultivated to possess such an abundance of seeds? In truth, these postnatal spiritual roots posed no threat to Huang Hu. They merely accumulated energy within him, which he could refine during his cultivation. After all, he possessed the bloodline of the 12 zodiac animals, and the innate spiritual energy could assist in refining his bloodline, rendering it increasingly pure. Daoist Danyang counted the seeds, discovering there were 81 in total. If all were successfully cultivated, that would result in 81 medium-grade postnatal spiritual roots. Contemplating this, Daoist Danyang earnestly bowed to Huang Hu, expressing, "Thank you, Tiger Lord, for your support. I hope you will speak favorably of us before the elder, enabling us to gain their recognition sooner." Huang Hu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Rest assured, as long as you focus on your development, that if you manage to produce a few more celestial beings, Tiger Lord will bring you even greater benefits, such as superior postnatal spiritual roots." Upon hearing superior postnatal spiritual roots, the faces of the cultivators lit up with delight, for such roots could elevate the cultivation of celestial beings, superior postnatal spiritual roots bloom after 300 years. Bear fruit after another 300, and mature after yet another 300, accumulating a formidable amount of innate spiritual energy over 9 centuries. The fruits born from such roots would be immensely beneficial even to Earth immortals. Meanwhile, superior postnatal spiritual roots take 200 years to bloom, bear fruit, and mature, containing 600 years' worth of accumulated innate spiritual energy, sufficient for rapid enhancement of scattered immortals' cultivation. Medium-grade postnatal spiritual roots bloom after 100 years, bear fruit after another 100, and mature after yet another 100, allowing for consumption after 300 years, thus enhancing the cultivation of those below scattered immortals. Lastly, inferior postnatal spiritual roots bloom after 50 years, bear fruit after another 50, and mature after yet another 50, aiding in the cultivation of the realm of formulating methods and refining the spirit. Should they acquire superior postnatal spiritual roots, they need not worry about their status within the realm of scattered immortals. Though the teachings passed down by Yang Tianbao may not compare to the profound arts of the heavenly dry peach killing technique, they were still quite powerful, as long as they diligently cultivated. Overcoming a few tribulations would be no issue. With the addition of superior postnatal spiritual roots, they could certainly reach the advanced level of scattered immortals. Taoist Danyang solemnly assured, "Fear not, Tiger Lord. We shall not tarnish the elder's reputation." However, he inquired whether Huang, who was aware of the elder's title, for it would be inappropriate to address the elder by name. Huang, who felt somewhat uncomfortable, as naming was a challenging task for him. He had not even given himself a title. Residing in Peach Blossom Valley, he suggested, "How about calling me Peach Blossom Taoist? Taoist Tai Xi nodded an agreement. That could work. Perhaps we shall refer to you as Peach Blossom Scatterer." Huang replied affirmatively. "That seems fitting." Unbeknownst to Yang Tianbao, his title had been whimsically established by Huang Hu and the other cultivators. Taoist Danyang addressed those remaining, stating, "We are all disciples of the Peach Blossom ancestor, thus equals among ourselves. There are a total of 32 of us, the first generation of the Lingtao sect. What say you?" After Taoist Danyang spoke, only 32 remained, while humanity itself numbered just over 50. Others either had their own matters to attend to or had already established their own lineages, making it inappropriate for them to linger here. However, the 32 who chose to stay had formed a bond of fate. These 32 cultivators possessed varying levels of cultivation, including Taoist Danyang and Taoist Tai Xi at the Golden Core stage, along with 3 others at the same level, while the rest were below the Golden Core stage. The first generation of the Ling Tao sect, comprising 32 individuals, would have their ascension to the realm of scattered immortals dependent on their own fortunes. Although Yang Tianbao had imparted cultivation techniques to them, their progress ultimately relied on their own efforts. The others nodded in agreement, bowing 3 times toward the direction of Peach Blossom Valley to pay their respects to the ancestor AS for how they discerned the direction of Peach Blossom Valley. They had Huang Hu to guide them. After paying their respects, they began constructing Ling Tao Mountain and erecting palaces upon its slopes, for this would soon become their domain. To their surprise, while exploring the entirety of Ling Tao Mountain, they discovered a cave dwelling, which contained only a stone of transmission. The group exchanged bewildered glances, and Taoist Danyang picked up the stone to examine it. Divine abilities, Tao techniques, and texts of the way. "Thank you, Peach Blossom Ancestor." Regardless of whether these items had been left by the ancestor, he felt compelled to pay his respects. Upon hearing Taoist Danyang's words, the practitioners of the Ling Tao sect were filled with excitement. Astonished that their ancestor had bequeathed them such divine abilities, Tao techniques, and texts of the way. Divine abilities and Tao techniques were employed to protect the way, but the texts of the way were different. They contained treasures capable of deducing cultivation methods, proving immensely valuable to cultivators. Yang Tianbao had only managed to comprehend 1 divine ability and 5 Tao techniques through his own insights, lacking a wealth of such resources. Taoist Tai Xi hurriedly inquired, "How many divine abilities and how many techniques? Have the texts been memorized?" Taoist Danyang quickly nodded. Yes, I have memorized them. From now on, we shall recite the text daily and see if we can gain any insights from them. As for the techniques and divine abilities, there are 10 techniques and 3 divine abilities. Huang, who had already departed and was unaware of the events transpiring here. Otherwise, he would have exclaimed at the fortune of these individuals. In the Peach Blossom Cave, Yang Tianbao, observing the awakening of Miaoyun Daoist from her stupor, smiled. "Friend, this cave dwelling is quite splendid, is it not?" Miaoyun Daoist nodded in agreement. "Indeed, friend possesses great fortune and opportunity, having discovered such a remarkable place. However, my own dwelling is not lacking either. You must come and visit it sometime." Seeing Miaoyun Daoist brim with confidence, Yang Tianbao surmised that her dwelling undoubtedly contained many treasures. "Very well, I shall visit in due time. Come, let us dine and converse." With that, he picked up a peach and began to eat. Time flew by, and 5 years passed. Yang Tianbao stabilized his recently attained cultivation level while successfully refining 3 prohibitions within the Black Wind banner. Finally sensing its formidable power, simultaneously, he became aware of events concerning the Ling Tao sect. Yet to him, these matters held little significance. The emergence of the Ling Tao sect had greatly enhanced his fortunes. As long as the sect endured, he could continuously benefit from its auspices, which could be transformed into cultivation PowerPoint one day. While in secluded meditation, Yang Tianbao felt a restless agitation within his heart, prompting him to cease his practice. What could be the matter? Wait, the fortune is dissipating. This must pertain to the Ling Tao sect. Those individuals must indeed be my kin. Yet what actions have they taken for such a vast fortune to diminish? I must hasten to locate them. Over the past 5 years, Yang Tianbao had devised a method to track down his relatives based on the dispersal of fortune. Rising to his feet, he made his way outside. Huang Hu, who was lounging nearby, raised his head in confusion, glanced at Yang Tianbao, and then resumed his cultivation. He too had reached a certain limit, poised to soon break through to the realm of scattered immortals. He was practicing the cultivation method of the 12 heavenly stems, which was a legacy of the great Luo Golden Immortal. If he continued his practice diligently, he would undoubtedly reach the Golden Immortal realm. Yang Tianbao chuckled. "Tiger, you stay and cultivate in the cave. I have some matters to attend to outside, but I shall return shortly. Please keep an eye on Ling Tao Mountain." Huang, who raised his head once more and lazily nodded, "Yes, my lord." Yang Tianbao paid no heed to him and instantly soared out of the Peach Blossom Cave. As he emerged from the Peach Blossom Valley, he transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing into the horizon. Following the flow of fortune, Yang Tianbao advanced with remarkable speed. This primordial land was vast, especially before it had been shattered into fragments, making it immeasurably expansive. Despite his swiftness, it took nearly 2 years for Yang Tianbao to reach the location of the fortune's divergence. Looking down at the small town below, he sighed softly. 37 years old now. Having spent 24 years in this world, I am finally on the verge of fulfilling my predecessor's wish to find my kin. In a fleeting moment, he appeared just outside the town, unnoticed by the bustling passers-by. However, within the town, in a certain residence, a woman glanced in Yang Tianbao's direction, her eyes flickering with uncertainty as she pondered her thoughts. Guanjiankou. The name of this town was Guanjiankou, and Yang Tianbao stood momentarily stunned. Could it be? What a coincidence! Wait, my name is Yang Tianbao. I should have a younger brother named Yang Tianyu, should I? Good heavens, how could this be? No wonder the flow of fortune is so immense. It all makes sense now, but if that is the case, should I even enter? For a moment, Yang Tianbao hesitated, realizing that his brother might indeed be Yang Tianyu. And soon, celestial soldiers would be arriving. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Tianbao gritted his teeth and decided to proceed. He did not inquire with others, but simply followed the flow of fortune, quickly coming to a halt at the entrance of a grand estate. Inside the courtyard, a woman wore a troubled expression, taken aback that he had truly come for her. Just as she prepared to take action, Yang Tianbao sensed danger. With a swift realization of the situation, he knocked on the door and called out, "Is anyone home?" At this moment, making his presence known was prudent. Otherwise, he might face dire consequences. Though he possessed the 5-colored peach blossom miasma and the black wind banner, he certainly could not contend with the likes of Yuhua Xianzi. Upon hearing the call, Yuhua refrained from acting, fixating her gaze on the entrance. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a robust young boy standing not far from him. "Hey, mister, Who are you looking for? The boy appeared sturdy and lively, though he emanated faint energy waves, albeit chaotic. Yang Tianbao smiled and replied, "Young brother, I am searching for your father. Might you have heard of Yang Tianbao?" The boy pondered for a moment, then his eyes widened in astonishment. You are? Indeed, I am Yang Tianbao. May I request an audience with your father? The boy, now visibly excited, recalled that since he was old enough to understand, his father had harbored a lingering regret, the disappearance of his elder brother. Even now, his father often reminisced about his childhood. "Please wait. I shall fetch my father at once." The boy dashed into the courtyard to relay the news. The woman in the courtyard let out a sigh of relief, her demeanor softening considerably. Since he was family, there was nothing to worry about. Yang Tianbao felt the oppressive sense of danger dissipate, allowing him to breathe easier. The earlier tension had nearly overwhelmed him. Fearing that the woman might strike unexpectedly, as the sister of the Heavenly Emperor, she must possess at least celestial-level prowess. If she were to attack him, he would have no capacity for resistance. Before long, 5 figures appeared at the entrance, forming a family of 5, but the leader was a young man in his 30s. He appeared so youthful that he resembled someone in his 20s, showing no signs of aging. Upon observing the young man, who bore a resemblance to him, Yang Tianbao eagerly inquired, "Could it be Erlang?" His predecessor had always referred to the younger brother as Erlang during their time apart. Thus he had never considered that his brother might be Yang Tianyu. The young man gazed at Yang Tianbao with palpable excitement, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. Yang Tianbao chuckled, "So many years have passed. I never expected Erlang to have grown up and started a family." The young man embraced Yang Tianbao tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. "Brother, where have you been all these years? Did you know that when our parents departed, they constantly spoke of you, perhaps due to the emotions of his predecessor?" Yang Tianbao found himself equally stirred as he felt Yang Tianyu's embrace. He gently patted his back. "I have returned. I accidentally lost my way back then and have been searching for you all along. I never imagined I would return only to find that our parents are gone. I am unfilial." The woman beside them looked deeply at Yang Tianbao, her expression softening as she said with a smile, "Husband, should we invite your elder brother inside?" Yang Tianyu quickly released Yang Tianbao and grasped his arm, urging, "Come, brother, let's go inside and talk." Once inside the estate, Yang Tianbao was astonished to discover the abundant, innate spiritual energy in the courtyard. No wonder Yang Tianyu appeared so youthful. If the family were to cultivate here, they could attain immortality in just a few years, even without the aid of rare celestial treasures, as they settled in the hall. Yang Tianyu promptly introduced, "Brother, this is my wife, and these 3 are my children, Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan. This is my elder brother, Yang Tianbao." Yang Tianbao nodded at the 4, refraining from speaking first. Yuhua glanced at her husband and slightly bowed to Yang Tianbao, saying, "Greetings, elder brother." Yang Tianbao stepped back, quickly shaking his head. "Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formalities." At that moment, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He was not worthy of such reverence. Even a slight bow was beyond what a small celestial being like himself could bear. After all, she was the sister of the Heavenly Emperor, possessing at least celestial cultivation. Her bowing to him was something he couldn't withstand. Yang Jiao and the others quickly chimed, "We pay our respects to our uncle." Yang Tianbao hastened to help them up, smiling warmly. "Good children, you are all well-mannered. Please rise." He brought them up and presented 3 jade pendants, saying, "These are gifts from your uncle. I hope you will like them." These were protective amulets he had crafted during his leisure time, intended to safeguard his family once he found them. Yet now, it seemed these pendants might not provide much protection, considering the strength of those who sought their lives. Upon receiving the jade pendants, Yang Jiao and the others were elated. According to his recollection, his younger brother was 4 years his junior, making him 33 now. The 3 children before him were 14, 12, and 8 years old, respectively. This meant that the heavenly court would soon come for them. Instinctively, he cast a glance at Yuhua, quickly retracting his gaze. Yuhua sensed his apprehension, aware that her identity had been exposed, yet she chose not to elaborate. The 3 children joyfully adorned their necks with the pendants, overflowing with gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." Yang Tianbao smiled. "Seeing you all well brings me peace. I will be staying here for a while. I hope my younger brother and sister won't mind. He primarily sought Yuhua's approval, for it was likely she held sway over the household. If she were unwilling, his forceful presence would surely lead to dire consequences. Yuhua nodded slightly. Since elder brother has returned, he must stay here. After all, we are family. Yang Tanyu quickly added, Indeed, brother, now that you are back, do not leave again. You should stay with us. Yang Tianbao nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall remain for a time. Yuhua exhaled a sigh of relief. She feared Yang Tianbao might report her to the heavenly court, and she could not take action against him, being her husband's elder brother. Yang Tianbao transmitted a thought to Yuhua, sister-in-law. Guanjianku is certainly not a place for prolonged stay. You are of the heavenly court. The celestial laws prohibit relationships between immortals and mortals. You cannot linger here. But I have a question. Since immortals and mortals cannot be together, why not teach them cultivation? I see they have great potential. Yuhua paused in surprise at Yang Tianbao's thoughts and replied, I simply wish to accompany them and live an ordinary life that a century hence I shall naturally return. However, should they embark on cultivation, it is likely that the celestial realm will soon become aware of it. De Lang and Air Lang possess exceptional innate talents for cultivation, and I fear that they may find themselves at odds with the celestial realm, ultimately endangering their lives. Yang Tianbao furrowed his brow and inquired, Sister-in-law, have you considered your current whereabouts? Yinhua, being a perceptive individual, quickly grasped the implication and widened her eyes in realization. Elder brother, are you suggesting that this is the realm of humankind? That the celestial realm has no jurisdiction here? Yang Tianbao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is the primordial realm of humanity, distinct from the celestial realm, that if you do not wish to instruct them in cultivation, then we should proceed to Chaoga. Yunhua's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, Is it true that the imperial aura of Chaoga can truly conceal our presence? Yang Tianbao confirmed. At that point, even if you teach them cultivation, it would pose no issue. After all, they are of the human race and may cultivate within the imperial city of humanity. Currently, the human king reigns supreme. Even if the celestial realm is formidable, they would not dare to act recklessly in Chaoga. The previous generations of kings in the Great Shang were notably tyrannical, especially after King Wuding shot down the heavens, leading to a peak in the fortunes of the Great Shang. Yinhua nodded. Why did I not think of this? Very well, in that case, I shall speak to Tianyu this evening. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly, having no intention of allowing Yang Jian to join the Chan sect. Why should the pride of humanity assist the Chan sect in undermining the fortunes of their own race? Since the fall of the Great Shang, the fortunes of humanity have plummeted, allowing all sorts of entities to act with impunity within the realm of humanity. Yet that was a matter for 5 centuries hence. Although Yang Tianbao wished to preserve the fortunes of humanity, he understood that it was a confrontation between several great saints, beyond his capacity to counter. He breathed a sigh of relief, for if they did not agree, the ensuing complications would be troublesome. Fortunately, Yinhua consented, which made matters considerably easier. Yang Tianyu was aware of Yinhua's identity, and thus understood the situation to some extent. If they were discovered by the celestial realm, it would certainly create difficulties, as long as they could endure. Once the function began, many matters would become intricate. It was conceivable that Yang Tianyu's family could indeed evade calamity. After all, following the War of the Gods, the heavenly sovereign mysteriously vanished, transforming into the later Jade Emperor. What transpired during that time remains unknown. It is only understood that the Jade Emperor and the heavenly sovereign are not the same being, but rather one was sealed and pardoned by the function. Yet, Yang Tianbao had not contemplated whether, since the Jade Emperor was the one pardoned by the function, the celestial realm truly fell under his jurisdiction. Yang Tianbao did not dwell on such matters, as they bore no relevance to him. With these 5 centuries at his disposal, he was confident he could cultivate to great heights and possibly nurture 2 beings akin to war gods. After all, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian possessed immensely powerful physiques, their half-divine, half-human bodies rivaling those of the innate human race. Here, the term half-divine does not refer to the gods post-function, but to the innate deities, highlighting the formidable roots of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, making them exceptionally suited for cultivation. According to certain legends, Yang Jian had not cultivated for long, yet was already capable of parting mountains to rescue his mother. Thus, what heights might he achieve after 5 centuries of cultivation? Yang Tianbao felt a surge of enthusiasm, eager to impart cultivation knowledge upon them. However, he decided it was best to wait until they reached Chaoga. At that moment, Yinhua, the fairy, suddenly sent a message, asking, "Can the imperial aura of Chaoga truly shield our presence?" Yang Tianbao responded earnestly, "Indeed, it can. The human emperor stands on equal footing with the celestial emperor. Absent a compelling reason, the celestial realm would not dare to intrude upon the imperial capital of humanity. Even the celestial emperor would not risk offending the human emperor without necessity." Yinhua nodded slightly, recognizing the truth in his words. Currently, humanity indeed occupies the central stage of the earthly realm, with their fortunes flourishing. While the celestial realm remains powerful, it pales in comparison to the later prosperity. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not dare to oppose the human emperor. Very well. Then let us proceed to Chaoga. Yang Tianbao sighed in relief, as he had not contemplated bringing this family into his own domain. Although the 12 celestial stems grand formation is formidable and an innate array capable of concealing one's presence, Yang Tianbao felt uneasy. This is a world of primordial chaos, inhabited by 6 powerful saints. Alongside the enigmatic Hongjun Laozu, who transcends the saintly realm, who could ascertain whether their presence in his domain might be discovered. The safest location at present is indeed Chaoga, as long as they arrive there. The protective aura of humanity would deter the celestial realm from acting recklessly. Not to mention the celestial realm. Even saints would not dare to oppose the fortunes of humanity unless absolutely necessary. Yang Tianyu remained oblivious to the underlying tensions, continuing to share his experiences from the past years, omitting the fact that his wife was a celestial being. Yang Tianbao also recounted his own journey, including his path as a cultivator, though he refrained from disclosing the specifics of his own cultivation level. Upon hearing that Yang Tianbao was a cultivator, Yang Jiao and the others displayed a glimmer of excitement in their eyes, their hearts igniting with the desire to cultivate. Yang Tianbao noted their expressions with a slight smile. The cultivation methods he possessed were indeed suitable for them. Although they did not compare to the 9 transformations' profound art, he still held an unexamined transmission stone. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension, he could undoubtedly devise a technique akin to the 9 transformations' profound art, the celestial stem's peach blossom profound art, observing the enthusiasm of her 3 children. Yinhua felt her own heart stirred. Humanity currently stands as the focal point of the earthly realm, and with their half-divine bloodlines, their cultivation would yield remarkable results, promising limitless potential for future achievements. Should she choose to instruct them in cultivation, they would gain the means for self-preservation. As for Yang Tianyu, there was no need for concern. He was the reincarnation of a celestial golden boy. Although his cultivation was not high, once he regained his strength, he would undoubtedly break through to the celestial immortal realm. Everyone present harbored their own thoughts, and soon night fell. Yang Tianbao was settled into a guest room. Being a prominent family in the village, Yang Tianyu naturally had servants at his disposal. Sitting cross-legged, Yang Tianbao commenced the refinement of the 5-colored peach blossom miasma. He had already refined 3 prohibitions, and the 4th was nearing completion. Had it not been for the brevity of his cultivation time, he would have undoubtedly refined even more in the room occupied by Yang Tianyu and Yinhua. Yinhua wore a troubled expression as she gazed at Yang Tianyu. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, "My dear husband, if I were to lead you all away from Guanjinku, would you be willing?" Yang Tianyu was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. "My dear wife, has something happened?" Yinhua replied, "In truth, elder brother has already attained immortality. Although he is merely a lowly loose immortal, his strength is still formidable, and he has sensed my identity. To be cautious, elder brother conveyed to me a very safe location. Once we arrive there, we need not fear the celestial realm any longer." Yang Tianyu was momentarily stunned, astonished as he inquired, "Is there truly such a place in this world?" Yinhua nodded, explaining, "Currently, humanity occupies the central stage of the earthly realm, their fortunes flourishing if we could move to Chaoga, enveloped in the imperial aura, we would undoubtedly have nothing to fear from the celestial realm. Yang Tianyou's heart soared with joy as he exclaimed, "Excellent! If that is the case, let us move as a family to Chaoga, unafraid of celestial pursuit, to remain together." He paused, realizing, but wait, you are a celestial being. Can you reside in Chaoga? Would it pose any risk for you? Seeing her husband's anxious demeanor, Yinhua smiled reassuringly. "My dear, I am a celestial being, not a demon, as long as I do not engage in actions that threaten humanity. All shall be well." With that, she playfully rolled her eyes, igniting Yang Tianyou's enthusiasm as he turned to embrace her. Meanwhile, Yang Jiao and the others lay awake, astonished that after all these years, they had discovered a cultivator uncle. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, as none of them were particularly docile. The desire to cultivate was entirely natural. However, they were uncertain how to broach the subject with Yang Tianbao, given that this uncle was a recent acquaintance and not yet familiar to them. A sleepless night passed, and the next day, they awoke without the telltale dark circles under their eyes, a testament to their robust physiques, continuously nourished by the spiritual energy within. The following morning, after breakfast, the family gathered in the dining hall, and Yang Tianyou spoke up. "Elder brother, and to Jiao, Jinner, and Shaner, we are about to move. We shall relocate to the imperial city of humanity, Chaoga. What are your thoughts?" Yang Tianbao smiled and replied, "Chaoga is the very heart of humanity, a place of immense prosperity. It is undoubtedly a good choice." The three siblings displayed expressions of longing, particularly upon hearing Yang Tianbao's description of the bustling vibrancy of the place. "Uncle, is Chaoga truly as prosperous as you say?" "Indeed, we have never been there before. We have never departed from Guanjinku. Might uncle share tales of Chaoga with us?" Yang Tianbao chuckled and replied, "Ha ha ha. No need to rush. No need to rush. I shall regale you with stories of Chaoga once we arrive. This is a narrative steeped in the Primordial era, as historically, the Great Shang dynasty shifted its capital several times. We cannot afford to change it multiple times again, so henceforth, let us regard Chaoga as the capital of the Shang." Yang Jiao and the others nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Yang Tianbao inquired, "Do you know how long it takes to travel from Guanjinku to Chaoga?" Although he had never ventured to Chaoga, Yinhua, being a celestial being, should possess such knowledge. Yinhua smiled and said, "If we travel at Big Brother's pace, we shall arrive in no more than 3 months." The implication was clear. With the cultivation level of a 9-fold loose immortal, one could reach Chaoga in merely half a month. Yang Tianbao nodded. It was indeed not far. Judging by his own pace, it would take him at most 2 months, as he was no ordinary 9-fold loose immortal. Suddenly, Yinhua asked, "Big Brother, your cultivation level should be commendable." No. This question was clearly rhetorical. She aimed to let the others in the family know the specifics of Yang Tianbao's cultivation. Yang Tianbao slightly nodded and said, "Not long ago, I transcended the 9-fold heavenly tribulation and have reached the realm of 9-fold loose immortal. Not far from becoming an earth immortal." Yinhua gazed deeply at Yang Tianbao. Achieving the status of 9-fold loose immortal at the age of 37 was indeed rare, especially for someone of the celestial lineage. It seemed that this elder brother possessed considerable talent and great fortune. His intention to first mention the distance and then inquire about cultivation was to observe which of the children could discern something. Understanding his meaning, Yang Tianbao cast his gaze towards the 3 children and noted that Yang Jian appeared contemplative. Truly, he was destined to become the god of war in the heavenly court. With thoughts far more intricate than ordinary folk, Yang Tianyou remarked, "Just in time, we have prepared the items we wish to take. We can set off now." He feared that lingering too long might invite unforeseen complications, as the heavenly court could arrive at any moment. Yang Tianbao nodded, and the black wind banner appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he enveloped Yang Tianyou and the others within it. Escape! Yang Tianbao swiftly burrowed underground, unhesitatingly heading toward Chaoga to avoid detection by the heavenly court. Yinhua and the others refrained from dispersing the servants in their residence. Unbeknownst to anyone, they departed from Guanjinku, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. With Yang Tianbao's black wind banner concealing their movements, and with the imminent arrival of the great calamity of the gods, many powerful beings were unable to foresee their actions. In truth, Yang Tianyu's family was indeed under the machinations of someone with ulterior motives. However, Yang Tianbao's return had gone unnoticed. Over the years, those who monitored Yinhua had long since relaxed their vigilance. Otherwise, they would certainly have taken action upon Yang Tianbao's arrival. Unfortunately for them, their complacency allowed Yang Tianbao to lead his family away. Because Yinhua refrained from using her divine powers, those who were surveilling them were entirely unaware of the situation. It was not until 2 months later that someone finally sensed something amiss to the west of Guanjinku. A young man, his countenance grim, fixated upon the Yang family's mansion, his expression darkening. Simultaneously, individuals in the southeast, northeast, and northwest bore equally troubled visages. Under their watchful eyes, Yinhua had led her family to escape, and now they could not even locate them. Although their cultivation levels were not particularly high, they had reached the pinnacle of true immortals. If Yinhua had departed, they would have felt her fluctuations in divine energy. Given that Yunhua's strength was only marginally superior to theirs and did not reach the golden immortal level, they pondered. What shall we do? She has escaped. We must report this immediately. This matter is beyond our control. Indeed, the four agreed and transformed into a streak of light, soaring westward. Meanwhile, Yang Tianbao swiftly advanced with Yang Tianyu and his family, indulging in celestial peaches and fruits whenever hunger struck, even though he possessed little aside from the celestial peaches. However, as the sister of the heavenly emperor, Yinhua had an abundance of valuable items. Since Yang Tianbao planned to impart cultivation techniques and replenish their spiritual energy, laying a solid foundation, consuming more spiritual fruits would greatly benefit their future training, despite the innate spiritual energy that filled their previous residence. One day, Yang Tianbao halted outside Chaoga City. Before him stood the imperial city of the human race, a convergence of their fortunes. Within Chaoga City, one could not freely employ their powers unless they were of the human race. Yet, as a member of the human race, one must hold a deep reverence for the human emperor. Naturally, they would pause outside the royal city. Yang Tianbao waved the flag in his hand, and Yang Tianyu and the others appeared beside him. Gazing upon the enormous city before them, Yang Jiao and the others could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Having never ventured beyond Guanjinku, they were utterly taken aback. Even Yang Tianbao was astonished. No wonder it was said to be the Primordial era. The human race's imperial city, Chaoga, was so vast that its towering walls reached hundreds of meters high, stretching beyond the horizon. Yinhua, however, displayed little astonishment, as although Chaoga was grand, it paled in comparison to the heavenly court. Yang Tianbao surveyed Chaoga at this moment, a smile gracing his face. The Shang dynasty had recently established itself, and the aura of fortune was thick. Coupled with the impending great calamity of the gods, it would be nearly impossible for the heavenly court to uncover the whereabouts of Yang Tianyu's family. Even if they did, what could they do? Would they dare to venture into Chaoga to capture Yang Tianyu's family? Until the fall of the Shang, no immortal would dare to act recklessly within the human race's imperial city. Yang Tianbao exclaimed. All right, let us enter the city. Yang Tianyu and the others nodded and followed closely behind Yang Tianbao as they made their way into Chaoga City. Upon reaching the city gate, soldiers halted their progress. Halt! Who goes there? Present your identification. Since they intended to visit Chaoga, they had naturally come prepared, and Yang Tianyu's family promptly produced their identification. The guard nodded and said, From Guanjinku? What brings you to Chaoga? Yang Tianyu hastily replied, Our family has long admired the prosperity of Chaoga and the great king. We have saved some money and come to settle in Chaoga City. Catch even a distant glimpse of the great king would bring us immense satisfaction. The guard chuckled and said, You speak truthfully. I've seen the king once, and he is indeed majestic. Very well, you may enter. And who might you be? Yang Tianbao quickly introduced himself. I am Yang Tianbao, a cultivator who has dwelled in the deep mountains for years and possessed no identification. However, they're my younger brother, sister-in-law, and my nieces and nephews who can testify to my identity. That, of course, there are many cultivators in the Shang who can also recognize my human lineage. The guard nodded. Indeed, follow me. I will register you, he continued. If you wish to settle here, you must possess an identity token. Without it, you cannot remain in Chaoga City for long. Yang Tianbao nodded. That is acceptable. They shall reside in Chaoga City, while I, as a cultivator, cannot linger in the royal city. The guard replied, You are different. You will accompany me to the worship hall for registration if you wish to move freely in Chaoga City. Yang Tianbao quickly nodded. Thank you, General. This is the imperial city of the human race, a place where one cannot act with impunity. Swiftly following the guard, they entered the city of Chaoga, where someone accompanied Yang Tianbao and others to register. The guard personally led Yang Tianbao towards the Hall of Offerings. This hall is dedicated to the 3 ancestral sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, and it is inhabited by practitioners of the human lineage. Upon entering, Yang Tianbao was awestruck by the innate spiritual energy present. He furrowed his brow, astonished beyond measure. Not only was there abundant innate spiritual energy, but also the fortuitous aura of the human race, which could significantly accelerate the cultivation speed. The guard brought Yang Tianbao to a side hall, where an elderly man sat cross-legged, a table set before him. Yang Tianbao was utterly astonished. The aura emanating from the elder was immensely powerful, undoubtedly possessing the cultivation of a true immortal. Due to his practice of the celestial peach demonic arts, Yang Tianbao himself was quite formidable. Typically, beings of the earth immortal realm would not exert such overwhelming pressure, indicating that this elder must possess at least the cultivation of a true immortal. The fact that such a powerful being was merely a registrar left Yang Tianbao in awe of the Hall of Offerings' profound depth. With great reverence, the guard said, I present to you, Elder Xianming. This is the newly arrived practitioner in Chaoga City. I have brought him to register. The elder, casting a glance at Yang Tianbao, replied nonchalantly, From where do you hail? And who is your master? He paid no heed to the guard, well aware of his intentions, which were merely to seek him as a mentor. Elder Xianming was disinclined, for he deemed the talent of this individual to be rather lacking. Yang Tianbao quickly responded, I humbly report to the elder, I am Yang Tianbao, an independent cultivator without a fixed sanctuary. Xianming nodded slightly. It was indeed common to see numerous independent cultivators among the vast population of the human race. Unlike them, those individuals had established masters that, my friend, you are at the 9th level of the scattered immortal realm. Would you consider joining the Hall of Offerings? We have great beings imparting teachings every 100 years. Yang Tianbao hesitated. He yearned to hear the teachings of the great beings of the human race, yet he had never contemplated joining the Hall of Offerings. Noticing his indecision, Xianming chuckled. Fear not, you will not be confined here, and you cannot enter the core. This statement was clear. Yang Tianbao could join the Hall of Offerings but would not become a core member, merely an external one that naturally. Yang Tianbao agreed, promptly expressing, Thank you, Elder. I am accustomed to freedom. I shall take some time to contemplate. The allure of listening to the teachings of great beings was too enticing, should he have the opportunity to hear their discourses. He could refine the celestial peach demonic arts and elevate it to a higher realm. Although he possessed ample cultivation methods, even a stone of enlightenment yet to be explored, the chance to hear the great beings was one that no one would pass up. Thus, Yang Tianbao found himself deeply conflicted. Xianming smiled and said, There's no need for such trepidation. Should you decide, you may join the Hall of Offerings in truth, Yang Tianbao's apprehension did not stem from joining the hall, but rather from the impending divine war. Although it remained unclear why the Hall of Offerings had not engaged in battle, its current strength was undeniable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Tianbao inquired, Elder, could you enlighten me on the benefits and obligations of joining the Hall of Offerings? Xianming nodded with satisfaction. You are quite astute. Rest assured, we cultivators do not harbor excessive reservations. Ask whatever you wish. The benefits include the opportunity to hear the teachings of great beings, rewards in the form of celestial fruits and elixirs. Should you make significant contributions, you may also receive spiritual treasures and even innate spiritual roots, as for the obligations. They naturally involve addressing the monstrous threats surrounding the great cities of the Shang, as well as dealing with the self-important celestial beings. Ultimately, it is about safeguarding our human race from calamities. Yang Tianbao nodded. Under these circumstances, joining the Hall of Offerings seemed entirely feasible. The hall venerates the three ancestral sovereigns, the three emperors and the five emperors. Thus it might be that during the Divine War, it would be shielded. Regardless, the current Hall of Offerings was indeed a safe haven, although he did not lack resources. He yearned for spiritual treasures and the chance to hear the teachings of great beings. Suddenly, Yang Tianbao stated, "Elder, I wish to join the Hall of Offerings." In that moment, he realized the futility of hiding away in the Peach Blossom Cave. Joining the Hall of Offerings now seemed entirely viable. With the great beings of the hall present, a mere ninth-level scattered immortal like himself would certainly not be targeted. Moreover, as a member of the human race, addressing the surrounding monstrous threats, celestial issues, and natural disasters was within his capabilities. Reflecting on the future, he envisioned the fate of a human race in Chaoga City, where they might be reduced to mere tools providing incense to the celestial court. Yang Tianbao knew he lacked the power to influence the Divine War, but could still contribute in whatever capacity he could. Xianming smiled and explained, "Very well, our Hall of Offerings is divided into external and internal halls, further categorized into 3 tiers. The lowest tier is the external third, consisting of unascended beings, scattered immortals, and earth immortals, while the internal 3 tiers comprise true immortals, celestial immortals, and golden immortals. However, this is not a hierarchy of superiority. It merely reflects the variations in remuneration and responsibilities every 10 years. Upon joining the Hall of Offerings, unless you enter seclusion, you will need to complete a task every 10 years, which you may claim at that time. Of course, you may also choose not to complete it. In such a case, your offerings would be forfeited." Yang Tianbao quickly asked, "Will this affect my ability to listen to teachings?" Xianming shook his head. "It will not affect your opportunity to hear the teachings. This is a benefit for members of the Hall of Offerings." Yang Tianbao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it did not interfere with his purpose of listening to teachings, he was satisfied. After all, his primary aim was to absorb knowledge, and the resources were of little concern to him. Xianming produced a jade token and handed it to Yang Tianbao, saying, "This is your identity token. From this moment forth, you are a second-tier member of the external hall of the Hall of Offerings. You may independently review your tasks or any other matters using this token." Yang Tianbao's eyes sparkled. Such an advanced item. Upon examining it and confirming its utility, he was filled with delight. The token served 2 purposes: to accept and submit tasks, with no other capabilities. However, all second-tier tasks from the Hall of Offerings would be displayed on this token for him to choose from. Xianming continued, "Now that you are a second-tier member, you may claim a residence in Chaoga City. Would you like to?" Yang Tianbao's eyes lit up, and he quickly inquired, "Elder, how spacious is the residence? My family is quite large." Xianming paused for a moment, asking, "Are they also practitioners?" Yang Tianbao shook his head. "I intend to teach them cultivation." Xianming smiled. "Indeed, it is only fitting. When one attains enlightenment, even their pets rise in status." He added, "I can provide you with a residence suitable for accommodating over 10 people. Would that suffice?" Yang Tianbao was elated, replying, "Thank you, Elder, I would certainly like that." Initially contemplating purchasing a house in Chaoga City, it now seemed unnecessary. Xianming retrieved a roster and inquired earnestly, "Have you made your decision? Do you truly wish to join our Hall of Offerings?" Yang Tianbao replied earnestly, "Yes, Elder, I choose to join the Hall of Offerings." Xianming took out a register and inscribed Yang Tianbao's name within. With a drop of blood upon the name, Yang Tianbao did not hesitate to let his blood fall onto the page, and his expression brightened with joy. A thread of the imperial city's human fortune unexpectedly infused itself into him. Yang Tianbao felt the surge of mana within him, rapidly circulating as his golden core spun vigorously. Coupled with his practice of the celestial peach demonic arts, his physical form began to enhance as well. Xianming observed this scene, a smile gracing his features. The infusion of fortune signified a potential breakthrough, a tremendous opportunity indeed. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding innate spiritual energy began to converge continuously, swiftly entering Yang Tianbao's body. Yang Tianbao felt a profound clarity as the mana within him expanded, the golden core growing larger, yet simultaneously being compressed. Until, at a certain moment, the golden core within him erupted with a resounding crack. Within Yang Tianbao's body, the golden elixir fractured, revealing an infant the size of a fist. This was the Yuan. This realm could already be considered akin to that of an earth immortal. However, he had yet to transcend the three tribulations, and thus the Yuan had not fully transformed into the Yuan Shan. The emergence of this fist-sized Yuan brought a smile to Yang Tianbao's face at this moment. In terms of his physical form, he was no weaker than an earth immortal. Having reached the first level of the earth immortal realm, he could extend his lifespan by 5,000 years, now able to live for nearly 10 millennia. At just 37 years of age, Yang Tianbao was granted the prospect of an almost eternal existence. With his cultivation breakthrough, he felt immense joy and bowed to the Xianming elder, saying, "Thank you, esteemed senior." The Xianming elder shook his head, replying, "No need for such formalities, since you have attained the earth immortal realm. You are now a member of the outer hall. Please hand over your identity jade token." Yang Tianbao promptly presented the identity jade token he had just received, and the Xianming elder exchanged it for another, which he handed back. The different levels of identity jade tokens would correspond to varying tasks, which you will come to understand in due time. Yang Tianbao nodded earnestly, saying, "Understood. Thank you." Esteemed senior, as he received the identity jade token, he felt a surge of human vitality coursing through him, which filled him with elation. With such fortune, his cultivation would undoubtedly progress swiftly. Subsequently, the Xianming elder assigned a residence to Yang Tianbao, a modest courtyard capable of accommodating more than 10 individuals, which greatly satisfied him. This was the capital of the human race, bustling with activity, where every inch of land was precious. Although it was not lacking in gold and silver treasures, finding a decent residence was exceedingly difficult. Now that he had joined the Hall of Offerings, all his concerns were alleviated. The Xianming elder remarked, "You may choose a cave dwelling outside the Hall of Offerings. Here is the distribution map." The black spots indicate unoccupied dwellings. Yang Tianbao's spirits lifted at this. The Hall of Offerings was indeed a splendid place, rich in human vitality and abundant in innate spiritual energy, making it an ideal location for cultivation. Without hesitation, he inquired, "Might I ask for your guidance, esteemed senior?" The Xianming elder chuckled. "The spiritual energy is denser the closer you are to the royal palace." Yang Tianbao, filled with excitement, pointed to a cave dwelling and declared, "I shall take this one." The Xianming elder noted it down, and with a wave of his hand, the corresponding light point turned red. "Very well. This shall be your dwelling from now on. Remember to contribute to the human race. Your rewards shall be plentiful." Yang Tianbao quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall take my leave now." The Xianming elder nodded. "Go ahead." He then turned his gaze towards the guard, saying lightly, "Very well. In light of your sincerity, I shall grant you this item. If you manage to achieve something noteworthy, you may join the Hall of Offerings." The guard was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Yes, thank you, esteemed senior." Yang Tianbao glanced at him, noting his mediocre talent, and chose not to dwell further. As they exited the Hall of Offerings together, the guard bowed slightly to Yang Tianbao and said, "Esteemed senior, please allow me to escort you to your courtyard." Yang Tianbao nodded. "Certainly. I wonder how my family is faring." The guard slapped his forehead, slightly embarrassed, and said, "Esteemed senior, please do not worry. Follow me." He then led Yang Tianbao in another direction. Soon, Yang Tianbao spotted the Yang Tianyu family, a smile blooming on his face. "How are you? Did those officials cause you any trouble?" Yang Tianyu shook his head. "The officials of Chaoga City are quite amiable and have not troubled us. However, we are uncertain where we should go next. I have inquired and learned that houses within Chaoga City are quite expensive. Although we are not short on gold and silver treasures, finding a decent residence here is impossible." Yang Tianbao replied with a smile, "I have joined the Hall of Offerings and been assigned a small courtyard, which is more than sufficient for our family." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianyu let out a sigh of relief. Content that they could settle down, the guard chimed in, "I will first take you to see the courtyard. I have patrol duty shortly." Yang Tianbao quickly responded, "Thank you, General." Under the guard's guidance, they reached a small courtyard not far from the royal palace in Chaoga City. "This is your new home. This area is designated for the families of the Hall of Offerings, conveniently located near the royal palace, so you may reside here with peace of mind." Yang Tianbao smiled. Thank you, General. These dozen or so spirit fruits should be sufficient for you to complete your foundation establishment. I hope you will not find them lacking. As he spoke, he produced several celestial peaches and placed them directly into the guard's hands. The guard's face brightened at the sight of the celestial peaches. Thank you, esteemed senior. Thank you. This was indeed a delightful surprise. He had originally intended to cultivate a good rapport with Yang Tianbao, hoping for his guidance and cultivation, that he never anticipated that Yang Tianbao would directly provide him with resources to complete his foundation establishment and attain the condensed law realm. The guard was well aware of the significance of cultivation realms. Completing the foundation establishment and condensing 1's magical power marked the true beginning of 1's journey as a cultivator. At that point, he could join the Hall of Offerings, ensuring a steady supply of resources and guidance in his cultivation journey. The guard hesitated for a moment before saying, Esteemed senior, I am Li Yuanlong, that if there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to command. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly. Understood. I will remember. As Li Yuanlong departed, Yang Tianbao observed his retreating figure, a contemplative glimmer passing through his eyes. Yinhua then spoke up. Are we safe now? Yang Tianbao nodded. Indeed, we are now safe. You may begin teaching them to cultivate. This was the royal city, a convergence of human vitality, and they were all of the human race, so cultivation would pose no issue. However, one must not casually wield magical power. As you know, this is the royal city of the human race. And you are a celestial being. Yinhua nodded. I am well aware of that. You need not worry. Yang Jiao and the others listened to their conversation, disbelief etched upon their faces as they turned to Yinhua. Mother, you too are a cultivator. Is this for real? Our mother, who has lived with us for so long, is actually a celestial being. Mother, can you teach me to cultivate? Yinhua smiled. Teaching you to cultivate is not out of the question. But my cultivation method is not suitable for you. You should ask your uncle. She regarded Yang Tianbao with a knowing smile, as though she could see through him. Yang Tianbao hastily remarked, teaching you to cultivate is certainly feasible. But my cultivation method isn't suitable for Choner. What do you think? Yinhua nodded. I shall impart Choner's cultivation method, while the others' methods will be yours to teach. Yang Tianbao agreed. That works, but I will need to revise the cultivation methods for Jiaoer and Jianer, as their physiques are of a semi-divine nature. Yinhua appeared somewhat surprised, her gaze turning towards Yang Tianbao. Are you suggesting you will revise the methods? Have you derived your own cultivation methods? Yang Tianbao affirmed. Indeed, my entry into the Tao was sparked by listening to others expound on it. After a few repetitions, I deduced a cultivation method. Later, I acquired several pieces of transmission stones and further refined the current methods. Upon hearing this, Yinhua couldn't help but regard him with newfound admiration. In no wonder he had managed to cultivate to the 9th level of the Scatter Immortal Realm at such a young age. He was indeed exceptionally gifted. After a moment, Yang Tianyu asked, shall we go inside to take a look? Yang Tianbao and Yinhua paused, then broke into laughter. Yes, we should check inside first. If we find anything lacking, we can purchase it later. The 6 of them enter the courtyard, discovering it to be spacious enough to accommodate more than 10 people, with several main rooms. Yinhua examined the structure of the house, feeling quite satisfied. Yang Jiao and the others shared her sentiment. Although it could not compare to their home at Guanjinku, this was the royal city of the human race, and it was indeed a good residence. Yang Tianbao smiled and asked, are you all satisfied? Hurry and choose your rooms. The crowd turned their gaze towards Yang Tianbao, implying that he should make the first choice. After all, this was Yang Tianbao's residence, and they could not act so indiscreetly. Yang Tianbao waved his hand and said, feel free to choose for yourselves. I have a cave dwelling in the offering hall, and I can reside anywhere. Please don't stand on ceremony with me. Yang Tianyu smiled and, accompanied by his family, began selecting their rooms. They intentionally left the main house untouched, which left Yang Tianbao speechless. However, he said nothing, since they had chosen this course of action. He would not interfere. In the west, at Mount Shumi, upon hearing the report from the 4, the expression of the Taoist Junie darkened. They had actually lost track of someone, and upon his recent investigation, he had found no trace of the fairy Yinhua. Few possess the ability to conceal heavenly secrets in this world, especially in a manner so elusive that he could not discern it. Jian looked at Jian and sighed. "Brother, our plans have failed. Someone has obscured their aura. I could not foresee it." Jian nodded slightly. To be able to quietly take them away indicates a formidable opponent. Coupled with the impending calamity of heaven and earth, the aura of disaster is too dense for me to gauge anything. Jian, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that their scheme had indeed faltered. Jian calmly remarked, "It is not entirely a failure. You should inform the heavenly court about Yunhua." Jian was taken aback, but soon his heart leaped with joy, vanishing in an instant. "Thank you for your guidance, brother." Before long, news regarding the fairy Yunhua reached the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor was furious, yet no matter how he searched, he could not find her whereabouts, even employing his treasured Haotian mirror. Unfortunately, Yunhua had already entered the human realm's imperial city of Chaoga. Beyond his reach, the heavenly emperor sighed in relief. As long as she could not be found, there remained hope. Surely, he could not punish Yunhua based merely on some rumors. Subsequently, he dispatched a great army to suppress the immortals who had spread the gossip. Restoring tranquility to the heavenly court, Jian observed that the heavenly emperor was quite astute. With this approach, no one would dare to speak of it, and after a while, the matter would naturally fade away. At this time, the heavenly court was indeed united. The heavenly emperor's commands carried great authority, and Jian did not dare to provoke him lightly. Although he was a saint, the heavenly emperor was no less formidable. While he lacked the rank of a saint, he was an accomplished primordial golden immortal. And in a true confrontation, the outcome was uncertain that a saint is merely a rank, embodying one's essence within the heavenly path, allowing for immortality. Even if slain, one could be resurrected through the essence in the heavenly path. Essentially, they were akin to primordial golden immortals, but the latter could wield the powers of the heavenly path, which was indeed powerful. If certain primordial experts possessed formidable treasures, it was not impossible for them to kill a saint outright. Jian's wariness of the heavenly emperor stemmed from the assistance of the Yaoqi Golden Mother, along with the backing of the mighty Hongjun Daozu. Alas, it seems fortune favored them this time. Jian retreated. In the heavenly court, the heavenly emperor's gaze turned icy. How dare anyone scheme against his sister? This was tantamount to courting death. The concept of sealing the gods intrigued him. Thus, he decided to involve himself, hoping they could withstand the repercussions. With a thought, a strand of his essence detached and instantly merged into a nearby stone. The stone of reincarnation. Thankfully, he had not relinquished it back in the day. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for this fragment of essence to reincarnate. Long ago, the Hoodoo had transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the heavenly emperor had intended to send the reincarnation stone to her. However, at that moment, he was in the Zixiao Palace and could not leave without the orders of Hongjun Daozu. Under such circumstances, the reincarnation stone remained in his possession, and now it was being utilized. The reincarnation stone could be employed for rebirth. As the heavenly emperor, a fragment of his essence could reincarnate without consuming the Mengpa soup, retaining its current memories. However, he did not intend to allow this reincarnated self to cultivate. He sought to undergo trials. After several cycles of reincarnation, once his aura had dissipated, he could then participate in the calamity of sealing the gods. With this thought, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Anyone who plotted against him would have to pay the price. For the time being, this matter remained quiet. After Yang Tianbao and the others selected their rooms, he imparted the current Tiangong, Tao Sha Xian Gong, to Yang Tianyu, that he then entrusted his cultivation to the fairy Yunhua and entered the cave, dwelling within the offering hall, where he would deliberate on the cultivation techniques for Yang Jiao and the others. When he entered the cave, he was astounded by the scene before him. The entire cave was an expansive space, rich in innate spiritual energy, roughly equivalent to 10 football fields in size. Not only that, but the center of the cave, there was a vast spiritual pool filled with liquid innate spiritual energy, making cultivation there exceptionally efficient. Though this cave did not surpass his own Peach Blossom Cave, it was not far behind. Yang Tianbao was quite satisfied with such a cave. He had not anticipated that the human race's offering hall would be so grand. Whoever said the primitive human race lacked powerful beings? The state of the offering hall was clear evidence that there were indeed many strong individuals among them, albeit none at the pinnacle of power. Yang Tianbao sat cross-legged and began to organize the cultivation techniques swirling his mind. The technique he was devising this time was exceedingly domineering, as it needed to be suitable for the half-deity physiques of Yang Jiao and the others. Ordinary techniques would indeed be too meager. The 9 transformations, Xian Gong, and the 8-9 Xian Gong were both commendable, yet he did not possess them. Otherwise, that technique would also suit the two of them. Gradually, this new technique took shape, primarily focusing on body refinement, with the nurturing of the primordial spirit as a secondary consideration, perfectly aligning with their half-deity constitutions. Time swiftly passed, and another year had gone by. At the Yang residence, Yang Tianyu and Yang Chan had successfully established their foundations, cultivating their magical powers, while only Yang Jiao and Yang Jian continued to hone their bodies that a year later. Yang Tianbao concluded his meditation and emerged, his face radiant with celestial splendor. His cultivation had not increased significantly, yet his method had become much more refined. Upon returning to the Yang residence, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, who were busy refining their bodies, were overjoyed. "Uncle, you have emerged from seclusion. Uncle, can you teach us to cultivate now?" Seeing their excitement, Yang Tianbao nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have comprehended the most suitable cultivation technique for you, which can carry you up to the early stage of the celestial realm." Fairy Yinhua stepped forward and remarked, "A technique capable of reaching the celestial realm is already quite impressive, especially one tailored for the two of them. Brother, are you in need of cultivation techniques? If so, I have several that can elevate you to the golden immortal realm. As a deity of the heavenly court, Yinhua, with her special status, naturally had access to excellent cultivation techniques. Yang Tianbao certainly needed them. Had he not struggled to find a technique that could elevate him to the golden immortal realm, he could have undoubtedly advanced the Tiangong, Tao Sha Xian Gong to that level. I am in dire need. Thank you, sister-in-law." Fairy Yunhua casually conjured several stones of transmission and handed them to Yang Tianbao. In turn, Yang Tianbao also materialized 2 stones of transmission, inscribed with the techniques he had devised. "This is a technique suitable for your cultivation. Place it on your forehead and concentrate your thoughts to access it. The technique is nameless. You may choose a name for it later." Yang Jiao and Yang Jian accepted the stones, their eyes gleaming with delight. "Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle." Over the past year, their father and sister had cultivated magical powers, while they had remained focused on body refinement. Yet they knew that as long as they possessed a cultivation method, they could cultivate magical powers anytime and anywhere. Being of half-deity physique, they were essentially at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation and required no further refinement. Eagerly, the two began to explore the stones of transmission, the techniques seamlessly integrating into their minds. Sitting cross-legged, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian commenced their cultivation. Their strength had long reached the might of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. As they cultivated, magical powers began to manifest within them, rapidly refining their physical forms. Yang Tianbao waved his hand, summoning a 5-colored peach blossom mist that enveloped the two. He then crushed several celestial peaches, creating a dense aura of innate spiritual energy. After completing these tasks, Yang Tianbao shook his head. "They are too reckless. However, with their constitutions, it is likely they will soon break through to the scattered immortal realm." The fairy of Yinhua nodded gently and said, "Indeed, thank you, elder brother." Yang Tianbao waved his hand and replied, "All right, let's wait here for now. We shall discuss matters once they have completed their cultivation. Tianyu, how has your training been of late?" Yang Tianyu smiled and responded, "Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I am on the verge of breaking through to the realm of divine refinement." Yang Chan quickly added, Me too. They lacked resources for cultivation, and with so many years of tempering their bodies with innate spiritual energy, their levels of cultivation were undoubtedly impressive. Yang Tianbao chuckled as he ruffled her hair and said, "Our Chaner is truly remarkable. You must cultivate diligently. Once you achieve the status of a true immortal, your uncle will gift you a treasure." Yang Chan's eyes sparkled, and she hastily inquired, "Uncle, is that true?" Yang Tianbao nodded affirmatively. It is certainly true. He was confident that by the time she broke through to the true immortal realm, he himself would have already ascended to the celestial immortal realm that time. Any magical artifacts he casually crafted would be of the postnatal variety, making it easy to bestow her a spiritual treasure. Yang Chan was the perfect match for the Lotus Lantern, yet regrettably, she could not locate it. It was said that the Lotus Lantern was a supreme innate treasure wielded by Nuwa, and according to the original trajectory, Yang Chan was to become Nuwa's disciple. However, since that event had yet to transpire, Yang Tianbao had to assist her in finding a formidable magical artifact. As for Yang Jian's three-edged blade, it seemed to be a weapon belonging to Feng Ho, a subordinate of the Yellow Emperor, left in the Wang Ing cave of Qingfeng Mountain. Perhaps he could seek it out in the future. With this thought, he recalled the spear in his hand, which would be perfect for Yang Jiao. Yang Tianbao smirked inwardly, thinking, what celestial beings of the Chan sect, what heavenly deities, I shall cultivate two human warriors. The fairy of Yinhua cast her gaze towards Yang Tianbao. If one were to cultivate the divine body in conjunction, they would require a suitable divine weapon, and a plan to acquire one was necessary. Yang Tianbao shook his head and asked, I wonder if my sister-in-law knows where to find a powerful divine weapon? Although the three-edged blade suited Yang Jian well, the fairy of Yunhua's identity was extraordinary. She must possess valuable items. If she could produce something exceptional, Yang Tianbao would need to offer fewer items himself. What a boon that would be. The fairy of Yinhua hesitated for a moment before saying, in truth, there are numerous divine weapons in the heavenly treasury, but they are not accessible to us. However, I do possess a long sword. Though it is not suitable for them, by the way, my Taoist sanctuary, Yinhua Mountain, has a divine axe, which is quite an impressive weapon. Yang Tianbao's eyes brightened. A divine axe was indeed commendable, and perhaps Yang Jiao could wield it. The spear he held could serve his own needs, so he might not need to part with it. However, he thought it would be unwise to return to Yinhua Mountain, as it was likely guarded by formidable protectors. The fairy of Yinhua nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot return for now. It seems we are in a bit of a predicament. Yang Tianbao smiled and said, perhaps in the future, when their cultivation levels rise, we can send them to retrieve it themselves, allowing them to hone their skills in the process. The fairy of Yinhua nodded slightly. That could work, but we must wait until their cultivation improves. If they are too weak, they will not be able to enter. It was unfortunate that they lacked a protector. She could not leave Chaoga, and his own cultivation was too inadequate. Yang Tianbao felt a bit speechless. Realizing he was being dismissed, it appeared his own cultivation was indeed somewhat lacking, and he needed to work diligently to improve. With this in mind, he cheerfully remarked, once they finish their training, I too must return to my sanctuary. You all should focus on your cultivation in Chaoga. Yang Tianyu shot a glance at the fairy of Yinhua and hurriedly said, elder brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let us gather for a while longer. Yang Tianbao shook his head. No, it's best that I don't linger. Now that I know you're doing well, I feel at ease. I truly need to return. There's only that fellow in my sanctuary, and I fear it may be pilfered. The fairy of Yinhua spoke somewhat awkwardly. Elder brother, it's not that I think less of your cultivation. Achieving a breakthrough to the earth immortal realm in such a short time is already quite remarkable. Yang Tianbao chuckled and replied, in truth, we all must strive to cultivate diligently. For in a little over 400 years, a great calamity will soon be upon you. Survive this tribulation. We must become formidable. A great calamity. The fairy of Yinhua and Yang Tianyu were taken aback, clearly unaware of it. It was understandable. The calamity had only just begun to manifest, and only a handful of saints were privy to the details of the Fengshen Great Calamity. Perhaps their direct disciples were informed as well. Yang Tianbao nodded. This calamity concerns the fate of the human race, and all beings of the Honghuang will be drawn into it. Without sufficient strength, they will merely become cannon fodder. The fairy of Yinhua asked in astonishment, does this mean that an attack is imminent upon the human race? Yang Tianbao and his brother exchanged glances, surprised that she possessed some knowledge of the matter. The fairy of Yinhua quickly added, although the status of the heavenly emperor is exalted, the human race and the heavenly court are equal. The human sovereign and the heavenly emperor stand on equal footing. Moreover, there are several sects whose disciples refuse to be governed. It is likely that action is being taken by the heavenly court. Yang Tianbao nodded. In truth, the human race has been ensnared in this situation. Or perhaps it can be said that they have been manipulated by the various powers. Although the future human race will take center stage, a fundamental change has already occurred. The current human race is one of the greatest forces in the Hongguang. Boasting the 3 ancestors, 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors, along with various great sages and capable individuals. Yet after the calamity, what will remain of the human race? At that time, the human race will be reduced to but a pair of cats. The 3 ancestors, 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors trapped in the fire cloud cave, unable to escape. The fairy of Yinhua shook her head. In fact, at present, the 3 ancestors, 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors are also confined in the fire cloud cave. It would be exceedingly difficult for them to emerge. If the human race were in peril, they would surely not remain idle. Rest assured, the human race is not so easily extinguished. Yang Tianbao did not grasp the meaning of her words, merely nodding in agreement without further comment. Yang Tianyu stated, if that is the case, we must indeed make a concerted effort to raise our cultivation levels. Time is of the essence. Yang Tianbao smiled and said, you should focus on cherishing your moments with Yinhua. As long as the calamity persists, you will remain safe. The fairy of Yunhua's powers could not be utilized unless she fully aligned herself with the human race and joined the human race's offering hall. Yinhua shook her head slightly. Let us not pursue that. My identity is special, so I shall forego joining the human race's offering hall. Yang Tianbao nodded and turned his gaze towards the 2 who were currently in training. As it was their first time cultivating, their training period was not lengthy, and they awakened after 7 days. Beyond Tianbao's astonishment, their aura had reached the peak of the law consolidation stage, evoking a tinge of envy in him. With the 5-colored peach blossom miasma retracted, Yang Tianbao smiled and said, congratulations on becoming cultivators. Henceforth, you must strive diligently in your cultivation to break through to the celestial immortal realm. At that time, your uncle will guide you in the golden immortal techniques. Yang Jiao and the others hurriedly bowed and expressed, thank you, uncle. They could sense the immense strength of the techniques they had cultivated. Previously, they had observed their father and sister training, and the aura emanating from them was not as potent as their own. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly and said, no need for thanks. Simply focus on your future cultivation. I hope that when you break through to the loose immortal stage, you will join the human race's offering hall. He wished to cultivate these 2 into the human race's warriors, fighting for their kind. And he certainly did not want them to become mere pawns in the hands of other sects, for that would be a grievous loss. Yang Jiao and the others respectfully nodded in agreement. Yes, uncle. The fairy of Yinhua involuntarily opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from speaking in her opinion. While the current human race was formidable, when the calamity arrived, they might struggle to withstand it. However, observing her husband's demeanor, she chose to remain silent. It was evident that, as a member of the human race, Yang Tianyu also wished for his children to contribute to their kind. Elder brother, rest assured, once they cultivate to the loose immortal stage, I will ensure they join the human race's offering hall. I do not aspire to great achievement for myself. I merely wish to live peacefully with Yinhua, and seeing Jiao and the others join the human race's offering hall is what I truly desire. Yang Tianbao nodded. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not say more. We shall meet again in the future. As the words fell, before they could react, Yang Tianbao turned and walked towards the outskirts of Chaoga City. Although he was now a member of the human race's offering hall, flying within the city was still prohibited. Once he exited Chaoga City, he instantly transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Yang Tianyu sighed, saying, alas, I wonder when I will see my elder brother again. Yinhua fairy couldn't help but laugh, replying, you have all begun your cultivation journey. The days ahead are long. Are you afraid of not seeing your brother again? At your pace, you will soon achieve immortality. After attaining the status of a loose immortal, each tribulation you endure can extend your lifespan by 500 years. Surpassing 9 tribulations, you could live up to 5,000 years. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily gasped. Yinhua fairy continued, cultivating is, after all, a defiance against heaven. Only those of innate divinity are spared from such tribulations. She herself was an innate deity, possessing the cultivation of a true immortal from birth. Having never experienced the tribulations of loose immortals or the calamities of earth immortals, had she not been born late and disinterested in cultivation, she might have already broken through to the great Luo golden immortal stage. For those not of innate divinity, one must endure the 9 tribulations of loose immortals, the 3 calamities of earth immortals, the 5 difficulties of true immortals, and the 5 declines of celestial beings to transcend to the immortal golden stage, thus achieving eternal life, equal in longevity to the heavens. It can be said that the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's soul scattering. Yinhua Fairy was fortunate. As an innate deity, she required no tribulations, yet Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao were not so lucky. Even though the 3 siblings of Yang Jiao possessed semi-divine bodies, they did not belong to the innate divine category and would naturally have to face tribulations. Of course, aside from enduring the tribulations, various factions had methods to evade them. Except for the 9 tribulations of loose immortals, the calamities of earth immortals, the difficulties of true immortals, and the declines of celestial beings could all be avoided. Yang Tianbao, however, did not advocate such methods, as facing tribulations was beneficial to oneself. Cultivators who endured tribulations far surpassed those who evaded them in combat power within the same tier. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it was better to face the tribulations honestly. Yang Tianyu inquired, "What about earth immortals? How long can they live?" He was merely an ordinary person, and the allure of eternal life was too great. Yinhua Fairy replied with a smile, "Earth immortals can live up to 20,000 years. True immortals can reach a maximum of 120,000 years, and celestial immortals can live for 720,000 years. Upon breaking through to the golden immortal stage, one can achieve eternal life, equal in longevity to the heavens." Yang Tianbao nodded eagerly and then asked, "What realm is my wife currently in?" Yinhua Fairy chuckled. "I am at the peak of the celestial immortal stage, but my lifespan is different from that of ordinary cultivators. I have no limits. Those like us, innate deities, are favored children of the primordial chaos and have no lifespan restrictions for birth. Even without reaching the golden immortal realm, we can still achieve eternal life, equal in longevity to the heavens. This is only within the primordial chaos. Outside of it, we hold little significance, returning to Taohua Valley and Taohua Cave." Yang Tianbao finally came back after nearly 2 years. Whoosh! As soon as he stepped into Taohua Valley, a yellow figure flashed and appeared beside him, affectionately rubbing its large head against his leg. "My lord, you have returned." Yang Tianbao extended his hand to pat the tiger's head, smiling as he said, "Yes, I have returned. The knots in my heart have unraveled. It is time to diligently enhance my cultivation." The yellow tiger looked at Yang Tianbao's aura with surprise and asked, "My lord, have you broken through to the earth immortal realm?" Yang Tianbao nodded, saying, "Indeed, I fortuitously broke through to the earth immortal realm." The yellow tiger, filled with joy, chuckled, "If those little rascals from Lingtashan knew you had broken through to the earth immortal realm, they would surely be overjoyed." Yang Tianbao inquired with interest, "Oh, what is the situation over there at Lingtashan?" Although he did not officially acknowledge it as his own lineage, he had enjoyed the fortune of Lingtao's sect and naturally wanted to understand the circumstances. The yellow tiger quickly replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I am keeping watch over that side. Nothing will happen." Yang Tianbao observed the aura around him and asked with a smile, "When do you plan to undergo your tribulation?" The yellow tiger shook its head, saying, No rush. I need to accumulate for a while longer. I will face the tribulation when my golden core is sufficiently strong." Yang Tianbao nodded, "That is acceptable. You may decide for yourself. Well then, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate. By the way, the low-grade innate spirit peaches should be ripening soon. Remember to awaken me when they mature." The yellow tiger promptly replied, "Yes, my lord. One of the low-grade innate spirit peaches will mature in 5 years. With 36 spirit peaches on it spoke. The yellow tiger couldn't help but swallow its saliva. Yang Tianbao laughed, "Do not worry. Once the spirit peaches mature, there will be a portion for you. But first, you must elevate your cultivation. Consuming the innate spirit peaches before reaching the loose immortal realm would be a waste. The yellow tiger quickly assured, my lord, rest assured. Once the peaches are ripe, I will surely break through to the loose immortal realm. Yang Tianbao smiled and instantly arrived at the edge of the spiritual pool in Taohua Valley, where a purple lotus flower appeared in his hand. This lotus was of the 9th grade, and by refining it, it could become a superior innate spiritual treasure. Yang Tianbao did not intend to directly refine it into a superior innate spiritual treasure. Instead, he planned to nurture it to see if he could cultivate it into a 12th grade purple lotus, which would be an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. With this thought, Yang Tianbao unhesitatingly planted the lotus flower into the spiritual pool. As the purple lotus entered the pool, vitality surged forth. Yang Tianbao smiled with satisfaction, saying, I hope you can grow into a 12th grade innate purple lotus. Moving to another spot, he produced a jujube tree bearing several jujubes, which was a low-grade innate spiritual root, the fire jujube tree. Although the jujubes still had many years to mature, Yang Tianbao could tell they would surely be ripe before the great calamity of the deification. He planted the fire jujube tree and spoke to the yellow tiger beside him. Keep an eye on the fire jujube and the purple lotus. I hope they can survive. The yellow tiger promptly replied, My lord, you can rest easy. The innate spiritual energy here is abundant. These two innate spiritual roots will surely thrive. Yang Tianbao smiled. All right then, you have no further business here. Go cultivate. With that, he entered Taohua Cave. Taohua Cave remained unchanged, and without hesitation, Yang Tianbao sat down on the stone bed to cultivate. This stone bed was indeed a marvelous item. Sitting on it allowed the spiritual energy to continuously flow into his body, rapidly condensing his primordial infant. As he cultivated all the innate spiritual energy in Taohua Valley, except for the area where the yellow tiger was cultivating, continuously surged towards his location. The cultivation technique he practiced, the heavenly dry peach killing mystique, unexpectedly resonated with the heavenly dry great array and peach killing within Taohua Valley. The great array began to operate, generating a steady influx of peach-killing energy into Yang Tianbao's body. As this energy entered him, Yang Tianbao's physical body rapidly strengthened. It is no wonder this technique is called the heavenly dry peach-killing mystique. Just the peach-killing aspect of refining the body validates its name. With the peach-killing refining technique, the innate spiritual energy continuously tempered his primordial infant, and Yang Tianbao's recently attained Earth Immortal Realm was quickly stabilized. Once his cultivation was solidified, his primordial infant continually condensed and grew rapidly. Before long, Yang Tianbao's primordial infant had grown significantly, yet there remained a considerable distance to endure the wind calamity. However, his physical body had become incredibly powerful. By realm standards, it could entirely rival an Earth Immortal who had surpassed the fire calamity. The peach-killing energy was no ordinary substance, especially as it was innate peach-killing energy, which even hinted at a reversal of his innate nature. Yang Tianbao did not hold high hopes, for reversing one's innate nature was exceedingly difficult. Not something an ordinary person could achieve. Time passed swiftly in seclusion, and after 5 years, Yang Tianbao had to awaken, not because the yellow tiger called him, but primarily due to the irresistible fragrance of the ripened innate spirit peaches. Without hesitation, Yang Tianbao exited the cave, gazing at the ripe fruits on the tree, a smile spreading across his face. Observing the yellow tiger below, drooling, Yang Tianbao couldn't help but say, All right, hurry and undergo your tribulation. Once you break through to the loose immortal realm, I will give you two to taste. As Huang, whose eyes sparkled with determination, he vanished into the peach blossom valley in a swift motion. Yang Tianbao, feeling a twinge of unease, followed Huang Hu out of the valley, only to witness him commencing the tribulation on a peak not far from Lingtao Mountain. Huang Hu was also cultivating the Taoist inner elixir, and as his elixir manifested, Yang Tianbao nodded in approval. Although this inner elixir paled in comparison to his own from years past, it was still quite substantial. Even if Huang Hu could not directly ascend to the 9th level of the loose immortal realm, achieving the 7th level would be a remarkable feat. Many cultivators face tribulations one by one for safety, yet few, like Yang Tianbao, managed to endure all 9 golden core tribulations at once, outside of a few major sects. No other force could claim such an accomplishment. Yang Tianbao's gaze shifted towards Lingtao Mountain, where he observed that it had been developed quite impressively, with an abundance of spiritual veins and rich innate spiritual energy, making it an ideal location for cultivation that he felt a sense of satisfaction. Darren Danyang and Darren Tiexin had both reached the pinnacle of golden core. Once they passed their tribulation, they could become loose immortals. They were indeed blessed with great fortune, and he hoped they would attain true immortal status. Since they inherited his teachings, he decided to bestow upon them a gift. With this thought, his mind raced as he deduced a method based on the techniques he had passed down. Before long, a technique capable of elevating practitioners to the peak of true immortal appeared in his mind. After formulating the technique, Yang Tianbao waved his hand, condensing it into a stone of transmission, named Lingtao Xiangong. Having completed this task, Yang Tianbao casually tossed the stone towards Lingtao Gate, where it landed before Darren Danyang. Startled, Darren Danyang, who had just finished refining elixirs, picked up the stone and scanned its contents with his divine sense, revealing the principles of Lingtao Xiangong within his mind. Filled with joy, he turned his gaze towards the Peach Blossom Valley. Just as he prepared to kneel in gratitude, his attention was drawn to Huang Hu, who was undergoing his tribulation that Lord Hu facing tribulation. At this moment, Darren Tiexin had already led the sect's strong practitioners to the mountain peak to provide protection. Yang Tianbao concealed his presence, remaining unnoticed by Darren Tiexin and the others. After bowing several times towards the Peach Blossom Valley, Darren Danyang stood up cautiously and carefully placed the stone of transmission aside. Our master has finally recognized us. Our master has finally recognized us, he murmured fervently, leaving the nearby disciples puzzled and curious about his excitement. Without elaborating, Darren Danyang turned his attention back to the tribulation, resolutely flying over to stand guard for Huang Hu. Huang Hu was now at a crucial juncture in his tribulation, having successfully endured 4 tribulations with his golden core remaining intact. Observing the massive golden core, Yang Tianbao nodded, acknowledging the value of Huang Hu's years of accumulation. Overcoming 7 tribulations was well within reach. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. A thunderous dragon, as thick as a bowl, coalesced in the storm and surged towards Huang Hu's golden core. Although Huang Hu felt a surge of tension, he placed his trust in his golden core, confident it would withstand the thunderous assault. Fortunately, the dragon did not damage the golden core and dissipated shortly thereafter. Huang Hu continued with his tribulation, and by the time he faced the 7th tribulation, his golden core was still the size of an infant's fist. While one might assume that such a size would allow him to continue facing tribulations, Huang Hu chose to halt. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, and Huang Hu felt no need to press on. Having successfully passed 7 tribulations and achieved the 7th level of loose immortal, he was thoroughly satisfied. With his current level of cultivation, he could readily consume innate spiritual fruits to further enhance his abilities, preparing for a future tribulation where he could undoubtedly surpass all 9. With this resolution, Huang Hu swiftly retracted his golden core and roared towards the heavens. Roar! The storm clouds, charged with thunderous energy, began to disperse upon witnessing the retreat of the tribulation participant. Yang Tianbao, observing Huang Hu's success, nodded approvingly before vanishing from sight. As Huang Hu prepared to greet him, he was taken aback by the sudden silence of his departure, scratching the back of his head in a comical display that elicited laughter. Who would have imagined that a tiger could stretch its forepaw to scratch its own head? However, while Yang Tianbao departed, others remained. Darren Tiexin and Darren Danyang respectfully bowed to Huang Hu, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Lord Hu, on overcoming your tribulation and achieving the status of loose immortal." Huang Hu chuckled, "Congratulations to you all as well." Darren Danyang hurriedly inquired, "Lord Hu, does this mean our master has acknowledged us?" Huang Hu paused, then replied with a smile, "When I returned, the master did inquire about Lingtao Mountain's affairs. It seems you are indeed in his thoughts." Darren Danyang quickly added, "Lord Hu, you might not be aware, but while you were enduring your tribulation, our master cast a stone of transmission beside the path, containing the continuation of the cultivation methods he imparted. Huang Hu laughed. That is indeed a cause for celebration. The techniques passed down by the master are of great significance and will sustain your cultivation for a considerable time. In due time, I shall provide you with even greater treasures. I hope they serve you well, he continued. Darren Danyang and the other's eyes sparkled with excitement. The treasures Huang Hu referred to were undoubtedly exceptional, as the spiritual peaches on Lingtao Mountain were provided by him. Gazing at the lush, spiritual peach trees, they felt a surge of joy. Once these fruits ripened, their cultivation would significantly progress. With the accumulation of innate spiritual energy from these peaches, their levels of cultivation would soar to that point. They could recruit more disciples, ensuring Lingtao Gate would flourish. Given that the major sects had all closed their gates, it was indeed a fortuitous time for Lingtao Gate to develop. Consequently, Darren Danyang and the others expressed their gratitude. We thank you, Lord Hu. Huang Hu waved his hand, fully aware of the benefits bestowed by fortune. Although Lingtao Gate was not yet formidable, it was already blessed with spiritual energy. If it continued to flourish for several hundred or even 1,000 years, its fortune would become immense. All right, you all may return. I must take my leave, Huang Hu declared, and with that he vanished in an instant. Darren Danyang and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Their master had recognized them, and Lord Hu had passed his tribulation to become a 7th-level loose immortal. This implied that Lingtao Gate now boasted 2 loose immortals. If Darren Danyang and his companion could also endure their tribulations and attain the loose immortal realm, it would mean Lingtao Gate would have 4 loose immortals, an extraordinary strength for a newly formed sect. Darren Tianxin quickly asked, "What about the stone of transmission?" Darren Danyang retrieved it, smiling. "Here it is. Let's head back and discuss further." Since their master had recognized them, it was time to construct a temple in his honor. Darren Tianxin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must build the main hall to honor our master and eventually craft his golden statue. Darren Danyang concurred. You are absolutely right. It must be done. The two struck a collaborative spirit, discussing how to construct the temple for Yang Tianbao. Had Yang Tianbao not acknowledged them, they would have refrained from such an endeavor, as it could intertwine their fortunes and potentially affect Yang Tianbao's. Now that he had recognized them, they could confidently establish the temple, regularly paying homage to their master. In truth, Yang Tianbao had recognized their potential due to Lingtao Gate's promising development. Had it merely been trivial pursuits, he would have remained indifferent. It now appeared that Lingtao Gate was indeed well suited to evolve into his legacy, perhaps even playing a role in the impending Divine Sealing War. Within the Peach Blossom Cave, Yang Tianbao contemplated these matters, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had no intention of directly involving himself in the Divine Sealing War, but if someone from Lingtao Mountain were to participate, he could subtly manipulate events to his advantage. The crux of the matter was that whether they engaged in the Divine Sealing or survived until the end, it would ultimately benefit him. Should the Divine Sealing occur, he would have eyes within the heavenly court. If they persisted until the end, they would gain renown in the vast wilderness, greatly enhancing Lingtao Gate's fortunes. When the time came for robust strength, Yang Tianbao would not allow the cultivators of Lingtao Gate to perish recklessly in battle. After all, the Lingtao sect is intrinsically connected to his own fortune. Should it suffer significant losses, it would similarly impact his own destiny. Even though he possesses the 5-colored peach blossom miasma and the black wind banner to suppress his fortune, he still does not wish to jeopardize the sect's luck. With this thought in mind, he reached out towards the medium-grade innate peach tree outside and broke off a branch. As the branch flew towards him, a flame manifested in his hand, igniting the branch. Yang Tianbao focused his mind entirely on the alchemical process. Since the Lingtao sect is now part of his own lineage, he could not allow them to be without tools for fortune suppression. This branch, originating from a medium-grade, innate spiritual root, had the potential to become a remarkable treasure if refined properly. Yang Tianbao did not intend to forge it into a postnatal spiritual treasure, as he had only recently transcended the earth immortal realm. If he could break through to the true immortal realm in a short time, he might consider it, but for now he decided against it. However, sometimes when one does not aspire for it to become a spiritual treasure, it unexpectedly transforms into one. When Yang Tianbao finally ceased his efforts, 2 years had passed, and the peach branch in his hand had turned a vibrant emerald hue. During this time, he had infused it with numerous innate materials to enhance its power. His astonishment. He had indeed succeeded in refining it into a postnatal spiritual treasure. Even though it had only formed 2 spiritual prohibitions, it was still a spiritual treasure. Observing the peach branch in his hand, Yang Tianbao felt immense satisfaction. This was his first attempt at treasure refinement, and he had unexpectedly created a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, showcasing his undeniable talent. Huang Hu, come here for a moment. Huang Hu instantly appeared in Yang Tianbao's cave dwelling. Respectfully bowing, greetings, my lord. What task do you wish for me to undertake? Yang Tianbao tossed the peach branch to Huang Hu, saying, since I have acknowledged the Lingtao sect as my lineage, I cannot allow them to be without a treasure for fortune suppression. Take this to them. Huang Hu examined the peach branch, a look of astonishment crossing his face. My lord, can you now refine spiritual treasures? Yang Tianbao shook his head slightly. The ability to create a spiritual treasure this time is merely a stroke of fortune. However, once I reach the true immortal realm, I will indeed be able to forge spiritual treasures. Huang Hu's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, Master, might I also have one refined for myself? Yang Tianbao nodded. Of course, but we shall discuss it once I have broken through to the true immortal realm. Huang Hu had no objections. He did not currently require a spiritual treasure to shield against heavenly tribulations, as it would only be necessary during the peak of Earth Immortal Realm or during the 5 tribulations of the true immortal realm. Thank you, Master. I shall go at once. With that, Huang Hu swiftly exited the Peach Blossom Cave, heading towards Lingtao Mountain, as Taoist Danyang and Taoist Tiexin were deliberating on how to impart their teachings. Huang Hu burst into their mountain gate. Huang Hu frequently visited the Lingtao sect, and they were well aware of his presence, especially since there were currently only 32 disciples in the sect. With no one reaching the loose immortal realm, no one had gone out to recruit disciples. And thus they all recognized Huang Hu. That Lord Hu? Greetings, Lord Hu. Lord Hu. Huang Hu ignored their greetings and hastened into the main hall, where he found Taoist Danyang and Taoist Tiexin. Danyang, Tiexin, you are both here. Perfect. I need not search for you. The two looked to Huang Hu with confusion, uncertain of his purpose. They could tell that Huang Hu had come with important news. Lord Hu, what brings you here? Did the ancestor have any messages for you to convey? Huang Hu smiled and said, You are perceptive. Indeed, my lord has entrusted me with something for you, and he recognizes you both. Once you break through to the loose, immortal realm, you may begin recruiting disciples. Danyang and Tiexin were overjoyed, having finally received confirmation that the ancestor acknowledged them. Lord Hu, does the ancestor truly recognize us? Yes, Lord Hu, how we truly gained the ancestor's approval. Huang Hu replied with a smile, Yes, my lord acknowledges you. This item is a treasure he has given you to suppress the Lingtao sect as fortune. With that, he opened his mouth wide, and a peach branch flew out. Danyang's eyes lit up as he gazed at the jade-like peach branch, his expression brimming with joy. This is spiritual treasure. Taoist Tiexin exclaimed in surprise. Huang Hu regarded him with newfound respect. Smiling, indeed, it is a spiritual treasure, personally refined by my lord for your use in suppressing fortune. Taoist Tiexin quickly took the peach branch, examining it earnestly, as if attempting to discern its essence. Huang Hu added, Well, the treasure from my lord has been delivered. Now, you both must diligently cultivate and prepare to open the mountain gate to welcome disciples. I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Lingtao Mountain. Once Huang Hu departed, Danyang hurried over to scrutinize the peach branch in Tiexin's hand, his face alight with excitement. Ha, Tiexin, the ancestor has recognized us and even sent us a spiritual treasure. Indeed, Danyang, we have finally received this acknowledgement that in no more than 5 years, I shall achieve my breakthrough in no more than 5 years. We shall open the mountain gate and elevate the Lingtao sect. The two exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. The disciples outside were puzzled, unaware of what had sparked the two masters' joy. Before long, news spread throughout the sect. They had received the ancestors' approval, along with the cultivation methods, and a spiritual treasure to stabilize their fortunes. The entire Lingtao mountain buzzed with excitement. This was the thrill of gaining authentic recognition. Meanwhile, on mountain, Taoist Mayun observed the situation at Lingtao Mountain with a tinge of envy. Yang Tianbao's future appeared boundless, and the individuals at Lingtao Mountain were destined for greatness. Should I seek to ally with Taoist Taohua? Yet, given his current cultivation level, he may not regard me highly. News of Yang Tianbao's title. The peach blossom scatterer spread from Lingtao Mountain. It prompted speculation about how he would feel upon learning of it. Considering the somewhat feminine connotation of the title, Taoist Mayun glanced at the innate green plum tree in his own sanctuary, hesitated for a moment, then rose and soared towards Lingtao Mountain. After sending Huang Hu on his way, Yang Tianbao plucked an innate peach and consumed it without hesitation. The innate spiritual energy contained within the peach was far richer, and as he ingested it, immense energy enveloped his primordial spirit and physical form. Cleansing them thoroughly, the heavenly dry peach fiend's mysterious art within him began to operate rapidly, with both his physical body and primordial spirit continuously absorbing the peach's energy, thereby enhancing his cultivation. A decade later, Yang Tianbao halted his training, opening his eyes and glancing over at Huang Hu, who was still refining the innate peach within him, oblivious to Yang Tianbao's awakening. Yang Tianbao chose not to disturb his cultivation and walked outside instead. The impending wind calamity did not frighten him. He was more concerned about the simultaneous onset of wind and fire disasters. His accumulation was already substantial, after 10 years of refining 2 innate peaches. His physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm, and his primordial spirit was on the verge of facing the wind calamity. However, given his abundant accumulation, he feared that a fire disaster might follow the wind calamity. Should that occur, he was uncertain whether he could withstand it. Nonetheless, it was time to confront the wind calamity. Once it passed, he would address the fire disaster thereafter. In Peach Blossom Valley, Yang Tianbao observed the purple lotus in the spiritual pond, a smile creeping onto his face. The purple lotus had unexpectedly sprouted a 10th grade bloom. Although it was merely a hint of the 10th grade, once it matured, it would be classified as an exceptional innate spiritual treasure, even if it were the weakest of its kind. Without hesitation, Yang Tianbao seated himself upon the purple lotus, crossed his legs, and commenced invoking the wind calamity. The wind calamity, also known as the Yin wind tribulation, allowed the ominous winds to erode his primordial spirit. If the primordial infant successfully navigates the trials, it may attain the Yin spirit. The Yin spirit, having endured the flames of disaster, can then evolve into the Yang spirit. And the Yang spirit, having withstood the tempest of thunder, may ultimately realize the pure Yang primordial spirit. Yang Tianbao released his aura, allowing the primordial infant to draw in the Yin winds, incessantly refining itself. The primordial infant rapidly underwent transformation, gradually taking on the form of the Yin spirit under the influence of the encroaching Yin winds. The Yin spirit swiftly detached from the physical body. Manifesting externally, with a mere thought, Yang Tianbao activated the celestial dry array, shrouding the outside world in darkness. The Yin spirit, fragile as it is, can only traverse the night. Exposure to sunlight would lead to its dissolution. Before long, the primordial infant metamorphosed into the Yin spirit, which absorbed the surrounding Yin winds, converting them into sustenance for itself. After this absorption, Yang Tianbao sensed a significant consolidation of his Yin spirit. Just as he prepared to retract it, a flicker of flame ignited within the Yin spirit, the legendary Yang fire. The Yin winds forged the Yin spirit, while the Yang fire refines the Yang spirit. As the Yang fire descended, Yang Tianbao found himself unable to retract the Yin spirit in time. He could only activate the celestial dry peach-killing mystique, hastily absorbing the Yang fire to transmute the Yin spirit into the Yang spirit. The Yang fire, self-generating, is a superior resource for cultivation. As long as the Yin spirit can withstand it, it can absorb the Yang fire and cultivate into the Yang spirit. This cultivated Yang spirit would be immensely powerful, laying a robust foundation for the impending thunderous calamity. Streams of Yang fire infused into the Yin spirit, causing Yang Tianbao to experience excruciating pain. Yet, amid the relentless refinement by the Yang fire, the Yin spirit gradually grew stronger, transitioning towards a Yang spirit. Time passed, and Yang Tianbao sensed the Yang spirit becoming transparent, having fully absorbed the Yang fire. With a thought, the Yang spirit returned to its rightful place, marking Yang Tianbao's cultivation level at the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. Only by elevating the Yang spirit to its zenith could he reach the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. At that point, he would be able to withstand the thunderous calamity and achieve the pure Yang primordial spirit, transforming into a true immortal. The distinction between a true immortal and an Earth immortal is profound. True immortals are revered beings. Only true immortals are permitted access to the inner sanctum of the human race's worship hall. During this period, Yang Tianbao refrained from undertaking missions, nor did he receive any tasks. The worship hall remained silent on the matter. Whether or not to accept tasks was entirely voluntary, and the worship hall did not impose any obligations. However, failing to complete a task within a decade would forfeit access to the resources of the worship hall. Yang Tianbao had no intention of seeking these resources, for the resources at his disposal were sufficient to cultivate him to the golden immortal realm. There was no need to squander time for a mere handful of resources. With the presence of the innate spiritual peaches, it was an opportune moment to enhance his cultivation. With the Yang spirit in place, a smile graced Yang Tianbao's face, for he felt the immense power of the Yang spirit. Unlike the Yin spirit, the Yang spirit could traverse the world during the day. However, in unnecessary circumstances, no one would willingly send their Yang spirit out on its own. Only upon reaching the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, when few could rival him in this world, would one dare to roam the wilderness with their primordial spirit. Rising to his feet, Yang Tianbao caressed the purple lotus and cheerfully remarked, "Grow swiftly." Ideally to the 12th grade of the purple lotus. Yet he pondered too much. The purple lotus was, after all, merely an ordinary innate spiritual root, not born from the seeds of the chaos green lotus. And it paled in comparison to the creation green lotus and the merit golden lotus. If he were to obtain the seeds of the 4 great lotuses, perhaps he could extract the essence of the chaos green lotus, enhancing the purple lotus's strength. Yang Tianbao shook his head, refraining from further contemplation, for such thoughts were beyond his reach. After all, he was merely at the Earth immortal level, and countless individuals in the wilderness longed for the seeds of those great lotuses, yet had no opportunity to acquire them. Even the future Guanyin Bodhisattva's lotus flowers were only of the 9th grade, not qualifying as supreme innate spiritual treasures. Yang Tianbao gazed at the fire jujube tree, which had thrived splendidly, its branches laden with lush green jujubes. Nodding slightly, he turned and entered his cave dwelling. For him, the concerns of the past had been resolved. It was truly a time for earnest cultivation. As for Yang Tanyu and the others, hiding them in Chaoga City was sufficient. As long as they refrained from reckless actions and remained within the city, they would be safe. Thus, Yang Tianbao paid them no mind. 17 years had passed. Surely they had all achieved immortality by now. With this thought, Yang Tianbao closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. In Chaoga City, years of cultivation had enabled Yang Tianyu and the others to attain the realm of scattered immortals. Yang Tianyu had reached the 3rd level of scattered immortality, while Yang Jiao and Yang Jian surged to the 9th level, with Yang Chan at the 7th level. Fairy Yinhua remained unchanged. She could not cultivate in Chaoga City, as she was not of the human race. Yet, she was content, relishing this life. Each day, she instructed her husband and children in their cultivation, and their family thrived in harmony. Was this not what she desired? Yang Tanyu sighed, "I wonder how my elder brother is faring. He has not returned in so many years." Yang Jiao and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, uncle has been absent for quite some time. Could something have happened? Fairy Yinhua smiled and said, "You have all attained immortality. You can check his situation through your fortune. His fortune is profound, showing no signs of waning. He is likely in seclusion. Perhaps by the time we meet again, his cultivation will have reached the realm of true immortals." Yang Jian quickly exclaimed, "Mother, I shall go cultivate now." Yang Jiao and Yang Chan echoed, "Mother, we too shall cultivate." Since their uncle was working so hard, they could not afford to lag behind. Although the tribulations of cultivating immortality were formidable, the sense of strength was undeniably reassuring, especially after learning of their mother's identity. Yang Jiao and the others devoted themselves more earnestly to their cultivation. Only by becoming powerful could they safeguard their family. On Lingtao Mountain. With the addition of the Miaoyan Taoists, the mountain gates had begun to open widely. Now, apart from the 32 disciples and the esteemed elder Miaoyan, there were an additional 100 disciples. These disciples were recruited from nearby cities, each possessing remarkable talent. At this moment, Dan Yangzi and Tai Exandaoist had both transcended the heavenly tribulation, their cultivation ascending directly to the 4th level of scattered immortality. Although they were still far from Yang Tianbao's level, they surpassed Miao Yin Daoist by 1 tier. Miao Yin Daoist envied them greatly. However, having joined Lingtao Mountain, they were now entitled to cultivate the Lingtao Mountain's peach mystique. A decade later, Miao Yin Daoist had broken through to the 5th level of scattered immortality. Currently, Lingtao sect boasted 3 esteemed elders of scattered immortality and an unfathomable ancestor, alongside 32 disciples who had all reached the gold core stage, thus establishing a formidable force. Their emergence had attracted the attention of the human race's worship hall, especially as Lingtao Mountain sheltered the surrounding cities, vanquishing demons and saving many human lives. Consequently, the worship hall did not interfere with Lingtao sect's affairs. As long as they were a human force contributing to the race, it sufficed. Within the Peach Blossom Cave, the Huang who suddenly opened his eyes. Observing Yang Tianbao in the midst of cultivation, he bolted towards the exit. A smile spread across Yang Tianbao's face, for he understood that this fellow was about to face his tribulation. Having consumed an innate spiritual peach, Huang whose accumulation was sufficient for him to break through to the earth immortal realm at any moment. Yang Tianbao paid him no heed. After all, such a minor tribulation posed no challenge to him. Taking out an innate spiritual peach, he devoured it without hesitation and resumed his cultivation. Given his current cultivation level, refining the innate spiritual peach was no simple task. It would require no less than 3 to 5 years to fully assimilate it. However, due to his practice of the celestial dry peach killing mystique, he could refine the innate spiritual peach significantly faster than others. Especially with his physical cultivation, as he trained, most of the innate spiritual energy began to refine his body. Coupled with the Peach Blossom Cave's peach-killing body refinement, his physical form grew increasingly robust. In terms of physical prowess, his combat ability was already on par with any Earth immortal and could even contend with true immortals who had not yet faced the 5 calamities. With 36 innate spiritual peaches, Yang Tianbao consumed 3, Huang Hu 1, leaving 32 remaining. Ample supply. This tree of innate spiritual peaches could undoubtedly elevate Yang Tianbao's cultivation to the peak of true immortality. Of course, he had no intention of consuming them all by himself. Huang Hu would certainly partake, and when he broke through to true immortality, Yang Tianyu and the others would receive a share as well. The remainder could be distributed to Lingtao Mountain AS. For whether Yang Tianbao had enough for his cultivation, that was hardly a matter for concern. There are as many as 12 inferior, innate spiritual peach trees here, and as the first one ripens, the others are gradually maturing as well. In less than 20 years, the second innate spiritual peach will also be ready for harvest. There will be an abundance. Far too much to consume. At this moment, Huang, who has returned, filled with pride, for he has successfully transcended to the earth immortal realm. Glancing at Yang Tianbao, who is currently in seclusion, Huang who suddenly felt a sense of ennui. He turned and exited the Peach Blossom Valley, racing towards Lingtao Mountain. Lingtao Mountain, a disciple who was teaching suddenly cast his gaze towards the entrance of Lingtao Gate, witnessing Huang who striding in with a swagger. The disciple beside him was startled and swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to act. The elder hastily interjected, "Disciples, do not make a move. This is the steed of our ancestral master, Lord Huang Hu." He then smiled and said, "Greetings, Lord Hu. May I inquire what brings you here? I shall inform the sect leader at once." Huang Hu shook his head dismissively, saying, No need. I am merely here to have a chat with Dan Yang and Taixing. There's no need to notify your leader." With that, he made his way confidently towards the peak of Lingtao Mountain. Once Huang Hu departed, the disciples began to murmur among themselves that is he truly the legendary Lord Hu? He seems extraordinarily powerful. Indeed, I can sense an immense pressure radiating from him, surpassing even the three esteemed elders. Truly, he is worthy of being the steed of our ancestral master. He is indeed formidable. Their words reached Huang Hu's ears, causing him to walk with even greater pride as he ascended the mountain. The elder chuckled, stating, Lord Hu is naturally powerful. It is said that he was already at the 7th level of loose immortal during his tribulation, and he should have now ascended to the 9th level, or even the earth immortal realm. The disciples exhibited envious expressions, yearning for the day they too might cultivate to immortality. Huang Hu, oblivious to the elder's conjecture, would have been greatly astonished had he known this moment. Huang Hu arrived at the summit, observing 3 individuals engrossed in a game of chess. A flicker of displeasure crossed his tiger-like eyes. Are you not diligently cultivating, yet have the leisure to play chess here? The sudden voice caused the 3, known as Miaoyan Daoist and his companions, to drop their pieces and turn to Huang Hu. Upon recognizing him, their previously somber expressions brightened. Lord Hu, what brings you to Lingtao Mountain today? One asked. Indeed, what wind has blown you here, Lord Hu? Another chimed in, we are honored to meet you. Lord Hu. I am Miaoyan, a recent addition to Lingtao Mountain. Huang Hu regarded Miaoyan Daoist, nodding and saying, I recognize you. You once served as a protector for my master. It is truly delightful to see you have joined Lingtao Mountain. However, with such precious time at your disposal, is it not a bit wasteful to engage in chess rather than cultivation? Perhaps influenced by Yang Tianbao, Huang Hu had similarly taken to seclusion for prolonged periods, rarely venturing out. Witnessing Danyang Daoist and the others idly playing chess, his countenance darkened. Danyang Daoist hastily replied, in response to Lord Hu, we are merely honing our mental states, which is beneficial for our cultivation. Miaoyan Daoist nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, cultivation cannot be detached from the duality of life and death. Huang Hu furrowed his brow and retorted, yet my master has remained in seclusion, seldom pausing his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Danyang Daoist and the others felt somewhat embarrassed. In truth, when one's cultivation level is low, notions of mental states are merely illusions. Only through continuous improvement of one's cultivation can one attain true progress. Do you not see how perilous cultivation tribulations can be? Each tribulation is a test of the heart, so why fear an unstable state of mind? Furthermore, with the impending calamity of the Fengshan War, Yang Tianbao is diligently cultivating to prepare for the upcoming tribulation. If it were not for the looming crisis, he would not be so fervently engaged in his practice. Noticing the awkward expressions on the faces of the 3, Huang Hu decided to display his own cultivation level, boasting, see, while you indulge in idleness, I have already ascended to the earth immortal realm. Moreover, I have heard from my master that a great calamity is approaching, and it is imperative to enhance one's cultivation. Surprise flickered in the eyes of Danyang Daoist and the others as they exchanged glances, realizing that a significant calamity is indeed imminent, a matter not to be taken lightly. Lord Hu, is what you say true? Huang Hu nodded affirmatively, saying, do not speak of this outside. My master forbids it. However, as you are part of his lineage, it should be acceptable. Take this opportunity to cultivate diligently. Else, you may find yourselves flustered when the time comes. If you lack methods for cultivation, let me know, and I will speak to my master on your behalf. I believe the higher your cultivation, the more pleased my master will be. Danyang Daoist and the others promptly nodded, acknowledging their recent laziness after accepting new disciples. Were it not for Huang Hu's visit, they likely would not have contemplated hastening their cultivation. Miaoyan Daoist inquired, Lord Hu, upon joining Lingtao Mountain, will the ancestral master approve? Huang Hu smiled. How could he disapprove? My master mentioned he has heard you speak of the Tao. Surely he would be pleased to know you have joined his lineage. Miaoyan Daoist exhaled in relief, as he had feared that the peach blossom immortal would object to his joining. Thank you, Lord Hu. By the way, I possess a fine sight with an inferior innate spiritual root that I wish to offer to the ancestral master. Huang Hu shook his head. No need. My master does not lack innate spiritual roots. If you had a superior innate spiritual root, perhaps he would accept it. Miao Daoist could only smile wryly, realizing that with so many innate spiritual peaches in Peach Blossom Valley, his humble plum tree would hardly catch anyone's eye in that case. Let it be. Huang Hu reassured them, rest assured, the resources you acquire belong to you. My master will not seize them from you. Well then, I shall take my leave. Here, take this. It may cultivate into a supreme postnatal spiritual root. As he spoke, Huang Hu expelled a peach pit from his mouth, which shimmered with innate spiritual light. If refined into a magical artifact, it could become a postnatal spiritual treasure. However, its greater purpose lies in the potential to become a supreme postnatal spiritual root, once it transforms into a supreme postnatal spiritual peach. It will enable the disciples to rapidly enhance their cultivation, proving immensely beneficial to them all. Danyang Daoist accepted the peach pit, promptly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hu, that we shall certainly cultivate diligently. Huang Hu, brimming with pride, strode out, and upon exiting Lingtao Gate, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Danyang Daoist sighed, we must strive to cultivate. It may well be that the next time our ancestral master emerges from seclusion, he shall be a true immortal. We cannot hinder our master's progress. Taixin Daoist chuckled. All right, let's return to our cultivation. Miao Yun, I may need to borrow your sight for a while. Miao Yun Daoist replied with a smile. That is my sight, and as a member of Lingtao Mountain, Miao Yun Mountain is naturally part of it as well. Let us go. His generosity was commendable, readily offering such a fine sight without hesitation. In truth, Miao Yun Mountain is not far from Lingtao Mountain, and their cultivation levels would allow them to reach it in less than half an hour. It is unlikely that Yang Tianbao anticipated Miao Yun Daoist's joining of Lingtao Mountain. Nevertheless, it makes sense. After all, Miao Yun Daoist is merely a lone cultivator. Even with a splendid cave dwelling, one's strength is insufficient for defense. Currently, it is of little concern, as the major sects are all aware of the impending calamity and have confined themselves to their cave dwellings for cultivation. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, very few immortals roam, especially in such a remote location. The three made their way to Miao Yun Mountain, while Lingtao Mountain is overseen by the sect leader, Zhongling Daoist. Zhongling, being second only to Danyang Daoist among the 32, is an exceptional manager and is on the verge of transcending the heavenly tribulation to attain the status of loose immortal. With his presence, along with Lord Hu in the nearby cave, Lingtao Mountain is assured of safety. Upon returning to Peach Blossom Valley, Huang Hu was about to resume his cultivation when he heard Yang Tianbao's voice. Go and pluck an innate spiritual peach to eat, cultivate diligently, and strive to overcome the three tribulations and attain true immortality. Huang Hu's heart filled with joy as he quickly sprang into action. Thank you, Master. With the innate spiritual root enhancing his cultivation, Huang Hu's abilities were naturally impressive. Thus, 30 years passed. During this time, Yang Tianbao had aged into a man of 60 or 70 years. Yet, due to his cultivation, his appearance remained unchanged. One day, he emerged from a secluded chamber after 30 years, observing the now mature spiritual peaches. A smile graced his face. Huang Hu suddenly appeared not far from Yang Tianbao, and sensing the aura surrounding him, quickly inquired, Master, are you about to break through? Yang Tianbao replied with a smile. Indeed, the thunder calamity is imminent. Huang Hu joyfully exclaimed, Congratulations, Master! At last, you are on the verge of transcending to the true immortal realm. Yang Tianbao turned his gaze towards him, a smile illuminating his face. You're not doing too badly yourself. You have swiftly overcome the Yin Wind tribulation and are close to surmounting the Yang fire. Huang Hu hastily responded, Master, you know well that my cultivation progresses rapidly. In fact, a significant portion of that time was devoted to enhancing my bloodline. Otherwise, I would have advanced even faster. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly, looking at the spirited Huang Hu, and couldn't help but ask, Tiger, when will you be able to transform? Huang Hu shook his head, saying, There's no rush, Master. You may not be aware, but for beings of our kind, the denser the bloodline, the higher the realm required for transformation, that I need to reach the true immortal realm first. However, I will continue to enhance my bloodline, striving to transform once I attain the celestial immortal realm. Yang Tanbao nodded slightly. He understood that the higher the realm, the greater the potential after transformation. For instance, the three pure ones transformed into golden immortals, if Huang who could indeed transform at the celestial immortal level. His talent would undoubtedly be formidable, at least on par with the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Very well. As long as you can establish a solid foundation, it will greatly benefit you. By the way, how is Lingtao Mountain faring? Huang Hu chuckled. Lingtao Mountain is doing quite well. The 32 individuals who first heard your teachings have all broken through to the Scatter Immortal realm. The weakest among them is at the third level of Scatter Immortal, while the strongest, Zhang Ling, has ascended to the 9th level. Furthermore, in these 30 years, the disciples of Ling Tao Mountain have grown to 500, with the strongest already beginning to refine their spirits. Yang Tanbao nodded with satisfaction, realizing why he felt a surge of immense fortune upon his emergence. It turned out that Ling Tao Mountain was thriving. Excellent, very good. Go and pick 4 innate spiritual peaches to send to Zhang Ling, Dan Yang, Tai Xan, and Miao Yun, urging them to break through to the Earth Immortal realm as soon as possible. Huang Hu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly asked, "Aren't you going, Master?" Yang Tianbao shook his head. "It's not that I won't go, but the time isn't right yet. I hope they can diligently cultivate and be able to protect themselves when the Great Tribulation arrives." Huang Hu believed he had misheard and cautiously asked, "Master, are we truly sending 4 innate spiritual peaches?" Yang Tianbao smiled. "Naturally, as my disciples, I sincerely wish for their swift advancement. Now go." Huang Hu's face lit up with joy as he dashed out of the peach blossom cave, swiftly gathering 4 spiritual peaches and racing towards Miao Yun Mountain. He was well aware that the secluded individuals were located there, having visited numerous times over the years. After Huang Hu departed, Yang Tanbao exited the Peach Blossom Valley, a serious expression settling on his face. The Thunder Calamity was far more formidable than the 9 calamities of the Scatter Immortals. It was a genuine heavenly tribulation. In contrast to the 9 calamities, the Thunder Calamity is categorized into the 1st through 9th Thunder Calamities. The more potent the cultivation method, the more formidable the Thunder Calamity encountered. Yang Tianbao was uncertain if he could attract the 9th Thunder Calamity. But the 6th Thunder Calamity was inevitable. He found a desolate mountaintop to halt, gazing skyward. The originally clear sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, lightning flashing ominously in the distance. The people of Ling Tao Mountain observed this spectacle, and the elders who understood its significance rejoiced, while the disciples were left bewildered. Miao Yun Mountain. Miao Yun Dao Run and his companions had just received the spiritual peaches and had not yet begun to express their gratitude when they were drawn outside by the commotion from afar. Huang Hu exclaimed, "This is bad. Master is undergoing tribulation. I must assist him." Zhang Ling and the others exchanged glances, then erupted in excitement. "What? Our ancestor is undergoing tribulation. Does that mean our ancestor is on the verge of attaining the true immortal realm?" "Indeed. As long as our ancestor breaks through to the true immortal realm, coupled with Tiger and us, Ling Tao Mountain will undoubtedly rise. Yes, let us quickly go and protect our ancestor." Currently, Ling Tao Mountain had 32 Scatter Immortals, which, while not an overwhelming number, was formidable enough against many other factions. Moreover, with Huang Hu delivering 4 innate spiritual peaches, once consumed, they would easily break through to the Earth Immortal realm to that point. Ling Tao Mountain would boast 4 Earth Immortals, alongside dozens of Scatter Immortals and hundreds of disciples, solidifying its status as a powerful force. In the present era, the calamity energy of the Hong Huang had already emerged, with many formidable beings no longer traversing the land, and true immortals were no longer considered weak. They swiftly followed Huang, who, quickly landing not far from the mountaintop, observing the ominous clouds in the sky. Huang Hu's face beamed with delight. Could this be the 6th Thunder Calamity? No, it must be the 9th Thunder Calamity. Master S cultivation method is truly remarkable. Miao Yun Dao, Ren curiously inquired, "Tiger, could you elaborate on the nature of the Thunder Calamity?" Huang Hu glanced at Yang Tianbao, confirming that his master was unharmed before beginning his explanation. The Earth Immortal 3 calamities consist of the Yin Wind Calamity, the Yang Fire Calamity, and the Heavenly Thunder Calamity. When the Yuan transcends the Yin wind calamity, it can transform into the Yin spirit. The Yin spirit overcoming the Yang fire calamity can become the Yang spirit, and the Yang spirit overcoming the heavenly thunder calamity can metamorphose into the pure Yang Yuan spirit. However, the Yuan spirit itself also possesses potential, which is why there are calamities like the 6th and 9th thunder calamities. Rather than merely being disasters, they are gifts from the heavens, allowing the Yang spirit to be refined through the heavenly thunder calamity, transforming it into the pure Yang Yuan spirit. The stronger the heavenly tribulation endured, the purer the resulting Yuan spirit. Of course, this is predicated on having a solid foundation to withstand the heavenly thunder calamity. Miao Yun and the others nodded in understanding that it seemed, as Huang Hu suggested, that the tribulations they once feared in their cultivation were not without merit. If they could truly overcome the heavenly tribulation, it would solidify their foundation and raise their future cultivation ceilings, undoubtedly a boon for them. The previously cherished notion of avoiding calamities was now cast aside. What need is there for avoidance? Only by transcending the heavenly tribulation can we achieve greater heights. With this realization, Miao Yundao Ren promptly bowed, expressing, "Thank you for the reminder, Tiger." Dan Yongdao Ren and Tai Xendao Ren echoed their gratitude. Recalling the methods of refining the golden core Yuan spirit within the Ling Tao Xian Gong, grasping its significance, Huang Hu shook his head, saying, "Enough of that. Let us focus on Master S tribulation." The three nodded and turned their attention toward Yang Tianbao as he faced the tribulation. This moment, Yang Tianbao's Yang spirit had emerged, levitating in midair. A bolt of lightning flashed from the dark clouds above, striking directly towards the Yang spirit. Yang Tianbao controlled the Yang spirit, swiftly activating the Tiangong Tao Sha Xian Gong to absorb the power of the thunder. The first bolt of heavenly lightning was weak, having no effect on the Yang spirit. The heavenly thunder calamity serves to refine the impurities within the Yang spirit, transmuting it into the pure Yang Yuan spirit. The first bolt was weak, as were the second and third, continuing up to the 9th. For Yang Tianbao, these initial 9 bolts barely registered as a nuisance. However, the subsequent heavenly tribulations would be different. They signified the true refinement. Of course, without sufficiently formidable strength, it was best to avoid the tribulation altogether, as heavenly lightning could not only refine the Yang spirit, but also shatter it, leading to the obliteration of the cultivator. Yang Tianbao believed he was ready to face the tribulation, as the earlier bolts posed little threat to him. However, the 10th bolt would indeed serve to refine the Yang spirit. For the Yang spirit that had already transcended the Yang fire calamity was still not a pure Yang Yuan spirit. Without the relentless refining of heavenly lightning, the Yuan spirit could not achieve purity and break through to the true immortal realm. Thus, Yang Tianbao did not resist. He merely operated the Tiangong Tao Sha Xian Gong to absorb the power of the heavenly thunder. As time passed gradually, after the 18th bolt of heavenly lightning, Yang Tianbao felt the impurities in his primordial spirit diminish significantly, and he could not help but feel an overwhelming joy. Yang Tianbao remained motionless, allowing the successive bolts of heavenly thunder to strike his Yang spirit. This moment, the Yang spirit was also referred to as the primordial spirit, yet was not a purely Yang primordial spirit. The 19th, 29th, and 39th bolts followed in succession. With each passing moment, the bolts of heavenly thunder struck the primordial spirit, gradually purifying it up until the 49th, 59th, and through to the 72nd bolts of heavenly thunder. Yang Tianbao weathered them all unscathed. By this time, his primordial spirit could be considered a pure Yang primordial spirit. This was evident, as the previous heavenly thunders had not succeeded in refining the impurities from within the primordial spirit. Thus, it could be seen that Yang Tianbao had already achieved the status of a true immortal. However, since he had not yet transcended the tribulation of heavenly thunder, he could not be regarded as a genuine true immortal. When the 73rd bolt of heavenly thunder descended, it struck fiercely upon Yang Tianbao's primordial spirit, causing impurities to re-emerge within it. Despite the prior purification, this moment, Yang Tianbao experienced discomfort, feeling a pain he had not encountered before. He realized that the true tribulation of heavenly thunder had only just begun. He was undergoing the 99 heavenly thunder tribulation, and based on the strength of his primordial spirit, the preceding 72 bolts were merely rewards, intended to refine the primordial spirit. However, the final 9 bolts of the heavenly thunder tribulation were immensely powerful and required his utmost attention. In the heavens, the 73rd bolt of heavenly thunder vanished, replaced by the 74th. The 74th bolt was even more formidable. As it descended towards Yang Tianbao, a black wind banner suddenly emerged and positioned itself before the primordial spirit. Boom! The thunderous strike impacted the black wind banner, which dissipated much of the force with its innate divine wind. The remaining energy that passed through the banner surged towards the primordial spirit. Nearby, the onlookers nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a true heavenly tribulation. Rarely did one witness a heavenly tribulation being faced solely with the primordial spirit. While that showcased great strength, there were few who could achieve such a feat. The residual power of the heavenly thunder was swiftly absorbed by the primordial spirit. But just as it was assimilated, the heavenly thunder reappeared in the sky, still blocked by the black wind banner. For him, possessing this single innate spiritual treasure, the black wind banner, meant that his path ahead was no longer fraught with worry. Indeed, as each bolt of heavenly thunder was weakened by the black wind banner and subsequently used to refine the primordial spirit, Yang Tianbao navigated through the 81 layers of heavenly thunder tribulation without incident. Once all the heavenly thunder tribulations had been traversed, the dark clouds in the sky gradually transformed, swiftly morphing into a 9-colored energy. This 9-colored energy instantly merged into Yang Tianbao's primordial spirit, which eagerly absorbed it, resulting in the emergence of faint hues of 9 colors upon the primordial spirit. Before long, the 9-colored energy was completely refined, and the primordial spirit transformed into a 9-colored primordial spirit, which appeared remarkably resplendent. Yang Tianbao realized that he had successfully cultivated his pure Yang primordial spirit, now the most powerful 9-colored primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was divided into 9 colors, with 9 colors representing the highest potential. A single color possessed the weakest potential, allowing only a peak cultivation to the true immortal realm. Observing Yang Tianbao's 9-colored primordial spirit, Huang Hu and others revealed expressions of envy. They were well aware of the significance of the pure Yang primordial spirit, understanding that few could achieve the 9-colored primordial spirit, as it required safely navigating the 99 heavenly thunder tribulation, with each bolt refining the primordial spirit. Many formidable beings had failed to accomplish this, as their powerful treasures dispersed the heavenly thunder before it could refine their primordial spirits, resulting in at most an 8-colored primordial spirit. Yang Tianbao himself was unaware of the underlying reasons for his decision to directly choose to refine his primordial spirit through the heavenly thunder tribulation. Even the final 10 bolts were the same, allowing him to safely endure the tribulation and attain the 9-colored primordial spirit. As he summoned his primordial spirit back, a smile of joy appeared on Yang Tianbao's face. The Tiangong, Taosha, Xiangong within him activated rapidly, causing his aura to surge exponentially. At this moment, he took out 2 innate spiritual peaches and consumed them. Upon swallowing the 2 innate spiritual peaches, the immense innate spiritual energy was quickly absorbed and refined by the Tiangong Taosha Xiangong, rapidly enhancing both his physical body and primordial spirit. It was not until 3 years later that Yang Tianbao finally came to a halt. His aura stabilized, now extraordinarily powerful, representing the true immortal realm. Yang Tianbao was immensely satisfied. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Huang Hu and the Miao Yun Daoist, who were safeguarding him not far away, and a smile graced his face. "You need not be overly formal. Please rise." Huang Hu stood up cheerfully, followed by the others who also rose. "Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough to true immortal. Congratulations, Ancestor, on your breakthrough to true immortal." Yang Tianbao replied with a smile, "There is no need for such formality. Huzi, go and gather 100 top-tier postnatal spiritual peaches to bolster the foundation of Lingtao sect." Huang Hu quickly nodded. "Yes, Master, I shall go at once." With that, he vanished from the spot. Yang Tianbao regarded the 33 scattered immortals stationed not far from him and expressed his satisfaction. Excellent. When you first heard of this, the weakest among you is only at the condensation method realm. Who would have thought that you have all achieved the scattered immortal realm now? Splendid. The Danyang Taoist and the others displayed expressions of surprise. And they hastily said, all thanks to the teachings of our ancestor. Yang Tianbao shook his head. You call me ancestor, yet I have taught you nothing. With that, he announced, since it is so, I shall now impart to you 5 techniques and 1 divine ability. In truth, these were the only 5 techniques and 1 divine ability that Yang Tianbao had comprehended throughout his journey. Miao Yin Daoist's eyes brightened, and he quickly said, Thank you, ancestor. The others, recovering from their surprise, eagerly echoed, Thank you, ancestor. With a wave of his hand, 9 fire dragons appeared, swirling playfully above his head. The terrifying heat emanated from Yang Tianbao, showcasing the might of the fire dragons. This is the fire dragon technique. Behold, with another wave of his hand, the 9 fire dragons surged forth, striking fiercely against a nearby mountain peak. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, and the mountain peak was flattened to the ground. Following this, before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, Yang Tianbao began to explain the cultivation methods and key points of the fire dragon technique. Once he concluded, the Danyang Taoist and the others finally turned their gazes toward the now leveled mountain peak. It was evident how powerful this technique was that, in truth, when Yang Tianbao had made his move, he had also checked to ensure that no formidable beings resided upon that mountain. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act. Such reckless actions against the primordial mountains and rivers could easily invite unnecessary karma. After all, killing incurs karma, unless one is slaying malevolent demons. Following the fire dragon technique, he demonstrated the water dragon technique, wood dragon technique, earth dragon technique, and finally, the mightiest of them all, the gold dragon technique. These 5 formidable techniques were executed with tremendous prowess. Lastly, he presented the divine ability he had deduced himself, named the 5 elements divine dragon explosion. This divine ability was exceedingly powerful. If Yang Tianbao's cultivation were robust enough, he could even rupture the primordial space. However, at present, he was simply too weak to achieve such a feat. Once he finished explaining this divine ability, he observed the thoughtful expressions of the crowd and nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Huang, who returned with the spiritual peaches in tow. Master, I am back. Yang Tianbao waved his hand, immediately sealing the sound from outside. Fearing it might disturb Miao Yin Daoist and the others in their cultivation, at this point, Yang Tianbao had already broken through to the true immortal realm, facing the 5 trials of true immortals, namely the trials of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. For ordinary individuals, these tribulations were exceedingly terrifying. However, for true powerhouses, these trials were merely foundational steps toward condensing the 3 flowers and 5 energies. The 3 disasters were inherently designed to facilitate the condensation of the 3 flowers atop the head. Otherwise, Yang Tianbao would not have dared to absorb the Yin winds, Yang fires, and portions of heavenly thunder. The benefits reaped from these would naturally manifest when breaking through to the golden immortal realm and condensing the 3 flowers. As for the 5 energies converging, they were indeed related to the 5 tribulations of true immortals. If these calamities are utilized wisely, one could swiftly refine the 3 flowers and 5 qi. For powerful cultivators, this is undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence in Chaoga City. The Yang family basked in happiness, and as their cultivation grew stronger, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian eagerly joined the Hall of Offerings. The hall welcomed the 2 immensely promising individuals with open arms. Upon entering the realm of Earth Immortals, they were immediately recognized as outer disciples of the 1st rank and were assigned their own caves. Yang Jian's cultivation did not progress as it did in the Bao Liandeng narrative, where he attained formidable power within 3 years, even capable of challenging the celestial realm. The notion of achieving the status of a great Luo golden immortal in just 3 years is implausible. Even innate deities do not possess such potential. Yang Tianbao understood that even the 3 pure ones, born of divine essence, likely reached merely the golden immortal level, having spent countless years cultivating to the great Luo golden immortal stage. No matter how inept the heavenly emperor might be, he remains the sovereign of the celestial realm, a being of the Hunyuan golden immortal caliber, far beyond the capability of someone with merely 3 years of cultivation. Either the heavenly emperor showed leniency, or the celestial realm depicted in Bao Yin Deng was truly ineffectual. In any case, achieving the golden immortal level in this world is a formidable challenge, necessitating the traversing of the 9 calamities, 3 disasters, and 5 difficulties, as well as experiencing the 5 declines of heaven and it's the 2 needed magical artifacts. They undertook missions continuously after joining the Hall of Offerings to earn contribution points. Naturally, the tasks they executed were not excessively perilous. On one particular day, at the foot of Lingtao Mountain, a young man with a sword marked between his brows ascended, none other than Jian. He had taken on a mission to investigate the sudden emergence of Lingtao sect, seeking to determine whether this sect was founded by human powerhouses and whether it posed any threat to humanity. Upon entering Lingtao Mountain, he beheld the vast expanse of peach trees and could not help but exclaim, "What a splendid place, abundant in postnatal spiritual roots and rich in innate spiritual energy." No wonder the Lingtao sect was established here. However, before he could take a few steps further, he was halted by the gatekeeping disciples. "Who goes there? What brings you to Lingtao sect?" Jian cupped his hands and replied, "I am Jian, a member of the outer hall of the Hall of Offerings of the human race, here to pay my respects to your esteemed sect's leader." The gatekeeping disciple, having heard of the Hall of Offerings, regarded Jian with much greater reverence, especially as the aura emanating from Jian surpassed even that of the sect leader. "Senior, please wait a moment. I will inform my superior right away." Jian, akin to a graceful young gentleman, nodded gently and smiled. "Please do." The gatekeeping disciple hurriedly dashed inside and soon returned with a middle-aged elder. "Elder, this is the person from the Hall of Offerings." The elder, a practitioner of the loose, immortal realm, immediately recognized that Jian's cultivation surpassed his own and quickly bowed. "I greet you, esteemed senior. Please follow me." Jian nodded slightly. "Thank you for your assistance." "My friend," he exhibited great courtesy and sensed that the cultivation methods practiced by these individuals bore some resemblance to his own. Although their methods were not as potent as his, their foundational principles were surprisingly similar. This deepened Jian's intrigue, as if he were on the verge of unraveling a mystery. Before long, Jian met Zhang Ling, the leader of Lingtao sect. "I have the honor of meeting you." Sect leader Zhang. Zhang Ling dared not be presumptuous, for the visitor was a powerful being of the earth immortal realm, representing the Hall of Offerings. "I am honored to meet you, esteemed senior. May I inquire what brings you to Lingtao Mountain?" "If the Hall of Offerings has any directives, Lingtao sect will certainly comply." Jian smiled and replied, "I have undertaken a mission from the Hall of Offerings to investigate whether Lingtao sect poses any threat to humanity. And it appears that such an inquiry is unnecessary now." Zhang Ling's heart raced with surprise, though he felt some confusion upon hearing the latter part of Jian's statement. Jian continued with a smile, "Might I inquire if the founder of Lingtao sect bears the surname Yang?" Zhang Ling's heart jolted, and he quickly responded, "Indeed, the founder of Lingtao sect, Tao Hua San Run, bears the surname Yang." "How did you come to know this?" Jian asked. "May I ask how the founder is addressed?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ling replied, "Our founder's name is Yang Tianbao. Do you, esteemed senior, happen to know him?" Jian could not help but smile. "It seems my conjecture was correct. And why father is Yang Tianyu? Might you enlighten me on the relationship between your sect's founder and myself?" Zhang Ling chuckled warmly. "So you are indeed a relative of our founder. No wonder your cultivation is so formidable. The founder's abode is not far from here. Would you like to pay him a visit?" Jian's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly nodded, "Certainly. It has been quite some time since I last saw my uncle, so it would be a perfect opportunity to catch up." Zhang Ling was overjoyed, finally having the chance to see the founder again and visit his abode. It had been a decade since the founder had transcended the heavenly tribulation, and he had not seen him since. The two, along with the tiger, swiftly arrived at the entrance of Taohua Valley under Zhang Ling's guidance. Observing the desolate valley, Jian inquired, My friend, what is this place? Zhang Ling hastily replied, please wait a moment. This area is protected by the innate divine formation of the 12 heavenly stems, and no one may enter without the founder's permission. Just as they spoke, Huang Hu emerged from the formation. Zhang Ling, you have arrived. Is this esteemed individual the old master's nephew? Please come in. The old master has been waiting for you. The phrase waiting for a long time was merely a courtesy to flatter Yang Tianbao's reputation. Upon reaching the formation's perimeter, Yang Tianbao realized the situation, for he did not possess the ability to calculate the time at this moment. He was solely focused on enhancing his cultivation, oblivious to the necessity of any calculations. Yang Jian nodded, recognizing the powerful aura emanating from Huang Hu. Though not quite on par with his own, it was formidable, especially considering the strength of his bloodline. Thank you for your assistance, my friend. Zhang Ling quickly added, many thanks, Lord Hu. They finally had the opportunity to enter the founder's abode, a privilege that would surely incite envy from others like Dan Yang. After all, aside from Yao Yun Daorun, he was the second individual from Lingtao sect to enter the founder's domain. Noticing Zhang Ling's excitement, Yang Jian felt somewhat puzzled. Once they entered, Yang Jian was astounded by the innate spiritual energy within. Is this truly my uncle's abode? Huang Hu nodded. Indeed, it is. Zhang Ling gazed longingly at the nearby innate peach tree, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Huang Hu chuckled, the master awaits you in the cave. Do proceed. Observing the misty, innate spiritual energy at the cave's entrance, Yang Jian sighed. My uncle's cave is truly remarkable. It far surpasses the caves within the Hall of Offerings. Although I am merely a first-rank outer disciple, my cultivation cave pales in comparison to this one. If I could cultivate here, I would undoubtedly break through to the celestial immortal realm within a century. The trio entered the cave and respectfully bowed to Yang Tianbao, who was seated on a stone bed. We pay our respects to Uncle Master. Yang Tianbao waved his hand. No need for excessive formalities. Huzi, go fetch 8 peaches. Huang Hu's eyes brightened, and he swiftly dashed outside. Yang Tianbao waved his hand, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to condense into 2 cushions. Jianer, Zhang Ling, please take a seat. The two promptly settled on the cushions, feeling the continuous influx of innate spiritual energy permeating their bodies. Yang Tianbao inquired, Jianer, how has the family been during this time? Yang Jian nodded slightly. All is well at home. Uncle, you need not worry. Yang Tianbao asked again, if that is the case, would you like to stay here and cultivate? Yang Jian hesitated, ultimately shaking his head. Uncle, my parents are waiting for me to return in Chaoga. I cannot stay here for cultivation, but I can certainly come to spend more time with you. Yang Tianbao understood his sentiments and smiled. Very well. When you return, be sure to bring several peaches to share with your parents. Yang Jian nodded. Yes, thank you for your kind offer. Uncle T neither refused nor could he refuse, for it was the legendary innate spiritual root. After cultivating for so long, it was his first encounter with such a treasure, and he never imagined he would have the fortune to partake in it. Just then, Huang Hu burst in, bearing a plate with 8 shimmering spiritual peaches. The spiritual peaches radiated with ethereal light, glimmering enticingly. Yang Tianbao waved his hand grandly, and each person, including Huang Hu, found 2 spiritual peaches before them. Go ahead and eat. Your cultivation levels are commendable, and consuming these 2 peaches should aid you in breaking through your current realm. Zhang Ling exclaimed excitedly. Thank you, master. He quickly grabbed 1 spiritual peach and devoured it. He had not anticipated that by merely leading the way, he would encounter such an opportunity. Thus, he was more than willing to do so. However, having consumed 1 peach, Zhang Ling, whose cultivation had yet to reach the earth immortal realm, found himself unable to swiftly refine the innate spiritual fruit. Should he consume both, it could lead to dire consequences. Yang Tianbao paid him no mind. The peaches had already been bestowed upon him, and how Zhang Ling chose to handle them was of little concern to him. Yet, as the leader of the spiritual peach sect, Zhang Ling's cultivation was somewhat lacking, and indeed, he needed to supplement it. Yang Jian also expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Uncle. He proceeded to consume both spiritual peaches without hesitation. After all, his cultivation had reached the earth immortal realm, and his cultivation method was no ordinary one. Even if his young god could not absorb all the spiritual energy, his physical body would share the burden. Therefore, these innate spiritual energies posed little challenge for him. Yang Tianbao chuckled, "You're about to face the heavenly tribulation." Yang Jian nodded. "Indeed, I believe that refining these innate spiritual energies will enable me to break through my current realm." Yang Tianbao agreed. Yes, and soon your cultivation will match mine. However, you lack a suitable magical artifact. Or more precisely, a weapon. While I do not possess any particularly handy weapons, I can direct you to a location where a treasure awaits that is meant for you." Yang Jian's eyes lit up, and he quickly inquired, "Uncle, what treasure is it, and where can I find it?" Yang Tianbao smiled. "No need to rush. First, refine the spiritual peaches within my cave dwelling. After you have weathered the heavenly tribulation and advanced to the true immortal realm, you may then seek that treasure. In truth, your mother's dojo also harbors a divine weapon. However, it is an axe, unsuitable for you. It is better left for your elder brother." Yang Jian nodded in agreement and began his cultivation. Truth be told, he was quite yearning for that artifact. After so long in cultivation, he possessed no weapon of his own, were it not for the numerous tasks he had completed for the offering hall. Allowing him to exchange for a low-grade immortal weapon, he would still lack any weapon. Zhongling had already begun to refine the innate spiritual energy within him, being a powerful figure at the 9th level of the loose immortal realm. He felt his cultivation surge rapidly with the aid of a single innate spiritual peach. In no time, torrents of innate spiritual energy flowed toward him. Zhongling was overjoyed, realizing that a single spiritual peach could propel him into the earth immortal realm. If he were to consume the other peach as well, he might even transcend the calamity of wind. This thought filled him with excitement, causing fluctuations in his aura. Yang Tianbao coldly admonished, "Focus on your cultivation and do not let your thoughts wander." Zhongling promptly reined in his emotions and devoted himself to cultivation, for his earlier display had been perilously reckless. Thankfully, he was within the master's cave dwelling. Otherwise, he might have fallen into a state of demonic obsession. Yang Tianbao took a spiritual peach and, without hesitation, bit into it. The sweet, succulent flesh filled his mouth with a delightful flavor. Simultaneously, a vast amount of innate spiritual energy surged into his body, swiftly transforming into his magical power. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly. He still had a ways to go before overcoming the first of the true immortal tribulations if he were to rely on the accumulation of innate spiritual fruits. He could quickly surpass the first trial. However, such an accumulation could lead to a somewhat unstable foundation, which might adversely affect the tribulation. Considering this, Yang Tianbao resolved to immerse himself deeply in his cultivation. He also planned to undertake a few tasks for the human offering hall. Over the years, he had neglected these duties. Although he had been in seclusion, he had not forgotten his identity as a member of the offering hall. In truth, with his current cultivation, he could easily apply to become an inner hall member. However, Yang Tianbao did not intend to pursue that path. Having attained the true immortal realm, many outer hall tasks would be trivial for him. Yet, entering the inner hall and becoming a member would not be as straightforward. Although there were not many formidable beings above the true immortal level at this time, some demon clan strongmen occasionally appeared in human territories, preying upon humanity. This necessitated the involvement of the human offering hall to address such threats. A poor handling of the situation could cost him his life. For one who cherished life as much as Yang Tianbao, it was prudent to engage in tasks within his capacity. As for the formidable demon kings, he would not hesitate to eliminate them if capable, not only for the sake of humanity, but also for the resources they possessed, which Yang Tianbao sought. However, these matters could wait until his cultivation had strengthened. He was not inclined to recklessly charge into danger before having faced even a single true immortal tribulation. Huang Hu glanced at the spiritual peach in his hand and asked, "Master, should I continue my cultivation as well?" Yang Tianbao couldn't help but chuckle, nodding earnestly. "You must cultivate. What else would you do if not cultivate?" Huang Hu nodded, realizing the truth in his words. His cultivation did not require him to meditate like humans, but merely to lie down and sleep soundly, a task he excelled at. All right, master. I shall cultivate now. Huang Hu exclaimed swiftly. With such abundant resources at hand, it would be wasteful not to cultivate diligently. In less than a century, Huang Hu had already reached the Earth Immortal Realm. It was not inconceivable that by the time the Divine Punishment War began, he might ascend to the Celestial Immortal Realm. Yang Tianbao observed the others in seclusion, lost in thought, although he possessed 2 or 3 fine treasures. The current era of the primordial chaos was still intact, and with the rich innate spiritual energy, he might discover further opportunities. He should not confine himself to the cave dwelling for cultivation alone. At this moment, Yang Tianbao felt a stirring restlessness within him. Having broken through to the true immortal realm, the innate spiritual energy he had accumulated within was not yet fully refined, and he could venture out for some experience. He hoped to seize this opportunity to amass more resources so that when the divine punishment catastrophe arrived, he could retreat into his cave dwelling and concentrate on his cultivation. With this thought in mind, Yang Tianbao closed his eyes and began refining the spiritual peaches. After all, with Yang Jian and Zhang Ling cultivating within his cave, he could not simply depart for the outside world without a word. As time passed, 5 years later, Yang Jian opened his eyes, his aura significantly more potent. Particularly, his physical cultivation had likely reached the true immortal realm. The true immortal realm consists of 5 stages. The first stage pertains to those who have not yet overcome the 5 tribulations, while the remaining 4 stages correspond to those who have surpassed 4 tribulations. Surpassing 5 tribulations would mean a direct ascent to the celestial immortal realm. Upon his awakening, Yang Tianbao sensed the change, and Zhang Ling also opened his eyes. His cultivation fluctuations indicated he had reached the Earth Immortal Realm, nearing the threshold of the Yin Wen tribulation. Noticing Yang Tianbao's gaze upon him, Zhang Ling hurriedly exclaimed, "Thank you, Master. Without your guidance, it would have taken me much longer to achieve this breakthrough." Yang Tianbao waved dismissively. "No need for thanks. Since you have entered my dojo, this is your opportunity. Take this and return to cultivate diligently." As he spoke, he produced a stone of transmission, which he sent flying toward Zhang Ling upon seeing this artifact. Zhang Ling felt a surge of emotion and quickly asked, "Master, what is this?" Yang Tianbao smiled. "The techniques I previously provided you could only lead to the true immortal realm. It seems your cultivation is advancing rapidly. Thus, I shall pass on the subsequent techniques to you." Zhang Ling, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Master, are you saying that it contains cultivation techniques? To what realm can it lead?" Yang Tianbao nodded slightly. "It can guide you to the golden immortal realm. As for whether you can reach it, that depends on your own fortune. The primordial realm has yet to be shattered, and there exists an abundance of immortal resources, including the innate spiritual fruits and various attribute materials. Transcend into the golden immortal realm. One must possess these immortal resources. The Ling Tao sect has long prepared a considerable stock, sufficient to sustain them for quite some time, even after the conclusion of the Divine War." Zhang Ling, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Yang Tianbao continued, "Thus it would be prudent to gather additional materials of immortal essence. They may prove useful in the future." Zhang Ling, fully aware of the importance of his words, promptly bowed and replied, "Yes, Master." Yang Tianbao waved his hand, saying, "All right, you may leave now." Zhang Ling respectfully performed a bow and turned to exit the Peach Blossom Cave, guided by Huang Hu as he departed from the Peach Blossom Valley. Yang Tianbao glanced at Yang Jian and chuckled. At Qingfeng Mountain, within the Wangyin Cave, lies an ancient divine weapon known as the 3-pointed 2-edged blade, which is perfectly suited for you. You may retrieve it from there. Although Yang Tianbao had considered retrieving it himself, he feared that the weapon might not acknowledge him as its master. If only his strength were formidable enough, he could have claimed it, but as a mere true immortal, he could not. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Thank you for the reminder, Uncle. I shall go and fetch it right away." Yang Tianbao advised, "Be cautious on your journey. Divine weapons choose their masters, so you must approach them with sincerity." Understanding the significance of his words, Yang Jian prepared to bid farewell. Yang Tianbao waved his hand, causing 15 peaches to soar into his grasp, which he then condensed into several boxes using innate spiritual energy. placing the spiritual peaches within. Here, take this and bring it back for your parents and siblings to consume. It will aid in their cultivation. In a few years, I can provide you with more. But for now, this is all I can offer. Jian quickly responded, Uncle, this is already more than enough. Thank you. Tianbao waved his hand, saying, We are family. There is no need for formality. Jian nodded. Then I shall not be polite. Uncle. I will return after completing my task, and then seek the divine weapon at Qingfo Mountain. Tianbao gestured, Go on, and be safe on your journey. Personally escorting Jian out of the Peach Blossom Valley. Tianbao was not in a hurry to leave. He intended to wait for the next batch of spiritual peaches to ripen, so he could take them along, allowing for cultivation at any moment. After all, time was not on his side. Nearly a century had passed since the Great Shang dynasty had flourished for over 500 years. There remained 400 years, which was ample. Years later, Tianbao's aura grew increasingly powerful, and as he approached the first hurdle of the true immortal realm, he paid no heed and stepped out of the Peach Blossom Valley. Huang, who wished to accompany him, but Tianbao said, The innate spiritual peaches within the valley are maturing, and they require someone to tend to them. With only the two of us in the Peach Blossom Valley, if you do not stay, what will become of the ripening peaches? Huang, who, realizing the truth in this statement, ultimately nodded. Leaving would risk the peaches rotting on the ground, and in truth, his concerns were somewhat exaggerated. These were innate spiritual peaches, not easily left to decay. Tianbao, motivated by the desire to seek additional resources, understood that in 400 years, opportunities would dwindle. Upon exiting the Peach Blossom Valley, Tianbao reviewed the tasks at the offering hall. It seemed he had yet to undertake any assignments since joining. He resolved to search for the resources he needed based on these tasks. Soon, he encountered a mission concerning a horde of rat demons terrorizing the human populace. Their formidable cultivation and powerful burrowing techniques had rendered many attempts to eliminate them futile. For Tianbao, this posed no challenge. He sought the blood essence of the 12 zodiac creatures, and the rat was among them. After checking the location, Tianbao murmured, It is not far from here. With my burrowing light, I should reach it swiftly. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. After half a month of travel, Tianbao finally arrived at his destination. Upon arrival, he was immediately struck by the stench of rats. He soared toward the surrounding town and was met with a grim scene that caused him to frown. These rat demons did not merely consume the food of the humans. They even devoured the humans themselves, a truly heinous act. Simultaneously, Tianbao could sense a faint trace of the bloodline of the rat from the auras of the demons. Although the presence was weak, he still detected it. I have already acquired the bloodline of the snake from the SI zodiac. I can forego the tiger for now, but I shall continue searching. If need be, I may consult Huang Hu. Now that I have discovered the rat, I am close to gathering all 12 zodiac bloodlines. With the bloodline's power sensed, Tianbao wasted no time and hastened toward it. The sight before him nearly drove him to fury. He wielded his whisk and struck at the rat demons. This was a village, yet it bore no resemblance to one now. It was rife with the remnants of devoured corpses. Devoid of any survivors, the atmosphere was thick with resentment, forming ominous clouds above the village. The arrival of Tianbao startled the rat demons, who, upon perceiving his formidable aura, sought to flee. However, Tianbao would not grant them the opportunity to escape. His whisk transformed into a flurry of white threads, sweeping through the horde of rat demons. The sound of shoo, shoo, shoo echoed as the threads pierced the bodies of the rat demons, with only a handful managing to flee. Tianbao's sudden assault had caught them completely off guard. The few that escaped were intentional. He understood they would seek their king, and all he needed to do was follow leisurely behind. Indeed, the rat demons burrowed underground, racing frantically in a specific direction. Tianbao's burrowing technique was quite impressive, and he calmly trailed behind, concealing his aura and killing intent. Before long, he arrived at an underground lair where several rat demons had gathered. Tianbao's consciousness followed closely, revealing hundreds of rat demons congregated there, with a massive rat lying upon a stone bed, exuding the aura of a true immortal. Why have you returned? The colossal rat inquired. Puzzled, as it surveyed the returning demons. The rat demons quickly prostrated themselves, respectfully reporting, "Ancestor, you must avenge us. A human intruded into our village today, and without a word, unleashed a massacre upon us. Our entire race is now reduced to this few." The giant rat abruptly raised its head, disbelief etched on its face as it regarded the trembling demons. "What did you say?" The human was so powerful. It managed to slay thousands of rat demons in an instant. Could it be that the offering hull sent a formidable being? Infuriated, it admonished, "I warned you to be cautious. Why did you not heed my words?" As it spoke, its massive form shrank rapidly until it was no larger than a palm. Nonetheless, its white fur made it easily identifiable. The other rat demons exchanged confused glances, bewildered by their ancestors' agitation. The white rat coldly commanded, "If you wish to survive, gather your belongings swiftly. We must depart at once." The rat demons, perplexed, and the hundreds of others remained incredulous, gazing at their ancestor in disbelief. The white rat shouted, "Hurry, flee! If that human arrives, we will not survive." Only then did the others realize the gravity of the situation. A powerful human presence had come to their territory. If they were to engage, they would stand no chance of resistance. In light of this, fleeing was their best option, as for any potential rewards. The Rat Clan deemed them negligible. They would return tenfold or 100-fold against any who dared to slaughter them. The remaining rats swiftly took action, and outside, Yang Tianbao observed the scene with a smile creeping across his face. How intriguing. They are quite cautious, and oh wonder others struggle against them, but a true immortal strength does not inquire about the opponent's realm. Upon sensing their might, they flee, ensuring their survival. Such cultivators live longer. The audacity of the adversaries to inflict harm upon humanity would not allow Yang Tianbao to let them escape. As he observed their attempts to flee, the five-colored peach blossom miasma in his hand surged forth, enveloping the entire subterranean lair. However, he refrained from launching an attack, preferring instead to allow these vermin to gather all the resources for himself to reap the benefits later. Indeed, a smile crept onto Yang Tianbao's face as he beheld the grand mouse demon, which bore innate spiritual radiance. It seemed that another innate spiritual treasure was within his grasp. Elated, he activated the five-colored peach blossom miasma just as they sought to escape. Now, with the prohibitions of the miasma under his control, the toxic essence swiftly pervaded the entire cavern. The feeble mouse demons, upon inhaling the miasma, lost their vitality in an instant. This was an innate spiritual treasure, and a mid-grade one at that, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet, to his astonishment, the white mouse remained unscathed. Not only that, but a small bell floated above its head, shielding it from the toxic miasma. "Who are you? Show yourself before this king." The white mouse bellowed, witnessing the demise of all its subordinates. These minions were its progeny, honed through long years of cultivation, now fallen in their entirety. Yang Tianbao stepped forward with a smile. His gaze fixated greedily upon the small bell atop the white mouse's head. "Such a fine spiritual treasure has fallen into your hands. What a waste indeed." Upon seeing the newcomer, the white mouse's fur bristled with trepidation, sensing the palpable danger emanating from him. Though they were both mere, true immortals, the level of threat radiating from this individual rivaled that of ancient formidable beings it had previously encountered. Despite his true immortal cultivation, this man's combat prowess likely reached the realm of celestial immortals. The white mouse's small eyes darted about, desperately seeking an opportunity to escape, as Yang Tianbao's whisk began to vanish, replaced by a black wind banner. The sight of the black wind banner sent the white mouse's countenance into a frenzy. "That I know of a treasure trove, if you swear a heavenly oath to spare my life. I shall reveal its location to you. It pertains to the war of the witch and the undead, offering immense benefits to you." Yang Tianbao regarded him with a bemused smile, the black wind banner in his hand beginning to sway rapidly. The cavern filled with swirling black winds, the innate divine gales proving formidable even against the protection of the small bell. Do you not desire those treasures? Cease this at once." The bell had scarcely been subjected to the necessary prohibitions. Its power limited, and the white mouse's feeble mana was already on the brink of collapse. that it had never anticipated that the being from the human race's worship hall would be so overwhelmingly powerful. Had it foreseen this, it would have gathered its offspring and prevented them from wreaking havoc upon humanity. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Now all its descendants lay dead, and it found itself nearing its own end. In desperation, it could only plead for mercy, offering the location of the treasure to preserve its life. Yet, Yang Tianbao remained unmoved, thrusting a spear directly toward it. Clang! The spear struck the bell as protective barrier, sending it flying. Simultaneously, the black winds and peach blossom miasma surged toward the white mouse. Bereft of the bell's protection, the white mouse was as vulnerable as meat upon a chopping block. Its mana, thin and feeble, rendered it no match for Yang Tianbao's formidable power. Moreover, this sixth-ranked being wielded two such powerful, innate spiritual treasures, far beyond its capacity to contend with. Moments later, the white mouse lay on the brink of death. Yang Tianbao appeared beside it without hesitation. Placing a hand upon its head to delve into its memories, he sought to uncover the truth behind the treasure trove that was allegedly linked to the ancient war between witches and undead. Having arrived late to this world, he had missed numerous opportunities and would not let this one slip away. Swiftly, he discovered the so-called treasure trove within the mouse demon's memories. It was, in fact, a small battlefield. All the witches and undead had perished there, leaving only their corpses and artifacts buried beneath the earth. The mouse demon, fond of digging, had inadvertently stumbled upon this battlefield, and upon feasting on the remains of its kin, had attained its current level of cultivation. With newfound power, it had discovered the small bell during its return journey, unaware that it was an innate spiritual treasure. This only intensified its obsession with the treasure trove, as it yearned to re-enter that sacred ground. Yet lacking sufficient strength, it had remained hidden within its lair, fervently attempting to refine the bell. Unbeknownst to it, after years of effort, it had only managed to refine two prohibitions. Had it been more successful, the bell's might would have been vastly greater. Yang Tianbao, intrigued by the treasure trove, was eager to explore what treasures the small battlefield held. After all, it was the resting place of ancient powers, replete with various spiritual treasures. Furthermore, if he could extract the blood essence of the witches from their remains, it would be a tremendous gain. With that thought, Yang Tianbao swiftly ended the life of the white mouse. He did not dismiss the five-colored peach blossom miasma, but rather stowed away the spear, the small bell, and the black wind banner, while also collecting the storage bags strewn about. These mice had burrowed underground for many years, undoubtedly possessing valuable items. However, now was not the time to inspect the spoils. He needed to promptly address the situation at hand. Extracting the mouse demon's demon core, he quickly stripped away useful materials from their corpses before igniting them in flames to cleanse the area. Having completed this, Yang Tianbao soared towards the nearby village, employing the same method to extract the essence blood of the 12 zodiac rat spirits. Incinerating them as well that moment, he lifted his gaze towards the malevolent energy lingering in the sky. Fellow villagers, your vengeance has been avenged. You may now rest easy and reincarnate. The King of Humans had never forsaken a single member of humanity, even as many cultivators sent by the worship hall returned empty-handed or perished here. Now, with their grievances avenged, they should not linger, but rather embrace the cycle of rebirth. Perhaps Yang Tianbao's words had a profound effect, for the resentment in the sky gradually dissipated, leaving behind a clear blue expanse. At that moment, streams of mysterious yellow energy descended from the heavens towards Yang Tianbao. Could it be merit? I shall collect it. He had not anticipated that by annihilating the mouse demons and granting peace to the souls of humanity, he would be blessed with heavenly merit, an unexpected delight. Yet he had no intention of using this merit to elevate his cultivation. Otherwise, it could have propelled him to the pinnacle of true immortal status without enduring the 5 tribulations of true immortals. Though he was in urgent need of enhancement, Yang Tianbao still preferred the steady progression of cultivation. As for the merit, he casually infused it into his whisk, which began to transform. The once modest quality rapidly ascended, and before long, the whisk evolved into a low-grade post-heaven merit spiritual treasure. Satisfied, Yang Tianbao nodded. This whisk was quite convenient to wield, though he wondered if it bore any resemblance to that of the old lord. Putting aside such thoughts, he glanced towards the direction of the treasure trove and discovered two new tasks awaiting him, which he accepted without hesitation. Subsequently, Yang Tianbao eschewed the land, swiftly traversing underground towards his destination. His speed was remarkable, and it wasn't long before he arrived. To his astonishment, he found that the bane of humanity was none other than a rabbit demon, which left Yang Tianbao with an oddly contemplative expression. After all, it was quite common for humans to consume rabbits. However, the situation has turned quite on its head here. The human race is being devoured by rabbits. The general station here seems utterly powerless against the rabbit demons. It is no surprise, considering that the rabbit from Jiejiao is extraordinarily formidable, having even ascended to become the laughing Buddha in the Buddhist realm. Yang Tianbao would provide them with the opportunity to strike at the human race. Upon his arrival, he swiftly unleashed his whisk, sending it flying. There are not many rabbit demons here, the strongest among them merely reaching the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm, easily subdued by Yang Tianbao. In the end, he managed to extract a few drops of blood from the rabbit demon-s lineage, specifically the 12 Zodiac's rabbit bloodline. However, upon acquiring the rabbit's essence, Yang Tianbao found himself devoid of any merit, indicating that his efforts did not yield the anticipated results. On another front, there exists a pig demon whose thoughts are rather similar. This pig demon does not consume humans. Rather, he seeks to take a wife. The beautiful maidens from the surrounding villages have all fallen victim to his antics, and he is not satisfied unless he marries several lovely women each year. In light of this, the local officials reported the matter to the human king, who then arranged for the human race's offering hall to intervene. Yet, this pig demon is particularly cunning. Whenever a powerful individual approaches, he swiftly conceals himself, and any weaker adversaries are swiftly vanquished. His hiding techniques are quite adept, rendering even those at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm unable to locate him, and even several formidable true immortals have been evaded by him. Yang Tianbao found himself intrigued by the pig demon's ability to mask his presence, prompting him to stealthily arrive at this location. The pig demon was due to marry soon, and Yang Tianbao awaited the opportune moment to deal with him. Sure enough, 2 months later, Yang Tianbao anticipated the pig demon's nuptials. The chosen bride was the daughter of a local official, who was in a state of frantic distress, even escalating the matter to the imperial court. However, the response he received indicated that powerful beings were en route, assuring him that the troubles would soon be resolved. He anxiously awaited, watching the pig demon prepare for marriage. The strong individuals from the offering hall had yet to appear, causing the official to grow increasingly agitated. The might of the offering hall was beyond his reach to question. He could only stew in frustration that moment. Dark clouds rolled in, and the overwhelming aura of the demon instilled a profound fear among the human populace. Suddenly, Yang Tianbao beheld a grotesque figure, a demon sporting a pig's head, emerge from the ominous mist, its countenance exceedingly fierce. Yang Tianbao furrowed his brow slightly. The pig demon exuded a significant aura of malevolence and was indeed a formidable entity at the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. Explaining why he had successfully evaded the scrutiny of the offering hall. My beloved, I have arrived. His arrogant voice echoed throughout the town, sending the human inhabitants fleeing in terror. Just then, a dazzling array of colors began to shimmer. Following this, a fierce wind swept toward the pig demon. The pig demon's expression shifted dramatically, and as he prepared to evade the oncoming attack, he was ensnared by Yang Tianbao's whisk before he could even react. And know, which esteemed lord is here. Spare my life. I do not wish to perish. Yang Tianbao replied coolly. Tell me, where have the human women you married gone? Upon hearing this, the pig demon quickly understood the gravity of the situation and exclaimed, Senior, if you spare me, I can lead you to them. Yang Tianbao coldly retorted, Enough, I shall delve into your memories myself. As he spoke, he appeared beside the pig demon, his gaze sweeping over him. The pig demon hastily implored, Senior, please spare me. I possess the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Tang Kong, which is a rare, auspicious creature. You cannot kill me. Yang Tianbao couldn't help but chuckle. Do not think that just because you possess the Tang Kong bloodline, You are exempt from consequences for your audacity against the human race. With that, he ceased his chatter and unleashed a powerful divine sense, directly probing into the pig demon's memories. The more he discovered, the colder his expression became, culminating in a swift strike that shattered the pig demon's head into fragments. Humph! His death is of no consequence that a flame erupted, swiftly refining the bloodline power within the pig demon. Before long, the pig demon's bloodline was divided into two parts. One was the bloodline of the 12 Zodiac Espor, while the other was indeed the Tang Kong bloodline, albeit exceedingly diluted. Yang Tanbao collected the essence and addressed the gathered humans. The pig demon has been vanquished. You may now feel at ease. I shall take my leave. Without lingering, he set forth toward the pig demon's lair. Recalling the presence of a vermilion fruit tree there, adorned with 5 fruits, while the remainder had been ravaged by the pig demon. These were millennium-old vermilion fruits. While they held little value for Yang Tianbao, they would greatly benefit the foundation of the Lingtao sect for Earth immortal and scattered immortals. As Yang Tianbao departed, the officials of the town were struck with realization. Indeed, this was Yang Tianbao's true objective, showcasing remarkable strategy. Had he truly sought information about the pig demon, it was likely that as soon as he revealed even the slightest detail, the pig demon would have hidden without hesitation. It was far more prudent to capture him during his marriage. The official clasped his hands in gratitude towards the direction Yang Tianbao had departed, swiftly drafting a report to inform of the events. Yang Tianbao soon arrived at the pig demon's cave, eyeing the vermilion fruit tree with a nod of approval. However, upon noticing the scattered bones nearby, his expression darkened. Very well, I have slain the pig demon. You may now leave in peace. Do not linger here. With a grand gesture, he dispelled the dark aura entwining the bones. After retrieving the vermilion fruit tree and surveying the area to ensure no other treasures remained, Yang Tianbao swiftly descended underground. The small battlefield lay beneath the surface, and Yang Tianbao was uncertain why it existed there. However, he surmised that had it not been buried, little would have remained of him. With this thought, he quickened his pace, in no time, he found himself thousands of miles underground. With the pressure intensified the deeper he ventured, that moment, he reached the entrance to the small battlefield. Before he could step inside, he felt an overwhelming force pressing upon him. Yang Tianbao couldn't help but marvel. He wondered how the ancient mouse had managed to enter, enduring such immense pressure while consuming the corpse of an ancient demon clan. Truly no ordinary being. As he stepped into the battlefield, he beheld the fallen warriors of 2 great races. The remaining combatants were few, with each side numbering less than 100, all having perished in the conflict. From their auras, it was evident that these shaman and demon warriors were comparable to those of the celestial immortal realm, with several even at the golden immortal level. Had they still drawn breath, Yang Tianbao would have never dared to tread here. Yet, they lay lifeless. Though their auras remained potent, there was no sign of life or danger. Yang Tianbao maintained a calm demeanor as he advanced further. First, he approached the shaman tribe. Observing dozens of their corpses strewn across the battlefield, he was particularly interested in their blood essence and hoped to acquire their cultivation techniques. If possible, it would be even more fortuitous. Legend has it that the 8-9 mystical arts and the 9 transformations mystical arts both originated from the shaman tribe, though Yang Tianbao could not ascertain the truth of this, should he obtain the shaman techniques. He believed he could derive a cultivation method on par with the 8-9 mystical arts. Yang Tianbao's gaze was soon drawn to the weapons clutched in their hands. The shaman, being body cultivators, had no ties to innate spiritual treasures, yet they wielded divine weapons that, in ancient times, resources were abundant, and there were myriad treasures for forging divine weapons. Once the shaman reached the golden immortal realm, they would possess their own divine weapon. Yang Tianbao's attention shifted to the 3 shaman warriors of golden immortal caliber. As expected, their weapons were indeed divine, though their quality did not seem exceptionally high. They were equivalent to spiritual treasures that a battle axe, a long spear, and a great sword, 3 divine weapons. Even with the passage of time, they still radiated divine light. Especially that axe, its quality is undoubtedly no less than that of a superior divine weapon, nearly comparable to his own spear. The remaining two divine weapons are also commendable. Although they are classified as inferior, acquiring divine weapons in this era is no trivial feat. Jian's three-pronged, double-edged blade was left behind by Feng Ho, a general under the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, and its rank remains unknown to him, though is unlikely to be of the highest grade. Following the War of the Witch and Demon, resources in the primordial world have become scarce. Unless Feng Ho had also seized an ancient opportunity to acquire divine weapons predating the conflict, it would most likely be at most a middle-grade divine weapon. Yang Tianbao is aware that these are mere speculations. He must wait for Yang Jian's return to ascertain the truth. Swiftly, he stowed away the three divine weapons and, glancing at the remaining weapons of celestial quality, he hesitated not and collected them all. Although these celestial weapons hold no immediate utility for him, they could serve as gifts for promising juniors in the future, thereby enhancing the foundation of humanity. The weapons of the Witch Clan are shrouded in malevolence, unmistakably bearing the marks of battle-worn artifacts. Such weapons are invaluable for those pursuing the path of physical sanctification. Subsequently, Yang Tianbao began to search the bodies of the Witch Clan for any cultivation techniques. Before long, he indeed uncovered treasures from the three golden immortal witches. 3 scrolls of beast hide, one of which contained the 9 transformations of primordial energy, a true cultivation method of the Witch Clan. Albeit unfortunately incomplete, it should allow for cultivation up to the 9th transformation, but this particular method permits only the 7th. In other words, the 9 transformations of primordial energy recorded in this scroll can only be cultivated to the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Nevertheless, this is quite satisfactory for Yang Tianbao, as his most potent techniques originate from several golden immortal methods imparted by Fairy Yunhua. Furthermore, this is a remarkably high-grade method for physical sanctification, bringing Yang Tianbao immense delight. He did not linger over the other 2 scrolls. For the time being, his gains were already substantial. He continued to scour the other witch corpses, unearthing 5 more pieces of beast hide, though he did not scrutinize their contents. Simply collecting them all, he then gathered all the witch corpses, intending to extract their bloodlines for refinement, hoping to enhance his physical strength. Perhaps he may not reach the golden immortal realm before the War of the Gods. But achieving a physical form at the golden immortal level is not out of reach. Yang Tianbao then turned his attention to the Demon Clan. Firstly, he examined the treasures in their possession. The battlefield was littered with numerous postnatal treasures and spiritual artifacts. The quality of these artifacts is generally modest. Even the most formidable among them appears comparable to a superior postnatal spiritual artifact, with others being even weaker. Yang Tianbao was quite pleased. After all, they are still spiritual artifacts. Here, there are 6 postnatal spiritual artifacts and dozens of postnatal treasures. Yang Tianbao was elated with these spoils, crafted by the ancient heavenly court of the Demon Clan, undoubtedly reflecting their superb craftsmanship. He collected all the postnatal treasures and then directed his gaze towards the 4 golden immortal demons. Certain they possessed valuable items. For instance, the small bell previously obtained by the rat demon was a congenital spiritual treasure. He hoped to acquire more congenital spiritual treasures from these demons to bolster his own resources. After all, his current collection of congenital spiritual treasures is rather meager. The 5-color peach blossom miasma, the black wind banner, and the unrefined small bell. Alas, how impoverished he felt with merely 3 congenital spiritual treasures. Reflecting on this, Yang Tianbao could not help but sigh. He realized just how destitute he truly was. Should this sentiment reach the ears of the 3 of the Chan teaching, they would undoubtedly scorn him vehemently. Well, that merely refers to the legendary Huang Longjunren. In reality, the situation is quite different. He is backed by the Dragon Clan, and although the Dragon Clan has declined, presenting a few congenital spiritual treasures is still rather easy. However, during this period, the Dragon Clan is burdened with karma, which is why Yuanshi Tianzuan disapproves of Huang Longjunren. Perhaps in Yuanshi Tianzuan's view, the Dragon Clan lacks for nothing in the way of treasures. Granting them artifacts would be a waste, better bestowed upon disciples in need. During the War of the Gods, Huang Longjunren refrained from displaying any treasures out of fear of drawing attention to the Dragon Clan. Though the Dragon Clan has not yet entirely fallen, it can hardly be considered a top-tier force. He quickly searched the bodies of the several golden immortal demons, soon yielding results. However, the first item he discovered was a transmission stone. Unlike the witches, the demon clan's techniques are inscribed upon transmission stones. Like the 3 beast hide scrolls he previously obtained, Yang Tianbao did not examine it immediately, but continued to collect it. Soon, he finished searching the 4 golden immortal demons that he acquired 2 transmission stones, a rope-like congenital spiritual treasure, and a congenital spiritual sword. With 2 additional congenital spiritual treasures, Yang Tianbao was overjoyed, exclaiming that his efforts were not in vain. Now, he possessed 6 congenital spiritual treasures that if he were to include the unformed congenital purple lotus, that would make 7 to it is unfortunate that, apart from the congenital purple lotus, the 5-color peach blossom miasma and the black wind banner are merely mid-grade and low-grade congenital spiritual treasures. He hoped the remaining finds would yield a superior one that his gaze shifted to the other powerful demons. Although the remaining demons were all at the heavenly immortal level, it does not imply they lack valuable treasures. Perhaps these heavenly immortal demons are descendants of the divine demons. Should that be the case, Yang Tianbao would strike it rich. Time swiftly passed as Yang Tianbao continued his acquisitions. This location has remained secure for many years. Except for the unexpected intrusion of the rat, no other beings have ventured here. Yang Tianbao had no intention of departing. He prepared to stay and assimilate his recent gains, soon, while rummaging through the corpses. Yang Tianbao paused. In his hand appeared a lamp, which he had discovered in a demon-s storage bag. The resources within these demon storage bags are remarkably abundant, if refined into postnatal spiritual artifacts. Several high-grade ones could be produced. This lamp is ancient, and the innate spiritual light emanating from it indicates it is indeed a remarkable congenital spiritual treasure. Yang Tianbao was satisfied. Yet another congenital spiritual treasure has been added to his collection. Additionally, he uncovered other valuable items, such as a superior congenital spiritual fruit, the pineapple, a mid-grade congenital spiritual fruit, the dragon fruit, and numerous lower-grade congenital spiritual fruits. One cannot help but acknowledge the wealth of resources from the ancient heavenly court of the demon clan, particularly from those of the heavenly immortal and golden immortal levels. Should one encounter higher-tier demons, they would undoubtedly possess superior and even top-grade congenital spiritual fruits. Besides, Yang Tianbao also found treasures such as the 3 light divine water and true yang heavenly water, among other riches brimming with non-material substances. In summary, Yang Tianbao's haul was substantial, having acquired 3 additional congenital spiritual treasures, 3 divine weapons, and an array of other treasures, though he lacked any top-tier artifacts. He could rightfully claim the title of a treasure-seeking sage. Never mind, he would not covet another's renown. After all, that individual is the senior brother of the Jian sect, undoubtedly possessing more and better treasures than he. Moreover, ultimately becoming a Buddha in the Buddhist sect, his collection would be even more significant, incomparable to Yang Tianbao's. Finally, Yang Tianbao turned his attention back to the corpses of the demons. Their bloodlines are certainly worth securing, and the materials on their bodies can be used for crafting treasures. While he may not have use for them, Ling Tao sect certainly could, as it is also part of Yang Tianbao's legacy. His disciples must not be left wanting. There is even the flesh of these demons, which contains abundant energy, beneficial for physical cultivation. Yang Tianbao contemplated whether to procure 1 or 2 texts on the path to sanctification for Ling Tao sect, allowing them to make good use of these demon corpses. Ultimately, however, he shook his head. Perhaps it was best to forego Ling Tao sect for now, although he could certainly take some back for Huang Hu to enhance his cultivation. Given the enormity of his recent haul, Yang Tianbao had no intention of returning immediately. This place is inherently safe. He settled in to stay. After clearing the corpses, Yang Tianbao noted that the area around him was quite spacious. If some individuals were to be concealed, it would undoubtedly pose no issue. The area here was swiftly cleared, and Yang Tianbao discovered that perhaps due to the fierce battle of those ruffians, this space contained a considerable amount of refining materials. Although these materials were of low grade, considering the aftermath of the great calamity of the gods, there were hardly any high-grade materials left in the entire wilderness. So he collected them without hesitation. Finding a relatively clean spot to sit down, Yang Tianbao waved his hand, and a corpse materialized not far from him. Gazing upon the lifeless form, Yang Tianbao could not help but sigh. The two clans of Wu and Yao were once so formidable. Yet in the end, they too fell victim to schemes. Now, their attention has turned towards our human race, which, regrettably, is powerless to resist. Originally, the human race's saint, the goddess Nuwa, had led the charge to annihilate the last human king. While the three ancestors and the three sovereigns were trapped by them within the fire cloud cave, it is now a challenge for the human race to find a capable leader, let alone face those saints. Forgive me, brother. That a flame appeared before Yang Tianbao without hesitation, swiftly refining the corpse. Although the individual before him belonged to the Wu clan, he had perished, yet retained a formidable presence even in death, having reached the celestial immortal realm during his lifetime. Under Yang Tianbao's fierce flames, the body was rapidly refined. In just 2 days, the corpse shrank to half its original size. After another 3 days, the body was completely refined, leaving only a small ball of essence blood the size of a thumb. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tianbao grasped the ball of Wu clan essence blood and quickly activated the celestial peach demonic art within him. The small ball of essence blood was swiftly integrated into Yang Tianbao's body, continually enhancing his physique. By the time the essence blood was completely refined, 3 months had already passed, feeling his physical body grow significantly stronger. A look of joy spread across Yang Tianbao's face. That it seemed his initial thoughts were correct. Though the refining process was too slow, he needed to devise a more efficient method. An ancient lamp appeared in his hand, which presumably contained some extremely powerful flames, for otherwise it would not qualify as a congenital spiritual treasure. By refining this ancient lamp, he hoped to utilize its flames to expedite the transformation of the Wu clan's corpse into essence blood, potentially saving a considerable amount of time. With this in mind, Yang Tianbao swiftly set to work. After a year of continuous efforts, he finally refined a line of innate spiritual prohibitions and discerned the lamp's level. This ancient artifact was currently the strongest congenital spiritual treasure in his possession, classified as a top-grade congenital spiritual treasure, containing 20 lines of innate spiritual prohibitions. Upon realizing the treasure's rank, a delighted smile appeared on Yang Tianbao's face. I used to envy the lotus lantern, but now I feel no envy at all. Truly, it is merely a level higher. My lamp is not inferior. 3 years later, after refining 5 prohibitions, he could not help but express his joy. He genuinely desired a supreme congenital spiritual treasure renowned for its combat prowess. Yet such entities were scarce in these times. The supreme congenital spiritual treasures had fallen into the hands of others. An even lesser one seemed out of his reach. This ancient lamp, named Wanjia, was a treasure of the human race. Much like the Kongtong seal, it could suppress the fate of the human race. This treasure was immensely powerful and required the sincere flames of the common people to ignite it, allowing its level to grow rapidly. Even in its current state, the initial divine fire within was formidable, easily capable of refining the Wu clan's beings at the golden immortal level. If Wanjia could be lit by tens of thousands, it would undoubtedly gain an additional line of innate spiritual prohibition. Elevating it to a supreme congenital spiritual treasure was not difficult. It merely required 80,000 human beings to sincerely ignite it. Yang Tianbao was thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, Wanjia was remarkable. 7 years later, Yang Tianbao successfully refined 10 lines of innate spiritual prohibitions and could now wield it with great proficiency. After a decade of effort, Yang Tianbao paused, joyfully gazing at the ancient lamp at his hand. Wanjia, once I step outside, I shall ignite you, elevating your rank, and I hope you will accompany me in conquering the world. Crackle! At this moment, the flames atop Wanjia burned steadily, appearing much like an ordinary oil lamp. Yet Yang Tianbao knew the flames were extraordinarily potent, capable of incinerating even someone of his caliber with ease. He swiftly stowed away Wanjia, allowing it to reside within his purple mansion for nourishment. This would facilitate the refinement of the innate spiritual prohibitions within and strengthen the bond between the treasure and himself. This time, the 5-colored peach blossom miasma and the Black Wind Banner occupied separate corners, occasionally absorbing the magical energy from Yang Tianbao's primordial spirit and returning it to him. The moment Wan Jian materialized in his purple mansion space, it unhesitatingly claimed the prime position at the very top. The five-colored peach blossom miasma and the Black Wind Banner showed no reaction, seemingly accepting its place. Yang Tianbao paid them no mind, quickly retrieving the corpses of the Wu clan and arranging them neatly together. Once this was accomplished, Wan Jiadeng reappeared in his hand, that a smile crept onto Yang Tianbao's face as he infused it with magical energy, sending a flicker of flame toward the corpses of the Wu clan. Upon contact, the flame ignited instantly. Before long, all the Wu clan corpses were reduced to ash. When he withdrew the flames, only 3 items remained on the ground. 9 objects resembling coffin nails exuded a menacing aura, likely the cause of one of the golden immortal Wu clan's demise. Yet their exact grade remained a mystery, and he hoped they would not disappoint him. His gaze shifted to the 2 spheres of essence blood, one large and one small. The smaller one contained merely a single drop, yet its energy was immensely powerful, surpassing the larger fist-sized sphere of Wu clan essence blood. Upon seeing that drop, a flicker of disbelief shone in Yang Tianbao's eyes. Could this be ancestral Wu essence blood? No, it shouldn't be. Could it be the essence blood of a great Wu? As if struck by a revelation, Yang Tianbao's gaze landed on the drop of great Wu essence blood, uncertain of its origin. However, he knew this substance would be immensely beneficial to him, based on the cultivation levels during the final battle. The 12 ancestral Wus were likely at the primordial golden immortal level, while the great Wu must have achieved the great Luo golden immortal level. If that were the case, with just this drop of great Wu essence blood, he could elevate his physical cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm that, if paired with the 9 transformations Yuan technique, he might even reach the Tai golden immortal level. Subsequently, Yang Tianbao shook his head. The larger sphere of essence blood would be easier to refine. Once refined, it would also rapidly enhance his physical cultivation. While it might not elevate him to the golden immortal level, it would certainly boost him to the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. As long as his physical cultivation reached either the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm or the golden immortal realm, Yang Tianbao would no longer feel an urgent need. After all, a golden immortal in this world was still incredibly powerful. Coupled with divine weapons and treasures, as long as he did not encounter a great Luo golden immortal, he could protect himself. Yet he cast a peculiar glance at Wan Jiadenghua, uncertain of what it signified for the treasure of the human race to appear in his hands. Was it intended for him to contend against several saints, to ensure the fate of the human race remained unblemished? Initially, he felt no particular concern. But just moments ago, as threads of human fate enveloped him, he sensed that this treasure might be more of a burden than a boon. Regaining his composure, Yang Tianbao realized that this treasure could only be utilized when the human race reached its zenith. Should the human race weaken, its power would similarly diminish. Moreover, such a treasure of human fate might only unleash its full potential in the hands of a true emperor of humanity. The current emperor of humanity was unable to cultivate, relying solely on the human emperor's aura for protection. Therefore, Wan Jiadeng might be better suited for a more worthy master. This treasure of human fate was akin to a hot potato in the hands of someone like him, devoid of any cultivation that, if discovered by those saints, they would undoubtedly rush to seize it without hesitation. Much like the treasure of the human race, the Kongtong seal, which was originally meant to be wielded by the emperor but was now under the control of the Grandmaster Tai Ching. With this thought, a flicker of determination ignited in Yang Tianbao's eyes. Since this item has become a hot potato in his hands, it would be better to exchange it for something of greater value. The myriad lights within the Purple Palace were unaware that this individual intended to barter himself for other advantages, oblivious to Yang Tianbao's intentions. The current human race's offering hall is quite formidable, venerating the 3 ancestors and 3 sovereigns of humanity, who frequently make appearances. However, it was not until the time of the Divine Seal War that, aside from the people of Shichi seeking detoxification methods at the Fire Cloud Cave, there were no further sightings of the 3 sovereigns. This was a demotion war for the human race. Should they fail, their fortune would diminish significantly, and their status would be lost, in later generations. There were scarcely any who could attain immortality, all due to the substantial decline in the human race's fortune, relegating them to mere offerings for the divine beings, even if one possessed ample fortune. Prostrating before those deities would cause their own fortune to wane. Those who had seen the later generations of immortals worshipping the divine might be their disciples, perhaps. Yang Tianbao shook his head, stowing away a drop of the great witch's essence blood, along with 9 steel nails, before separating a cluster of essence blood in his grasp and commencing its refinement. In the mountains, time does not count. A millennium has passed in the world. The depths of the earth are no different, and Yang Tianbao was unaware of how long had elapsed. When he finally opened his eyes after his cultivation, he felt as if only a moment had passed. However, upon calculating, he was astonished to find that a century had gone by. This was his first time in seclusion for 100 years. Unfortunately, the peach demonic Xian Gong was immensely powerful, allowing for the rapid absorption of the witch's essence blood. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have advanced so swiftly at this moment. His cultivation remained unchanged. Still at the true immortal realm, nearing his first tribulation, Yang Tianbao had a premonition that he might face 2 or 3 tribulations simultaneously. Over the course of a century, he not only refined the witch's essence blood, but also the residual spiritual energy of the innate spiritual fruit within his body, advancing his cultivation further. However, he had initially believed he could break through to the golden immortal realm, but ultimately only reach the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Yang Tianbao was not disheartened. With over 300 years remaining until the Divine Seal War, there was ample time for him to achieve a breakthrough. Moreover, he still possessed a drop of the great witch's essence blood, which could serve as a direct means of refinement should he find himself unable to advance. Rising to his feet, Yang Tianbao unhesitatingly retrieved all the demon corpses, beginning to strip away the refining materials from them. Unfortunately, their primordial spirits had already dissipated, rendering them useless for alchemy. Once he had removed all the refining materials, he then produced the myriad lights and began to smelt the bloodlines within them. They certainly could not possess the blood of the 12 zodiac animals. Yet Yang Tianbao harbored ambitions that if he could refine their essence blood into formation flags, he could deduce even more formidable formations based on the 12 heavenly stems' great array. For instance, the myriad demon array he currently envisioned, of course, it wouldn't be that terrifying. He lacked the capability to subjugate myriad demons. However, using these beings as the focal point and gathering some weaker demon essence blood, he could undoubtedly establish such formations as his cultivation progressed. Yang Tianbao conceived other ideas that it was impossible to remain in the cave awaiting the conclusion of the Divine Seal War, and he could not involve himself directly in it. So perhaps he could find someone to take his place. He possessed many magical treasures, and if he could deduce some formations, he could significantly obstruct the disciples of the Chan sect. Indeed, playing the role of a bystander would suffice. There was no need for him to charge into battle, as that would not align with his interests. Yang Tianbao couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, dozens of essence blood from demon beings, all of which were above the celestial immortal realm, were swiftly extracted. When the flames extinguished, Yang Tianbao found no spiritual treasures within them, but this harvest was already considerable. Not being greedy, he gathered the essence blood and myriad lights before hastily making his way outside. Upon emerging to the surface and gazing at the sun overhead, a smile of joy spread across his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward a nearby peak. The tribulations of the true immortal target, not only the primordial spirit, but also the physical body. At this stage, the primordial spirit had already attained a pure yang state, and the 5 tribulations of the true immortal specifically addressed the latter stages of the 5 energies converging, necessitating the simultaneous transcendence of the physical body and primordial spirit. However, before he could reach the peak, 2 formidable demon beings appeared before him. "Are you the one who killed my son?" "It is him. I can still sense our son's aura from him." Yang Tianbao gazed at the 2 demon beings before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. Before him stood 2 pig demons, their strength formidable, both at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Yang Tianbao's expression turned peculiar as he speculated on their identities. Could they be the parents of that pig demon who fancied marrying? A smile crept onto Yang Tianbao's face. It seemed they were indeed one of his 5 tribulations, the Golden Tribulation. The Golden Tribulation, also known as the Tribulation of Weapons, could lead to one's demise if one were not vigilant enough to avoid the opponent's blades or magical treasures. The heavenly Tao certainly held him in high regard to have sent such adversaries his way. It seemed intent on his demise. Had it not been for his physical body having reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, he would have been no match for these two at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm with merely his true immortal cultivation. The pig demons, noticing Yang Tianbao's silence, exchanged puzzled glances and wondered to themselves, could we have made a mistake? This person appears rather foolish. How could he possess the strength to kill our son? Yang Tianbao was oblivious to their thoughts. Yet a divine weapon materialized in his hand, the long spear that was his own, with his physical cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. It was only natural that he would engage in battle using his physical prowess. Moreover, Yang Tianbao had comprehended a set of combat techniques from the witch's essence blood, and through his own deductions, he had mastered it completely. The pig demons recognized Yang Tianbao's movements and realized they had indeed found the right person. They had been cultivating in their cave when a sudden impulse led them to feel that their son had perished. Without hesitation, they sought him out, and upon laying eyes on Yang Tianbao, they understood he was the one who had slain their son. For reasons unknown, it seemed that fate had conspired to make them aware. Initially, upon seeing Yang Tianbao's cultivation, they assumed he was merely an ordinary true immortal, but to their astonishment, he drew his weapon. Without hesitation, the two pig demons also brandished their weapons. Yang Tianbao was taken aback. Were these two pig demons jesting? With their pinnacle celestial immortal cultivation, their weapons were mere low-grade immortal weapons. The rudimentary and crude methods of refining left one shaking their head in disbelief. Had these two pig demons truly sunk to such depths? They appeared to be in dire straits. If sensing the pity in Yang Tianbao's gaze, the two pig demons swung their immortal swords without hesitation, charging towards him. Yang Tianbao, seeing the two charging pig demons, showed no mercy and retaliated fiercely. 1 against 2. The advantage was in an instant. Yang Tianbao's long spear thrust forth, effortlessly knocking the swords from the hands of the two pig demons, and his divine spear plunged mercilessly toward their necks. The two pig demons were taken aback as a shield suddenly appeared before them, blocking Yang Tianbao's attack, though several shields were shattered in the process. Their eyes turned crimson. They had no intention of fleeing. Perhaps due to the constraints of the heavenly Tao, it was either they would die, or Yang Tianbao would perish. However, in this situation, they did not hold the advantage. Merely watching as Yang Tianbao approached, they possessed magical treasures, but their quality was subpar. Wild demons. Having such magical treasures was already remarkable. How could they aspire to possess spiritual treasures? They lacked sufficient opportunities. The two pig demons exchanged glances and suddenly transformed, their bodies swelling to 50 meters in size. Following this, they brandished a long blade that was 30 meters in length, wielded with ferocity as they aimed to cleave Yang Tianbao in two. Is this truly the art of size manipulation? You too can wield such divine powers. Yang Tianbao could not help but be astonished. These two pig demons had displayed such abilities. The art of size manipulation seemed to be a technique from the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. And they actually possessed it. Could they have a high-level inheritance? Upon reaching this conclusion, Yang Tianbao resolutely charged towards them, not for any other reason than the allure of the size-round divine art. After such prolonged cultivation, he had only mastered a singular technique through his own understanding. Yet here, unexpectedly, was a manifestation of the Heavenly Gang's 36 transformations presented to him in that moment. Yang Tianbao's sole desire was to subdue them and extract further divine arts from their memories. If he could obtain the complete set of the Heavenly Gang's 36 transformations, it would be nothing short of perfection. Bang! Yang Tianbao surged forward, instantly appearing beside the head of a pig demon. Before it could react, his spear had already plunged into it. Without hesitation, Yang Tianbao began to sift through its memories, soon uncovering knowledge related to the Heavenly Gang's 36 transformations. Was it a legacy of memories? This pig demon's origins were undoubtedly significant. Size round. Is that all there is? What ill fortune! He had hoped to acquire several techniques from the Heavenly Gang's 36 transformations, yet turned out to be just this one. Although obtaining the size round technique was already a gain for him, who wouldn't desire a broader array of abilities? Witnessing her husband slain, another pig demon's eyes blazed with fury as she charged at Yang Tianbao. Ah, how dare you kill my husband? You shall pay for this. With her long knife raised, she aimed to strike at Yang Tianbao. He effortlessly blocked the blade, recognizing it as merely a common low-grade celestial weapon. Even infused with the pig demon's demonic energy, it could not breach his Peach Slayer body. What of blocking with his hand? It mattered little. Regardless, her attacks could not penetrate his defenses. Yet, Yang Tianbao was not one to refrain from retaliation. After she struck him, he swiftly advanced, driving his spear forcefully into her neck. Simultaneously, he began to explore this pig demon's memories. Sandstorm. Another technique from the Heavenly Gang's 36 transformations. To his astonishment, he had struck gold, slaying 2 pig demons in succession and acquiring such benefits. Before long, he discerned the location of their lair. That it must be said. These 2 pig demons were exceptionally fortunate, their destinies profoundly intertwined. Had it not been for their son's misfortune, they would not have met such an end. One possessed the bloodline of the divine beast, Dankong, while the other bore the lineage of the 12 zodiac animals. Both were beings of immense potential. Their offspring inheriting both bloodlines was entirely normal. Yet regrettably, the child had strayed from diligent cultivation and sought marriage among the human race. Marriage was one thing, but the women he had taken were treated as mere sustenance after being debased. In this era, the human race was the protagonist of the heavens. Thus, it was only natural that their fortunes would wane amidst such rampant atrocities. Moreover, their lair was exceptional, rich in innate spiritual energy. Explaining how they had cultivated to their current level, Yang Tianbao couldn't help but feel tempted by their lair. After absorbing the memories of the pig demons, they were left utterly soulless. He swiftly gathered the resources from their bodies and extracted their bloodlines. After all, these 2 had practically delivered their blood to him on a silver platter. It would be a disservice to refuse, just as Yang Tianbao believed he had escaped the tribulation of blades. 4 formidable presences emerged from all directions. You, human race, dare to slaughter our demon kin. You shall perish, a voice rang out, causing Yang Tianbao's expression to shift dramatically. Before him stood 2 peak celestial pig demons. And now 4 more peak celestial demons approached. Was this some sort of jest? What merit did he possess to attract such a multitude of powerful demon beings for a mere tribulation of blades? Although the trials of true immortality were indeed arduous, this was excessive that it felt as though the heavenly Tao had taken a personal interest in him, or rather, that Hongjun Daozu was targeting him specifically. Could it be the myriad lights in his possession? Yet he had scarcely employed this treasure, and without igniting the myriad lights, it was impossible to gather the human race's fortune. Wait a moment. Could it be that Hongjun feared him? The myriad lights were a treasure of human fortune. If activated, they could undoubtedly stabilize the human race's destiny. Coupled with the human race's supreme treasure, the Kongtong Seal, their synergy could surely suppress the entire human fortune. Even if the Kongtong Seal resided with the Taching Saint, possessing the myriad lights could concentrate the strength of the populace, transforming them into a treasure of humanity. Rivaling even innate treasures that, if humanity were to ascend in strength, it could surpass innate treasures and reach even loftier realms. With this thought, Yang Tianbao felt a twinge of urgency. He needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, the emergence of the myriad lights would remain uncertain. With a flourish, he spun his spear, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the approaching demon kin. Since they sought his life, he would strike first. What manner of entities were these, sent by the heavenly Tao? None bore any worthwhile weapons. How could they hope to contend with him? After 3 exchanges, he had dispatched one of the demons and swiftly gleaned their origins from his memories. These 4 demons had not come far, drawn by the disturbance of battle, perhaps guided by some unseen force, and had come without hesitation to their demise. Indeed, it was the eve of the divine war. And these demons were peak celestial beings. Their sanctuaries, or rather, their lairs, were quite commendable. Although they paled in comparison to his Peach Blossom Valley, they were not far behind in terms of innate spiritual energy. They were on par with his Peach Blossom fruits. Aside from his own Peach Blossom Valley, which boasted innate spiritual roots, there was little that surpassed them. However, his sanctuary was protected by an innate great array, while theirs had no such defenses. Are there treasures to be found? Yang Tianbao suddenly discovered within the memories a hint of something valuable. Beneath their lair, a treasure was in gestation, not yet ready to emerge. He must investigate, for it could very well be a remarkable artifact. It must be said, the allure of innate spiritual treasures was immense. Although he possessed several innate treasures, who would ever turn down more? Just then, the remaining 3 peak celestial demons approached. Observing the celestial weapons they wielded, Yang Tianbao couldn't help but shake his head. 3 peak celestial demons. Could they not present something more impressive? Did they truly believe they could defeat him with such pathetic armaments? It felt almost like a farce to that moment. He even felt as though this tribulation was merely an opportunity to acquire layers and resources, embracing the notion of not passing up free offerings. Yang Tianbao charged at the 3 demons without hesitation. With a thrust, his spear transformed into a great dragon, plunging into the neck of one demon, instantly extinguishing its life. The remaining 2 demons showed no inclination to flee. They were paralyzed with fear at Yang Tianbao's formidable strength. Yet, some unseen force restrained them from escaping. Without hesitation, Yang Tianbao dispatched them as well, treating the tribulation of blades as if it were a mere jest, swiftly resolving it. Just as he believed he had triumphed over the ordeal, an iron hammer suddenly hurtled towards him, striking him forcefully and sending him staggering backward. Poof! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Staring in disbelief at the hammer, he noticed a glimmer of light circulating around it as it struck him, instantly transforming into a streak of light and soaring away. Yang Tianbao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, letting out a cold snort, and instantly became a streak of light, pursuing the hammer. Before the hammer could escape far, Yang Tianbao intercepted it. You think you can strike me and simply walk away? It won't be that easy. Yang Tianbao suddenly realized that the earlier tribulation of blades had merely been a distraction. This heavy hammer's assault was the true threat to his life. A faint phantom materialized above the hammer. Observing Yang Tianbao with interest, such a formidable physique, yet alas, this hammer is not suited for you. It has its own destined wielder. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianbao coldly retorted, Then why did you strike me with it? The phantom replied nonchalantly, But you seem unhurt. No, this is merely your blade tribulation. Yang Tianbao's expression turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, the 5-colored peach blossom miasma materialized before him. He summoned forth a black wind banner into his grasp. And shortly thereafter, the illumination of countless homes appeared above his head. Finally, a superior divine weapon, a large sword, manifested in his right hand. The shadow of the hammer, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but widen its eyes in astonishment. This individual was armed to the teeth, possessing an astounding array of innate spiritual treasures and divine weapons. Particularly, the lights of myriad homes hovering above his head instilled a profound sense of dread. The shadow felt that should it dare to act rashly, it would undoubtedly be incinerated in an instant. Although it was merely a remnant soul residing within the hammer, it did not wish to meet its end just yet. As its legacy had yet to be passed on to my friend, it's all a misunderstanding. Just moments ago, I had no idea what was happening. This hammer was peacefully resting in my cave, and suddenly, it launched itself at you. This has nothing to do with me, Yang Tianbao replied with a faint smile. You certainly didn't say that earlier. As for this hammer, you ought to leave it for your destined one. As for you, I have but one desire, to end your life. The shadow hastily protested. No, please do not kill me. I am merely a wisp of remnant soul, seeking only to pass on my hammer techniques before peacefully reincarnating. Very well, in that case, I shall relinquish it to you. Though you may not be the ideal bearer of my legacy, I have no other options now. As the words fell, the hammer surged toward Yang Tianbao. this time opting not to attack him, but instead floating serenely before him. Yang Tianbao seized the hammer with delight. What a supreme divine weapon! It appeared that this shadow was a powerful being from the era of the Witch-Lich War. After all, a powerful member of the Witch tribe would never willingly pass their techniques and divine weapons to an outsider merely to save their life. Yang Tianbao glanced at the shadow not far away and inquired, "Aren't you eager for reincarnation? Why do you linger?" The shadow quickly replied, I also have some hammer techniques I wish to share with you. What do you think?" Yang Tianbao scoffed. "What? Do you think I lack hammer techniques? Do not delay. Leave at once." Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Yang Tianbao, the shadow hurriedly exclaimed, "It's not that I don't want to leave, it's just that I am the Before it could finish its sentence, a burst of flames surged toward it, instantly reducing it to ashes. Truly, there was no need for so much unnecessary chatter. After all, you are merely the spirit of the hammer, and I am not blind. While the combination of the hammer and its spirit is indeed formidable, should one possess immense strength, the hammer could unleash even greater potential than when wielded by its spirit." Yang Tianbao was overjoyed as he stowed the hammer away, and one could have anticipated that amidst his blade tribulation, he would encounter such a marvelous treasure. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Just as he reveled in his fortune, he felt the power of his primordial spirit rapidly surging, soon reaching the second level of true immortal. Sensing the formidable aura enveloping him, Yang Tianbao was thoroughly satisfied. If the golden tribulation pertains to the weapon tribulation, then what might the second challenge of the wood tribulation entail? As he pondered, he failed to notice that the surrounding trees had begun to stir, coalescing into powerful entities. Furthermore, the grass beneath him had transformed into sharp and fearsome weaponry. Immersed in the joy of acquiring a supreme divine weapon, he remained oblivious to the commotion surrounding him. Moreover, the ability to alter the environment single-handedly was beyond the capacity of a practitioner like him. Indeed, once the external environment underwent a transformation, all the branches of the trees extended into long whips, their techniques appearing fierce and formidable, not something an ordinary person could possess. Crack! The whip lashed out toward Yang Tianbao in an instant, emanating a potent aura of wood energy, which coalesced into strands of malevolent wood energy in the realm. Yang Tianbao was abruptly jolted from his elation over the hammer, and upon seeing the whip aimed at him, he swiftly dodged to avoid its strike. Crack! 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 To his surprise, while he had evaded one whip, numerous others lashed out towards him. Yang Tianbao could not help but smile wryly. Just as the blade tribulation had passed, the wood tribulation had commenced. He had not anticipated that the wood tribulation would manifest as the legendary grass and wood tribulation, where these plants transformed into the most potent forms of attack, relentlessly assailing him. To survive the grass and wood tribulation, he must break through and annihilate the surrounding flora. This was a calamity imposed by the heavens, and overcoming it would surely bestow significant rewards. Yet failing to do so would spell his demise. He beheld the multitude of whips approaching. The oppressive wood energy began to rise, gradually forming a thick mist of malevolent wood energy. This dense fog was a product of the malevolent wood energy. To escape death, one must avoid this mist. However, the malevolent wood energy posed little threat to Yang Tianbao, as he had cultivated his body with peach malevolent energy, which emanated from innate spiritual roots and could be considered a form of innate malevolent energy. Consequently, the peach malevolent energy became a resource for his cultivation, rendering the lesser malevolent wood energy effectively beneficial. For Yang Tianbao, it was a splendid tonic, and his body rapidly absorbed the surrounding malevolent wood energy. The five-colored peach blossom miasma enveloped him, providing a tranquil sanctuary for him to absorb the malevolent wood energy. Such an exquisite resource for cultivation was not something one would willingly leave. Yang Tianbao had grown fond of this place, particularly the exceedingly rich malevolent wood energy. Crack, crack, crack! Countless whips lashed out at Yang Tianbao. Aside from the initial accidental strike, once he summoned the five-colored peach blossom miasma, all subsequent attacks were deflected by it. The five-colored peach blossom miasma demonstrated commendable resilience, shielding Yang Tianbao from all angles, allowing him to rapidly absorb the surrounding malevolent wood energy. The malevolent wood energy was immensely potent, and as Yang Tianbao absorbed it for body refinement, a green hue gradually enveloped him, his entire being transformed into a vibrant green. A manifestation of the wood energy contained within the malevolent wood energy, this was indeed a valuable resource. However, the malevolent energy was entirely absorbed by Yang Tianbao for body refinement, as his recently attained pinnacle of the true immortal body remained somewhat unstable. Coupled with the refinement provided by the malevolent wood energy, it was more than sufficient. Regrettably, Yang Tianbao could not rely solely on this malevolent wood energy to break through. The energy required to ascend to the golden immortal realm was simply too vast. While the malevolent wood energy here was abundant, it fell far short of the quantity Yang Tianbao needed. As time passed, he sensed his aura growing stronger, and the cultivation of his true immortal body had solidified completely. However, to break into the golden immortal realm, his primordial spirit's cultivation must also reach the true immortal level. Otherwise, the disparity between the two would be insurmountable, and having refined the blood essence of the witch tribe might lead him further down the path toward becoming one of them. He was cultivating both his primordial spirit and physical body simultaneously. Should he gradually shift to solely refining his physical form, it would be a loss rather than a gain. Now that the grass and wood tribulation had arrived, he needed only to overcome it, and he would have but 3 challenges left to achieve the true immortal realm. In this light, it appeared that it would not take long. Yang Tianbao knew that the situation was not so simple, as ascending to a higher realm requires overcoming 5 tribulations: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These tribulations would manifest in various forms. For instance, the blade tribulation he had just endured, the grass and wood tribulation he was currently facing, and the imminent water tribulation. What challenges would that bring? After absorbing the surrounding malevolent wood energy, Yang Tianbao opened his eyes to behold the relentless assault of the flora around him. The branches of the trees had transformed into whips, continuously striking at him, while the various grasses beneath his feet morphed into powerful hidden weapons, launching attacks toward him. However, before these strikes could reach him, they were intercepted by the 5-colored peach blossom miasma. Is it any wonder that it is deemed an innate spiritual treasure? Moreover, being a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, its defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. Yang Tianbao could not afford to remain on the defensive. If he wished to conquer the grass and wood tribulation, he must eradicate the surrounding flora entirely. 5-colored peach blossom miasma encompassed the entire area affected by the grass and wood tribulation. As his words fell, the 5-colored peach blossom miasma expanded, enveloping all the flora involved in the tribulation. At that moment, Yang Tianbao declared, 5-colored peach blossom miasma, unleash the innate peach malevolent energy. The essence of Emu Shaki is ultimately a postnatal divine calamity. Were it to be considered after the cataclysm of the Fengshan War, it would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional material for refining weapons, capable of producing spiritual treasures. However, at this juncture, being prior to the Fengshan, Emu Shaki holds little significance, for during this period, any form of innate calamity far surpasses it in potency. In Yang Tianbao's hand appeared a flag, the innate spiritual treasure known as the Black Wind Banner, which he wielded against the floral calamity of the 5-colored peach blossoms. Waves of black wind enveloped the surroundings, proving the might of this innate divine wind as it rendered the vegetation lifeless in its wake. Nevertheless, Yang Tianbao understood the principle that wildfires may not consume all, for spring breezes breathe life anew. Yet to eradicate the roots entirely was no trivial endeavor. Suddenly, with a narrowed gaze, Yang Tianbao murmured, in that case, allow me to assist you. Innate peach calamity, seep into the earth and extinguish its roots. As his words fell, the peach blossom calamity stirred, submerging into the ground, targeting the roots of the vegetation. How formidable is the peach calamity? It is indeed an innate calamity, far beyond the defenses of mere ordinary roots, and it was swiftly extinguished. With the intrusion of the peach calamity into the depths, the crisis of the vegetation was finally resolved. At that moment, the essence of the surrounding flora transformed into its quintessence and flowed into Yang Tianbao's being, fortifying his cultivation. Having traversed through two tribulations, he felt an immense joy, though it was somewhat regrettable that his cultivation had yet to reach the level necessary to confront the third tribulation. This was of little consequence to him, as his physical cultivation had already attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm. He merely needed to elevate his primordial spirit to attempt a breakthrough into the golden immortal realm. Once his physical cultivation ascended to that level, Yang Tianbao would possess the strength to safeguard himself in this primordial world. For now, he could only pick on the weaker foes, biding his time to avoid unnecessary risks. Swiftly, he flew towards a nearby mountain peak, not to face tribulation there. The arrival of the true immortals' 5 tribulations was uncertain, and their manner of manifestation was equally unpredictable. Thus, it was unnecessary to preemptively guard against such uncertainties. This mountain peak housed the lair of a powerful celestial beast. If one dared to attempt his demise, they must be prepared to pay the appropriate price. He sought to investigate the lair for any treasures. Should he find any, he would seize them all. If not, he would undermine the foundation of the lair and relocate its spiritual veins to the Peach Blossom Valley. As for whether this would affect the local ley lines, Yang Tianbao was resolute. Once he relocated the spiritual veins, he would meticulously reorganize the ley lines here. As long as the flow of the ley lines remained undisturbed, it mattered little where the spiritual veins were moved. After all, with the impending fragmentation of the primordial world due to the Fengshen War, it was inevitable that many spiritual veins would be lost. Rather than risk their destruction, it would be prudent to transfer them to Peach Blossom Mountain, thereby enhancing the spiritual energy of his own lair and preserving the Peach Blossom Valley. Though the 12 heavenly stems formation of Peach Blossom Valley was formidable, should the sword of extermination strike the mountain, he would similarly meet his demise. Thus, it was wiser to consolidate all spiritual veins at this moment, utilizing the immense spiritual energy as a foundation to bolster the 12 heavenly stems formation. Yang Tianbao swiftly searched through the lair, but alas, the possessions of this celestial beast were all carried on its person, leaving the lair devoid of treasure. With a thought, he delved beneath the surface. Arriving near the spiritual veins, true to the era of the primordial, a serpentine crystal dragon appeared before him. Spiritual veins in this age manifested in the form of dragons, known as dragon veins, which have become exceedingly rare in later generations. After the slaying of dragons by Liu Bowen, the existence of dragon veins diminished even further. Moreover, the dragon veins of that time were merely postnatal, incomparable to those of the present. Yang Tianbao grasped the dragon vein, and, with a sweep of the 5-colored peach blossom mist, it vanished from his grasp. Subsequently, he swiftly stabilized the surging ley lines, meticulously organizing them before they could erupt. Having completed these tasks, Yang Tianbao soared towards the next beast lair. After 2 years, he had extracted all resources and dragon veins from several beast lairs. For the moment, he set aside the matter of innate spiritual veins, opting instead to visit the human clan's offering hall. As the words left his lips, he vanished from his location, reappearing not far from Chaoga City. Yang Tianbao moved with remarkable speed, soon landing outside Chaoga City. With his identity token affixed to his waist, he strode confidently into the city. Within the offering hall of Chaoga City, he was once again received by the venerable Xianming, whose demeanor this time was notably respectful. Ultimately, this was a world where power reigned supreme, and Yang Tianbao's physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. As such, Xianming dared not exhibit any disrespect. "Dao friend, are you indicating that you wish to meet the 3 sovereigns?" Xianming inquired, disbelief evident in his eyes, tinged with a hint of resignation. He too desired an audience with the 3 sovereigns, yet found it exceedingly challenging to attain. Yang Tianbao smiled and replied, "This matter pertains to the safety of the human clan. I kindly request you to inform the higher echelons of the offering hall." Xianming's expression turned serious as he earnestly questioned, "Is what you say truly the case? One must not invoke the peril of the human clan merely to gain an audience with the 3 sovereigns." Yang Tianbao could not help but chuckle. "Do you truly believe I would dare to deceive you regarding the safety of the human clan? As for the veracity of the matter, the 3 sovereigns would surely make their own judgment." "Please wait a moment," Xianming replied, nodding solemnly before departing toward the inner hall. In the inner hall, a youth clad in a blue robe wielded a divine sword, exuding an aura akin to a sharpened blade. Radiating brilliance, Xianming, what brings you here? The youth inquired. Greetings, Senior Chisongzi, Xianming hastily responded. A member of the offering hall outside claims to have information concerning the survival of the human clan and requests an audience with the three sovereigns. I deemed the matter significant, and thus came to report. Chisongzi, a formidable sword cultivator of the human clan, held the status of a Tai golden immortal, possessing an innate sword body, making him extraordinarily powerful. Even the 12 golden immortals of the Jian sect might not match his prowess. As a rising star of the human clan, he attained enlightenment during the reign of the three sovereigns and the 5 emperors. Having been a Tai golden immortal for several centuries now, the ancestors of the human clan felt he was too conspicuous and required tempering, leading to his assignment within the offering hall to oversee matters there. Chisongzi furrowed his brow and asked, "Does he specify the nature of his request?" Xianming, with a wry smile, shook his head. Such significant matters cannot be disclosed lightly. Even if I wished to know, Dao friend Yang would not divulge the details. Chisongzi nodded. Very well. I shall see what he has to say. You may leave. I will summon the three sovereigns. Considering the implications for the survival of the human clan, Chisongzi dared not delay. Xianming let out a breath of relief, respectfully bowing before turning to exit the inner hall. Once he departed, Chisongzi ignited a stick of incense, the smoke dissipating into the void, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Chisongzi finally relaxed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the gravity of the words concerning the survival of the human clan. Having grown up under the aegis of the human emperor, he felt a profound sense of belonging to the human clan. If indeed this matter pertained to their survival, it was prudent to summon the three sovereigns promptly. Before long, 3 ethereal figures materialized not far from Chisongzi. Even as mere apparitions, their powerful presence was palpable, though their aura was notably gentle. Chisongzi, what is the matter? Chisongzi quickly responded, Your Majesties, there are claims regarding a matter vital to the survival of the human clan, compelling me to summon you. Fushi nodded. Bring him forth to meet us. Chisongzi promptly acquiesced. Understood. Outside, Yang Tianbao remained unaware of the proceedings within, with Xianming cautiously accompanying him. Shortly thereafter, Chisongzi emerged. Yang Tianbao, where are you? The three sovereigns request your presence. Yang Tianbao instantly rose, respectfully declaring, Yes, esteemed senior. Meanwhile, as he gazed at Chisongzi, he couldn't help but think, what a formidable individual, what a sharp-edged sword cultivator. Upon arriving at the rear hall and witnessing the ethereal figures of the three sovereigns, Yang Tianbao quickly bowed and said, I am Yang Tianbao, a junior of the human race, here to pay my respects to your majesties, the three sovereigns. Fushi smiled and inquired, We have heard that you possess significant news regarding the life and death of our human race. Pray, what is this matter? Do share. Yang Tianbao glanced around and looked up hesitantly. Xianyuan chuckled, saying, Speak freely. This is Chaoga, and with the presence of our three sovereigns, even the Dao ancestor would be unable to perceive us here. Yang Tianbao breathed a sigh of relief and said, Do the three sovereigns know of the function? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three sovereigns turned grim. They were indeed aware of the function, which threatened to undermine the foundation of the human race. Shenong sighed. Alas, although our human race is the protagonist of the heavens and earth, we possess no treasures to suppress our fate. While we remain stationed at the Huiyun Cave to stabilize human fate, it ultimately falls short. Only through the degradation of the human race can we ensure its survival. Realizing this, Yang Tianbao understood why the three ancestors, 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors had not appeared during the War of Fengshen. They were preserving the living strength of the human race. Contemplating this, Yang Tianbao asked, Then why not retrieve the Kongtong seal from Ta Qing? Xianyuan was taken aback and promptly asked, Are you referring to our human race's supreme treasure? The Kongtong seal? Yang Tianbao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the Kongtong seal, but it rests in the hands of Ta Qing. The expressions of the 3 sovereigns darkened. It seemed they wished to manipulate the human race. And the function was a trap laid for them. And no wonder they had searched for so many years without finding the Kongtong seal. It was in Ta Qing's possession. Had it been with someone else, they might not have been as concerned, but with Ta Ching, the leader of the human teaching, withholding it from suppressing human fate was truly infuriating. They couldn't help but sigh. Fuxi shook his head. It is unattainable. Ta Ching is far too powerful, aided by Yu Qing and Shang Qing, and possesses the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. We stand no chance. Shinnong nodded in agreement, lamenting, though we are all Hunyuan golden immortals. He has ascended to the position of heavenly Dao saint, backed by Hongjun Laozu. What do we have as the human race? Xianyuan smiled wryly. Though we too are saints, our standing as human Dao saints lacks the foundation of the heavenly Dao saints. Moreover, our human race cannot afford to be without the suppression of our fate. We are truly restricted. Yang Tianbao held great respect for the three ancestors and three sovereigns, especially upon hearing their dedication to the human race, which only increased his admiration. Your Majesties, how can we endure the degradation of the human race during the War of Fengshen and protect our people? Fuxi shook his head. It is too late. We cannot arrive in time. Young friend, you may not know, but we have attempted to resist, yet we are no match for those few saints. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Tianbao asked, what if we could obtain a treasure to stabilize the fate of our people? A treasure so powerful that at its peak, it could rival an innate spiritual treasure. Fuxi was taken aback and quickly inquired, are you speaking the truth? Yang Tianbao nodded. Indeed, it is true, though, in its current state. It is only of high-grade, innate spiritual treasure as for how to enhance it. I believe the three sovereigns could accomplish this more easily than I did. He spoke. The myriad lights of countless homes manifested before him. When he first saw the three sovereigns, the myriad lights nearly flew out on their own, for the aura of the three sovereigns was so thick with human fate that the treasure, designed to suppress human fate, instinctively responded to their presence. Oh, what is this? No one expected that there was a second treasure to stabilize the fate of the human race, specifically for them, with boundless potential. The three sovereigns were filled with immense joy. Moments later, the void shimmered, and the three figures appeared beside Yang Tianbao and Shizongzi. The original three ethereal figures dissolved into the ether, replaced by the true forms of the three sovereigns. We have met the three sovereigns. Yang Tianbao and Shizongzi quickly bowed, their hearts brimming with excitement. This was the true ancestral lineage of the human race. After all, who could remain unexcited? Fuxi gently assisted them up and approached the myriad lights with caution, asking earnestly, are you certain you wish to entrust this to us? Yang Tianbao nodded. Indeed, this treasure can only fulfill its purpose in the hands of the three sovereigns as a member of the human race. I hope for our people's strength. Fuxi nodded. If we can elevate it to the level of an innate treasure before the Fengshen, it will surely be an eventful occasion. As he spoke, Fuxi brimmed with confidence. They were all saints of equal rank, and the fate of the human race was currently flourishing. But if the myriad lights could stabilize their fate, human Dao saints would not pale in comparison to heavenly Dao saints. Should anyone dare to act against the human race, they would soon discover the might of Fuxi's zither. Xianyuan added, indeed, we originally needed to suppress the fate of the human race at Huiyun Cave to keep the human Dao awake, especially since our treasure to stabilize human fate has vanished. Yet, we never anticipated it would be in Ta Ching's possession. When the opportunity arises, I will undoubtedly reclaim it. This myriad lights treasure is excellent, embodying both offense and defense. It is indeed a remarkable artifact, most suitable for our human race. If 1,000,000 people ignite the myriad lights, they can surely be upgraded to an innate treasure. Should 1,000,000,000 light them, surpassing innate treasures would be well within reach. Our human race may lack many things, but we are plentiful in numbers that we must not concentrate all human fate into the myriad lights. Not even a few saints, let alone Hongjun, would dare challenge its brilliance. The three sovereigns expressed their excitement. Was 300 years a long time? Not for cultivators, as it passes in the blink of an eye. Yet for the human race, it could span generations. The scarcity of human cultivators has its reasons. Human fate is divided, leaving each with scant resources. To cultivate powerful practitioners among the human race requires immense support from fate. But currently, the fate of the human race simply cannot sustain that. Shenong smiled. Child, we thank you. Yang Tianbao quickly replied, Your Majesty, this is merely my duty as a member of the human race. At this moment, he felt a sense of relief. If the myriad lights of the human race were to flourish, suppressing human fate, the human Tao would prosper, rendering even the heavenly Tao powerless against them. Should the human race be pushed to the brink, the human Tao could retaliate with a harmonious Taoist and see if Hong Jun could withstand the onslaught. He had merely taken advantage of the incomplete heavenly Tao in the past, regardless of how one viewed it. The incomplete nature of the heavenly Tao meant that he could only wield it through his own strength. An incomplete Tao is still incomplete. Were the human race to produce a harmonious Taoist, Hong Jun would not dare utter a word. Previously, the fate of the human race had been insufficient, and the human Tao had not flourished, remaining confined to Huiyun Cave. The 3 ancestors, 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors remained stationed there to stabilize the fate of the human race, ensuring the human Tao stayed ever vigilant. They dared not leave, fearing that should they depart, the human Tao would fall into slumber, leading to the decline of the human race. Now, with the myriad lights, they could concentrate all human fate upon this spiritual treasure, allowing the human Tao to grow powerful through the fate it gathered. Yang Tianbao suddenly asked, Your Majesties, do you know if the ancestral flame still exists? The flame of the human race was a vital element that enhanced their fate, held in the hands of the ancestral figure, Swearin. Upon hearing Yang Tianbao's inquiry, the 3 sovereigns exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise passing between them. They had not considered the ancestral flame. If it were to be combined with the myriad lights, it could potentially transform into a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, merely a step away from becoming an innate treasure. However, this was not the crux of the matter, for the 3 sovereigns already understood how to proceed. Thank you for your guidance, young friend. By the way, is there anything you require? We shall certainly provide. Yang Tianbao quickly replied, This is merely my duty as a member of the human race. There is no need for rewards. Chisongzi interjected, There is no need to be so modest. Your contributions to our human race are significant. We must uphold a system of rewards and penalties to strengthen our people. The 3 sovereigns nodded in satisfaction, in agreement with Chisongzi's assertion. Fushi smiled and said, Indeed, young friend, do share your thoughts. Yang Tianbao was not a greedy individual. He already possessed 6 innate spiritual treasures. Although the myriad lights have been extinguished, 5 remain, which is already sufficient. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he turned his gaze towards Fushi. Your Majesty, may I request your insights from the Taoist teachings at the Zixiao Palace? I wish to refine my own cultivation methods through them. Furthermore, if the 3 esteemed sovereigns have the time, could you perhaps impart your wisdom for a year? That is all I require. Chisongzi could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The audacity to ask the 3 sovereigns for teachings was remarkable. Yet it made sense, for the 3 sovereigns had long suppressed the Huiyun Cave, effectively residing there without other duties, merely nurturing the talents of the human race. Was he not, at this moment, a prodigy of humanity? Moreover, a year of teaching seemed a modest request. Fushi smiled and nodded. Certainly, this matter shall be regarded as a favor we owe to you, young friend. Should you ever have need in the future, do not hesitate to ask to owe them. A year of teachings was but a fleeting moment. Moreover, the passage of time within the Huiyun Cave differed from the outside world. One day outside equated to a year within, ensuring no time would be wasted. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianbao expressed his confusion. Your Majesty, since the Kongtong seal is not in the possession of humanity, might it be possible to gather the fortunes of the myriad families and forge a treasure to replace the Kongtong seal, such as the human sovereign seal, given that it would be refined from the fortune of humanity? It is unlikely to be inferior to the Kongtong seal. When the time is ripe, the current human sovereign could act to abolish the Kongtong seal, allowing the human sovereign seal to become one of humanity's supreme treasures. Upon hearing these words, Fushi and the others' eyes sparkled with intrigue. For beings of their caliber, crafting treasures was a matter of ease. Young friend, your suggestion is quite astute. It seems the fortunes of humanity continue to flourish, as evidenced by your remarkable presence. Yang Tianbao, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, Your Majesties are too kind. Fushi waved his hand, producing a stone of transmission. This contains records of the teachings from the Zixiao Palace in those days, meticulously documented by my sister with great power. Alas, it is a pity. Yang Tianbao understood the sentiment behind Fushi's lamentation, which was merely the realization that Nuwa, like the other saints, was currently calculating the fortunes of humanity. Indeed, even the Holy Mother could be ensnared in such schemes. The way of humanity emerged only after the human race appeared. Yet as the Holy Mother, she had achieved the status of a heavenly Tao saint beforehand. Had Nuwa attained the status of a human Tao saint, her strength would undoubtedly surpass that of a heavenly Tao saint, and she might even integrate with the contemporary human Tao, becoming a human Tao patriarch on par with Hongjun. Fushi nodded thoughtfully and smiled. This stone of transmission can be viewed 3 times. I hope it proves useful to you. The content of the Patriarch's teachings is indeed invaluable. As for the saying, the law does not pass to 6 ears. That merely refers to others sharing the teachings during the Patriarch's discourse, which is entirely normal. Furthermore, after Nuwa became a saint, she surely infused her own insights into it, making it more than just Hongjun's teachings. With this in mind, Yang Tianbao quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fushi chuckled. No need for such formality. As for our teachings, come to the Huyun Cave whenever you wish to hear them. We must now attend to our duties. Upon hearing Yang Tianbao's words, the 3 were deeply moved that if they could indeed forge the human sovereign seal as he suggested, it might very well replace the Kongtong seal. Additionally, the myriad lights must be kindled as soon as possible. In comparison to the human sovereign seal, the myriad lights were of paramount importance. However, for them, igniting the myriad lights was a trivial matter. After all, as the 3 sovereigns of humanity, they possessed numerous temples. By simply arranging activities outside the temples, they could ignite the myriad lights at any time. Moreover, like the Kongtong seal, the myriad lights possessed a self-concealing ability. Even if they ascended to the status of innate treasures, they would not emit overwhelming pressure, thus avoiding drawing attention from all of Hongwang. The 3 sovereigns departed, leaving Yang Tianbao and his companion to their tasks. They respectfully bowed. We bid farewell to the 3 sovereigns. Chisongzi fixed his gaze intently on Yang Tianbao. Astonishment etched on his face. Your performance was commendable, but your level seems somewhat lacking. The Hall of Offerings is divided into inner and outer chambers. Your cultivation and contributions qualify you for the inner chamber. Would you be willing to accept this? Yang Tianbao promptly replied, I would naturally be willing and hope for your guidance in the future. This was Chisongzi, a figure of considerable strength, though not as formidable as the 3 sovereigns or 5 emperors. The 3 sovereigns were all at the level of human Tao saints, while the 3 ancestors were strong among the primordial golden immortals. And the 5 emperors were at the pinnacle of this realm. In addition, humanity boasted numerous strong figures, though the number of primordial golden immortals was limited. Chisongzi's achievement of the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal status attested to his strength. In truth, by presenting the myriad lights to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he had already aligned himself with humanity. As a member of the human race, he could not remain indifferent. Subsequently, Yang Tianbao, with his peak heavenly immortal physical cultivation, became a 2nd-level member of the inner chamber of the Hall of Offerings. Until he reached the golden immortal stage, Yang Tianbao had no desire to become a 1st-level member. This was because such a position would entail handling matters only suitable for golden immortals. That was not his intention. After all, his cultivation was merely at the peak of the heavenly immortal stage. And his true essence was at the true immortal realm, that if you were tasked with dealing with demon clans at the golden immortal level, it would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he preferred to avoid high positions. He was not suited for them, and he had already obtained what he desired, which was sufficient, was it not? The procedures were swiftly completed, and Chisongzi smiled. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on achieving 2nd-level membership in the inner chamber. Yang Tianbao quickly responded, Thank you, esteemed senior. Since there is nothing further here, I shall take my leave. Chisongzi nodded and suddenly inquired, Do you require me to prepare a better cultivation cave for you? Yang Tianbao waved his hand. No need. I have my own cultivation grounds, which are quite satisfactory. There is no need for such trouble. Chisongzi nodded. By the way, here are 2 medium-grade innate spiritual fruits, presented as a reward from the Hall of Offerings. Yang Tianbao hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior. Chisongzi waved his hand. This is what you deserve. Go now. Although Yang Tianbao possessed numerous innate spiritual fruits, most were of lower grade, with fewer than 5 being of medium grade. Such items are never deemed excessive. The more, the better. After bidding farewell to Chisongzi, Yang Tianbao arrived at the outer chamber, observing the anxious Xianming elder Taoist waiting impatiently. He inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you, my friend? Is there a fire at your heels?" Upon seeing Yang Tianbao, the Xianming elder Taoist hurriedly asked, "Ah, it is not that. Might you assist this old man with a task? Rest assured, it will not be difficult for you. If you succeed, I shall grant you access to my resources at will." Yang Tianbao, intrigued, asked, "What is it you need? Speak, and I shall gladly help within my capabilities." The Xianming elder Taoist eagerly replied, "It is a matter of fate. 3 young men and women visited our Hall of Offerings previously and joined our ranks. 2 of the men possess commendable cultivation and combat prowess, while the woman, though less powerful, is exceptionally kind-hearted. This is her first task, but it has gone awry. The opponent's cultivation exceeds hers by a significant margin, which is why I am so anxious that my friend. The young lady is truly wonderful. I hope you can lend your aid to rescue her." Yang Tianbao nodded. "Since she is one of our young talents, it is only right that we come to her aid. Please tell me her name." The Xianming elder Taoist, relieved, responded, "Thank you, my friend. Her name is Yang Chan. Coincidentally, she shares the same surname as you." Yang Tianbao grasped the Xianming elder Taoist's arm, urgently asking, "Who did you say?" The Xianming elder Taoist, taken aback by Yang Tianbao's intensity, replied, "I said Yang Chan." Yang Tianbao quickly inquired, "Where has she gone?" "Never mind, I shall seek her out myself." He then released the Xianming elder Taoist and unleashed the power of his fortune, which astonished the elder. This fortune of yours is truly terrifying." Yang Tianbao had no time to ponder such matters any longer. At that moment, he began to perceive the currents of fortune surrounding him. Within his aura, the Lingtao Gate was seamlessly integrated, with the remaining aspect being the fortune of the human race. This constituted the most formidable part of his destiny, aside from his own. Lastly, there was his younger brother Yang Tianyou's family, whose fortunes were, however, separate, with Yang Chan being the weakest link. This was, of course, largely due to the close bond between Yang Tianyou and himself. Otherwise, Yang Tianyou would have been on par with Yang Chan. Subsequently, drawing upon the currents of fortune, Yang Tianbao swiftly located Yang Chan's whereabouts. After completing this task, he nodded to the Xianming old Taoist and could hardly contain his eagerness as he exited the city. No matter how anxious he felt, Chaoge City was not a place where he could fly freely. Once outside the city, Yang Tianbao's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. On the other side, Yang Chan had initially believed that this mission would be exceedingly straightforward, only to realize that she had gravely miscalculated. As a mere earth immortal, how could she contend with a true immortal-level demon king? Just witnessing the relentless rampage of the monstrous creature, she calmed herself. Observing the grievous losses suffered by the human race stirred her heart, and she gripped her treasured sword, charging into battle. This sword was, after all, a spiritual treasure bestowed upon her by her mother, the celestial Yinhua. However, the disparity in cultivation levels was far too great. Even with a spiritual treasure in hand, rushing into the fray would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet at this moment, Yang Chan could no longer afford to hesitate. The longer she delayed, the more lives would be lost among her people. The demons must be vanquished. Having lived among humanity, Yang Chan possessed an innate sense of belonging to her kind. Especially after entering the imperial city, her family had found greater joy in their lives. Before their arrival, her parents had always worn expressions of deep concern, but now that anxiety had dissipated, she understood that all of this stemmed from the relationship between the fortunes of the human race and the aura of the human emperor. Her mother, being of the celestial realm, was bound by the heavenly edict that forbade love between gods and mortals. In such circumstances, had they not been within the imperial city, Her mother could be discovered by the heavenly court at any moment. Thus, she harbored profound gratitude toward the human emperor for granting them a peaceful existence. Suddenly, upon witnessing the massacre of her kin by a demon master, Yang Chan's heart ignited with fury. Yet, her cultivation was far too insufficient to pose a threat to such a foe. Nevertheless, what choice did she have? She could not simply stand by and watch as her people were slaughtered one by one. How long could she possibly delay the inevitable? Upon seeing Yang Chan appear, the wolf-headed demon was momentarily taken aback that a mere earth immortal dared to meddle in his affairs. Was this not a death wish? However, his focus soon shifted. Devouring ordinary humans paled in comparison to feasting upon someone of even the earth immortal realm. With such a cultivation level, her primordial spirit could serve as a valuable resource, and her flesh would be even more delectable. Keek, have you come to deliver food to me? I happen to be rather hungry. Yang Chan was momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped his implication. Her spiritual sword leapt from her hand, hurtling toward the true immortal peak Demon King. The wolf-headed demon's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing the spiritual treasure aimed at him. Yet he felt no fear. After all, the gap in their cultivation was insurmountable. The fact that a mere earth immortal possessed a spiritual treasure implied that she had formidable backing. The wolf-headed demon hesitated. While slaying ordinary humans bore no consequences, at most, it would only provoke the wrath of the human race's offering hall. Killing a practitioner with connections could result in immediate retribution. A demon who understood the intricacies of human relations. He deemed it prudent to ascertain her background. Yet, judging by her youthful appearance, it was evident that her origins were far from ordinary at that moment. The wolf-headed demon felt as though he had unwittingly entangled himself in a monumental dilemma. The female cultivator before him was a potential threat he could neither kill nor ignore, yet he could not simply offer his throat as a sacrifice. How vexing it was. Why did he lack a powerful ally? As the spiritual sword raced toward him, the wolf demon extended a claw, striking fiercely at the incoming blade. His claws had been honed to a formidable degree, rivaling that of low-grade divine weaponry. Yang Chan watched in horror as her spiritual treasure was swatted away, a chill coursing through her as she realized her inadequacy in the face of such overwhelming power, just as she braced herself for the wolf demon's attack. He unexpectedly halted. Human girl, at such a tender age, you've attained this level of cultivation, and with a spiritual treasure in hand, your background must be extraordinary. Pray tell, who are your elders? Perhaps I might know them. Yang Chan was taken aback by his restraint, and her keen mind quickly deduced the reason behind it. Humph, do not concern yourself with my identity, should you dare lay a hand on the human race. You shall surely perish. Though I, Yang Chan, may not be your match, my two older brothers, along with my parents and uncle, will not let you escape. Upon hearing this, the wolf demon was astounded, a whole family of practitioners. And it appeared that this young girl was the weakest among them, while the others were at least true immortal level. The wolf demon hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed with his attack. Recently, there had been numerous incidents of minor skirmishes escalating into major conflicts. If any of his elders happened to be a celestial-level powerhouse, he would be no match for them. Yet, glancing at the fallen spiritual treasure and then at Yang Chan, his mind began to churn with possibilities. If he were to slay her and then seek refuge with a powerful demon king, once he had thoroughly cultivated this human girl, he could potentially break through to the celestial realm. And with the aid of this spiritual treasure, usurping the demon king's throne would not be out of reach. With this thought, he became increasingly agitated, a murderous intent radiating from him. Yang Chan, perceiving this shift, summoned her fallen spiritual sword with a flick of her finger, sending it hurtling toward the wolf demon once more. The wolf demon's expression turned frigid as he swatted at the sword again. Although the spiritual treasure was formidable, its true power depended on the wielder. In his hands, it would unleash incredible might. In the hands of this human girl, it was nothing short of a waste. I must seize it, I must. In an instant, the wolf demon lunged toward Yang Chan, his massive claws descending upon her. Yang Chan hurriedly summoned her spiritual energy to defend herself, but she was still struck by the claw. Bang! Yang Chan was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood and sustaining grave injuries. The wolf demon, elated by this turn of events, charged forward, his gaping maw poised to devour her. Despair washed over Yang Chan as she realized her imminent demise. "Oomph, you wretched beast! How dare you?" A chilling snort echoed, reaching both the wolf demon and the girl, evoking disparate feelings within them. Yang Chan's heart soared with joy while the wolf demon felt an icy dread envelop him. As Yang Chan was propelled backward, she felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace, hearing her uncle's voice. The wolf demon found himself pinned to the ground by an overwhelming aura, rendered immobile that moment. The wolf demon abandoned thoughts of slaying Yang Chan. His only desire was to preserve his own life. Had he known such protection awaited her, he would have fled at the first opportunity. "Uncle, you have arrived." Yang Chan's heart brimmed with joy as Yang Tianbao held her close, feeling no embarrassment. After all, he was her elder, and she harbored no such thoughts. Yang Tianbao assessed her injuries and, satisfied that she was not gravely harmed, set her down. "Now, let us see how your uncle avenges you." Yang Chan nodded obediently, her gaze filled with ire as she glared at the wolf demon, the very creature that had driven her to such a desperate state and inflicted injury upon her. The wolf demon, however, found himself at a loss for words, lamenting his own greed and wishing to consume the girl. Yang Tianbao approached the demon, his expression growing increasingly frigid as he surveyed the surroundings. To attack the human race was one thing, but to dare to lay lethal hands upon his niece was an act worthy of death. This time, Yang Tianbao did not directly slay the wolf demon. Instead, a divine spear manifested in his hand, and he ruthlessly thrust it toward the demon's limbs. The wolf demon writhed in agony, yet he realized that he could not utter a sound. Overwhelmed by Yang Tianbao's formidable pressure, he found himself utterly immobilized, the intensity of his pain making him wish for death itself. A fierce expression flickered across Yang Tianbao's face as he aimed for the most sensitive areas of the wolf demon's body, delivering several stabs. Still, no cries of anguish echoed in the air. Nearby, Yang Chan could not help but interject, "Uncle, perhaps it would be best to end his suffering and kill him." Yang Chan, being of a more compassionate nature, was inherently gentle, yet such kindness rendered her ill-suited for the execution of tasks. Her benevolence could ultimately lead to her downfall. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Yang Tianbao harbored no inclination towards brutality. His only desire was to avenge Yang Chan since she had expressed her wishes. He saw no reason to prolong the ordeal. The wolf demon cast a grateful glance at Yang Chan, suddenly realizing that her kindness rendered him unworthy of attacking her. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Yang Tianbao's spear had already pierced his neck. As the demon's essence was obliterated, Yang Tianbao smiled and said, "Let us return now to AS for the casualties among the human race here. That is a matter for the local officials to address. It is not for us to meddle." Yang Chan glanced at the nearby, fallen humans with a troubled expression and asked, "Uncle, given the grievances lingering in their souls, they may not be able to reincarnate for some time. Should we not assist them?" Yang Tianbao chuckled softly. "Your heart is indeed kind, yet I possess no methods for delivering souls from their plight. Allow me to give it a try." He approached the corpses, releasing a faint aura of virtue. Under the influence of this virtuous energy, the resentment within the souls gradually dissipated. Ultimately, the locations of malevolence transformed into figures. "Thank you, benefactors," that bowed to Yang Tianbao and Yang Chan before vanishing into thin air. Yang Tianbao raised his gaze slightly as strands of profound yellow aura descended from the heavens, enveloping both him and Yang Chan. "If you wish to enhance your cultivation, you may use this virtue to aid your progress. Should you prefer to forge a treasure of virtue, you can infuse it into your spiritual sword." Yang Chan, feeling her cultivation nearing a breakthrough, listened intently to Yang Tianbao's words. Initially taken aback, she then seized her spiritual sword and directly infused it with the strands of virtue. Virtue's treasures are said to be free from karmic entanglements. A statement not made lightly. Especially with the impending calamity of the gods, those endowed with virtue would find themselves somewhat safeguarded. Yang Tianbao nodded in satisfaction as a whisk appeared in his hand, channeling all the virtue into it. Soon, he noticed the whisk's rank rapidly ascending. Remarkably, 12 spiritual seals were added, elevating it to a mid-grade postnatal virtuous treasure. Yang Tianbao nodded approvingly, with a bit more virtue. The whisk might attain the level of an exceptional postnatal virtuous treasure, serving as a formidable safeguard. Yang Chan's spiritual sword also experienced an elevation, transforming from a decent low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure to a mid-grade postnatal virtuous treasure, rivaling Yang Tianbao's whisk. However, it must be noted that the sword could not truly compare to the whisk. This time, Yang Tianbao had acquired a substantial amount of virtue. Otherwise, the whisk would not have upgraded. All right, Chaner, since there's nothing more to be done, let us depart. Yang Chan nodded eagerly. Uncle, let us hurry back. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Offerings, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian had just returned from a mission when they received alarming news. Yang Chan had taken on a task, but due to misinformation, her opponent turned out to be a wolf demon at the peak of true immortality. Upon learning this, the brothers' eyes widened in horror, and without a second thought, they rushed to rescue Yang Chan. However, upon discovering that Yang Tianbao had already gone, they both calmed down. Yang Tianbao was their uncle, the most powerful member of the Yang family aside from their mother. If he could not rescue her, then their efforts would be futile. Once they regained their composure, they remained there, waiting anxiously, their outward calm betraying the turmoil within their hearts. At that moment, the elder Xianming appeared before them. Observing their distress, he shook his head and reassured them. There is no need for concern. The young Taoist has already reached the pinnacle of celestial immortality and will be just fine. Yang Jian, incredulous, looked up in astonishment and asked, "What? Uncle has already attained the pinnacle of celestial immortality." Xianming, somewhat surprised, replied, "So he is your uncle." No wonder he rushed to rescue Yang Chan upon hearing her news. It seems there is a deeper connection here. Rest assured, your uncle is immensely powerful. His physical cultivation has reached the pinnacle of celestial immortality, far beyond the ordinary, let alone a mere true immortal wolf demon. Upon hearing of Yang Tianbao's prowess, the brothers' hearts finally settled, relieved that their uncle was so formidable. Joyful smiles crept onto their faces. I could see this moment. Both had reached the realm of true immortality and had successfully overcome the 3 trials. It must be said that their physiques were exceptionally suited for combat. Frequently embarking on missions and exchanging resources in the Hall of Offerings had accelerated their growth in both cultivation and combat prowess. Yang Jian nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Xianming." Xianming waved his hand. "I am merely a true immortal. Do not refer to me as elder in the future. Let us address each other as fellow Taoists." The brothers nodded in agreement, not wanting to be overly formal, though they failed to notice the flicker of a peculiar expression in Xianming's eyes. The members of the Yang family were all prodigies, their cultivation advancing at an astonishing rate, leaving him, an old immortal, feeling somewhat inadequate. Addressing someone as fellow Taoist when their uncle's cultivation surpassed his own was already unsettling, and now he was addressing the 2 young men as fellow Taoists. Should their cultivation surpass his own, he would find himself in quite an awkward position. It seemed time for him to elevate his own cultivation as well. Yang Jian and Yang Jiao settled down, remaining in the Hall of Offerings to await Yang Tianbao's return. As Yang Tianbao adjourned, he suddenly remarked, "I see you have a fondness for longswords. Allow me to gift you this." In his hand appeared several innate spiritual treasures, including the longsword he had not yet refined. Among them were the 5-colored peach blossom miasma, black wind banner, a small bell, 9 long nails, and a length of rope. Aside from the 5-colored peach blossom miasma and black wind banner, he had not refined the other innate spiritual treasures. It was not that he did not value them, but rather that he lacked the time. Yang Tianbao had not enough time to refine so many treasures and would have to wait until his cultivation reached the golden immortal realm before he could devote time to refining them. Furthermore, refining innate spiritual treasures was no simple task. Yang Chan gazed at the spiritual treasure before her in astonishment, her eyes widening. "Uncle, this is an innate spiritual treasure. Are you truly giving it to me?" Yang Tianbao smiled and nodded. "Of course, it is yours. I notice your fondness for longswords, and this is a perfect fit for you. In truth, aside from this longsword being suitable for Yang Chan, the others were not. In addition to these innate spiritual treasures, Yang Tianbao possessed several divine weapons: a top-grade divine hammer, a superior-grade divine sword, a mid-grade divine spear, and two inferior-grade divine weapons, a hatchet and a spear. These were all comparable to innate spiritual treasures in power and were extraordinarily formidable. Yet Yang Tianbao lacked the time to refine them all. Otherwise, he would have trained with all 18 weapons. Yang Chan quickly exclaimed, "Thank you, uncle." Yang Tianbao replied with a smile, "As for the grade of this innate spiritual treasure and how many restrictions it has, I cannot say, for I have never refined it. You will discover that for yourself, once you do." Yang Chan quickly nodded and brushed her fingers along the innate spiritual treasure, the long sword in her hand, her eyes flickering with a hint of delight. Yang Tianbao did not linger, and before long, they arrived outside the city of Chaoga. This was the imperial city of the human race, and as a member of the human clan, one could not fly within its confines. The two conversed and laughed as they made their way to the shrine to report their task before returning to the Yang residence. Upon their arrival at the shrine, they spotted Yang Jian and Yang Jiao waiting anxiously. "Elder brother, second brother," Yang Chan exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards them. Yang Jian seized Yang Chan, scrutinizing her closely, and only after confirming she was unharmed did he solemnly declare, "You must not undertake tasks alone again." Yang Jiao nodded in agreement, saying, "Erlang is right. It is far too perilous for you to accept tasks by yourself. You must refrain from doing so in the future." Yang Chan pouted slightly, responding, "I know, this time had indeed been dangerous. Had it not been for Yang Tianbao's sudden arrival, she might have perished there." The thought alone filled her with dread, until she reached the celestial immortal level. She resolved not to undertake any more tasks at that moment. Yang Jian and Yang Jiao approached Yang Tianbao respectfully, saying, "We pay our respects, uncle." Yang Tianbao teased, "Oh, you only just noticed me. I thought you were oblivious to my presence." Yang Jian and Yang Jiao felt quite embarrassed, having been so concerned for Yang Chan that they neglected to attend to Yang Tianbao, and they felt profoundly ashamed. Observing their awkwardness, Yang Tianbao chuckled. "All right, enough of that. Once I finish reporting the task with Chaner, we shall discuss matters at home." Yang Jian and Yang Jiao nodded eagerly and stood a short distance away. Yang Tianbao submitted the task. And the old Taoist Xianming provided compensation for Yang Chan after all. The error had stemmed from the shrine's intelligence, not from Yang Chan's abilities. Now that she had returned alive, it was only fitting to offer some recompense. The resources provided were sufficient for Yang Chan to cultivate to the true immortal realm, bringing her immense joy. Though she lacked for cultivation resources, the ones provided by her family felt far more precious than those she had earned herself. Yang Tianbao led them outside the shrine, and it wasn't long before they entered the Yang residence. Ate tea this time. Fairy Yunhua and Yang Tianyu were present, cherishing their current life and not contemplating leaving the courtyard. They occasionally strolled around the imperial city, but for the most part, they were content living happily in the courtyard for them. This existence was quite satisfactory. The return of Yang Tianbao and the others filled Yang Tianyu and Fairy Yunhua with delight. While they enjoyed their time alone together, the presence of family was equally heartwarming. Even as immortals, they could not sever their familial bonds. Fairy Yunhua's eyes widened in astonishment upon observing Yang Tianbao's cultivation level. "Elder brother, have you already reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm?" Yang Tianbao nodded. "It is merely the pinnacle of the physical celestial immortal. I have encountered a few fortuitous opportunities over the years." Fairy Yunhua found it hard to believe. Having cultivated in the realm of the heavenly court, rich with spiritual energy for so many years, she had only attained the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm herself. Truly, one could not help but feel a sense of envy. Her two children were likewise remarkable. Despite their cultivation talents, they had only practiced for less than 200 years and had already reached the true immortal realm. Yang Tianyu chuckled. "All right, let us enter and speak further." Once inside, Yang Tianbao inquired, "Jian, I wonder if you have retrieved the divine weapon I asked you to fetch?" Yang Jian nodded, waving his hand to reveal the three-pronged, double-edged knife before everyone. "Uncle, I acquired it. It is indeed a supreme divine weapon." Yang Jiao expressed his envy, though he did not display any jealousy. Yang Tianbao's eyes brightened, and he nodded slightly, saying, "Excellent, treat it well." For it was once the divine weapon of the esteemed Feng Hou. In the future, should we have the chance to meet him, you may seek his guidance. Yang Tianbao had not anticipated that the three-pronged, double-edged knife would be a supreme divine weapon. It appeared that it had not been elevated by Yang Jian later on. Fairy Yinhua, observing the envious gaze of her eldest son, remarked, "I possess an axe in my dojo, though regrettably, it is merely a low-grade divine weapon." Yang Jiao quickly interjected, "Mother, I am willing to retrieve it." Yang Tianbao waved his hand, stating, "How could my eldest son use such low-grade items, since Erlang has acquired a supreme divine weapon? Our eldest son cannot be lacking." He produced a long-handled hammer that appeared before everyone, emanating a fierce aura that signified its extraordinary nature. Yang Jiao's face lit up with joy as he eagerly accepted the hammer, immediately captivated by it. With his innate divine strength and the cultivation of his physical body, wielding this hammer would be most fitting. "Thank you, uncle." Fairy Yinhua, astonished by the hammer, could only open her mouth in disbelief. Rendered speechless, she felt a sense of numbness within her heart, unable to fathom the multitude of treasures possessed by her husband and his elder brother. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the long sword in Yang Chan's hand. "Chaner, is that an innate spiritual treasure?" Yang Chan quickly nodded. "Yes, mother. This is a gift from uncle, who said it is an innate spiritual treasure, though he has not refined it, so we do not know its grade." Fairy Yinhua was utterly astonished. Given her unique status, she did not possess many innate spiritual treasures, only 2 in total. However, only one of them could be used for combat, and she certainly could not part with it. If Yang Tianbao could so casually bestow innate spiritual treasures, it suggested that he possessed quite a few. Fairy Yinhua nodded slightly, but refrained from saying more. Meanwhile, Yang Tanyu furrowed his brow. The ability of them to live peacefully here was largely due to his elder brother. He had not expected that they would now owe so much, and as he cultivated, he naturally understood that divine weapons and innate spiritual treasures were precious items not easily acquired. Elder brother. Yang Tanbao chuckled and produced a large knife, saying, "Rest assured, I would never neglect you. Though this item may not compare to those of the other 2, it is still a high-grade divine weapon, sufficient for your use for some time." Yang Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. Was that what he meant? Yet upon seeing the long knife, he could not deny that he felt a surge of desire. Fairy Yinhua observed her husband's reaction and could not help but smile. At the same time, she felt a twinge of envy for the bond share between Yang Tianyu and his brothers. Yang Tianbao did not show favoritism. While he could not part with the innate spiritual treasures, he still had 6 pieces of acquired spiritual treasures. He produced a high-grade acquired spiritual treasure bracelet and said, "Sister-in-law, this is for you. I hope you won't find it lacking." Acquired spiritual treasures were treasures akin to divine weapons. Although divine weapons were close combat tools, and spiritual treasures were ranged artifacts to Yang Tianbao, they were of equal value. He had not retained a high-grade divine weapon for himself, because he believed that the long spear he possessed had great potential. As long as he left it in the Peach Blossom Cave and nurtured it with the innate Peach Blossom Fiend and innate spiritual energy. Achieving a supreme divine weapon in the future would not be difficult. As for acquired spiritual treasures, aside from the whisk, the others were of little interest to him. Upon returning, he intended to casually select 2 items to gift to Huang Hu, with the remainder going to Ling Tao Mountain. Thus, it seemed more fitting to bestow valuable items upon his family. He had no intention of offering the remaining innate spiritual treasures, such as the small bell, the rope, and the set of long nails. The small bell was both offensive and defensive, and its true nature remained unknown. He could not discern its grade due to his lack of golden immortal cultivation. The rope might be a treasure similar to the binding immortal rope, which would prove quite useful for him at present. As for the set of long nails, there were 9 in total, and their innate spiritual treasure grade was undoubtedly high. After all, each of them was at least a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, and if the 9 were combined, their strength would be formidable. Yet, Yang Tianbao feared that each of the long nails possessed only a single restriction. If that were the case, it would only amount to 9 restrictions total, still qualifying as low-grade innate spiritual treasures. However, he hoped that these items could break through the true form of the Witch Clan and would not be too inferior. Wishing they did not possess just a single restriction. Unlike artifacts, spiritual treasures could have up to 9 restrictions. However, Ling Bao is different. It is governed by 36 prohibitions, with every 9 constituting a level, should one transcend these 36. Congratulations, for you have acquired an innate treasure of supreme origin. Yang Tianbao was even unaware of the rank of the magical artifact he held, as he currently possessed a 5-colored peach blossom mist for offense and a black wind banner for defense. Although the quality of these 2 items was not particularly high, they were entirely sufficient for Yang Tianbao, who had yet to break through to the golden immortal stage. Fairy Yunhua accepted them, her gaze devoid of the previous haughtiness she had exuded. Thank you, elder brother. Yang Tianbao recognized that even though she had married Yang Tianyu, her pride had always lingered, and indeed, it was evident now. Yet just moments ago, that pride had vanished without a trace. In response, Yang Tianbao smiled with satisfaction. Well then, here are some innate spirit fruits for your cultivation. Make sure to cultivate diligently. With a wave of his hand, dozens of innate spirit fruits materialized. Although they were merely inferior-grade spirit fruits, their quantity was impressive. Fairy Yinhua, in disbelief, inquired how. Elder brother, are there so many innate spirit fruits? Yang Tianbao chuckled. It is merely a stroke of fortune. I must return to my Taoist temple to cultivate, preparing to take Chaner and the others with me. What are your thoughts? Yang Tianyu felt a stir of desire. Having resided here for so long, he too wished to witness the nature of this so-called Taoist temple. However, upon glancing at Fairy Yinhua, he ultimately repressed the thought. Jiaer, Jinner, Chaner, do you wish to accompany us? Yang Tianyu's query plunged the 3 into contemplation. While they too wished to follow Yang Tianbao to his Taoist temple, they hesitated to part from their parents. Fairy Yinhua smiled. You should go. Your father and I will guard our home here. Yang Tianyu cast a fond glance at her, nodding slightly. Indeed, go with your uncle and cultivate well. Yang Tianbao beamed. In just over 300 years, the conferred God War would commence, setting aside the matters concerning Fairy Yinhua and Yang Tianyu. The talents of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian undoubtedly held the potential to break through to the golden immortal realm. As for attacking the heavenly court, better to refrain, for Yang Tianbao lacked the capability to support such an endeavor. After all, it was stated in a film that Yang Jian achieved his prowess after 3 years of cultivation, rescuing his mother at the tender age of 16 or 17 yet. That was mere folly. Even if one were to immerse themselves in innate spirit liquid daily and consume spirit fruits, it would be nearly impossible to break through to the golden immortal stage in such a short time. Perhaps the Chan school possessed some method, but Yang Tianbao could not conceive of any such approach. Fairy Yinhua and Yang Tianyu were quite safe in the human royal city, particularly in recent times. The fortunes of humanity had been gradually rising, rendering the atmosphere of the royal city increasingly rich, with the aura of the human emperor becoming ever more pronounced. Yang Tianbao said with a smile. Since that is the case, Tanyu, sister-in-law, I shall take these 3 back. After all, the time for that matter draws ever closer, and it is prudent to remain cautious. Though reluctant, Yang Tianyu understood the gravity of the situation and nodded. Elder brother, take care. Should they misbehave, do not hesitate to discipline them. Yang Tianbao chuckled. Rest assured, these 3 children are quite commendable, and besides, there is nothing lacking at my place that if anything is missing, disciples of the Lingtao sect will certainly deliver it. Fairy Yinhua inquired curiously, Lingtao sect? Your Taoist lineage? Yang Tianbao nodded. When I first broke through to the scattered immortal realm, I imparted some techniques to a few scattered cultivators, not expecting them to form the Lingtao sect, which has since developed into a well-structured organization. Fairy Yinhua sighed. It is a pity that you are not a true deity of the heavenly court. Otherwise, with a lineage to support you, it would not be long before you attain the status of a great deity. Yang Tianbao shook his head. The path of divinity is but a minor path. The path of immortality is far more liberating, though the heavenly court may grow powerful after this calamity, when the time comes. Which true deities would willingly obey orders? He paused. Enough of this. Let us focus on our cultivation for now, sister-in-law. Do not neglect your training. Though you cannot absorb the spiritual energy here, you can certainly utilize spirit fruits. As long as you do not release your aura, there will be no issues. After all, Fairy Yinhua was a celestial being and, having appeared in the territory of humanity, would certainly need to report to the human emperor. However, as she had come secretly, it was imperative to avoid notification, lest the heavenly court learn of her whereabouts. Although the human emperor and the heavenly emperor stood on equal footing at this time, they could negotiate. Under sufficient incentives, it was entirely possible they might surrender Yinhua, that of course. Only she would be given up. The others would not be, as they were part of the human race. Fairy Yinhua nodded in understanding. Although her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, she was still some distance from the golden immortal stage. Moreover, being in the human royal city, even a breakthrough would be implausible. Yang Tianbao refrained from saying more, bidding farewell to Yang Tianyu before leading Yang Jian and the others toward the outskirts of the city. Yang Tianbao's pace was swift, particularly after reaching the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. His speed was such that it would leave many celestial immortals in despair. Unless disciples of significant powers had cultivated speed techniques, there was no one within the celestial immortal realm who could match Yang Tianbao. Before long, the four arrived at Peach Blossom Mountain, a name coined by Yang Tianbao, distinct from the Peach Mountain that suppressed Yinhua, for there lay a considerable disparity between the two that Yang Tianbao had previously visited that Peach Mountain, which also possessed an innate spiritual vein, but the spiritual vein there was negligible. It was quite desolate, rarely trodden by human feet. In contrast, although his Peach Blossom Mountain appeared barren, it was not truly so. The desolation stemmed from the great formation that concentrated all the spiritual energy into the Peach Blossom Valley. Observing the seemingly desolate mountain before them, Yang Chan incredulously asked, "Uncle, you do not intend to reside here, do you?" Yang Jian chuckled, "Do not let its barren appearance fool you. Uncle's dwelling is quite splendid, abundant in spiritual energy, far from this desolation." Yang Tianbao shook his head. On this outing, he had indeed acquired some innate spiritual herbs, which could be cultivated in the Peach Blossom Valley. His gaze fell upon Yang Chan, for only she seemed suitable for this task. However, he could also recruit a few disciples from Lingtao Mountain to assist, for he believed they would be eager to come to his Peach Blossom Valley. Before long, they beheld an even more desolate valley. Before anyone could speak, a yellow tiger leapt out from within. Yang Chan was startled and prepared to strike, only to see Yang Chan suddenly pounce at Yang Tianbao's feet. "Master, you have finally returned. Where have you been for these 100 years? Little Tiger has been worried sick about your safety." Yang Tianbao affectionately patted the tiger's head, smiling, "It seems you have not been idle these years. You have already reached the true immortal realm." The yellow tiger stood tall, pride evident in its demeanor. "Indeed, Master, I am now at the true immortal realm. From now on, wherever you go, take me along. I promise not to hold you back." Yang Tianbao nodded. "Very well, I will certainly bring you along in the future. By the way, I have also brought you gifts this time. Take a look." He produced a long spear and an axe, asking, "Which of these do you prefer?" The yellow tiger's heart leaped with joy. Fully aware of the value of divine weapons, given its powerful physique, it was especially suited for close combat. "Master, I want this spear." Yang Tianbao casually tossed the spear to it and then secured a bell around its neck. "This is a mid-grade postnatal spirit treasure, also for your protection." The yellow tiger nodded vigorously, feeling incredibly fortunate that its master had gifted it both a divine weapon and a spirit treasure. Such a master was truly exceptional. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of postnatal treasures appeared, including 2 inferior-grade postnatal spirit treasures. After a brief contemplation, Yang Tianbao produced a box containing several innate spirit fruits. "Tiger, take these items to the Lingtao sect. I wonder how they have fared." The yellow tiger promptly nodded. "Master, over the past century, the Lingtao sect has developed quite well. The first generation of disciples has all achieved the scattered immortal realm, with the strongest Miaoyan Daoist reaching the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm. The second generation has some gifted individuals who have also attained the scattered immortal realm and have begun recruiting the third generation of disciples. The Lingtao sect boasts a remarkable assembly of 108 scattered immortals. According to their traditions, Only these scattered immortals are permitted to take on disciples. Among the third generation of disciples, two individuals possess considerable talent: Zhang Guifeng and Feng Lin, both of whom have recently ascended to the realm of scattered immortals. They have each mastered an extraordinary skill, rendering them exceptionally formidable in combat. Upon hearing their names, Yang Tianbao could not help but feel intrigued that it was unexpected that two figures from the Fengshan War had arrived at Lingtao Mountain and become his own disciples and descendants. This implies that, ultimately, these two would have to face tribulation. However, if their cultivation is powerful and they possess formidable treasures, how would his teachings respond? Initially, Yang Tianbao had no intention of interfering in the Fengshan conflict. Yet, circumstances have changed. The fortunes of humanity are flourishing, with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerging from the Fire Cloud Cave, a force not to be underestimated, by aligning himself with the 3 sovereigns. He could seek their aid in times of peril. The strength of humanity's saints is not inferior to that of the celestial saints, particularly during this resurgence of the human path. Given this, could he not derive benefits from the situation? As for the fate of humanity, his own cultivation being insufficient, it would ultimately depend on the prowess of the 11 formidable beings among them. Although he had not intended to meddle in the Fengshan conflict, the revelation that Zhang Guifeng and Feng Lin were among his disciples stirred his interest. Having exerted effort to enhance the fortune of humanity through the myriad lamps of light, he had already forged a bond with them. Presently, Yang Tianbao enjoys a significant boost in fortune, largely derived from the fortunes of humanity. The notion of relinquishing this fortune is inconceivable, as it greatly accelerates his cultivation and improves his luck. Yang Tianbao chuckled, saying, "Indeed, instruct Zhang Ling to nurture these 2 young talents diligently, striving to elevate their cultivation over the next 300 years. Inform them that if, after 3 centuries, they can attain the celestial realm, I shall personally accept Zhang Ling and the others as my direct disciples. Should they manage to elevate these youngsters to the pinnacle of true immortality, I will accept them as registered disciples. If they surpass expectations and elevate these 2 to the peak of celestial immortality, I will take them as direct disciples and bestow upon each a postnatal spiritual treasure." Since he had no intention of overseeing Lingtao Mountain, it would be more prudent to delegate management to his disciples. Zhang Ling and the others possess commendable cultivation and talent, and should they be accepted as disciples, their progression to the realm of golden immortals would be assured. Following the Fengshan conflict, achieving golden immortal status would be quite respectable, that if they could cultivate even 1 or 2 Tai golden immortals, Lingtao Mountain would become a significant sect that end the journey to the west. During the monkey's peak cultivation, he too was merely a Tai golden immortal. After being trapped beneath the 5 Elements Mountain, his power diminished considerably due to the daily onslaught of copper and iron. Although the monkey's combat prowess was commendable, it was only that, commendable. Were it not for the 3 realms staging a performance for the Buddhist sect, the commotion in heaven would never have occurred. It was merely play acting. Take, for example, the formidable figures of Emperor Hao Yin and the Golden Mother of Yao Qi. They are undeniably powerful entities, at least of the mixed element golden immortal status, while they do not belong to the ranks of saintly fruit. Their combat abilities are hardly inferior to those of saints, barring the absence of innate treasures and the inability to harness the power of the celestial way. Those saints are indeed powerful. It is merely a matter of relying on the primordial purple energy to anchor their souls within the celestial way, thus achieving immortality. Yet they harbor a significant weakness. They cannot sever ties with the primordial chaos. Even if the primordial world were to perish, they could only reconstruct a world upon its original site. As for those saints who have opened worlds within the chaos, they are merely extensions of the primordial chaos. They cannot delve deeply into it. Other mixed element golden immortals, even great Luo golden immortals, can navigate the chaos. However, the chaos is perilous beyond measure. Without the cultivation of a mixed element golden immortal, few dare to enter. Huang, who was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Zhang Ling and the others would be so fortunate as to have the opportunity to become the Master-S disciples. It seemed imperative to cultivate a good rapport with them, lest they become a source of trouble in the future as disciples of the Master. Huang Hu nodded and said, "Master, I shall deliver the news at once." Yang Tenbao did not bestow upon them an abundance of spiritual treasures. Should the four truly succeed, he would certainly reward them with treasures later. His own collection of treasures was not extensive, but the few he possessed were of at least mid-grade quality. Acquiring more in the future would be ideal. Locations like the ancient witch and demon battlefield are rare, as the major saints and contemporaneous powers have already scoured them extensively. After Huang Hu departed, Yang Jian inquired, somewhat puzzled, "Who are Zhang Guifang and Feng Lin? Why does uncle seem so invested in them?" Yang Tianbao smiled, replying, "They will play pivotal roles in the Fengshan War 300 years hence. Although I do not intend to participate directly, as a member of humanity, I must contribute in some way. Moreover, without substantial strength, your mother will inevitably face calamity after the Fengshan War, should the Shang dynasty fall. However, with our formidable power and the backing of a sect like Lingtao, we will be on par with the heavenly court, allowing your parents to be together openly." Despite his words, Yang Tianbao felt considerable pressure, for the Fengshan War was merely 300 years away. Should he fail to elevate his cultivation, the potential downfall of the Shang dynasty could easily expose Yang Tianyu and Yinhua. Although he understood that the situation with Yinhua was not the intention of the Heavenly Emperor, many were watching him closely, necessitating caution. Yang Jian and the others, being astute individuals, grasped Yang Tianbao's intentions. Ultimately, his goal was to safeguard their family. Yinhua was a celestial being from the heavenly court, and her status was significant. If she were to unite with a mortal, it would likely incite unnecessary complications. Should Taohua Valley grow powerful, the heavenly court would think twice before acting against them. And with Yang Tianyu no longer merely a mortal, he would be worthy of Yinhua. In such a scenario, the heavenly court would not lose face, and thus no trouble would ensue. With this understanding, the three gazed at Yang Tianbao with admiration and respect. "Thank you, uncle, for planning for our family." Yang Tianbao shook his head, saying, "There is no need for such formality. We are all family." Initially, he had feared the wrath of the heavenly court, believing that all associated with Yang Tianyu would perish. However, circumstances had changed. With his newfound strength, his mindset had shifted. Regardless of who plotted against the Yang family, as long as they remained powerful, no one would dare provoke them. Should the Western teachings dare to challenge the Yang family, they would trample upon Mount Shumi. Should the Chan teachings dare to provoke them, they would flatten the Jade Purity Palace. In times of weakness, it was prudent to remain cautious and focus on cultivating strength. For now, he lacked nothing in terms of spiritual treasures. There were sufficient cultivation techniques, and he could easily procure an abundance of innate spiritual fruits whenever he wished, in the small-scale witch and demon battlefield. Yang Tianbao had indeed acquired the three-light divine water, a treasure that had not even been diluted. Since the witch and demon wars, this divine water had become exceedingly rare. After all, following the deaths of the demon emperor Jian and the moon empress Shiha during the conflict, the sunlight divine water and moonlight divine water had become scarce. Moreover, obtaining the three-light divine water required the complete Zhoutian star-dough formation. Without it, gathering the sun, moon, and star divine waters was virtually impossible. The complete Zhoutian star-dough formation and the 12 capital heavenly gods formation had been lost, and even after the Fengshan events, as the deities returned to their posts, the heavenly court's control over the Zhoutian stars resulted in a fragmented formation. Only under Dijuan's command was the Zhoutian star-dough formation complete. The heavenly court could not possess the full array, as they lacked the He-Tu and Luo Shu, as well as the essence of the formation. Thus, at this juncture, every drop of the three-light divine water was precious. The three-light divine water that Yang Tianbao extracted from those three demon golden immortals would suffice for a considerable duration, ensuring a continuous supply of innate spiritual fruits until his ascension. Yang Jian and the others etched Yang Tianbao's kindness in their hearts as they followed him towards the Peach Blossom Cave. Yang Chan exclaimed in awe, "Goodness, this valley is so beautiful. Are we the only ones here?" Yang Jiao responded with surprise, "The spiritual energy here is so rich. If I cultivate here, it won't be long before I break through to the celestial realm." Yang Jian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, within a century, I shall attain the celestial realm." In no wonder he would later become the god of war in the heavenly court. His confidence is remarkable. Yang Jiao laughed. Erlang, let us have a competition to see who can break through to the celestial realm first. Yang Tianbao gently shook his head and said, there is no need for such haste. Focus on establishing a solid foundation first. Once you have laid a strong groundwork, then seek ways to break through to the celestial immortal stage. 300 years is ample time for you to cultivate to the golden immortal level. He held a firm belief in these two brothers, convinced that with sufficient resources, achieving a breakthrough to the golden immortal within 3 centuries would not pose a significant challenge at that moment. While there were numerous immortal entities within the primordial realm, transcending to the golden immortal realm necessitated overcoming various tribulations. Many formidable beings perished before reaching the golden immortal stage due to these calamities, resulting in a scarcity of individuals capable of wielding immortal artifacts. Yang Tianbao continued, from now on, you shall cultivate here, while I will retreat for a period of seclusion. Having attained a commendable level of cultivation, he was ready to continue his training, confident that with the acquisition of innate spiritual fruits, a breakthrough to the celestial immortal stage would soon be within reach. He produced 3 meditation cushions and encouraged them to pursue their cultivation. Instead of engaging in direct cultivation himself, Yang Tianbao retrieved the 5-color peach blossom mist and swiftly submerged it underground. Beneath the surface, a crystalline dragon vein coiled elegantly, emanating a rich aura of primordial spiritual energy. Most of this primordial energy flowed into the Peach Blossom Valley, with only a small fraction dissipating into the surroundings. Without hesitation, he extracted 5 dragon veins and positioned them alongside the existing one, causing the 6 veins to suddenly intertwine. Abruptly, the grand array of the 12 heavenly stems began to operate, manifesting 6 spiritual veins beneath the 6 symbols of the Chinese zodiac. Soon after, Yang Tianbao felt a profound sensation wash over him, as if the methods to control this formation materialized in his mind. Concurrently, strategies for arranging the 12 heavenly stems array emerged, with all the intricate details flooding his consciousness. He swiftly calculated the various shortcomings of the 12 heavenly stems grand array, rapidly devising enhancements. Simultaneously, the application of the peach spirit energy surfaced in his mind, quickly augmenting the grand array of the 12 heavenly stems. The formation took shape, yet with the incorporation of the peach spirit energy. It no longer seemed appropriate to refer to it simply as the 12 heavenly stems array. Seemingly inspired, Yang Tianbao began to further refine his thoughts. Before long, various malevolent energies started to amalgamate within the formation. Gradually, 5 distinct arrays began to materialize in his mind. The heavenly stems divine malevolence array, the earthly branches divine malevolence array, the heavenly gang divine malevolence array, the earthly malevolence array, and the Zhou Tian divine malevolence array. Each of these formations differed in potency based on the quantity of malevolent energy utilized. The heavenly stems divine malevolence array, the weakest among them, required merely 12 types of innate malevolent energy, while the earthly branches divine malevolence array demanded 24 types. The heavenly gang, earthly malevolence, and Zhou Tian arrays required 36, 72, and 365 types of innate malevolent energy, respectively. Naturally, these energies required special handling. Otherwise, they could easily harm one's own. Surprisingly, the establishment of the spiritual veins consumed 10 years. Yet this decade proved invaluable, as the 5 grand arrays effectively compensated for the weaknesses of the Lingtao sex formation. Had Zhang Guifeng and Feng Lin been adept in formations, would the Chan sect have easily subdued them? Moreover, the 5 divine arrays Yang Tianbao devised could be constructed progressively, initially thought to require only 12 types of innate malevolent energy. Suddenly, an additional 12 emerged, catching their adversaries off guard. Reflecting on this, Yang Tianbao couldn't help but smile. The formation was now fully conceptualized, and all that remained was to gather the innate malevolent energies. Not all formations necessitated innate energies. Postnatal malevolent energies would suffice, albeit with lesser potency. That it was prudent to gather more innate energies whenever possible. The primordial realm was vast, and prior to the conferred God War, It was relatively easy to locate innate malevolent energies. From the harvest at the Witch Demon battlefield, several types of innate malevolent energies were available, which had seemed trivial at the time, but were now invaluable. Rising to his feet, Yang Tianbao quickly ascended from the underground, returning to the Peach Blossom Cave. The spiritual energy has intensified significantly. The entire Peach Blossom Valley had expanded fivefold, and the Peach Blossom Cave mirrored this growth, now exceedingly spacious. Most importantly, the innate spiritual energy within the cave had surged to 6 times its previous concentration. Such an abundance of spiritual energy rivaled that of the finest cave abodes. Aside from the residences of great beings, even the caves of the 12 golden immortals of the Jian sect were inferior to his own. After completing these tasks, Yang Tianbao returned to the stone bed, utilizing a transmission stone to document these formations. Upon finishing, he settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to cultivate. However, his brow soon furrowed in contemplation. Should he first cultivate or refine his treasures? At times, possessing an excess of spiritual treasures could hinder one's cultivation, but he resolved to enter seclusion to elevate his cultivation to the celestial immortal stage, allowing his physical form to subsequently break through to the golden immortal stage. Afterward, he would examine the long-stored transmission stone, hoping it contained valuable insights. With this thought, Yang Tianbao closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Time rewound 10 years, and Huang Hu swiftly exited the Peach Blossom Valley, soaring towards Lingtao Mountain. Before long, Lingtao Mountain came into view. Observing the increasingly prosperous landscape, Huang Hu nodded in satisfaction and strutted into the Lingtao sect. The disciples of the Lingtao sect were well aware that Huang Hu was Yang Tianbao's steed. Thus they did not impede his entry, but instead respectfully referred to him as Lord Tiger. Huang Hu reveled in this acknowledgement, nodding in approval as he strode towards the area where Zhang Ling was handling affairs. Zhang Ling had long anticipated Huang Hu's arrival and was already waiting at the entrance. "Lord Tiger, what brings you here today?" Huang Hu replied with a hearty laugh. "Zhang Ling, my master has sent some items for you all, as well as messages to convey." Zhang Ling's eyes brightened at this, and he eagerly inquired, "Lord Tiger, please share. I assure you, I will fulfill the tasks entrusted to us by our ancestor." Huang Hu chuckled. Among the third-generation disciples, 2 have achieved the status of Earth Immortal, and they're both at the 4th level of the loose immortal stage, comparable to you. My master has stated that if you can cultivate them to the pinnacle of celestial immortal within 300 years, he will accept you, Nian, Denyang, and Tai Xian as his direct disciples, along with bestowing upon you spiritual treasures. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling was filled with joy, but soon a shadow of concern crossed his face. Cultivating Zhang Guifang and the other to the pinnacle of celestial immortal within 300 years was an arduous task, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Huang Hu continued, "If you can cultivate them to the celestial immortal realm within 300 years, even if they do not reach the pinnacle, you will still be accepted as his disciples, though without the reward of spiritual treasures. Should you manage to elevate them to the peak of true immortal, you could also be recognized as a registered disciple." Zhang Ling and his companions were not even considered registered disciples. They had merely received Yang Tianbao's inherited techniques, establishing a lineage under him. However, if they could become Yang Tianbao's disciples, they would be recognized as his legitimate successors. There could be countless lineages, but legitimate ones were rare. Lineages served to bestow fortune upon Yang Tianbao. Any diminishment in his fortune would affect Lingtao Mountain. However, the legitimacy was different. It could be intertwined with Yang Tianbao's fortune, experiencing triumphs and tribulations together. Upon concluding his words, Huang Hu observed Zhang Ling's excitement. Even if they could only become registered disciples, the benefits would be substantial. "Rest assured, Lord Tiger, even if the 4 of us do not cultivate, we will ensure they become celestial immortal powerhouses within 300 years." At that moment, Zhang Ling brimmed with motivation. Nothing was more important to him than this endeavor. With a wave of his hand, Huang Hu produced 2 spiritual treasures, stating, "These treasures are to safeguard your fortunes as the number of disciples in Lingtao Mountain increases. These treasures will ensure safety against unforeseen events." He then presented several innate spiritual fruits, Continuing, these are innate spiritual fruits. You should recognize their value. They are bestowed upon you to enhance the foundation of Lingtao Mountain. Zhang Ling gazed upon these offerings, rendered speechless with excitement. Yet there was more to come. Huang Hu once again revealed dozens of artifacts, saying, while these artifacts may not qualify as spiritual treasures, many are innate artifacts, sufficient for your needs, and they have been entrusted to you by my master. Zhang Ling promptly assured, Lord Tiger, rest assured, we will not disappoint our ancestors' expectations. Currently, Lingtao Mountain was home to numerous cultivators, 32 first-generation disciples, over 200 second-generation disciples, and more than 1,000 third-generation disciples. Among them, there were 200 to 300 loose immortals, yet the resources of Lingtao Mountain remained woefully inadequate, unless one descends the mountain to seek materials. Acquiring a fine magical artifact is an impossibility. Now, however, the ancestral master has presented such an abundance of treasures, which will suffice for the time being. This is the advantage of having a formidable master. Huang Hu nodded and remarked, quite commendable. Continue to strive to be by the way. Where are Miao Yun and the others? Zhang Ling promptly replied. In response to Master Hu, Miao Yun and the trio are cultivating on Miao Yun Mountain, where the innate spiritual energy is notably dense. Huang Hu inquired, when do you anticipate breaking through to true immortal? Zhang Ling shook his head and sighed. Alas, I lack sufficient confidence to withstand the heavenly thunder tribulation. However, senior brother Miao Yun is likely to break through to the true immortal realm within the next decade. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Hu pulled a tiger hair from his body and handed it to Zhang Ling, saying, remember to burn this tiger hair when he undergoes his tribulation. I will sense it and come to safeguard him. In his view, the master has become increasingly invested in Lingtao Mountain compared to the earlier casualness. To the best of his ability, he would lend support to Lingtao Mountain. After all, the fortune of Lingtao Mountain is also intertwined with Huang Hu's own. Zhang Ling accepted the tiger hair, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, Master Hu, I am aware, and I greatly appreciate your care for Lingtao sect. Do not worry. Those 2 youngsters are indeed disciples of my apprentice. I shall keep them close and personally guide them. Huang Hu rolled his eyes and said, we shall see how the master arranges things. Those 2 possess formidable combat prowess. You cannot be their instructor. While your cultivation may suffice, your combat ability is another matter. Zhang Ling felt somewhat awkward. It had indeed been a long time since he had engaged in combat, but that did not imply he was incapable of fighting. After all, he could be considered one of the 4 strongest at Lingtao Mountain. Although he had not frequently ventured out to exterminate demons, he should not be lacking in capability. Indeed, Master Hu is correct. Zhang Ling could only lower his head in agreement, conceding that his skills were not particularly impressive. Huang Hu suddenly remarked, in truth, you might also consider visiting the human race worship hall. It could prove beneficial for you. Intrigued, Zhang Ling nodded slightly. Very well, I understand. Thank you, Master Hu.D. You have any further instructions? Huang Hu shook his head and said, in the future, should you accept disciples like Zhang Guifeng and the others, who possess extraordinary talents or innate divine strength, remember to report promptly. Zhang Ling readily agreed. Nodding, of course, Master Hu, you can rest assured. After Huang Hu departed, Zhang Ling swiftly set to work, not only considering the magical artifacts and spiritual fruits, but also searching among his disciples for those with innate divine strength or extraordinary abilities. Through Huang Hu's reminder, Zhang Ling understood that such individuals might hold some significance for the ancestral master. If he could identify a few, the master would undoubtedly be pleased that in that case, various rewards would follow, and his own cultivation would certainly flourish. Zhang Ling quickly gathered all his disciples and, observing their puzzled expressions, inquired, I have summoned you all to ascertain whether any among you possess innate divine strength. Such individuals are particularly suited for cultivating the body to achieve sanctity, presenting you with a unique opportunity. Although we at Lingtao Mountain lack methods for achieving bodily sanctity, the ancestral master undoubtedly possesses such techniques, which I shall seek for you. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in excitement. Shortly thereafter, 3 individuals stepped forward, appearing robust and exuding an air of innate divine strength. Zhongling noted that they were all third-generation disciples and began to ponder. The second-generation disciples had all broken through to the scattered immortal realm, and it seemed quite normal for a few exceptional individuals to emerge among the third-generation disciples. What are your names? Do you truly possess innate divine strength? The leader replied. In response to the sect leader, my name is Ding Su. I hail from an ordinary family and have a penchant for martial arts. Upon hearing that Lingtao Mountain offers the path to immortality, I came to seek instruction. The other two introduced themselves as Guo Chun and Dong Zhong, sharing a similar background. Upon hearing one another's self-introductions, the three exchanged glances filled with surprise. They had not anticipated finding others akin to themselves. A sparring match would be delightful. However, as they were now fellow disciples, they could not engage in any serious combat. But they could look forward to a friendly contest once they learned the methods for achieving bodily sanctity. Zhongling nodded and stated, we must test whether you possess innate divine strength. If successful, I will seek cultivation methods for you. Such exceptional talents require special care, much like Zhang Guifeng. Yang Tianbao was unaware that Huang Hu's actions had led to the discovery of three renowned individuals from the Fengshan era, who had opposed the disciples of the Chan sect under Jiang Ziya's command, even as Chaoga was collapsing entirely. Unfortunately, they were mere mortals. Despite their impressive martial skills, they could not prevail against the immortal beings of the Chan sect. Had it not been for the assistance of Yang Jian and others, the outcome of the battle would have remained uncertain. Ding Su and the others quickly responded, yes, sect leader. Zhang Ling then called out. Zhang Guifeng, Feng Lin, step forward. As his words fell, Zhang Guifeng and Feng Lin emerged, gazing at Zhang Ling with curiosity. Their cultivation had progressed rapidly, having reached the scattered immortal realm in less than a century, making them the most gifted among Lingtao disciples. They suddenly seemed to recall something, their eyes lighting up with joy. After all, they were destined to become the first generals to strike against Zhou in the Fengshan War. Demonstrating their keen intellect, they had surmised that their exceptional abilities were likely the reason Zhang Ling had singled them out at that moment. Their hearts swelled with excitement, realizing they too would receive similar treatment. Zhang Ling regarded them with satisfaction and said, very well, the rest of you may withdraw. Zhang Guifeng, Ding Su, you shall accompany me. The remaining third-generation disciples cast envious glances at the five, reluctantly departing. For them, earning the master's favor was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for ascendance. They could not believe that this opportunity had been seized by these five, leaving them to wonder if they would have a chance in the future. Zhang Ling led the way, and the five quickly followed him to the sect's grand hall. Sitting in the master's seat, Zhang Ling scrutinized the individuals before him. They appeared satisfactory, aside from Zhang Guifeng and Feng Lin. The others were merely teenagers in their early teens, leaving Zhang Ling curious about how they had arrived at Lingtao Mountain. Ordinary people wishing to reach Lingtao Mountain needed immense determination and the ability to combat demons and monsters. The second-generation disciples had been gathered from nearby towns, while the third-generation disciples had either been brought in by second-generation disciples or had sought the sect due to its reputation. The other disciples possessed their own unique skills, while these three were simply ordinary individuals with considerable strength. Zhang Guifeng, Feng Lin, your talents have reached the ancestral master's ears. He has commanded us to nurture you both diligently. When master who departed, he instructed me to locate those with innate divine strength and extraordinary abilities to cultivate, aiming for them to become the backbone of our sect. I hope you will not disappoint the master. Striving to break through to the celestial immortal realm within 300 years, the master will undoubtedly bestow great rewards. Zhang Ling acknowledged that while breaking through within 300 years was a lofty challenge, there would likely be opportunities for the master to require their assistance thereafter. Without sufficient strength, they would be unable to serve the master effectively. The Peach Blossom Ancestor was an immensely mysterious and revered figure in Lingtao Mountain, and all disciples held him in the highest regard. The five of them were no exception. Upon hearing Zhang Ling's words, they nodded earnestly. Yes, sect leader, we shall certainly strive to cultivate and aim for a breakthrough within 300 years. Although this was a daunting task, it also presented an enticing challenge, did it not? Seeing that the five had agreed, Zhang Ling quickly added, very well, Zhang Guifeng, Feng Lin, you may return to your cultivation. Ding Su and the others. Please wait for now. I will consult the master regarding cultivation methods for you. The 5 individuals bowed respectfully and swiftly departed from the grand hall of the sect. A smile of delight involuntarily graced Zhang Ling's face. As soon as the Tiger Lord had finished speaking, she had already embarked on her search, which was quite fortuitous. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ling stepped out of the Ling Tao Gate, transforming into a streak of light as she soared towards the direction of Peach Blossom Valley. Her speed was remarkable, and before long, she found herself outside the valley. Huang, who had just returned and sensed Zhang Ling's presence, momentarily taken aback, he hastened towards the valley's entrance and beheld Zhang Ling standing there, hesitating. Huang, who could not help but inquire, "Zhang Ling, did we not just meet moments ago? What brings you back?" Zhang Ling promptly replied, "Tiger Lord, the thing is, after you left, I conducted another round of inspections and discovered 3 disciples endowed with innate divine strength, namely Ding Suguichun and Dong Zhong. Their inherent abilities suggest that they would benefit greatly from cultivating the fleshly sanctification method. However, the Ling Tao Gate lacks such teachings, which is why I sought to inquire if our ancestral master possesses any." Huang, who, somewhat at a loss for words, nodded and said, "Please wait a moment. I shall consult with the elder." Upon entering the Peach Blossom Cave, he found no trace of Yang Tianbao, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, his gaze shifted to Yang Jian and the others. A flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes, he approached them respectfully, saying, "Esteemed young masters, I have a matter to request of you, pertaining to the ancestral teachings of Ling Tao Mountain. I wonder if you might be willing to emerge from your seclusion." The 3 were in deep meditation, but upon hearing Huang Hu's words, they opened their eyes, as they had not been engrossed in an impenetrable retreat. Yang Jian and the others emerged, with Yang Jian being the most familiar with the Ling Tao Gate. "Brother Hu, what has transpired? We shall surely assist in any way we can." Huang Hu hurriedly explained, "Esteemed young masters, the Ling Tao Gate has discovered several promising talents endowed with innate divine strength, perfectly suited for the cultivation of the fleshly sanctification method. However, with the elder absent, I am unable to locate such teachings. The head of the Ling Tao Gate is currently awaiting outside Peach Blossom Valley. I thought perhaps you could impart the foundational teachings beneath the immortal level, and once the elder emerges from his retreat, he may then convey the subsequent methods." The 3 exchanged glances, given that it was their uncle's lineage. They agreed without hesitation. Yang Chan interjected, "Both my elder brother and second brother cultivate a method suited for half-divine, half-human bloodlines, which ordinary mortals cannot endure. I recall that my father's cultivation method aligns with that of my uncle, one accessible to humanity, making it suitable for the preliminary teachings that in fact, Yang Tanyu had also encouraged Yang Chan to cultivate this technique. Otherwise, she would not have been aware of it. However, being a half-divine herself, her prowess in the fleshly sanctification method paled in comparison to Yang Jian and the others. Ultimately, Yang Chan opted for the 9 Heavens profound art passed down by her mother, reputedly a cultivation method of the 9 Heavens goddess. As for its authenticity, Yang Chan was uncertain, yet she knew this art could elevate her to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Huang Hu's eyes brightened, yet he hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. After all, this was his elder's cultivation method. Would it not provoke his ire if shared so freely? Just then, a voice reached his ears. "Grant them the teachings. It is merely a method." This voice belonged to Yang Tianbao, who, while arranging the spiritual veins, had overheard the conversation and unhesitatingly consented. After all, these were the Ding Su brothers, capable of resisting Jiangxia as mere mortals, if nurtured into celestial immortals or even golden immortals. Especially with dual cultivation of body and spirit, the potential was immense. With a combination like Zhang Guifeng alongside Yang Jian, Yang Jiao, and the Ding Su brothers, the strength of this assembly would be formidable. If they were to recruit other powerful beings from the investiture of the gods, they could undoubtedly contend with the Chan sect that, in time, they would devise a way to coax the Chan sect out. While Huang Hu's role would merely be to lead the charge, for Zhang Guifeng and others were seasoned warriors. Nevertheless, they still paled in comparison to the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Huang Hu nodded rapidly, his gaze shifting to Yang Chan. Yang Chan effortlessly conjured a transmission stone, inscribing within it the teachings leading to the celestial immortal realm. Huang Hu received the stone, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed young master." With that, Huang Hu turned and departed from Peach Blossom Valley. Outside the valley, Zhongling's expression turned anxious upon seeing Huang Hu's return. "Tiger Lord, what news do you bring?" Huang Hu produced the transmission stone, stating, "The teachings will lead to the celestial immortal realm. Once you break through, return for the subsequent methods." This was the heavenly dry peach demonic art, a cultivation method of Yang Tianbao. Acquiring even the celestial portion was a significant achievement. Huang Hu was unaware that Yang Tianbao had obtained the 9 turns primordial art from the Wu clan, which could yield even deeper insights into the methods. Consequently, the current heavenly dry peach demonic art was merely a foundational version, not the ultimate one. Had Yang Tianbao's spiritual cultivation reached the celestial immortal realm, he could have partaken of the essence blood of the great Wu, potentially accessing the transmission of the 9 turns primordial art. Zhongling hurriedly expressed her thanks. "Thank you, Tiger Lord, thank you." Huang Hu replied with a smile. "No need for such formalities. It is all in service of the elder. Now, you should hurry back. I too must return to my cultivation." With that, Huang Hu ambled back to Peach Blossom Valley, finding a spot beneath a peach tree to resume his training. With the teachings in hand, Zhongling could hardly contain her excitement as she soared back to the Lingtao Gate. The Dingsu trio had been anxiously awaiting her return. Having only recently joined the sect, they had been selected by the sect master for the importation of powerful cultivation methods. The prospect of cultivating the fleshly sanctification method filled them with exhilaration. Yet they wondered why the sect master had not yet returned. In truth, Zhongling had not been gone long. Given the proximity of Ling Tao Mountain to Peach Blossom Valley, and with her peak earth immortal cultivation, she could complete a round trip in merely a day. By evening, Zhongling arrived back at Ling Tao Mountain, her smile widening at the sight of the anxious Dingsu trio. "Greetings, master," upon Zhongling's appearance. The three hastily bowed, their hearts brimming with excitement. Zhongling waved her hand, saying, "No need for such formalities. Come here. This is a transmission stone. Each of you may examine it once. It contains the method for cultivating both spirit and body in harmony. It is said to be the ancestral master's cultivation method, and I hope you do not squander this opportunity." The trio's expressions turned solemn as they replied, "Yes, master. We shall not disappoint the ancestral master's benevolence." Following Zhang Guifeng and the others, Ding Su and his companions embarked on the path of cultivation. Concurrently, the Ling Tao Gate's vigorous support fostered a profound sense of belonging among them. Zhang Guifeng, Feng Lin, Ding Su, Guochun, and Dong Zhong entered into a period of earnest cultivation, for they themselves were pivotal figures in the calamity, blessed with fortuitous destinies, and their progress was swift. After imparting the teachings, Zhongling eagerly made her way to Miaoyan Mountain, for the ancestral master had expressed intentions to accept disciples, a matter that surely warranted the attention of the Miaoyan Daoist trio. Comparatively, Miaoyan Daoist was affluent and played a significant role in nurturing Zhang Guifeng and the others. Similarly, Dan Yangzi and Tai Xian were of great assistance. Dan Yangzi could concoct elixirs to enhance cultivation, while Tai Xian Daoist could forge artifacts to bolster strength, benefiting the Ling Tao Gate immensely. Upon Zhongling's arrival at Miaoyan Mountain, the trio of Miaoyan Daoist emerged from their retreat. Originally, Miaoyan Daoist had intended to confront the heavenly thunder tribulation, but upon Zhongling's arrival, they were compelled to emerge. Atop Miaoyan Terrace, a pavilion had been constructed, featuring a square stone table surrounded by the 4 Miaoyan Daoists, who sipped tea while deliberating on how best to cultivate Zhang Guifeng and the others. "Zhongling, I did not anticipate the ancestral master would prepare to accept disciples. Yet mere recorded disciples are not what I seek," mused the Taoist. "Dan Yang, how about you? Am I not in the same boat? However, can we truly cultivate them into celestial immortals? We have only 300 years. Perhaps it is feasible. I possess the resources necessary for cultivation that in 3 years, the green plums will be ripe to that time. We can specifically utilize them for their training." The green plums of the Miaoyan Daoist were on the verge of ripening, as the green plum tree was a low-grade innate spiritual root. In comparison to the inferior innate spiritual peach, which yields 36 fruits per tree, the green plum bears 81 fruits. Such abundance, both possessing inferior innate spiritual roots, if the green plum can cultivate individuals like Zhang Guifang and his companions, it would indeed be commendable. Upon hearing these words from the Taoist Mian, the other three could not help but show signs of embarrassment. As esteemed elders of the Lingtao sect, what Miaoyan presented far exceeded their own contributions. There was no other choice. Taoist Miaoyan had ascended to immortality first, possessing his own Taoist sanctuary, while the other three were merely latecomers. Were it not for Yang Tianbao imparting his teachings, they might have found themselves on the path of ghostly immortals, ultimately relegated to the lowest ranks of deities in the heavenly realm. Zhang Ling sighed, saying, "Taoist brother Miaoyan, you have gone to great lengths." Taoist Miaoyan shook his head, replying, "It is of no consequence. All of this is for the purpose of entering the master as tutelage. Henceforth, we shall be brothers in the same sect. Supporting one another is our rightful duty." Yangzi nodded, lamenting, "It is a pity that my alchemical skills are lacking. Otherwise, I could concoct elixirs to ensure not a single drop of medicinal essence is wasted." Taoist shook his head, stating, "You are already quite remarkable. As for me, I am not so fortunate. My abilities only allow for the crafting of ordinary low-grade magical artifacts, and forging superior ones is exceedingly difficult." The group fell silent, until Taoist Min suddenly chuckled, "Yet, what does it matter? You both possess your own unique skills, while I find myself lacking in all." Zhang Ling shook his head. "You are indeed exceptional. Our master once listened to your teachings." The four of them could not help but laugh, and the entire Million Mountain was filled with mirth and joy in Tawa Valley, after arranging the spiritual veins. Yang Tianbao began his seclusion to cultivate, aiming first to break through to the celestial immortal realm. The trials of the 5 declines of heaven and man in the celestial immortal realm are arduous. Yet it is possible for the physical body to advance to the golden immortal realm. At that point, Yang Tianbao could venture forth once more to gather resources. The 4 major sects, Chan sect, Jie sect, Ren sect, and the Western sect, had all closed their gates, commanding their disciples to quietly recite the Huang Ting scripture, marking a time of utmost safety in the outside world. Yang Tianbao could seize this opportunity to gain further advantage. After the war of deification, the vast wilderness would likely be no more, leaving only the shattered remnants of 4 continents and various lesser worlds. The expanse of the wilderness was immense, yet ultimately, only the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, Western Yoa Continent, Southern Jambu Continent, and Northern Jilu Continent remained. These 4 continents were stabilized and forged by the collective efforts of the great mixed-element Golden Immortals. What treasures could possibly exist upon them? Even if there were, they would have all fallen into the hands of others, and Yang Tianbao could not expect to acquire anything of value after the War of Deification. Time swiftly passed, and 50 years later, Yang Tianbao, deep in his retreat, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the figures of Yang Jian and his companions had vanished from Taohua Cave, extending his consciousness outward. He discovered that Yang Jian and the others were actually outside Taohua Valley. Not only were Yang Jian and his companions present, but also Huang Hu and 3 others, observing the auras emanating from the 3. A smile crept across Yang Tianbao's face. The 9-fold scatter immortal and the heavenly dry peach killing profound art. Were they not Ding Su and his companions? At this moment, the brothers Yang Jiao and Yang Jian had reached the pinnacle of true immortal, mere steps away from breaking into the celestial immortal realm. Given sufficient resources, they could undoubtedly achieve the golden immortal realm before the War of Deification, though their combat prowess appeared rather unimpressive. Yang Tianbao could not help but furrow his brow. With such meager combat strength, they could hardly contend with others. It was imperative to rigorously train their fighting capabilities, ideally enabling them to battle above their level. However, since Yang Jian's cultivation method was not aligned with this, it seemed necessary to devise a way to deduce the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of Disan, producing a piece of transmission stone. Yang Tianbao murmured, "Before achieving immortality, I have already obtained you. Now let me see what you truly record." Upon opening his storage pouch, Yang Tianbao had found 2 pieces of transmission stone, one containing the cultivation method for the true immortal realm. As for the second transmission stone, he had yet to examine it. Without hesitation, he directed his consciousness into it and began to scrutinize its contents earnestly. The glimmer of joy sparked in Yang Tianbao's eyes as he attentively observed the images recorded within the transmission stone. This stone did not document cultivation methods or divine abilities, but rather depicted a great battle, a segment of the war between the witches and the demons. Although the clashes between the brothers Emperor Jian and the 12 ancestors of the witch clan were absent, many demon gods and great witches were nonetheless featured in the fray. As he watched their battle, Yang Tianbao's mind began to whirl with thoughts that a series of combat techniques manifested in his mind. The powerful skills exhibited by the great witches were formidable. Due to their focus on physical cultivation, ranged attacks were limited to bows and arrows, while confrontations predominantly took place in close quarters. Suddenly, a look of ecstatic realization crossed Yang Tianbao's face as figures like the war god Xingtian and the arrow god Hui emerged within the fray. Before long, a myriad of martial techniques, blade techniques, hammer techniques, staff techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques surfaced in his mind. These methods of combat seemed innate, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Following this, the demon gods of the demon race, unwilling to fall behind, unleashed their various divine abilities, many of which were innate powers. Is this the Prince of the Golden Crow? The true fire of the sun? No, it appears the Golden Crow's transformation into a rainbow operates in this manner. Is this the true fire of the sun? It likely rivals the Samadhi true fire, does it not? The 10 suns arising? That is also feasible. The law of heaven and earth? This divine ability? No, perform it once more. Quickly, show it to me again. At this moment, Yang Tianbao seemed entranced, a torrent of divine abilities flooding his mind, morphing into his own powers. Eventually, the transmission stone could no longer endure and crumbled to ashes. Yang Tianbao sat upright, sighing. Why did it not hold on a little longer? Just a hair's breadth away. The law of heaven and earth was nearly comprehended, and Yang Tianbao felt a profound sense of loss. Had it not been for this, he would have undoubtedly gained a wealth of divine abilities. The true fire of the sun, the Golden Crow's transformation into a rainbow, the 10 suns arising. The ability to move mountains and drain seas, 4 divine abilities in total, alongside the previously learned lesser and greater Rui, and the ability to command sand and stone, totaling 6 divine powers that at this moment. Yang Tianbao possessed 7 divine abilities. These 6, in addition to the 5 elements Dragon God Explosion, just a step away from fully grasping the law of heaven and earth, yet he ultimately fell short. Nevertheless, possessing these 7 divine abilities was sufficient for self-defense, and coupled with the combat techniques gleaned from the Witch Clan, he had indeed struck gold. Regrettably, this transmission stone was unlike others, while the others recorded cultivation techniques. This one depicted images, the origin of which remained a mystery. Had it fallen into the hands of another, it would have been squandered. Yet for Yang Tianbao, it was a treasure, a quartet of divine abilities paired with close combat techniques. A bountiful windfall. Yang Tianbao hesitated for a moment before retrieving 2 animal skin scrolls. The 2 scrolls appeared quite ordinary, yet they were crafted by the Witch Clan for recording purposes, undoubtedly containing valuable content. Is this witch script? Upon seeing the characters inscribed on the animal skin, Yang Tianbao was taken aback. It was indeed written in witch script. Yang Tianbao could not decipher the script, akin to a person unfamiliar with English trying to comprehend a foreign language. Of the 3 animal skins, only the one documenting the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong was written in a familiar script and was comprehensible. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tianbao earnestly began to study the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong. The 9 transformations of profound art culminate in the realm of mixed-element golden immortals. To reach its zenith is to attain the pinnacle of mixed-element golden immortals, with the 7th transformation leading to the Tai golden immortal. Yang Tianbao continuously merged and deduced it alongside the heavenly dry peach killing profound art, transforming it into a method suitable for his own cultivation. As time passed, the aura surrounding Yang Tianbao gradually intensified. Unexpectedly, he found himself both deducing and cultivating simultaneously. As the techniques flowed through him, his primordial spirit became increasingly refined. Furthermore, Yang Tianbao sensed a significant enhancement in the strength of his physical body. Where he had previously been at the pinnacle of celestial immortal, he now stood at the very limit of the celestial immortal realm. After 5 years, Yang Tianbao finally paused, opening his eyes. The 9 transformations of Yuan Gong truly lived up to its name. It was no wonder the witch clan had once dominated the wilderness. With the aid of this 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, it would be shameful not to rule the wilderness. Regrettably, the witch clan was unable to cultivate the primordial spirit. Subsequently, Yang Tianbao resumed his calculations, realizing that the techniques he had previously deduced were only suitable for himself and did not cater to Yang Jian and the others. Moreover, Ding Su and his companions also required tailored techniques. After an entire year, Yang Tianbao finally developed 2 sets of techniques, both capable of cultivating to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. The techniques for Yang Jian and his companion were exclusive to their cultivation, unsuitable for others, while those for Ding Su and his companions were more universal, albeit differing in potency. After all, Yang Jian and his companion were half human, half deity, possessing extraordinary divine qualities, whereas Ding Su and his companions, despite their innate divine strength, were ultimately mere mortals. Yang Tianbao opened his eyes once more, a smile gracing his face. With a flick of his hand, 3 Tao stones appeared in his palm, encompassing 7 divine abilities and the 2 techniques. Outside Taohua Valley, Ding Su and his companions had already attained the Earth Immortal realm, while Yang Jian was on the verge of overcoming the final trial of the true Immortal's 5 calamities. After years of cultivation, Yang Tianbao's aura had reached the pinnacle of true Immortal, merely needing to transcend the last 3 trials of the true Immortal's 5 calamities to achieve the status of Celestial Immortal. Given the current strength of his physical body, once his primordial spirit broke through to Celestial Immortal, his body would naturally ascend to Golden Immortal. Rising to his feet, Yang Tianbao made his way outside. Before he could exit Taohua Cave, a drop of water fell upon him, its corrosive power inflicting unbearable pain, that he soon realized that his hair was being eroded by this drop. This drop of water did not cease its assault. It penetrated his primordial spirit, commencing its corrosive effect on it. Yang Tianbao's heart trembled, recognizing that the water calamity from the true Immortal's 5 calamities had arrived, and this time it came silently, embodying the legendary essence of weak water. He could hardly believe that his water calamity was indeed the weak water tribulation, and even more so, the essence of weak water, amplifying the pressure upon him. The essence of weak water required 100,000 measures of weak water for its refinement. Just a single drop contained the essence of 100,000 measures. Not even a golden immortal would dare to underestimate it, let alone Yang Tianbao. In excruciating pain, Yang Tianbao swiftly assumed a meditative position, commencing the refinement of the drop of weak water essence. The 5 calamities represented both tribulations and opportunities for him. If he could refine this drop of weak water essence, the subsequent 5 qi returning to origin would pose no challenge. Although weak water essence was elusive, once it entered Yang Tianbao's primordial spirit, it would inevitably become nourishment. Despite the formidable nature of weak water essence, the technique Yang Tianbao had deduced was even more powerful. The ancient Wu clan was not afraid of weak water. In fact, they utilized it as a resource for cultivation. Yang Tianbao's cultivation technique was derived from the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, boasting power comparable to that of the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, while also capable of refining the primordial spirit. Thus, the entry of weak water essence into his body would be akin to throwing itself into a snare. As expected, despite its might, Yang Tianbao refined the weak water essence entirely within 3 years. He had successfully traversed the water calamity of the true Immortal's 5 calamities, with the fire calamity and earth calamity next in line. No sooner had he overcome the water calamity than the fire calamity approached. However, for Yang Tianbao, who had comprehended the 10 suns' ascension and the true fire of the sun, the fire calamity posed no significance. Regardless of the type of flame, As long as he unleashed the true fire of the sun from within, it would seamlessly merge with any flame, allowing him to breeze through the fire calamity. As for the earth calamity, it did not arrive until after Yang Tianbao had passed through the heavenly tribulation. Yang Tianbao, somewhat puzzled, proceeded towards the exterior of Taohua Valley. Outside, Yang Jian and his companions were instructing Ding Su in their cultivation, demonstrating a steady increase in their combat prowess. Upon stepping out of the cave, Yang Tianbao observed them with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Excellent, your strength is increasing at a commendable pace, but your combat techniques are rather simplistic. Gather around. Upon seeing Yang Tianbao's arrival, the group displayed expressions of delight. Swiftly surrounding him, we pay our respects to our revered master. Ding Su and his companions could hardly believe their fortune in encountering their master. A truly unexpected joy. Furthermore, hearing praise from their master and the possibility of receiving his teachings stirred excitement within them. It was no easy feat for the leaders and higher-ups to meet with their master. Yet they had unexpectedly found themselves in his presence. As they approached Yang Tianbao, he extended a hand, lightly touching their foreheads, and streams of information entered their minds, namely, the 18 martial arts techniques he had deduced. Naturally, Yang Tianbao would not impart all combat techniques to them. Aside from the techniques of hand-to-hand combat, the remainder consisted of weapon-based combat methods familiar to them. These techniques were derived from the Wu clan's martial arts. Rich in combat experience, sure to significantly enhance the capabilities of Yang Jian and the others. Suddenly, Yang Tianbao's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze drawn skyward. With a sweeping gesture, he sent the group into Taohua Valley. A small mountain was descending towards him from above. Yang Tianbao. An ordinary mountain posed no threat, but this particular mountain emanated the aura of the 9 heavens essence soil. A single grain of this essence could form a mountain, and this small mountain contained more than 1 grain of 9 heavens essence soil. That if it were to come crashing down, even his formidable physique would be crushed under its weight. He had not anticipated that his earth calamity would manifest in such a manner, rendering it utterly perplexing. Throughout his journey, aside from the initial scattering immortal tribulation, Yang Tianbao had always felt that the heavenly Tao was targeting him, uncertain whether this feeling was justified. However, from the perspective of the final trial of the true immortal's 5 calamities, it was evident that he was indeed being pursued. After ensuring Yang Jian and the others were safely within Taohua Valley, Yang Tianbao utilized the Golden Crow's transformation technique to soar into the distance. The Golden Crow's transformation was derived from the flight of the 10 Golden Crow princes, representing Yang Tianbao's fastest mode of escape, that he was determined to prevent this entity from crashing into Taohua Mountain and destroying the spiritual veins he had just established. The small mountain seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, trailing closely behind Yang Tianbao, as if vowing not to relent until it had obliterated him. Yang Tianbao's face contorted with indignation while he contemplated solutions. Various ideas flooded his mind, each undergoing rigorous calculations before being discarded. There was no way around it. This was not an ordinary mountain, but rather the 9 heavens essence soil, although the quantity of 9 heavens essence soil within was unlikely to be substantial. It was certainly beyond Yang Tianbao's current capacity to endure. However, should he successfully navigate the earth calamity, his cultivation would undergo a tremendous enhancement. Suddenly, he recalled that the original human race was forged from a combination of 9 heavens essence soil and the 3 light divine water. The human race was divided into innate and acquired beings. The innate human race emerged after Nuwa's creation, with only a small number at that time, all being primordial beings. Later, their offspring were predominantly semi-innate, while the 3rd and 4th generations possessed only certain unique traits. After the 10th generation, they transformed into ordinary acquired beings. Over the years, the occurrence of special physiques among humans had dwindled significantly. Consequently, most powerful beings of the human race hailed from ancient times, originating from the first 10 generations. Qi Songzi was one such individual, possessing an innate sword body. Regrettably, during the battle between the Wu and the demons, the Wu clan forged the demon-slaying sword from human flesh, while the demons crafted the witch-slaying sword from human souls, leading to a substantial decline in human-powered AT that time. humanity faced near annihilation. And once the calamity passed, only a fraction remained. The first generation of innate humans now consisted solely of the three ancestral progenitors of humanity, had it not been for the calamity between the Wu and the demons. The current human race would have been incomparably powerful. Observing the abundance of 9 heavens essence soil within the small mountain, Yang Tianbao felt a surge of temptation. He possessed the 3 light divine water. While it could not create humans, it was perfectly capable of transforming his body into that of an innate human. However, this seemingly small mountain was beyond Yang Tianbao's capacity to withstand that speed is swift. Perhaps I should attempt to swiftly slice off a portion from the rear of the small mountain. With this thought, Yang Tianbao abruptly changed direction. As the small mountain drew near, he thrust his spear, causing a segment of the mountain to detach instantaneously. A sense of joy surged within Yang Tianbao. His hypothesis had proven correct. The small mountain itself was not composed of 9 heavens essence soil, but rather contained it within. Otherwise, Yang Tianbao could not have so effortlessly breached the small mountain. Swiftly seizing a section of the mountain, Yang Tianbao could not help but quicken his pace. This fragment of the mountain was quite heavy. Yet for Yang Tianbao, it posed no challenge. His physical cultivation had reached the limits of the celestial immortal realm, making it trivial to carry this mountain piece. In fact, as the smaller mountain pursued him, Yang Tianbao even found the time to refine the Jian Shirong within the mountain. The piece of mountain was not large. It was merely the Jian Shirong that was relatively weighty, but its refinement was not overly difficult. Before long, 3 grains of Shirong appeared in his hand. These 3 grains were quite beneficial to him, yet he yearned for more. The small mountain continued its pursuit of Yang Tianbao, unaware that he was contemplating how to extract Jian Shirong from its depths. With sufficient Jian Shirong, he could undoubtedly refine his body into that of the innate human race, his innate talent rivaling that of the primordial deities. Suddenly, Yang Tianbao's speed diminished, prompting the small mountain behind him to accelerate. Seemingly about to crash into him at that moment, Yang Tianbao executed a swift counterattack against the mountain, skillfully detaching another small section. However, he could not prevent the mountain from barreling towards him, and it appeared he would soon be struck. In an instant, Yang Tianbao vanished without a trace, sinking into the ground. The small mountain, having lost track of Yang Tianbao, continued its forward momentum, smashing into a nearby larger mountain. Fortunately, this area was far from any human settlements. Otherwise, calamity would have befallen the human race. At that very moment, Yang Tianbao grasped his spear and reappeared behind the small mountain, thrusting it fiercely, causing yet another chunk of mountain to plummet. Without hesitation, Yang Tianbao claimed both pieces of the mountain and instantly disappeared underground. Just then, he noticed that the earth around him had become exceedingly solid, and he realized he had forgotten that he was navigating the trials of the earth. Simultaneously, the small mountain descended upon him, aiming to crush him beneath it, much like the 5 elements mountain pressing down on the monkey. Naturally, Yang Tianbao would not submit to such a fate. He thrust his spear upward with great force, stabilizing the small mountain's descent. Concurrently, 10 flames erupted around him, the true fire of the sun. These 10 flames encircled Yang Tianbao, forming a formidable presence reminiscent of 10 suns in the sky. Those who have experienced the battle of witches and demons know the terrifying power of the 10 suns, capable of annihilating the very essence of the primordial world. The surrounding earth, as solid as adamantine, could not withstand the scorching heat of the 10 suns and soon turned to ash. Meanwhile, the small mountain above crashed down. But Yang Tianbao evaded it in a split second. The ground had already been reduced to ashes by the 10 suns, and Yang Tianbao transformed into a long rainbow, deftly avoiding the mountain's attack. With a resounding crash, the small mountain struck the ground, enveloped by the 10 suns. At that moment, a 5-colored peach blossom miasma appeared, sealing off the area. The small mountain found itself trapped underground, continuously being refined by the 10 suns. Apart from the Jian Shirong, the mountain gradually disintegrated into nothingness. It was not that the small mountain did not wish to escape. Rather, it was ensnared by the 5-colored peach blossom miasma and could not flee. Before long, Dozens of grains of Jian Shirong floated within the 10 suns. Yang Tianbao had refined the detached mountain pieces in his hands, acquiring 9 grains of Jian Shirong. Gazing at the Shirong, suspended in midair, Yang Tianbao decisively waved his hand, instantly collecting them, 81 grains. Just perfect. After counting, Yang Tianbao was thrilled to discover there were indeed 81 grains of Jian Shirong, with the 3 light divine water already in his possession. Acquiring such an abundance of Jian Shirong meant that achieving the innate human physique was well within his grasp. Currently, the human race possessed a postnatal constitution. Even with decent talent, reaching the golden immortal stage was exceedingly challenging. However, with the fortuitous rise of the human race and the support of humanity's essence, cultivating was not overly difficult. Yet, after the battle of the gods, the human race had become mere chives, harvested to provide incense power for the celestial deities. Their fortunes insufficient for cultivation at that time. Not only would it be difficult to reach the golden immortal stage, but even attaining the earth immortal stage would be a considerable challenge. Suddenly, a flicker of excitement flashed across Yang Tianbao's face as his primordial spirit's cultivation soared. In mere moments, Yang Tianbao's cultivation broke through to the celestial immortal realm. The celestial immortal realm was extraordinarily powerful, representing the final stage before the golden immortal realm. The golden immortal stage is eternal and immortal, living in harmony with the heavens, truly achieving the state of everlasting life. Now, Yang Tianbao merely needed to traverse the 5 declines of heaven and man and refine the essence of immortality to ascend to the golden immortal realm. The 5 declines of heaven and man are indeed perilous, but Yang Tianbao was untroubled. His physical body was about to attain the indestructible form of a golden immortal. So what was there to fear? Although the 5 declines also manifested in the primordial spirit, having traversed through the 3 disasters and 5 tribulations, his primordial spirit was already exceedingly pure, unaffected by the 5 declines. Cultivating the physical body to achieve sainthood at the golden immortal realm had already birthed an immortal body, rendering him impervious to the 5 declines. In this regard, the most terrifying aspect of the 5 declines was, for Yang Tianbao, the simplest of challenges. Contemplating this, Yang Tianbao felt immense joy. It seemed that breaking through to the golden immortal realm before the battle of gods was no longer a concern. If he refined the blood essence of the great witch, his physical body would undoubtedly break through to the golden immortal stage, granting him the strength for self-preservation. Initially, he believed that achieving the golden immortal stage with his physical body before the battle of gods would be quite commendable. But now it seemed he had underestimated himself. Surveying his surroundings and noting the damaged mountain caused by his tribulation, Yang Tianbao hesitated not a moment longer and began to restore the earth veins, swiftly returning the area to its former state. Having completed this task, Yang Tianbao's figure shimmered, transforming into a long rainbow and vanishing from sight. In the Peach Blossom Valley, Yang Jian and the others exhibited expressions of deep concern. They too had sensed the danger moments ago. That fleeting sense of peril had passed, as they had already been ushered into the formation by Yang Tianbao. Huanghu, should we venture out to search? No need. The master is merely undergoing the trials of the earth. What difficulty is there in the trials of the true immortals? It is possible that he has already transformed it into an opportunity for himself. But it has been so long, and the elder has yet to return. What is the hurry? Does crossing tribulations not require time? Since the master has brought us in, it signifies he does not wish for us to take risks. All right, let us cease our chatter. We would do better to focus on our cultivation. In the future, we must lend our strength to the master. Huanghu, do you know what the elder is plotting? I am uncertain. I have only heard the master speak of the battle of gods. Beyond that, I know little. Now, hurry and cultivate. He truly did not know much, for Yang Tianbao had not shared many details with him. After all, Huanghu was merely a mount, and his cultivation was too lacking to be of any assistance. Knowing too much could be counterproductive. That moment, Yang Tianbao suddenly appeared in the Peach Blossom Valley. Observing the worried expressions of those present, a smile graced his face. All is well now. Go and cultivate. Yang Jian hurriedly inquired, Elder, have you reached the celestial immortal realm? Yang Tianbao nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have attained the celestial immortal realm. I see that you are close as well. Hasten your cultivation, for time is of the essence. That be why the way. Here are 7 types of divine abilities, perfectly suited for you." That a spark of excitement flickered in the eyes of Yang Jian and the others. Divine abilities, 7 of them. This would undoubtedly enhance their combat prowess significantly. After bestowing the Tao Stone upon them, Yang Tianbao eagerly returned to the Peach Blossom Cave, with Juqian Shirong secured and the 3 light divine water in hand. Although he could not create life, he could still enhance his own constitution. Unlike Yang Jian and his siblings, unlike the fairy Yanhua, and unlike the reincarnated Yang Tianyu, Yang Tianbao was just an ordinary member of the human race. His journey to the current realm was largely due to fortuitous encounters. By chance, he had acquired numerous cultivation techniques, spiritual treasures, and the blood essence of the witch race. Such an abundance of fortuitous materials had enabled him to cultivate to the celestial immortal realm. If one wishes to continue their cultivation, it is imperative to transform into the innate body of the human race. The innate human body is immensely powerful. The ancient progenitors of humanity were indeed innate beings, and they have now reached the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. While their strength may not rival that of the venerable Hunyuan Golden Immortals of the Honghuang, they are still Hunyuan Golden Immortals nonetheless. In the vast expanse of Honghuang, the number of Hunyuan Golden Immortals is exceedingly limited. Among the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace from bygone days, fewer than 100 ultimately managed to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. Underscoring the rarity of such beings, Yang Tianbao returned to the Peach Blossom Cave and swiftly retrieved the 3 light divine water, commencing the fusion with the 9 heaven Shirong. Without the 3 light divine water, it would be utterly impossible to cultivate the innate human body merely with a 9 heaven Shirong. Upon contact with the 3 light divine water, the 9 heavens Shirong instantaneously transformed into a malleable mud. Yang Tianbao had been awaiting this moment. Without hesitation, he infused the well-fused 9 heaven Shirong into his own being. The instant the 9 heaven Shirong entered his body, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if the stone bed beneath him could scarcely support his weight. Yang Tianbao quickly harnessed the true fire of the sun, diligently tempering his flesh, with the 9 heaven Shirong infused with 3 light divine water. Coupled with Yang Tianbao's adept control over the true fire of the sun, he gradually refined his body, merging with the 9 heaven Shirong. Outside, Yang Jian and his companions were preparing to cultivate. But upon sensing the formidable aura and the searing heat of the true fire of the sun emanating from the Peach Blossom Cave, they retreated to a safe distance, wary of approaching. "Is this the true fire of the sun? Truly impressive," Yang Jian exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement. Yang Jiao nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this true fire of the sun is remarkably powerful. Once we break through to the celestial immortal stage, we shall be able to cultivate it ourselves. If the true fire of the sun is already this formidable, how much more powerful will the 10 suns in the sky be after their ascension?" They were filled with an exhilarating anticipation for the potential of other divine powers as well. Huang, who casually remarked, "Ding Su, Guochun, Dongzhong, you should return now. The techniques imparted by our master must not be leaked." "Understood?" The trio nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Master Hu, we are fully aware." Yang Jian and his companions remained silent. They had initially intended to merely enhance the combat skills of the 3 with Yang Tianbao's guidance. Their combat prowess had improved significantly. Whether they could fully integrate the martial arts taught by Yang Tianbao would depend on their own efforts. One cannot master what is taught solely by others. Ding Su and his companions swiftly departed from the Peach Blossom Valley, feeling exceedingly gratified with the benefits they had gained. Yes, for the notion of Yang Tianbao taking them as disciples. That was a mere jest. They were merely the 3rd-generation disciples of Lingtao Mountain, unworthy of such an honor from their master. In truth, even if they possessed exceptional talent, Yang Tianbao would likely not accept them as disciples. He did not intend to directly partake in the Fengshen War. If he were to take these destined beings as disciples, he might bear the weight of their karmic ties, a burden he could not shoulder. However, as his own disciples and descendants, there would be no direct karmic connection, thus sparing him from worry As long as the connection was not direct, Yang Tianbao had ways to resolve it. After Deng Si's departure, Huang Hu said, "Young lords, should you wish to take disciples, you may certainly consider them. They are disciples of Lingtao Mountain, the master's own disciples. Thus your status is quite elevated if you choose to take disciples. The Lingtao Mountain would surely be pleased." Yang Jian and his companions shook their heads, declining the idea. After all, Yang Tianbao had yet to take any disciples himself, so they would not either. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of their own circumstances. Until they resolved matters concerning their mother, they would not involve others that I am about to undergo tribulation. So, let us part ways and traverse to different locations for our tribulations. Agreed. I will head south while you go north. The fifth tribulation of true immortals arrived simultaneously for Yang Jian and Yang Jiao, transforming their joyous expressions into ones of solemnity that if they were to face the fifth tribulation of true immortals together, the dangers would surely be magnified. It would be wiser to separate during the tribulation. As their words fell, they swiftly exited the Peach Blossom Valley, dashing in opposite directions. Huang Hu nodded, casting his gaze towards the Peach Blossom Cave, sensing that the master would not emerge from seclusion so soon. "Young Mistress Yang, you should remain here. I will go check on them." Yang Chan, aware of her own limited cultivation, did not venture out to assist, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Huang Hu." Huang Hu shook his head. "It is no trouble. My cultivation is also lacking, and I can be of little help that I merely wish to take a look." With that, Huang Hu followed after, heading in the direction of Yang Jiao, having chosen the weaker of the two to provide support in case of danger. Unbeknownst to Yang Tianbao, Yang Jian and Yang Jiao had already begun their tribulations. At this moment, he found himself at a critical juncture. The sensation of the nine heavens, Shirong, merging within him was quite discomforting. However, such was the essence of humanity in the Honghuang. He had no choice. If he did not transform his physique into that of the innate human body, achieving the status of a Hunyuan golden immortal would be exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, as Yang Tianbao was refining the fusion of the nine-heaven Shirong and the three-light divine water, his expression shifted. He realized that the true fire of the sun had also begun to merge within his body. At this point, the three energies, the true fire of the sun, the three-light divine water, and the nine-heaven Shirong, were all simultaneously integrating into him. Yang Tianbao was uncertain whether this method of cultivation would still yield the innate human body. Yet at that moment he found himself with no retreat. Only the true fire of the sun could facilitate the merging of the nine-heaven Shirong and the three-light divine water within him. Never mind. It should not be too inadequate. I shall continue to cultivate that in truth. Niwa had employed the Tao of creation to merge the three-light divine water and the nine-heaven Shirong, thereby achieving the innate human race. Yang Tianbao lacked the Tao of creation. Yet he possessed life itself, thus obviating the need for such a process. However, he required a certain force to integrate the nine-heaven Shirong and the three-light divine water into his body. And that energy was precisely the true fire of the SU. As time passed gradually, Yang Tianbao sensed that the fusion of the nine-heaven Shirong and the three-light divine water within him was continually dissipating, ultimately merging completely into his being. Boom! In an instant, Yang Tianbao felt excruciating pain as the three treasures that had entered his body began to alter its very essence, that he understood what was transpiring. Yet the agony was unbearable. Prevent Yang Chan and the others outside from worrying. He forced himself to endure the pain, persistently refining his flesh. 30 years had elapsed since Yang Tianbao entered seclusion, during which Yang Jian and his brother had departed from Peach Blossom Mountain. Returning to the human race's worship hall to resume their duties, they discovered that only through relentless battles of life and death could their combat prowess grow rapidly. The tranquility of Peach Blossom Mountain could not compare to the challenges of the worship hall in the Huiyun Cave. The ancestral figure of the human race, Swearin, abruptly opened his eyes and gazed in the direction of Peach Blossom Mountain. An innate human has emerged. Is this the cause of our human race's flourishing fortune? As his words fell, he vanished from his location, reappearing in the human emperor's hall. All three of the human race's emperors had gathered there. Before them floated a lamp, the light of 10,000 homes. Had Yang Tianbao been present, he would surely have cried out in astonishment, for the light of 10,000 homes had already become an innate supreme treasure. How many years had passed? The foundation of the human race's three emperors was indeed formidable. Were Yang Tianbao to enhance the light of 10,000 homes by himself, he would likely not reach the level of an innate supreme treasure even by the time the Fengshan War commenced. The other two ancestral figures of the human race also appeared, sensing the emergence of an innate human. The five emperors were not present, as they were in seclusion, striving to break through to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Due to the flourishing fortune of the human race and the prosperity of humanity, the five emperors had garnered sufficient fortune to ascend to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. Swearin inquired, "Brothers, have you also sensed it?" The three ancestral figures of humanity were Swearin, Wu Chao, and Zi. Naturally, Suerin's question was directed not only at the other two ancestors, but also included the three emperors. Wu Chao nodded, stating, "It seems Suerin has felt it too. I did not expect the human race to be so formidable now, able to directly cultivate the innate human body." Zi chuckled. "Shall we go and see which esteemed friend has emerged?" Fushi chuckled and remarked, "There's no need to go. I already know who he is. That I never expected him to have condensed the innate body of the human race. It seems our human race is about to gain another Hunyuan Golden Immortal." Shinnong and Xianyuan nodded in agreement, for they had encountered that individual before, that he had willingly relinquished treasures such as the Wan Jia Danghua for the sake of humanity, undoubtedly demonstrating his allegiance to our kind. Suiren could not help but smile, saying, "It appears the three emperors of humanity are acquainted with him. May I inquire who this fellow Taoist is? Would you kindly introduce him to me?" Fushi replied with a smile, "Indeed, he is a younger generation of our human race, having cultivated for less than 500 years. However, his fortune is quite remarkable. The Wan Jia Danghua, a treasure of our human race, was entrusted to us by him. His request was quite simple. Merely a record of teachings from the Zhixiao Palace and a year of discourse from the three of us." Suiren expressed his admiration, saying, "What a fine young man! We must not allow him to be at a disadvantage. Please assist me in delivering this to him." As he spoke, Suiren produced a whip from his waist and casually tossed it to Fushi. Fushi, taken aback, exclaimed, "Senior Suiren, this is the treasure of humanity, the creation whip. Are you truly willing to give it to him?" Suiren nodded affirmatively, stating, "This item does not suppress the fate of our race. It is merely a treasure infused with the merits of our humanity. Let him use it, that he may garner more of our human fate to enhance his cultivation speed. After all, a great calamity is not far off." The other two ancient ancestors, Chao and Zi, also nodded in agreement, recognizing that the significance of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal far outweighed that of the creation whip. Fushi acknowledged this, then suddenly suggested, "That young man has requested us to forge the Emperor's seal. Since the three esteemed ancestors have emerged from seclusion, perhaps we should discuss whether we ought to refine it, and when the critical moment arises, discard the Kongtong seal." Suiren chuckled. "Indeed, let us forge it. Since this treasure of our human race does not belong to us, what purpose does it serve?" Fushi nodded, stating, "We share the same sentiment. If we are to create the Emperor's seal, we will require the assistance of the Wan Jia Danghua and the creation whip. Though we cannot part with the latter." Suiren shook his head. "Use it. I have cultivated for so long and still possess innate spiritual treasures. Granting him another will suffice. The human race has survived the war of sorcerers and demons and has become the main character of the Honghuang era. It is imperative that we possess some fine treasures." Originally, giving the creation whip to Yang Tianbao seemed appropriate, as it would enhance his fortune. However, since the creation whip is beneficial for the Emperor's seal, we shall provide him with another innate spiritual treasure. Not to mention, Suiren and the other two ancestors surely possess their fair share of fine treasures. Fushi sighed in relief, although they had no shortage of treasures. The creation whip was indeed the most suitable for forging the Emperor's seal. Additionally, the merits bestowed by the creation whip would ensure that the Emperor's seal would be no weaker than postnatal merit treasures. Furthermore, Who among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors lacks some measure of merit? As long as they reveal even a hint of it, postnatal merit treasures would be easily attainable. After a moment's contemplation, Sui Ren produced a lamp, declaring, "Since he has gifted our human race a lamp, I shall return the favor with one of my own." This was the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Jian lantern, within which burned the flames of the innate Jian fire. Subsequently, I infused it with the heritage of our human race, making the Jian fire even more potent that I hope it proves useful to him. The Jian fire is formidable against demons and spirits, its might perhaps rivaling that of true solar fire. However, it remains an innate spiritual treasure, should Yang Tianbao wield the Jian lantern in battle. Its power will undoubtedly surpass that of merely invoking true solar fire, that of course. This is only due to his current lack of cultivation. True solar fire is not a trivial divine ability, and its power increases with one's strength. Fushi nodded. "Very well, I shall deliver it, and I am also curious to hear his thoughts on the Emperor's seal." Sui Ren agreed, although the fate of our human race is currently flourishing. Further bolstered by the Wan Jia Danghua, allowing us to venture outward, we must not be overly ostentatious at this moment, that we should wait for the opportune time to strike decisively. Xin Yuan chimed in with a smile. "I share the same sentiment. The forthcoming Fengshan Great Calamity is a matter for several sects, and what concern is it of ours?" The others laughed at this, acknowledging that the Fengshan Great Calamity was indeed a matter for several powerful sects, having little to do with themselves. Yet, when the battle reaches its climax, the 3 ancestral figures, along with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, would surely emerge at that point, with 11 Hunyuan golden immortals and the might of the human race. Clearing the field would be effortless at AS for Shichi's aspirations to become its sovereign. Let them be, yet T bears no relevance to our human race, especially since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors do not recognize it, nor does the fate of humanity. Even if Ta Ching were to wield the Kongtong seal, what difference would it make? The Kongtong seal may suppress the fate of humanity, being the treasure that governs our race. But it is only effective in the hands of an emperor. Even in Ta Ching's possession, it would be of no consequence. Moreover, the leader of the human teaching, the Saint Ta Ching, owes a karmic debt to the human race for his ascension. Let him dare to act against our people. You may engage in your Fengshan Great Calamity. We shall protect our human race, should you dare to extend your claws towards the fate of humanity. We shall not hesitate to sever them. In times past, the mighty Saint Ta Ching held the Kongtong seal in his grasp, and after the human race flourished, the 3 ancestors and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were compelled to secure the Huan Cave to govern the fate of humanity. Had the Kongtong seal been in their possession, such measures would have been unnecessary. They were merely fearful of the human race becoming too powerful and beyond their control. With the emergence of the Wan Jia Danghua, the human race has gained sufficient confidence, further enhanced by the gathering of human fate, which fortifies the combat strength of the human saints. Unlike the immutable heavenly Tao, the human path can be strengthened. As long as humanity continues to thrive, even the heavenly Tao must yield. After all, the human race is the protagonist of the Honghuang era, and the human path has not yet faded, nor has the heavenly Tao monopolized all. Fushi smiled. "I shall make a trip to lend this young man a helping hand." Yang Tianbao's aspiration to transform himself into the innate body of the human race will take far too long. As the Fengshan Great Calamity approaches, he does not have the luxury of time to undergo such a transformation. However, with my assistance, the process will be expedited, significantly reducing the time required. S's words fell. Fushi nodded to the others and instantly vanished from the human emperor palace in the Taohua cave. Yang Tianbao was diligently working to cultivate his innate human body. Yet he discovered that reverting from postnatal to innate was exceedingly difficult. Although he was capable of achieving it, the time required for such a transformation was not merely a few years, but several hundred years. While Yang Tianbao currently had time to spare, the impending Fengshan Great Calamity loomed, and he had many plans yet to fulfill. Moreover, he had yet to leisurely traverse the Honghuang realm and gather various treasures, leaving him no time to squander. Suddenly, within the Taohua cave, ripples emerged, followed by the space tearing open as Fushi appeared. What a fine young man you are. Your domain is quite impressive. I expended considerable effort merely to breach this innate divine formation. There's indeed something remarkable here. Hearing this, Yang Tanbao, who was in the midst of his closed-door cultivation, could not help but smile wryly that it seemed that his Taohua Valley was not as secure as he had presumed, for Hunyuan golden immortals could come and go at will, as if it were their own backyard. Fortunately, he had not brought Yang Tanyu and the fairy Yinhua into his cave. Otherwise, he would have been reincarnated long ago. No, perhaps he would not have even had the chance to reincarnate, observing the bitterness on Yang Tianbao's face. Fushi chuckled. With this innate formation to protect you, it is unlikely that other Hunyuan golden immortals could locate your position. I found you merely by tracing your fortune. Furthermore, as you are in the process of condensing your innate human body, the three ancestral figures of humanity have sensed your presence and specifically sent me to lend you a hand. As his words concluded, Fushi waved his hand, and a surge of energy flowed into Yang Tianbao's body. Within him, a powerful force began to assist in the transformation of his physique. Half a year later, a smile appeared on Fushi's face. Very well done. An impressive, innate human body. Your physical cultivation has also broken through to the golden immortal realm. Our human race has gained yet another formidable warrior. Yang Tianbao opened his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his face, as he unexpectedly realized that his cultivation had also ascended to the golden immortal realm. A most delightful surprise. Initially, he had thought that with the assistance of the Fushi Emperor, he would swiftly achieve the transformation from postnatal to innate. However, to his astonishment, his innate human body manifested directly upon his advancement to the golden immortal realm. This realm was formidable, significantly surpassing the limits of the celestial immortal level. Having already refined the bloodline of the Witch Clan, his innate human body was now even more powerful due to the confluence of both forces. Yang Tanbao rose to his feet and respectfully bowed to Fushi, saying, "I pay my respects to your majesty. The human emperor, I am profoundly grateful for your benevolent assistance." Fushi waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Your achievement of the innate human body is commendable. The emergence of a new powerhouse within our human race is indeed a fortunate occurrence. My assistance was merely a matter of convenience. This is a gift from the ancestor Swearin. Behold, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Nine-Yang lamp. May it serve to protect your path, that I observed your manifestation of the true sun fire earlier, and an audacious thought crossed my mind. You could seamlessly integrate the true sun fire into the Nine-Yang lamp, potentially transforming it into the supreme Yang lamp. As he spoke, a lamp materialized in his hand, the very Nine-Yang lamp bestowed by the ancestor Swearin. Although the Nine-Yang lamp was not the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures, should it truly evolve into the supreme Yang lamp, it would undoubtedly rank among the highest, comparable to the four great divine lamps. Yang Tianbao's eyes lit up, and he quickly exclaimed, "Thank you, your majesty. And my gratitude to the ancestor for this generous gift that I must accept this. With my true sunfire, I can certainly elevate it to the supreme Yang lamp. The top-tier innate spiritual treasures were the CR de la CR. Mere steps away from becoming innate supreme treasures. Across the vast expanse of the primordial world, such treasures were exceedingly rare. The innate spiritual treasures were categorized into 36 prohibitions, with the top-tier innate treasures being those that possessed all 36. Such treasures stood at the pinnacle of innate spiritual artifacts, and, with the right opportunity, could ascend to the status of innate supreme treasures. If the supreme Yang lamp were to be realized, its power would rival that of the Lotus Lantern and the other three divine lamps. Truly a formidable weapon. Your Majesty, please convey my thanks to the ancestor Swearin," Yang Tianbao remarked after gazing at the Nine-Yang lamp for a moment, his expression turning earnest. Fushi chuckled and replied, "There is no need for such formalities. Focus on your cultivation. A great calamity approaches that I am aware you have your own plans. However, if possible, I hope you can lend a hand to our human race." Yang Tianbao nodded solemnly, affirming, "Rest assured, your majesty. I am for the human race." His succinct declaration of loyalty elicited a subtle glimmer of joy in Fushi's gaze. He found himself inexplicably pleased, despite the fact that the other was merely a fledgling golden immortal. Perhaps it was when Yang Tianbao produced the myriad flames that he began to sense the latter's extraordinary potential, often unconsciously placing him on equal footing with others. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave, Fushi inquired. Yang Tianbao quickly interjected, Your Majesty, please hold a moment. There is one more matter I wish to discuss. Fushi regarded him with curiosity, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. What is it? Speak freely. If I can assist, I will certainly do so. Yang Tianbao responded, It is not a grave matter, merely concerning my brother and the fairy in Hua. I believe you are aware of the situation, and I was wondering if we might resolve it entirely. Fushi chuckled. This is not a difficult task, provided our human race flourishes during the calamity of the investiture of the gods. Should our people prosper, Hao Jian will surely extend his favor. However, if the human race declines, that could spell trouble. Yang Tianbao nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Fushi's words. If humanity were to rise, thriving in harmony with the heavens, then no challenge would be insurmountable. Conversely, should the human race falter and become pawns of the gods and Buddhas, that would indeed be a serious predicament. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure the prosperity of humanity, lest they be extinguished by the heavenly mandate. Otherwise, the matters concerning Yinhua and Yang Tianyu would remain insurmountable obstacles. After all, Yang Jian had yet to join the Chan school, thus lacking its protection. If he himself did not possess sufficient strength, safeguarding his family would be impossible. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. Might I inquire if you believe the Great Shang should continue? Although Yang Tianbao was uncertain of the implications of the Great Shang's continued existence, it mattered little to him as long as the human emperor did not become the celestial sovereign. All would be well. Fushi chuckled. What nonsense is this about a celestial sovereign? Our human race has only the human emperor and the human king, with no place for a celestial sovereign. His meaning was clear. Regardless of which faction claimed dominion over the human race, there could only be a human king, not a celestial sovereign. Yang Tianbao nodded in agreement. If possible, let us support the Great Shang. It seems promising, especially with the Chan school as a natural ally. The sword array of the celestial sword master cannot be overcome by mere sages. Should the three sovereigns of the human race emerge from the fire cloud cave, their prowess as human saints would rival that of the heavenly saints. In such circumstances, a 4-on-4 confrontation with Tong Tian would yield unpredictable results. Moreover, if Fushi were to encounter challenges, Mother Nuwa would undoubtedly intervene. Despite any ideological discord, their fraternal bond is not easily severed by mere sanctification. Fushi inquired, How do you know this? Yang Tianbao hesitated, realizing he had inadvertently let slip too much, and smiled. Having knowledge of the investiture of the gods, I am naturally aware of the circumstances surrounding it. Replenish the 365 righteous deities in the heavenly court. This investiture must commence. However, it is most unfortunate that they should leverage the human race to fulfill their aims. Setting aside that point, the celestial sword master is known for his inclusivity, with numerous disciples under his tutelage. The primordial heaven and the virtuous heaven would certainly allow Chan's sect members to enter the investiture list, thus sparing their own disciples from tribulation. After all, the Chan school currently wields tremendous influence within the primordial realm. Not only is the celestial master a powerful figure, but he also commands countless disciples, with hundreds of golden immortals among them. Although their fortune may not rival that of the human race, they are undeniably in their prime. The fortune of the Chan school is dense and concentrated upon the celestial master alone, inciting envy among the other major factions, who would seek to carve out share. In this context, if we were to suddenly appear in support of the Chan school, it would catch the other factions off guard. Fushi inquired with a grin, What if the celestial sword master has no ill intentions towards the human race? Yang Tianbao's expression turned cold as he replied, If he harbors thoughts that do not belong to him, our human race is not to be trifled with. Should humanity prosper, what harm is there in having more human saints? With these words, Fushi instantly grasped the implications. The current fortunes of the human race were stable, and with the myriad flames repressing their fortune, it would not be long before the human emperor's seal would emerge. In this scenario, the fortunes of humanity would greatly increase, and the emergence of additional human saints would not be particularly difficult. Thank you, young friend, for clarifying that I have some matters to attend to. so I shall take my leave. Fushi stated, producing a communication talisman. Should you find yourself in danger, you may contact me at any time. Seeing Fushi preparing to depart, Yang Tianbao hastily added, there is one more thing. The human race is currently flourishing, and the fortunes of our people have significantly increased. However, do not reveal this too readily. It is best to remain within the Fire Cloud Cave for now. As for the investiture of the gods, let them fight amongst themselves. When they have exhausted each other, we shall emerge to claim the remnants. What could be better? Fushi nodded slightly. Indeed, that is our intention as well. Take care in the meantime. With that, Fushi departed, leaving Yang Tianbao alone within the Peach Blossom Cave. Feeling the surge of his newfound power, he could not help but laugh heartily. After over a century of cultivation, I have finally reached the Golden Immortal Realm. The Golden Immortal Realm signifies an alignment with the heavens in terms of lifespan. Although he had merely achieved this through the sanctification of his physical form, he could now attain immortality. In simple terms, as long as this world endures, so too shall the Golden Immortal remain unscathed. Rising to his feet, he felt the immense power coursing through him, along with the innate spiritual energy that periodically emanated from within. He could not help but marvel at the innate human body, which continuously generated such spiritual energy. Even in the era of declining laws, he could effortlessly cultivate to the level of an immortal. At that moment, Huang Hu, who had been stationed outside, heard Yang Tianbao's voice and rushed in. My lord, are you unharmed? Upon witnessing Huang Hu's concern and noting his own recent breakthrough to the celestial immortal level, Yang Tianbao smiled and said, Huzi, your progress is remarkable. Shall we go for a stroll? As for leaving him to guard the premises, perhaps it's best to leave it be. This fellow's thoughts are clearly not aligned with this matter. In the past, when this individual possessed limited skills, Yang Tianbao was reluctant to take him along. However, now that Huang Hu has proven his formidable combat prowess, having him by his side would indeed be advantageous. Huang Hu, filled with excitement, had spent many years cultivating here. Aside from visiting Lingtao Mountain, he had scarcely ventured elsewhere. Were it not for the need to guard the master's dojo, he would have yearned to explore the outside world. Thank you, master. Xiaohu wishes to see the world beyond, he expressed eagerly. Yang Tianbao chuckled. In that case, let's depart at once. With a sweeping gesture, they found themselves outside Tawaga. Without hesitation, he leaped lightly and settled securely on a Huang Hu's back. Tigress, we are off to the northeast, he instructed. Huang Hu, brimming with enthusiasm, transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Yang Tianbao, no longer needing to travel on foot, seized the opportunity to refine the Jian lantern. He still had several innate spiritual treasures awaiting refinement, including the Jian lantern, the small bell, the rope, and 9 long nails. The forthcoming days would be perfect for refining these treasures, enhancing his offensive capabilities. At this moment, Yang Tianbao possessed the physical body of a golden immortal and the soul of a celestial immortal, most importantly wielding the divine power of true sunfire. The Jian lantern, being of the fire attribute, was swiftly refined to reveal its first restriction. Yang Tianbao discovered that this treasure, among the finest innate spiritual treasures, was not of low rank, boasting 34 restrictions. Unbeknownst to him, this innate treasure originally held only 30 restrictions, but under the care of the ancestor of fire, it had been elevated in rank through the infusion of divine flame. Had this treasure not been gifted to Yang Tianbao, the ancestor of fire's flame alone would have eventually raised its status to that of a top-tier innate treasure. As time passed, Yang Tianbao reached his destination, a vast mountain range distinct from the blessed lands of Ling Mountain. Although immense, this mountain range was sparsely populated, teeming with active demons, yet rich in valuable resources. Upon his arrival, 8 years had already elapsed. The Jian lantern had undergone the refinement of 22 restrictions. The small bell 3, the rope 3, and the 9 long nails 9 that after refinement. Yang Tianbao discerned their ranks. The small bell was a god-dominating bell, possessing immense power and serving as a low-grade innate treasure that combined offense and defense. The rope, known as the dragon-subduing rope, could ensnare foes and was also a low-grade innate treasure. the 9 long nails called the 99 demon-extinguishing needles were the most formidable, capable of easily piercing the bodies of powerful beings and annihilating their souls. Individually, each needle bore 3 restrictions, categorizing them as low-grade innate treasures, yet their collective power constituted a superior grade. Yang Tianbao was exhilarated, for the 99 demon-extinguishing needles were undeniably potent treasures that in combat, if his strength was sufficient. He could effortlessly breach the defenses of a great Luo golden immortal and obliterate their soul. Upon realizing the rank of this artifact, Yang Tianbao was filled with eagerness to refine it. Though he soon abandoned the idea, recognizing the challenges posed by his current cultivation level. After all, his objective was to scour the vast wilderness, leaving little time for artifact refinement. His golden immortal cultivation was already adequate. Currently, various sects were preoccupied with countering the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods, leaving little attention for him. Observing the towering mountains before him, Yang Tianbao inquired, "Tigress, take a moment to sense the powerful demon clans within this mountain. We shall avoid those we cannot provoke, while unhesitatingly seizing what we can from those we can contend with." Huang Hu, being of the 12 zodiac tiger bloodline and inherently belonging to the demon clan, could sense the presence of powerful demon beings. This was precisely why Yang Tianbao brought him along. Huang Hu's innate ability allowed him to instinctively evade danger. Should peril arise, Huang Hu would automatically retreat, a talent that had awakened only after his ascension to celestial immortal. Huang Hu nodded in agreement. "Yes, master. Let us head southeast." With that, he dashed swiftly in that direction. Yang Tianbao queried, "Tigress, you have already reached the celestial immortal realm. Why have you not yet taken form?" Huang Hu shook his head. "I do not know. It should be soon, but it feels as though something is lacking. If only my bloodline could be further enhanced." Huang Hu sensed the opportunity for transformation, yet whenever he attempted to take form, he felt as though something was missing, preventing his success. Yang Tianbao replied with a smile, "Your current talent is already impressive. However, I believe the Emperor of Humanity, Fuxi, may possess methods to elevate your tiger bloodline. I shall inquire on your behalf." Huang Hu was filled with excitement, knowing that the 12 zodiac beasts became powerful divine beast bloodlines due to Fuxi. Surely, he must have valuable resources to enhance their bloodlines, but he was reluctant to approach him without cause, fearing the karmic debt it might incur. Although he had accepted the ancestor of fire's gifts and Fuxi's assistance, he was already indebted to them. Yet, with the myriad lights of humanity, the 3 ancestors and 5 emperors of the human race owed him a debt, making it difficult to ascertain who was indebted to whom. Nevertheless, if the opportunity arose, Yang Tianbao would undoubtedly inquire how to enhance Huang Hu's tiger bloodline, especially since Huang Hu had been by his side since he began his cultivation. Huang Hu hastily exclaimed, "Thank you, Master. Master, there's innate golden malevolent energy ahead. Should we avoid it?" Yang Tianbao's eyes lit up. Avoid it? What he needed most was that innate malevolent energy. Not only could this energy elevate the rank of his divine weapon, the Peach Malevolent Spear, but it could also be utilized to arrange the formations he had devised that it was imperative to secure it. The innate golden malevolent energy possessed formidable lethality, if utilized in a formation. Even a golden immortal adept in the method of physical sanctification could easily fall prey to it. Yang Tianbao's resolve strengthened. Such potent innate malevolent energy must be acquired. With the 5-colored peach blossom miasma in hand, he could seize all malevolent energies between heaven and earth. The miasma contained innate peach malevolent energy, allowing him to effortlessly capture other malevolent energies. Tigress, let us proceed towards the innate golden malevolent energy. Huang Hu did not hesitate. Though the innate golden malevolent energy was powerful, he felt secure with his master by his side. As they approached, the essence of the innate golden malevolent energy intensified, prompting Yang Tianbao to produce the 5-colored peach blossom miasma and cast it forward. Huang Hu, racing ahead, sensed the diminishing presence of the innate golden malevolent energy and felt perplexed. Soon after, he detected a wave of fatigue emanating from Yang Tianbao, who was seated upon his back and understood that his master had taken action. Yang Tianbao enveloped the area with the five-colored peach blossom miasma, swiftly ensnaring the innate golden malevolent energy, which lacked consciousness. By the time Huang Hu reached him, the miasma had already secured the malevolent energy. With a flourish of his hand, Yang Tianbao summoned the miasma back into his grasp, scanning the innate golden malevolent energy with his divine sense. He felt its sharpness and was thoroughly satisfied to arrange the divine malevolent formation. I wonder if I can refine this malevolent energy into flags, using them directly as formation banners. Once this thought emerged, it became impossible to suppress. Tigress, let us pause here. Huang Hu quickly halted, surveying their surroundings. Yang Tianbao leapt lightly from Huang Hu's back, and with fervent gestures, materials began to coalesce before him. These materials, tainted with innate golden malevolent energy, would surely allow him to forge flags capable of containing such energy. Observing the materials before Yang Tianbao, Huang Hu's expression transformed into one of confusion. "Master, what are you doing?" Yang Tianbao replied with a smile. "No need for haste. Simply watch as the words fell. The true fire of the sun erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly." Huang Hu sensed the terrifying nature of the true fire of the sun and quickly retreated a few steps, as if hoping that this would ensure his safety. Glancing at Yang Tianbao, not far away, Huang Hu felt a bit embarrassed and swiftly returned to Yang Tianbao's side. Yang Tianbao paid him no mind, diligently refining the materials before him. The materials were soon transformed by Yang Tianbao, who began crafting a banner. Before long, a serious expression emerged on Yang Tianbao's face as he activated one after another of his restrictions. And a golden banner appeared. The golden banner shimmered with spiritual light, entwined with a malevolent aura, representing a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure with 12 restrictions. Yang Tianbao was extremely pleased with this outcome. It was his second attempt at crafting a magical artifact, and it had indeed become a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, which was quite impressive. Splendid. I shall name you the Golden Malevolent Banner. Come to me." Yang Tianbao waved the Golden Malevolent Banner, and the nearby multicolored peach blossom mist instantly unfurled, drawing strands of innate golden malevolence into the banner. It only ceased when there was no more golden malevolence left in the multicolored peach blossom mist. The Golden Malevolent Banner, now imbued with innate golden malevolence, became even more formidable. If a golden immortal were to be harmed by this innate golden malevolence, they would not escape unscathed. This golden malevolent banner served both as a battle flag and a spiritual treasure. Used alone, its power was immense, and when combined into a formation, it became even more powerful. Observing the golden malevolent banner, Huang Hu cautiously inquired, "My lord, have you crafted a weapon of malevolence?" Yang Tianbao nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is a weapon of malevolence that in the event we encounter golden immortal demons, we can put to the test. With his current strength, coupled with the spiritual treasures he possessed, the golden immortal demons would pose no challenge to him." However, Yang Tianbao was more concerned about the existence of those at the Tai golden immortal level. Although all four sects had closed their mountain gates at this time, the demons were different. Some powerful demon beings still roamed the wilderness. There were few at the great Luo golden immortal level, and they had already sensed the impending calamity. Yet, some Tai golden immortal demons continued to move about. Otherwise, the tasks at the human race's offering hall would not be so numerous. Typically, the Tai golden immortal experts within the offering hall would not appear, but the presence of Chisongzi at the hall indicated that the demons troubling the human race were not weak. Logically, after the earth transformed into reincarnation, every fallen being should have the opportunity for rebirth. However, some entities filled with resentment did not reincarnate, manifesting instead as vengeful spirits or even ghost kings. Such powerful beings operate outside the jurisdiction of the underworld, often emerging to wreak havoc upon the human race, which the human race's offering hall naturally cannot overlook. In truth, it is not that the underworld does not care, but the postnatal realm cannot intervene. The heavenly laws impose restrictions, preventing the underworld from entering the wilderness, lest it threaten the heavenly order. The three paths of the wilderness include the heavenly path, the earthly path, and the human path. The heavenly path is the most powerful with 6 sages beneath it. And then there is Hong Jun, who is united with the Tao. The earthly path is similarly not weak, but alas, it is only the postnatal realm that has united with the earthly path. Indeed, the postnatal realm is the transformation of the underworld, meaning the postnatal realm is essentially the underworld, and the underworld itself is postnatal. As long as the underworld exists, the earth shall not perish. Should the earth perish, the underworld shall follow suit. Even Hong Jun, the Taoist sage of the heavenly path, would be suppressed by the earth within the underworld, yet the earth cannot manifest in the wilderness. Among the 3 paths, the human path is the weakest, as humanity emerged quite late. Even when the human path flourishes, the 3 sovereigns of humanity are still suppressed in the fire cloud cave. This suppression is ostensibly to control the fortunes of humanity, but in reality, it serves to restrict the powerful among humanity, thereby dividing their fortunes. Otherwise, suppressing the fortunes of humanity could simply be achieved with the Kongtong seal. Holding the golden malevolent banner, Yang Tianbao mounted Huang Hu's back and swiftly set off ahead. Before long, Huang Hu inquired, "My lord, there is a golden immortal ghost king blocking the way ahead. Should we eliminate him?" Yang Tianbao nodded and replied, "Let us proceed to eliminate him, that if he bears no blood malevolence, we may spare him. However, if he is filled with blood malevolence, then there shall be no mercy. The manifestation of humanity dictates that any entity bearing blood malevolence has harmed the human race. Since the human race currently holds the principal position in the heavenly and earthly realms, any demon or spirit that has consumed human flesh will carry blood malevolence, allowing the human race to discern their good from evil. In such circumstances, the human race is justified in slaying those demons and spirits that have harmed them." Yang Tianbao's words were meant to ascertain whether the other party had inflicted harm upon the human race. Although the human race does not maintain a good relationship with other races, it has not reached the point of mortal enmity, with the ancient Wu and Yao races being the notable exceptions. Given the existence of the Witch Slayer sword and the Demon Slayer sword, the relationship between the human race and these 2 races is certainly not amicable. This is also the reason why the human race in later times would kill demons upon encounter. Regrettably, very few from the later generations would ascend and cultivate. Contemplating this, Yang Tianbao's expression grew grave. Although his plan was sound, its execution posed certain difficulties. However, should it succeed, the human race would usher in a true resurgence. The Emperor of Humanity's seal would replace the Kongtong seal, with myriad lights suppressing the fortunes of humanity. Even the Kongtong seal could not strip away their fortunes. Reflecting upon the Kongtong seal, a subtle smile crept across Yang Tianbao's face as he mused, "I wonder if, after the loss of its suppressive effect on the fortunes of humanity, it might escape the grasp of Taiji. I suspect that it will not, as the Kongtong seal has not fulfilled its role in suppressing the fortunes of humanity. Thus, it has not reached the level of an innate treasure and should be unable to break free from the control of the Taiji sage. It is a pity for this treasure of humanity, but alas, it does not belong to humanity." He pondered over the circumstances that led to the Kongtong seal losing its ability to siphon the fortunes of humanity. A look of triumph surfaced on his face. Just then, Huang had already arrived near the territory of the Ghost King. "My lord, there's innate ghost malevolence and innate malevolence here." A flicker of joy crossed Yang Tianbao's eyes as he inquired, "Well, the Ghost King, what is the situation?" Huang He replied, "My lord, he indeed possesses blood malevolence, indicating that he has consumed human flesh." Yang Tianbao nodded, producing the golden malevolent banner, his expression turning serious. "Let us proceed directly to the Ghost King's lair and eradicate him in one fell swoop." As the words fell, a small bell appeared at his waist. The Jian Shun bell, which should prove effective against the Ghost King. Simultaneously, the multicolored peach blossom mist draped over his shoulder like a shawl. With all preparations in place, Yang Tianbao and Huang Hu arrived outside the Ghost King's lair. "Go!" The multicolored peach blossom mist took flight from his shoulder, immediately enveloping the entire Ghost King's lair. Following this, Yang Tianbao's small bell began to sway rapidly. Buzz, 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 a series of inaudible sound waves surged outward in all directions. Yang Tianbao deliberately avoided affecting himself and Huang Hu, aiming for an unexpected effect. Yang Tianbao's purpose in coming here was not to hone his combat skills, but rather to obtain benefits. He was unaware whether there were treasures within the Ghost King's lair, but the innate ghost malevolence and innate malevolence here were undoubtedly valuable. If he could find a few more types of malevolence, he could set up the 12 Heavenly Stems Divine Malevolence Great Formation. While all Divine Malevolence formations are powerful, the 12 Heavenly Stems Divine Malevolence Great Formation cannot compare to the 12 Capital Heavenly Gods Divine Malevolence Great Formation, which is the foremost killing formation of the wilderness and can condense the true body of Pangu. The 12 Capital Heavenly Gods Divine Malevolence Great Formation is a formation from the era of the ancient Wu and Yao Wars. And even if it still exists now, no one can set it up, as it is exclusive to the Wu clan. Conversely, the 12 Heavenly Stems Divine Malevolence Great Formation can be managed by a Golden Immortal. With the convergence of 12 types of innate malevolence, even a Tai Golden Immortal would meet their demise. The 24 Earthly Branches Divine Malevolence Great Formation is equally extraordinary. In any case, the more innate malevolence one gathers, the more formidable the Divine Malevolence Formation becomes. Roar! Who dares to attack this king's lair? Are you courting death? Stop immediately! The Ghost King cried out in distress as the sound waves from the Jian bell struck him. Yang Tianbao had no intention of halting. The effect of a Jian bell was precisely what he desired. Regardless of the Ghost King's pleas, Yang Tianbao was resolute in his course of action. Coupled with a multicolored peach blossom mist enveloping the Ghost King's lair, the peach blossom mist, along with the continuous influx of innate peach malevolence, left the Ghost King with no avenue of escape. If it were merely innate malevolence or ghost malevolence, the Ghost King would harbor no fear. However, when faced with the innate peach calamity and the innate peach blossom miasma, the situation became dire. In an instant, the Ghost King's cave was filled with wails as all manner of spectral beings evaporated, leaving only the Ghost King, who continued to struggle in agony. Yang Tianbao shook his head slightly. Realizing he had overestimated the strength of this Ghost King, he leaped down from Huang Hu's back and stepped into the Ghost King's lair. The Ghost King, clutching his head with both hands, lay on the ground, his gaze numb as it turned towards Yang Tianbao. Upon seeing Yang Tianbao, his eyes filled with a fierce malevolence. Yet Yang Tianbao, undeterred by this glare, promptly produced the Golden Calamity flag and began to wave it. This artifact had just been refined, and its power was yet unknown. Please, do me a favor and test it. Regardless of the Ghost King's willingness, the innate Golden Calamity unhesitatingly surged forth to strike. The Ghost King was taken aback. After all, this was innate Golden Calamity. Even as a Ghost King of the Golden Immortal Realm, he trembled at its presence. If not, how could he overlook the innate Golden Calamity so close by? Sure enough, as the innate Golden Calamity approached, the Ghost King emitted a piercing scream. Yang Tianbao observed the Ghost King's form gradually fading away, a smirk creeping onto his face. The Ghost King suddenly exclaimed, "Stop! I know of a treasure trove that, if you spare me, I shall reveal its location to you. Rest assured, I will no longer bring harm to the human race. Once I divulge the location, I will reincarnate." Yang Tianbao furrowed his brows. For such a creature, the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him. Yet he was indeed intrigued by the treasure trove, for acquiring valuable items would undoubtedly benefit him immensely. Noticing Yang Tianbao's hesitation, the Ghost King hurriedly added, "It pertains to the fate of your human race that, if you spare me, acquiring the treasures from that location will undoubtedly augment your race's fortune." Yang Tianbao halted, observing the Ghost King's pitiful state. Tormented by his hands, it seemed that reincarnation was no longer an option. The Ghost King, seeing Yang Tianbao pause, finally relaxed. "That place is called the Drowning Valley. With your innate human form, entry will be effortless, especially since you possess the power of virtue." Yang Tianbao felt a flicker of interest and inquired with a smile, "Our human race has only recently risen. What treasures could possibly enhance our fortune?" Witnessing Yang Tianbao's ambiguous smile, the Ghost King's scalp prickled with unease as he hastily responded, "The Celestial Measuring Ruler, a postnatal treasure of virtue, the Hongmeng Celestial Measuring Ruler. What do you think of this item?" Yang Tianbao's aura surged forth, instantly enveloping the vicinity with five-colored peach blossom miasma, while the 9 yang lamps sealed the entire Ghost King's cave. Having done this, Yang Tianbao solemnly asked, "The Hongmeng celestial measuring ruler, are you speaking the truth?" This was indeed a postnatal treasure of virtue, on par with the Taiching's heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower. One was unmatched in offensive power, while the other boasted formidable defenses. The Taiching's heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower was famed for its impenetrable defense, even outclassing the Earth Book of Xinyuanzi. The prowess of the Hongmeng celestial measuring ruler need not be elaborated. It could undoubtedly rival the existence of innate supreme treasures. The Panga banner, primarily focused on offense, was comparable to the Hongmeng celestial measuring ruler. Furthermore, the latter was a postnatal treasure of virtue birthed from the virtues of creation. Should the human race possess the Hongmeng celestial measuring ruler, they could contend with the Yuan Shi Tianzun, who wielded the Panga banner, making it imperative for Yang Tianbao to proceed with caution. The Ghost King eagerly nodded. "There is no doubt, and besides, there are certainly other treasures within." Yang Tianbao sighed. "Very well. You shall accompany me from now on. I will cleanse the blood calamity from your being. However, should you dare to harm humanity again, I will ensure your soul is scattered." The Ghost King's eyes flickered with a fleeting pain at those words. Yang Tianbao, having caught the brief flash of anguish, asked nonchalantly, "What? Do you disagree?" The Ghost King quickly retorted, "My lord, no. Please do not be angry. It's just that my body is in such a state." On the verge of dissipating, with a wave of his hand, Yang Tianbao instantly drew the Ghost King into the small clock at his waist. Immediately, the small clock absorbed the surrounding malevolent and ghostly energies, drawing them into the Jian Shun Bell. "This will be your abode from now on. You may freely absorb the ghostly and malevolent energies within, but do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, I can take your life at any moment." The Ghost King sighed in relief. Grateful to escape death, he had come to terms with the fact that since he could not overpower Yang Tianbao, he might as well join him. "Yes, thank you for your gracious acceptance, my lord." Upon hearing the title "my lord," Yang Tianbao understood the Ghost King's resolve. He continued, "We must secure the Hongmeng celestial measuring ruler first. If what you say about it is false, your life will still be forfeit." The Ghost King forced a bitter smile, realizing that seeking to become a subordinate was no trivial matter. "My lord, rest assured, I speak the truth. Moreover, I am privy to many secrets of the primordial world and numerous locations that likely harbor treasures, all of which I will help you uncover." Yang Tianbao, somewhat puzzled, asked, "You possess such extensive knowledge, and as a Ghost King, what is your origin?" The Ghost King promptly replied, "My lord, I was originally a treasure-seeking mouse, hiding and cultivating since the time of the Wu and Yao Wars. Knowing my worth, I dared not be discovered by stronger beings. However, I did not anticipate that the chaos of the Wu and Yao Wars would engulf me, leading to my demise and transformation into a vengeful spirit due to unrelenting resentment. After years of cultivation, I finally regained my peak form, only to be interrupted by your arrival as I prepared to retrieve the treasures I had found." Yang Tianbao nodded slightly, coldly inquiring, "Then how did you acquire the blood calamity within you?" The Ghost King faltered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Yang Tianbao understood that the Ghost King likely had intentions of cultivating using the flesh and souls of humans, but was not the right moment for the truth to be revealed. "Remember, from now on, as a ghost under my command, you will serve humanity and atone for your sins. You understand?" The Ghost King felt helpless. As a Ghost King, it was only natural to consume a few humans, much like humans consume meat. Why was it considered a sin in his case? Yet, he dared not voice his grievances. Knowing he would face death if he refused to comply, he realized that Yang Tianbao's words were a warning, leaving him no choice but to concede. "What you say is true. Once I recover, I shall certainly perform deeds beneficial to humanity to atone for my sins." Yang Tianbao was taken aback, surprised to find a Ghost King who could bend or yield, which piqued his interest. "Very well, recover first." Without further ado, he swiftly gathered the two types of innate calamities and began refining flags using the materials at hand. Due to the availability of resources, Yang Tianbao quickly crafted two flags. The Yin Calamity flag and the Ghost Calamity flag, both matching the level and power of the Golden Calamity flag. Satisfied, he nodded and prepared to leave. The Ghost King hastily interjected, "My lord, there are two dragon veins here and a Yin vein as well. Might you be able to take them with you? Furthermore, behind the Ghost King's cave lies a pool of ghost lotuses, the highest grade of which has now reached the 6th rank, a genuine, innate spiritual treasure. Also, that pool is itself a treasure, capable of expanding and contracting at will, making it convenient to transport." Yang Tianbao nodded slightly and swiftly made his way to the rear of the Ghost King's cave. Indeed, he discovered a large pool filled with water, saturated with abundant Yin energy, profoundly beneficial for ghost cultivators. The ghost lotuses within were quite impressive, although they could not compare to his purple lotus. They were still innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, the pool housed more than one lotus. Besides the 6th rank, there were also 3 third-rank ones. Without hesitation, Yang Tianbao collected the entire pool and swiftly gathered the spiritual and Yin veins, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Little ghost, tell me, where shall we go next? It should be somewhere nearby with good treasures to acquire. And remember to target the softer targets. We should avoid formidable foes." The Ghost King, with his life in Yang Tianbao's hands, dared not disobey. "My lord, 300 miles to the east lies a black water pool, home to the Black Water Dragon King, which is actually a vile flood dragon at the Golden Immortal level. The Black Water Pool contains innate water calamity and 2 water veins in the depths of the Black Water Pool. There lies primordial black water, which may have coalesced into a primordial spiritual treasure." Yang Tianbao nodded, mounting his tiger steed, and swiftly directed himself towards the Black Water Pool. The yellow tiger moved with remarkable speed. A distance of 300 miles was but a trifling matter for him. And soon they arrived at the periphery of the Black Water Pool. Sensing the primordial water malevolence within, Yang Tianbao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He was astonished by his good fortune this time. Having discovered 4 types of primordial malevolent energies in such a short span, if he were to add the 5 types of primordial malevolence he had scavenged from the battlefield of the Little Lich, it would not be long before he could set up the 12 Heavenly Stems Divine Malevolence formation. Noticing the exhilarated smile on Yang Tianbao's face, the Ghost King fell into contemplation. "My lord, it appears you have a pressing need for these primordial malevolent energies. If that is the case, there's a place we might explore. Back when the 12 ancestral shamans of the Witch Clan established the 12 capital Heavenly Divine Malevolence formation, they summoned the energies of heaven and earth. Although much of it has dissipated since, there should still be a substantial amount remaining." Yang Tianbao was greatly pleased upon hearing this. Accepting this Ghost King was undoubtedly a wise decision. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that this fellow possessed such extensive knowledge made it worth his while. If he could indeed procure sufficient primordial malevolence from the Witch Clan, the impending Divine Sealing War would be significantly more secure. Once the Heavenly Divine Malevolence formation was established, provided the primordial malevolence was adequate, even the Great Luo Golden Immortal would meet with regret, and the Han Yuan Golden Immortal could also face dire consequences if caught off guard. With this thought in mind, Yang Tianbao couldn't help but chuckle. "Little ghost, you are quite remarkable. You have a name?" The Ghost King quickly replied, "I was previously known as the treasure-seeking rat, with the name Xiangbao. If my lord dislikes it, you may renounce it." Yang Tianbao shook his head, saying, "Xiangbao is a fine name. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiaobao. I am Yang Tianbao, and this is my steed, Huang Hu, who has been with me since the beginning of my cultivation. You two should get acquainted." Xiangbao promptly responded, "Yes, I have met Brother Hu. From now on, we shall serve my lord together, and I kindly request Brother Hu's guidance." He dared not exhibit any arrogance. Huang Hu was an elder figure, and it was wise to curry favor. Huang Hu smiled and said, "I have met Brother Bao. As for guidance, let us simply serve our lord faithfully." Xiangbao hastily replied, "Indeed, Brother Hu speaks wisely. I understand." Although he had previously reached the Golden Immortal realm, he recognized Huang Hu's longer tenure with their lord and humbly referred to himself as little brother. As Huang Hu carried Yang Tianbao closer to the black water pool, a black flood dragon suddenly erupted from the depths, charging straight towards Yang Tianbao. Yang Tianbao was taken aback. He had not sought out trouble, yet it had come to him. With a flick of his mind, the dragon binding rope flew from his waist, seemingly disregarding space itself, and instantaneously ensnared the black flood dragon. Thud! The black flood dragon landed heavily on the ground. Looking resentfully at Yang Tianbao ignored its gaze, nodding in approval. Quite good, possessing dragon blood. Just perfect. With the essence blood of this black flood dragon, he would not need to target the dragon clan for the formation of the 12 zodiac array. As the current dragon clan was formidable, with several ancient beings still lurking, unlike the later times when the sea dragon kings became weak and ineffectual, suddenly, an idea struck Yang Tianbao. While the dragon clan was indeed a formidable adversary, there were numerous demon creatures possessing dragon blood. He could easily find a few and use their essence blood in place of the Chen dragon. With this thought, Yang Tianbao conjured a spear in his hand, thrusting it towards the black flood dragon without affording it a chance to plead for mercy. Yang Tianbao extracted the dragon tendons and meticulously peeled off its scales one by one, ultimately retrieving a dragon pearl. Huang Hu, this should aid in your cultivation. Consume it. Huang Hu's heart leapt with joy, although the dragon pearl of a flood dragon was not as potent as that of a true dragon. It was still a significant boon, especially since it came from a strong being of the golden immortal realm. Thank you, my lord. Huang Hu quickly expressed his gratitude. Yang Tianbao waved his hand, tossing the dragon pearl directly towards Huang Hu. With a wide mouth, Huang Hu inhaled the dragon pearl without refining Yang Tianbao's steed. He could not afford to enter a state of deep cultivation. That would not serve him well. Xiong Bao watched with envy. The dragon pearl was indeed of substantial benefit, but having only just allied with Yang Tianbao, he could not expect to receive such a gift. Upon reaching the edge of the black water pool, Yang Tianbao extended his senses inward, quickly detecting the primordial water malevolence, and, not far off, a spiritual treasure formed from the condensation of primordial black water. It appeared as a palm-sized black bowl, entirely black and filled with a dark liquid. Yang Tianbao recognized the liquid within. It was primordial black water. With a wave of his hand, the small black bowl appeared in Yang Tianbao's grasp. As he sensed the primordial black water within, he couldn't help but sigh. Though it did not match the power of weak water, it was still exceptionally potent, capable of extinguishing the true fire of samadhi. Water that could extinguish such flames was no ordinary substance, and Yang Tianbao was exceedingly satisfied, storing the bowl away while turning his gaze towards the primordial water malevolence. Following the established procedure, he successfully forged the water malevolence banner. After completing these tasks, Yang Tianbao extracted the spiritual veins from the area before departing. Xiong Bao inquired, "My lord, shall we seek the Hongmeng measuring ruler first, or the gathering place of malevolence?" Yang Tianbao hesitated for a moment before asking, "Which location is closer?" Xiong Bao responded, "Both are in the same direction. However, the Hongmeng measuring ruler is somewhat nearer. With my lord's speed, we should arrive in 7 or 8 years." Yang Tianbao nodded. "Very well. Should I find these items, I would not hesitate to recreate your physical form." Upon hearing Yang Tianbao's words, Xiong Bao became exhilarated. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." It was a treasure-seeking rat who had unfortunately perished in the aftermath of the Witch-Lich War. Despite having cultivated to the realm of Ghost King, he would not let the chance to have his physical form remade slip away. He discerned that Yang Tianbao's current physical form was the result of postnatal condensation, a truly formidable constitution. Yang Tianbao said little more, directing Xiong Bao to guide him as they flew towards the northern expanse. Though he mentioned 7 or 8 years, that was based on Yang Tianbao's full-speed flight. Along the way, he would undoubtedly encounter some troubles or stumble upon enticing treasures, at which point he would pause to collect them. Meanwhile, Huang Hu's speed could not match Yang Tianbao's, and thus, this journey extended to 20 years. Yang Tianbao remained unperturbed. There was still ample time before the impending divine sealing cataclysm, enough for him to acquire the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Throughout the journey, Yang Tianbao kept himself occupied, refining all the primordial spiritual treasures in his possession. The nine-yang lamp had already refined 25 prohibitions. Once fully refined, he could attempt to elevate it to the supreme yang lamp. The five-colored peach blossom miasma and the black wind banner had been completely refined by Yang Tianbao, as had the dragon binding rope and the divine suppression bell. The water-gathering bowl and the 9-9 annihilation needle had not been fully refined. Given that the 9-9 annihilation needle was a superior primordial spiritual treasure, while the water-gathering bowl was of medium grade, Yang Tianbao possessed a substantial number of primordial spiritual treasures, the top-tier 9-yang lamp, the superior grade 9-9 annihilation needle, the medium-grade water-gathering bowl, the five-colored peach blossom miasma, and the inferior-grade black wind banner, dragon binding rope, and divine suppression bell. Though his collection was considerable, it paled in comparison to the personal disciples of the various sects, who typically boasted several powerful top-tier primordial spiritual treasures. Yang Tianbao only needed to obtain the Hongmeng measuring ruler, and his own strength would not be lacking. Before long, the valley housing the Hongmeng measuring ruler appeared before him. Had it not been for Xiong Bao's guidance, even if he knew the ruler was within, he would have struggled to find the way into the valley. Xiong Bao pointed to a towering tree, saying, "My lord, do you see that great tree? Simply crash into it." Yang Tianbao glanced at the massive tree. Gritting his teeth, Huang Hu charged without hesitation. Huang Hu surged towards the tree, executing Yang Tianbao's command without question. Upon colliding with the tree, he vanished into its trunk, re-emerging in a valley rich with spiritual energy, teeming with spiritual flowers and fruits. What dense primordial spiritual energy! What an exquisite place for cultivation! It is no wonder it is the domain of the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Xiong Bao hastily exclaimed, "My lord, quickly proceed to the Wuyang cave and refine the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler." Although Yang Tianbao was unaware of Xiong Bao's urgency, he felt compelled to trust him since he had allied himself with him. It was akin to the time when Xiong Bao had urged him to ram into a tree. He had done so without hesitation. After all, their fates were now intertwined. Should he encounter misfortune, Xiong Bao would not survive either. Upon rushing into the cave that Xiong Bao referred to as Wuyang Cave, Yang Tianbao was astonished by the spectacle within. However, he did not allow himself to be captivated. Instead, he charged toward a ruler situated deep within the cave. The ruler measured 2 feet in length and appeared rather unremarkable, lacking the grandeur associated with the legendary Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Yang Tianbao understood that this was a divine artifact cloaked in obscurity. The more exalted the treasure, the more it concealed its divine radiance. With swift steps approaching the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, Yang Tianbao bit his tongue, allowing a drop of his vital blood to spray forth. The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler was struck directly, absorbing the blood, which contained his magical essence, instantly merging with the artifact. Although the ruler was immensely powerful, once infused with Yang Tianbao's vital blood and magical energy, it found itself unable to escape. This was because at the moment he expelled his blood, the 5-colored peach blossom miasma had already enveloped the area. Despite the miasma not being of high caliber, it was sufficient to temporarily bind the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Yang Tianbao did not pause for an instant and commenced the refining process. Initially, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler struggled vehemently. Yet, as Yang Tianbao's refinement progressed, its resistance gradually ceased. Over the course of 10 years, he diligently refined the ruler, finally managing to impose a restriction upon it. It was somewhat disheartening that the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler was so formidable. To completely refine, it would likely require the cultivation level of a Deluo golden immortal. Nonetheless, Yang Tianbao was relieved to have successfully refined a restriction, making the ruler usable, albeit marginally at this juncture. Yang Tianbao found the opportunity to organize the thoughts swirling in his mind. Just as he completed the refinement of the restriction, a piece of information infiltrated his consciousness, accompanied by a vivid image. Each time he beheld this image, a wave of despair washed over him. It depicted an axe, descending towards him with its blade poised to strike. There was nowhere to evade, and escape seemed impossible. Yang Tianbao recognized this as the mark left by the Panga deity during the creation of the heavens and the earth. Regrettably, His current prowess was insufficient, and his cultivation level too weak to grasp the profundities contained within. Unbeknownst to him, this was a remnant of the primordial mark left within the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. The inaugural master of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, even having refined but a single restriction. He was nonetheless the first to do so. Moreover, this primordial mark was not that of Pangu, but rather, it stemmed from the axe itself. Although he was uncertain of its utility, any insight derived from it could significantly enhance Yang Tianbao's strength. In addition, the information contained a record of a technique, a method of cultivating both the primordial spirit and physical body, named the Hongmeng Liangtian Ju. This technique was exceedingly potent, a primordial method of cultivation. Mastery of this technique, in conjunction with the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, could greatly amplify one's combat prowess. However, to practice the Hongmeng Liangtian Ju, one essential prerequisite must be met. The practitioner must possess a primordial body. Whether it be the body of a primordial human or a primordial deity, both were suitable for cultivation, while those of postnatal origin were not. Furthermore, the cultivation of the Hongmeng Liangtian Ju commenced at the golden immortal realm. Without achieving this level, one could not engage in its practice. Thus, even though Yang Tianbao had acquired this technique, he was unable to cultivate it, as his primordial spirit had yet to transcend the golden immortal realm. Yang Tianbao could only smile wryly, recalling that within the vast wilderness, most primordial deities had just taken shape at the golden immortal level, which explained the high requirements for the cultivation of the Hongmeng Liangtian Ju. His primordial spirit had not yet surpassed the golden immortal realm, and the technique only bore a brief outline, devoid of any detailed cultivation content. He felt a sense of exasperation. Fortunately, his primordial spirit would soon break through the golden immortal realm. Were it someone else, meeting these conditions would be implausible. Many primordial deities could meet the requirement of possessing a primordial body, and numerous individuals could satisfy the golden immortal cultivation level. However, the Hongmeng Liangtian Ju demanded that both the physical body and primordial spirit reach the golden immortal realm simultaneously. The likelihood of such conditions converging upon a single individual was slim. While formidable beings like the three pure ones could accomplish this, they had not obtained the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, in Yang Tianbao's case. All these conditions were fulfilled. Although his primordial spirit had yet to achieve the golden immortal level, this was not a hindrance. Should he desire, he could break through at any moment. With this realization, Yang Tianbao refrained from examining the Hongmeng Liangtian Ju further, for without his primordial spirit reaching the golden immortal level, the technique could not manifest. Thus, he decided to explore the Wuyang cave instead. Surveying his surroundings, Yang Tianbao confirmed that the primordial spiritual energy within the Wuyang cave was exceptionally abundant, evidently the result of condensing over a dozen spiritual veins into this sacred ground. The cave housed a vast pool filled with primordial spiritual liquid, clearly a primordial treasure in its own right. Yang Tianbao chose not to take it with him. He already possessed numerous primordial treasures, and this pool appeared to be more of an auxiliary type. Such a treasure held little value for him present, so it was preferable to leave it here and regard this place as an additional sanctuary. After acquiring the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, he gained insight into the formation surrounding the area. Had Xiangbao not led him here, even a Luo golden immortal would find it impossible to breach the formations protecting this cave. Transforming this space into another of his sanctuaries seemed quite advantageous, as he understood the wisdom of having multiple hideouts. Moreover, apart from himself, Huang Hu, and Xiangbao, no one else was aware of this sanctuary, rendering it remarkably secure. The formations here possessed the ability to obscure heavenly secrets, making it impossible for even the three pure ones to probe into this location, should the city of Chaoga fall after the Fengshan War. He could safely bring Yang Tianyu and Yinhua, Xianzi, to this haven, ensuring their safety. Finding no other items within the Wuyang cave, Yang Tianbao acknowledged that it was already quite remarkable for this place to accommodate the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Any additional treasures would risk overloading the space, leading to catastrophic collapse. Upon exiting the Wuyang cave, Yang Tianbao cast his gaze upon the surrounding environment. Could it be? Was this a cave heaven? He had not anticipated that this place was indeed a cave heaven. which explained why it had remained undiscovered. Though the cave heaven was an extension of the primordial world, it constituted an independent space carved out from the surrounding void, coupled with the surrounding formations. It was truly remarkable that no powerful beings could detect this location. Primordial spiritual fruits. Alas, they were not of the highest quality. There was only one superior variety, a chinkping apple tree, which was rather commendable. There was also a pool here, filled with primordial spiritual liquid. Wait, the liquid bore traces of the three light divine water. Could this half-wilted lotus be the coveted pure world, white lotus sought by many travelers? Yet was this truly the pure world, white lotus? Why did it appear in such a state? Yang Tianbao observed the pool, where a single solitary white lotus drooped forlornly, radiating a faintly sacred aura. However, the petals were withered, the seed pod looked shriveled, the lotus roots were diminutive, and the leaves were a sickly yellow, as if they might fall at any moment. Upon closer inspection, only a few seeds on the pod appeared to be in decent condition. Yang Tianbao gazed at the white lotus in the pool, murmuring, "Why does it look so malnourished? Could it be that the other lotus flowers have drained it of its essence, leaving it in this state?" After a moment's hesitation, Yang Tianbao produced a gourd of Sanguang divine water and poured it unhesitatingly over the white lotus. If this entity were to thrive, it would undoubtedly become a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Yet it had unfortunately deteriorated to its current state. Yang Tianbao was uncertain whether it could be salvaged, treating the dead horse as a living one, that his other possessions were rather limited, but he still had some Sanguang divine water left. So wasting a gourd did not seem too consequential, as expected. Upon the infusion of the Sanguang divine water onto the white lotus, it began to absorb it fervently. Yang Tianbao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This gourd was a spatial treasure capable of holding a considerable amount of Sanguang divine water. However, after depleting the entire gourd, the white lotus still showed no signs of recovery, appearing only slightly better than before. Yang Tianbao fell silent. Having exhausted all his Sanguang divine water for the sake of the pure world white lotus, yet still not ensuring its salvation, felt rather unwise. With a decisive wave of his hand, he plucked the 5 lotus seeds from above. These indeed held cultivation value, and perhaps could yield new pure world white lotuses in the future. As for the remaining plant in the pond, he held little hope. Being of the finest innate spiritual root material, it could be refined into the innate spiritual treasure, the pure world white lotus, but its grade would depend on the essence contained within. In truth, there was another method. To extract the essence within the white lotus, in his peach blossom valley, he possessed a 10th grade purple lotus. The essence of the purple lotus was rather feeble. If it were combined with the essence of this white lotus, it might enhance the purple lotus's essence, perhaps even elevating it to the 12th grade. Yang Tianbao's eyes lit up, unable to suppress this thought any longer. Even if the pure world white lotus could not be restored, creating a pure world purple lotus would still be a worthwhile endeavor. With this in mind, Yang Tianbao swiftly uprooted the wilting pure world white lotus. Now firmly in his grasp, the disappearance of the pure world white lotus did not affect the cave heaven, for there existed more than just the pure world white lotus among the innate spiritual roots here. This wilting plant would only deplete the innate spiritual energy without benefiting the cave heaven. Yang Tianbao then walked towards other areas, observing the various spiritual flowers and grasses, and couldn't help but smile. Xiong Bao, Huzi, feel free to indulge in the spiritual fruits here. He then added, by the way, Xiong Bao, I have petals and lotus root from the pure world white lotus. Would you like me to use them to reshape your physical form? Upon hearing this, Xiong Bao became quite excited, for the pure world white lotus was renowned alongside the annihilation black lotus, the creation azure lotus, and the karma fire red lotus, although the pure world white lotus had never made an appearance. And its reputation was absent in the primordial chaos. Anything that could be mentioned in the same breath as those 4 lotus flowers could not possibly be mediocre. Even a single lotus seed could suffice to reshape his physical body, let alone the petals and roots. With great enthusiasm, Xiong Bao swiftly responded, Master, is that true? I would be more than willing. Yang Tianbao nodded, very well. First manifest your true form, and I shall assist you in reshaping your physical body. For Yang Tianbao, helping Xiong Bao reshape his form was not a daunting task. The petals and roots of the pure world white lotus were not easily refined, but with the sun true fire and the nine yang lamp, he could manage to refine the wilting pure world white lotus. If it were an intact pure world white lotus, he would hesitate to destroy it. Likewise, even with both the sun true fire and the nine yang divine fire unleashed, it would not be a simple matter to refine it. Xiong Bao transformed into the form of a treasure-seeking mouse and quickly said, "Master, let us keep it like this, but make it a bit smaller." Yang Tianbao nodded. "Very well, I shall create a petite and exquisite body for you." Since Xiong Bao requires small form, Yang Tianbao aimed to craft something superior, avoiding any resemblance to Nez's partially disabled form. Should he end up creating something akin to that, it could hinder Xiong Bao's future cultivation, perhaps preventing him from reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, let alone the Primordial Golden Immortal stage. Releasing the Sun True Fire, Yang Tianbao took out a slender piece of lotus root and a lotus flower, commencing the refinement process. Time passed for 49 days, and after wiping the sweat from his brow, Yang Tianbao gazed at the treasure-seeking mouse, crafted from the lotus root, with great satisfaction. "Not bad at all, Xiong Bao. Go ahead and give it a try." Upon seeing his newly formed body, Xiong Bao's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, his ghostly form lunged into his physical body, and as soon as Xiong Bao's ghostly essence merged with his new form, Yang Tianbao produced several drops of Sanguang divine water, pouring them unreservedly over the diminutive treasure-seeking mouse. The Sanguang divine water was already a precious healing elixir. After being infused into the treasure-seeking mouse, its aura began to grow stronger. Subsequently, Xiong Bao's aura followed suit, escalating through the ranks of scattered immortals, earth immortals, true immortals, and sky immortals, until it peaked at the pinnacle of the sky immortal realm, just one step away from breaking into the golden immortal stage. This level of power completely eclipsed Huang Hu, who watched with envy. However, he possessed his own physical form and bloodline, which were not significantly inferior to this lotus transformation. In an instant, Xiong Bao transformed into a childlike human form, appearing fair and tender, quite adorable. Yang Tianbao nodded approvingly. "Excellent, Xiong Bao. You shall henceforth be my treasure-seeking boy." Xiong Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly affirmed, "Yes, master." A smile graced Yang Tianbao's face. Xiong Bao's aura was quite formidable, and with one more breakthrough, he would reach the golden immortal stage. Securing a golden immortal level attendant would certainly enhance his prestige. Yang Tianbao surveyed the cave heaven, sighing, "It's a pity we cannot take it with us. Let us proceed to the next location." Here, there was nothing further of use to him. Even if the place were exceptional, Yang Tianbao had no desire to linger. After all, his time was limited, and he could not afford to tarry. With that thought, Yang Tianbao mounted Huang Hu, while Xiong Bao transformed back into a treasure-seeking mouse and climbed onto Huang Hu's back. Huang Hu said little, as this small creature would hardly weigh him down. As Yang Tianbao's steed, he could only carry his master on their journey. But this mouse was no ordinary creature. It had the ability to seek various treasures. Huang Hu considered that in the future, if he needed any resources for cultivation, he could always consult Xiong Bao. After all, this mouse was a treasure-seeking one, and fostering a good relationship with it would prove advantageous. Upon riding out of the cave heaven and glancing at the grand tree, Yang Tianbao waved his hand, directly concealing it. Having simply refined the Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi, he could conveniently control this cave heaven. Xiong Bao, our next destination is the gathering place of malevolent energy. I am quite curious to see how many types of innate malevolent energy remain there. Xiong Bao chuckled. "Master, there's not only innate malevolent energy there, but also postnatal malevolent energy, though I wonder how much remains after all these years." Yang Tianbao replied with a smile. "That will suffice. We only need to gather 36 types of innate malevolent energy. No need for more. 36 types can form the Tian Gang Divine Malevolence Great Formation, which boasts remarkable combat power. If I were to set up myself, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would have to think twice." Moreover, Yang Tianbao's current cultivation was merely at the Golden Immortal level in physical form. His primordial spirit had yet to reach the Golden Immortal stage. Should Yang Tianbao's primordial spirit break through to the golden immortal level and his physical body ascend to the Tai golden immortal stage, the Tiangang, divine malevolence great formation he arranged would undoubtedly be formidable. As for the exact nature of its strength, Yang Tianbao was uncertain, as he had never set up such a formation. After comprehending 5 formations, he had not gathered the necessary innate malevolent energy, and thus had never arranged a large formation. That he possessed numerous formations, but without sufficient materials, he could not realize them. Suddenly, Huang Hu inquired, "Master, do not forget that you have a lineage. If you require various malevolent energies or resources, you can certainly have them procure them." Over the years, Huang Hu had taken great care of the Lingtao sect, hoping to expedite their cultivation to serve Yang Tianbao. But it now seemed that Yang Tianbao did not pay much attention to the situation of the Lingtao sect. Yang Tianbao chuckled, "You are right. It is time for them to spring into action. However, first, tell me about their cultivation levels." Huang Hu responded, "Master, you might not know, but their cultivation is sufficient. Zhang Ling and the others have reached the true immortal realm. The first generation of disciples has all achieved the earth immortal stage, while the second generation is a bit weaker, with only a few breaking through to the earth immortal realm, most remaining at the scattered immortal stage. As for the third and fourth generations of disciples, they're also quite promising. The 5 true immortals of Lingtao Mountain, alongside over 100 earthly immortals and more than 500 scattered immortals, include numerous disciples from the third and fourth generations who possess remarkable innate talents. Among the 5 individuals you hold in high regard, Zhang Guifeng has already ascended to the rank of true immortal, while the others remain earthly immortals. Such prowess is indeed formidable and can significantly contribute to the endeavors of the Lord." Yang Tianbao nodded in agreement, astonished by the unexpected growth of Lingtao sect. With Zhang Guifeng, now a true immortal, breaking through to the celestial immortal level during the impending calamity of deification seems entirely feasible. Yang Tianbao possesses ample resources, particularly given the numerous innate spiritual roots found within the cave heavens, making it manageable to cultivate them. Should he succeed in enhancing their cultivation levels and provide them with several spiritual treasures and formations, one can only speculate on the outcome of the deification event. At this moment, Yang Tianbao's anticipation surged as he yearned to elevate their powers. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounding him. In that instant, he became acutely aware of the density of the malevolent energy present, which only served to heighten his excitement. For him, the more malevolent energy there was, the greater his potential gains. If he could amass all 365 forms of innate malevolence, it would be nothing short of perfection. From now on, you shall wait here. The malevolent energy ahead is exceedingly perilous. There is no need to take unnecessary risks, he instructed. Huzi, relay a message to Lingtao sect, instructing them to traverse the world, vanquishing demons and monsters, and ensure their return to Lingtao Mountain within a century. Xiangbao, compile the locations of the treasures you are aware of. I have use for them. Huzi and Xiangbao promptly replied, "Yes, my lord." Without hesitation, Yang Tianbao plunged into the very heart of the gathering malevolent energy. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a potent wave of malevolent energy, which was not merely a single type, but a multitude coalescing together. Exhibiting tremendous destructive force, as he moved, the 5-colored peach blossom mist enveloped him, shielding him from the onslaught of innate malevolence. Excellent, excellent, he mused. Now, I shall diligently collect the innate malevolence present here. Let me ascertain just how many forms of innate malevolence exist. Innate fire malevolence, innate wood malevolence, innate ice malevolence. Yang Tianbao found it challenging to determine the precise number of innate malevolence forms due to their entangled nature. This is perplexing, with so many types of malevolence intertwined. How am I to separate them? He pondered. The Wu clan had indeed gathered an overwhelming amount of innate malevolence here to establish the 12 capitals of divine malevolence formation, yet the entanglement rendered them inseparable within a short span of time. Yang Tianbao couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that collecting the innate malevolence alone would be an arduous task. Nevertheless, with over 200 years remaining until the deification war, he still had time. Settling onto the ground, he began to channel his magical energy, allowing the five-colored peach blossom mist to rapidly absorb a singular type of innate malevolence. After 3 months, the innate wood malevolence was entirely absorbed into the five-colored peach blossom mist. 6 months later, the second type of innate malevolence was also secured. As time passed, after 10 years, Yang Tianbao had successfully collected 40 types of innate malevolence, averaging 4 types per year. At this point, he had gained enough experience to swiftly separate and absorb the innate malevolence into the five-colored peach blossom mist. The five-colored peach blossom mist was now divided into segments, with each type of innate malevolence occupying its own space, firmly suppressed within. However, the materials here were not suitable for crafting weapons. He required sufficient resources to forge the malevolence flags, which posed a bit of a challenge. Huzi sent a command to collect various weapon crafting materials on a grand scale and ensure they are delivered to Taohua Valley within 30 years. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Huang Hu, who was in the midst of his training, immediately seized upon hearing the command and responded, "Yes, my lord." Simultaneously, at Lingtao's sect, Zhang Ling, who was guarding the sect, received this message and swiftly sprang into action. The disciples of Lingtao's sect, who had been out slaying demons, were suddenly tasked with a new mission: to conduct a large-scale search for weapon crafting materials. They were instructed to bring back any materials they encountered. Many disciples were already engaged in this endeavor, gathering resources from vanquished demon creatures, while simultaneously enhancing their own cultivation in the midst of their demon-slaying activities. They discovered that such actions could yield merit, which in turn could elevate their cultivation levels, igniting an even greater fervor for their mission. Unbeknownst to Yang Tianbao, once Lingtao's sect mobilized, weaker demon factions were swiftly eradicated, prompting the stronger demon clans to take immediate action. However, before they could retaliate, the human race's offering hall intervened, swiftly cleansing the area of threats. This turn of events proved advantageous for the human race's offering hall, as the powerful demon clans had long been in hiding, periodically launching attacks on humanity. Whenever strong individuals attempted to eradicate them, these demons would retreat into the shadows. Although the offering hall was formidable, it could not afford to focus solely on one demon clan. Consequently, many demons became casualties of oversight. Now, due to the actions of Lingtao's sect, several hidden ancient demons were drawn out, prompting the offering hall to act with great enthusiasm. Swiftly eliminating these threats, the offering hall's response was rapid. As soon as the ancient demons made their appearance, they were decisively exterminated, resulting in minimal losses for Lingtao's sect. Concurrently, Lingtao's sect began to gain recognition among the populace. It became widely known that the disciples of the celestial Lingtao sect traversed the world, vanquishing demons and purging malevolent beings. As a result, the fortunes of Lingtao sect surged, bestowing its disciples with an abundance of good fortune, thereby accelerating their cultivation progress. Upon discovering this development, the sect leader Zhang Ling acted without delay, reporting all findings to Huang Hu. Huang Hu instructed them to persist in their demon-slaying endeavors, ensuring that they returned to Lingtao Mountain within a century. With no exceptions for extended absences, Zhang Ling recognized this directive as surely originating from Yang Tianbao and complied without hesitation. Lingtao's sect boasted numerous disciples, with over 500 having achieved the path of immortality. Those who had not yet reached this pinnacle were equally diligent in their training. Within the span of a century, should anyone break through to the scattered immortal realm, they would undoubtedly descend the mountain to slay demons. Observing Lingtao sect's vigorous activities, other factions of human cultivators also commenced their own endeavors. Whether they were solitary cultivators or belonged to established sects, all joined the ranks of demon slayers. The offering hall welcomed this development, as it allowed them to diminish the influence of several major sects within human society, a prospect they found quite favorable and worthy of strong support. Consequently, the practitioners under the offering hall also mobilized, resulting in a significant decline in the prominence of the three teachings across the mortal realm. Meanwhile, members of the Jiao sect, who were serving in the Dashang, learned of these events and promptly conveyed the news to their master. In truth, many officials in Dashang were third-generation disciples of Jiao. Upon reporting this to their master, they were met with indifference. Their proud mind said. These human beings were merely pompous jesters attempting to undermine the influence of the three teachings among humanity, which they deemed an impossible feat. The other two teachings were not to be underestimated either. Jiao had long since ingrained itself in the hearts of the common people of Deshan. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the lifespan of ordinary humans was merely a few decades. If such a situation were to persist for centuries, the esteemed titles of the three teachings might indeed fade into obscurity. The disciples of the three teachings have all received prohibitions, sealing their mountain gates, silently reciting the Huang Ting scripture, rendering all external matters irrelevant to them. Hence, they remain indifferent to the occurrences beyond their confines. The circumstances outside are orchestrated by Yang Tianbao, and one must ponder if the three sovereigns and five emperors are not subtly influencing the tides behind the scenes. Only by allowing the three teachings to be gradually forgotten can the fortunes of humanity truly flourish. Over the years, the lights of myriad households have been steadily rising, and the crafting of the imperial seal of humanity has reached its final stages. Once the imperial seal is placed in the hands of the emperor, it shall serve as a jade seal, akin to how future generations recognize only the jade seal, oblivious to the Kongtong seal, in the realm of terrestrial malevolence. Yang Tianbao gazed at the swiftly diminishing innate malevolent energy with a smile of exhilaration gracing his face. He had gathered 108 varieties of innate malevolent energy, sufficient to form both the celestial and terrestrial malevolent greater rays. Should these two formations be combined, their combat prowess would undoubtedly witness a significant enhancement. With the innate malevolent energy collected, only the acquired malevolent energy remained. That if you were to gather this acquired malevolent energy, the malevolent aura here would entirely vanish. Unbeknownst to Yang Tianbao, should he eradicate all malevolent energy from his place, he might attain celestial merit. Contemplating this, he opened his eyes, casting his gaze towards the heavens, pondering whether the heavenly principle would bestow merit upon him. Observing the rocks beneath him, Yang Tianbao refrained from hastily collecting the remaining malevolent energy, for he lacked the treasures necessary to do so. The five-colored peach blossom miasma had reached its limit, incapable of suppressing any more malevolent energy. Yang Tianbao unleashed the true fire of the sun, swiftly forging a vessel to capture the malevolent energy. With his prowess in artifact crafting, the vessel was soon completed. Although it was merely a low-grade spiritual treasure, it was entirely adequate for collecting the malevolent energy. With a pat on the vessel, Yang Tianbao aimed it at the malevolent energy ahead and commanded, "Gather!" As his voice echoed, the surrounding acquired malevolent energy rushed toward the vessel, with Yang Tianbao continuously drawing in the malevolent energy. The true nature of this place gradually revealed itself. That it turned out to be a vast basin, entirely utilized by the Witch clan to amass malevolent energy, leaving the basin barren and lifeless. Now, with Yang Tianbao's collection of the malevolent energy, given sufficient time, this place would return to its former vitality. As he surveyed the basin, Yang Tianbao instinctively moved forward, and before long, he found himself at the heart of the basin. 12 faint phantoms stood proudly there, exuding an immense pressure. Yang Tianbao's heart soared with joy. Were these not the phantoms of the 12 ancestor witches? How could they appear here? Although a question arose in his mind, he gazed intently at the 12 phantoms without hesitation. Unconsciously, it seemed that he witnessed them springing into action, swiftly forming a battle formation and gradually coalescing into the true form of Pangu. In reality, however, the 12 phantoms remained still. They were merely remnants left by the Witch clan of Ur. Given time, they might develop sentience, but that was not the case now. Little did anyone expect that Yang Tianbao was comprehending the 12 capital heavenly god malevolent formation, transforming it into his own array knowledge and rapidly condensing it into a formation he could wield. Other formations were manageable, but the Zhou Tian god malevolent formation was swiftly perfected. If the Zhou Tian god malevolent formation he had previously grasped was merely an introductory formation, it had now progressed to a minor accomplishment. As time passed, the smile on Yang Tianbao's face grew ever more pronounced. Just as he continued to delve deeper, a vast amount of Xian Huang Qi appeared in the sky. signifying the descent of celestial merit. Sensing the celestial merit, Yang Tianbao could not help but sigh heavily. Are you truly targeting me? The merit descended neither early nor late, but precisely when he was comprehending the formation. Nevertheless, his understanding of the formation was nearly complete. He would leave the phantoms of the 12 ancestor witches here for those with fate in future generations to utilize. With that thought, he swiftly began to absorb the celestial merit. It seemed the heavenly principle had no choice but to bestow merit upon him, leaving him perplexed as to why he was being singled out. The dust whisk appeared in his hand, and with a wave towards the descending merit, he gathered it all within. Subsequently, he witnessed the level of the dust whisk rapidly ascending to mid-grade post-heaven merit spiritual treasure, high-grade post-heaven merit spiritual treasure, supreme-grade post-heaven merit spiritual treasure. As Yang Tianbao controlled the dust whisk to absorb the celestial merit, its rank grew with remarkable speed, halting only at the supreme-grade post-heaven merit spiritual treasure level. This underscored the vastness of the celestial merit. If used to enhance his cultivation, it could undoubtedly elevate him to the pinnacle of Tai, Golden Immortal. Regrettably, Yang Tianbao would not utilize merit to elevate his cultivation, fearing that such an act would draw special attention from the heavenly principle. He looked at the dust whisk in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. The supreme-grade post-heaven merit spiritual treasure. Quite commendable, he cherished this spiritual treasure, which had accompanied him throughout his cultivation despite not having been frequently used. Especially now that it had ascended to the supreme-grade post-heaven merit spiritual treasure, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. Moreover, being a merit treasure, it would bear no karmic repercussions for taking lives. Yang Tianbao was uncertain of the mechanics behind this karmic detachment. But he understood that if he dared to employ this treasure to slay disciples of the three teachings, their sects would not let the matter rest easily. Glancing at the heavenly principle, Yang Tianbao decisively strode towards the basin's exit. Just as he was about to leave, his expression shifted peculiarly. Without hesitation, he turned around and swiftly flew towards the 12 phantoms. Upon entering the center of the 12 phantoms, he beheld a fist-sized mass of essence blood floating at the center. Yang Tianbao couldn't help but pat his chest, exhaling deeply in relief. Thank goodness, no wonder these 12 phantoms exude such formidable pressure. It is this essence blood at play. Ancestor which essence blood, indeed impressive. Yang Tianbao already possessed a drop of great witch essence blood. Combined with this drop of ancestor witch essence blood, it could undoubtedly allow his physical form to transcend into the realm of Deluo, Golden Immortal. However, Yang Tianbao required time. Without sufficient time, even possessing resources capable of breaking through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal would be futile. He had no intention of becoming embroiled in the investiture of the god's calamity. Yet circumstances could often be beyond one's control, in a dire situation. How could he extricate himself? Especially now, as the fortunes of the human race surged and the Tao flourished, the outcome of the investiture of the gods' war remained uncertain. With the ancestor which essence blood in hand, Yang Tianbao felt a modicum of security. After securing the essence blood, he exited the basin and spotted Huang Hu and Xiong, who were diligently cultivating. Sensing Yang Tianbao's aura, the two practitioners instantly rose to their feet. Greetings, my lord. Congratulations on acquiring the resources you sought. Yang Tianbao waved his hand. All right, let us proceed to the next location. Huang Hu led Yang Tianbao to the next resource site, all the while contemplating. Perhaps it was time for him to break through. The 5 declines of heaven and man posed no threat to him, especially since his physical cultivation had already reached the golden immortal realm. With his physical form at the golden immortal level, how could the 5 declines of heaven and man affect him? Therefore, it would be wiser to find a place to directly break through. For him, the accumulation of power was sufficient. All that remained was to strive for a breakthrough. Xiong remarked, My lord, the next destination is the Qingmu Plain, where the essence of Qingmu resides. Not only can it be used for cultivation, but it also possesses healing properties. It is indeed a remarkable resource. Yang Tianbao nodded. Let's head there, then. Huang Hu nodded swiftly, and under the guidance of Xiong, he eagerly made his way toward the Aoki Plain. During the journey, Yang Tianbao continuously refined the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. For Yang Tianbao, what he lacked most was time. It had only been about 300 years since his arrival in this realm. Yet his cultivation had made extraordinary progress, accomplishing what countless practitioners could not achieve in millennia. The golden immortal represented longevity, signifying a shared lifespan with the heavens. Only by breaking through to this realm could one attain true infinite longevity. The subsequent Tai Golden Immortal stage was preparatory for transcending the Deluo Golden Immortal to escape the river of fate. Only by surpassing the Deluo Golden Immortal could one genuinely claim eternal existence. As they approached the Aoki Plain, Huanghu halted, sensing the aura of innate Aoki essence emanating from within. Yang Tianbao furrowed his brow at "My lord, it seems this area is already claimed." Yang Tianbao nodded. After all, so much time had passed, and this was indeed the Aoki Plain. Known for its Aoki essence, the IT would be illogical for it to remain unclaimed. Since the Aoki Plain had an owner, Yang Tianbao decided not to proceed. While the innate Aoki essence would be beneficial for healing, his Sanguang divine water was equally formidable. Just as they were about to leave, a young child emerged from the Aoki Plain. "Greetings, esteemed elders. My master requests your presence." Yang Tianbao's expression shifted slightly. To be noticed by the owner of this place so soon was somewhat awkward. "May I inquire who your master is?" The child shook his head, saying, "You will know when you arrive, esteemed elder. Please rest assured, my master harbors no ill will towards you." Yang Tianbao nodded, since the child was sent to invite him rather than attacking directly. It was indeed a sign of goodwill. Given this, Yang Tianbao was prepared to discover who the master of this Aoki Plain was, especially since it had once belonged to the demon race. In that case, lead the way to AT this moment. Yang Tianbao's cultivation was formidable, equipped with the innate treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Even if a Tai Golden Immortal were to confront him, he could hold his ground. If necessary, he could unleash the malevolent energy in his possession for a mutual demise. The child said little more and guided Yang Tianbao and his companions into the Aoki Plain. Before the war of witch and demon, this had been a gathering place for plant-based spirits, and it appeared quite splendid. Upon entering, Yang Tianbao found it to be different from his expectations. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a young woman leading the way, followed closely by other young women. After several twists and turns, Yang Tianbao was led to a place where flowers bloomed in abundance. Amidst this floral sea, beautiful maidens frolicked. Before them stood a dignified woman, speaking, though it seemed few were paying attention. From this woman, Yang Tianbao sensed a powerful aura. However, she lacked any malevolent energy and instead radiated a gentle aura of virtue, which relieved him, perhaps sensing Yang Tianbao's arrival. The dignified woman turned her head. In that instant, Yang Tianbao felt as though the flowers had dimmed, leaving only her presence in the universe. Her beauty resembled a blossoming garden, embodying purity, grace, and elegance all at once. Though he had encountered many beautiful women before, including his sister-in-law, the fairy Yanhua, and numerous lovely cultivators in the human worship hall, Yang Tianbao had to concede that none could compare to the one before him. Yet, he was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. He quickly regained his composure. "I have encountered a fairy. May I ask why you have invited me to the Aoki Plain?" The dignified woman smiled and replied, "Greetings, fellow Taoist. You may call me Baiwadat. I am a being born of the Aoki Plain, and I have been cultivating here ever since. Today, I wish to trouble you with a matter." Yang Tianbao nodded slightly, realizing that this was indeed the legendary Baiwa fairy of the future. Considering the myths that portrayed her merely as a flower fairy of limited strength, he found it utterly absurd. If Baiwa fairy were not powerful, then who would be? This woman before him surely possessed the strength of a Tai Golden Immortal. Yang Tianbao inclined his hands in greeting. "I am Yang Tianbao. What is it that you require of me? And what benefits might I receive in return?" He spoke plainly, implying that he would not engage in ventures without reward. Baiwa fairy smiled. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, regardless of whether this matter succeeds or fails. I shall offer you 3 jars of my Baihua brew." Yang Tianbao was somewhat puzzled. What exactly was this Baihua brew? He distinctly noted a flicker of pain in Baihua fairy's eyes as she mentioned 3 jars. Noticing his confusion, Baiwa Fairy gestured toward the maidens before them. These are the spirits formed from the flowers and trees of the Aoki Plain. Due to certain circumstances, their minds are not fully developed. Although they have taken form, they are akin to mere toddlers that I later discovered that their origins were compromised due to rapid growth, which damaged their foundational essence. Thus, they require restoration. The Baiwa brew is what I have concocted to help practitioners swiftly overcome the tribulations of the 5 decays of heaven and man. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly, inquiring, I see, but what does this have to do with me? Baiwa Fairy, looking somewhat embarrassed, explained, I sense the aura of the Sanguang divine water from you. If I could obtain that, their foundational essence could be restored. Yang Tianbao nodded. Indeed, I possess the Sanguang divine water, and I am willing to assist you. However, you must remember one thing. Do not harm the human race. Baiwa Fairy smiled. Under unnecessary circumstances, we will not venture out. Once you leave, please do not speak of our matters. We, these plant spirits, cherish tranquility. Yang Tianbao had no objection. If what they claimed was true, saving them would not be a burden for him. He did not possess many other resources, but he did have some Sanguang, divine water. As long as these entities remembered his words today, that would suffice. Moreover, he desired those 3 jars of Baihua brew. Although he had easily reached the golden immortal realm, it remained challenging for the disciples of the Lingtao sect to overcome the 5 decays of heaven and man. Other major factions had their own methods for navigating tribulations. Yet Lingtao sect did not. Yang Tianbao did not advocate for them to pursue such actions. However, the 9 decays of heaven and man were exceedingly difficult to endure, unless one like Yang Tianbao first cultivated their physical body to the golden immortal level. Achieving an immortal and pure state, could they easily surpass the 5 decays of heaven and man now, with the offer of 3 jars of Baiwa brew, which could facilitate overcoming the 5 decays of heaven and man. He had to seize the opportunity. How many jars of Baiwa brew do you possess? I mean those capable of aiding in overcoming the 5 decays of heaven and man. I would like to trade them for my Sanguang divine water. Surprised by Yang Tianbao's inquiry, Baiwa Fairy asked, do you possess a considerable amount of Sanguang divine water? Yang Tianbao nodded. Indeed, I acquired some from the ancient demon race, and I have plenty left. Baiwa Fairy's expression shifted to understanding as she nodded slightly. Ah, so your Sanguang divine water comes from the heavenly court of the ancient demon race. No wonder you possess so much. Since you were so generous, I agree to the trade. Once the transaction was agreed upon, Yang Tianbao breathed a sigh of relief and promptly produced a small gourd. This gourd was also a spatial treasure, specifically designed to contain Sanguang divine water, which Yang Tianbao had scavenged from the remains of those demons. As the gourd appeared, all the frolicking maidens halted, their eyes filled with yearning as they gazed at it. This is the Sanguang divine water I wish to trade. Please let me know how much Baiwa brew you can offer. Baiwa Fairy took the gourd, her eyes widening in shock. The Sanguang divine water was exceedingly precious, and she had not anticipated that this human would possess so much. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Since you are so generous, how about I offer you 7 jars of Baihua brew? Yang Tianbao nodded noncommittally. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. With that, he fixed his gaze intently on Baiwa Fairy. This was the first time he had encountered such a beautiful woman, and naturally, he wanted to steal a few more glances. He was not one to be overly coy. After all, the appreciation of beauty is a sentiment shared by all that AS for whether he could engage in anything with the Flower Fairy. Yang Tianbao did not believe he was worthy of such a possibility. The Flower Fairy, however, paid him no mind. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, 10 jars of the 100-flower brew appeared before him. Without hesitation, Yang Tianbao quickly collected them. He could sense the potent life force emanating from within. There was no mistaking its strength. Thank you, Fairy. This time, Yang Tianbao altered his address from fellow cultivator to Fairy, indicating a subtle deepening of their rapport. After all, the 100-flower brew could help one transcend the 5 declines of heaven and man and cultivate powerful golden immortals. If he were to befriend the Flower Fairy, acquiring the 100-flower brew in the future would undoubtedly be much easier. Soon, however, he shook his head slightly, as if a thought crossed his mind. The entire primordial era could very well be shattered. making the search for the resources to brew the 100-flower brew exceedingly difficult thereafter. The flower fairy shook her head gently and said, "No need to thank me. We are merely fulfilling our own needs." Yang Tianbao could not help but ask, "May I inquire about 2 questions, esteemed friend?" The flower fairy smiled and replied, "Feel free to ask. Did you emerge before the great battle between the Wu and the Yao? What is your current cultivation level?" Upon hearing his words, the flower fairy was momentarily taken aback. She had expected Yang Tianbao to pose a different inquiry. Yet this was what he chose. "Indeed, I transformed before the great battle between the Wu and the Yao. However, during that time, the Yao were preoccupied with war and did not pay heed to us flower fairies. Thus, we became the masters of this realm, continuing to hold that status until now. As for my cultivation level, is not weak, yet after so many years of training, I have only reached the great Luo golden immortal stage." Only, Yang Tianbao couldn't help but curl his lip. It took a certain level of arrogance to make such a statement. Simultaneously, he thought of another woman, the Chang'e fairy of the Moon Palace, since the flower fairy emerged around the same time as her. As long as Chang'e was not inept, she too should possess the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal by now. After all, the existence of the supreme innate spiritual root, the moon laurel, on the moon far surpassed that of the Qingmu plain. Realizing this, he felt deceived by the myths of later generations. Those seemingly weak female immortals in legends were, in fact, remarkably powerful. With a bitter smile, Yang Tianbao said, "I have met a senior." The flower fairy waved her hand and replied, "There is no need to call me senior. Simply refer to me as fairy that I have matters to attend to. So do as you please, fellow cultivator." Yang Tianbao quickly responded, "I must take my leave as well. Thank you for the 100-flower brew." The flower fairy was taken aback. Other male cultivators who arrived here would beg to stay. Yet Yang Tianbao wished to depart so swiftly, clearly different from the others. That it was not that the Qingmu plain was undesirable, nor that the flower fairy lacked beauty. Rather, Yang Tianbao simply had little time to spare. His purpose for coming had been fulfilled, and he needed to seek more resources and enhance his cultivation. He could not linger here. The flower fairy smiled and said, "Then, fellow cultivator, travel safely." Since Yang Tianbao wished to leave, the flower fairy naturally did not oppose it. After all, she had never forced other cultivators to stay, were it not for the need for the 3 light divine water in Yang Tianbao's possession. She might not have allowed him entry in the first place. Yang Tianbao felt no sense of attachment and strode resolutely toward the exit. Along the way, many women cast glances at him, curious to see who could disregard the flower fairy's beauty so nonchalantly. Once outside the Qingmu plain, Huang Hu inquired, "My lord, the flower fairy is so beautiful. Why do you not stay a while longer? If you presented the 3 light divine water, they would certainly not chase you away." Yang Tianbao shot him a glare and retorted, "Humph, my cultivation has not yet improved, so where would I find the heart for such matters? Women will only hinder my training. Now, let us return and focus on our cultivation." Just as he prepared to mount the tiger, he suddenly turned to the small bear, Xiangbao, nearby, and asked Xiangbao, "Do you happen to know where one might find supreme innate spiritual treasures or roots?" Xiangbao chuckled bitterly and replied, "My lord, those are indeed supreme innate treasures and roots. I have no knowledge of their whereabouts. Although I am a treasure-seeking mouse, such high-level artifacts have long been scavenged by powerful beings far beyond my reach. The only reason I found the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler was by sheer coincidence when I stumbled into that great tree. Otherwise, I would never have discovered it. However, if I could break through to the great Luo golden immortal stage, I would surely be able to locate such treasures." Yang Tianbao nodded slightly and said, "Very well, it seems there is little hope. Let us return for now." At the same time, another idea began to take shape in his mind, since the treasure-seeking mouse had stated that there was no chance of finding supreme treasures in the primordial era. Then once his cultivation became formidable enough, he could venture into the chaos to search for them. Mounting the tiger, the treasure-seeking mouse quickly leapt onto its back. Huang Hu took off swiftly, soaring toward the direction of the Peach Blossom Valley. Huang Hu was remarkably fast. In just 2 years, they had already covered half the distance. Yang Tianbao continuously refined the spiritual treasures in his hands during the journey, for practicing cultivation while traveling was not feasible. Refining spiritual treasures was far more productive. Suddenly, Xiong Bao exclaimed, "My lord, there is a set of medium-grade, innate spiritual treasures nearby. I wonder if they've been taken." Yang Tianbao paused in surprise and ceased his refinement of the spiritual treasures. Since it was delivered right to him, he had to seize the opportunity. "Tiger, follow Xiong Bao's lead. Since it is nearby, let us procure that set of medium-grade, innate spiritual treasures first." Xiong Bao quickly explained, "My lord, it consists of 12 beads, as for their exact nature, I cannot discern their true form." Yang Tianbao's eyes lit up. Had it not been said that the Dinghai pearl consisted of 36 pieces, making it a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, Zhao Gongming had only obtained 24 and had already become exceedingly powerful. If these 12 beads were indeed Dinghai pearls, then if he could gather all 36, he would possess a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. With this thought, Yang Tianbao could not help but exclaim, "Tiger, accelerate!" Huang, who swiftly flew toward the direction indicated by Xiong Bao and soon arrived above a vast lake. "My lord, it is right here at the very center of this lake." Yang Tianbao commanded, "You all wait here. I will return shortly." He sensed a powerful demonic aura emanating from within the lake, indicating the presence of demonic beings. However, he was unsure if the 12 beads had been claimed by the demons residing in the lake. They likely had not, for otherwise, the resonance between spiritual treasures would have alerted Zhao Gongming. Without hesitation, Yang Tianbao sped toward the center of the lake, plunging into its depths. Just then, a massive whale surged toward him. Upon seeing the whale, Yang Tianbao let out a sigh of relief. The demonic aura was indeed emanating from it. But this whale was not particularly formidable. With a cultivation level merely at the initial stage of Celestial Immortal, it posed no threat to Yang Tianbao. Yet, this whale seemed rather dim-witted, charging straight at him. Yang Tianbao summoned a whisk and gently waved it, causing the whisk to instantly coil around the whale. The whale showed no fear and continued its advance, soon becoming ensnared by the whisk. Feeling itself bound, the whale began to struggle, its gaze fixed upon Yang Tianbao. However, the more it thrashed about, the tighter the whisk coiled, leaving numerous wounds on its body. Yang Tianbao coldly inquired, "Why do you attack the human race?" The whale's icy voice reached his ears, filled with murderous intent. "The human race slaughtered my wife and children. I kill one whenever I see one." Yang Tianbao understood. The creature was not unintelligent but rather blinded by hatred. The whale's kin had been slain by humans, prompting it to attack without hesitation. Yet it did not discern the strength of its opponents, recklessly charging forward. It was akin to seeking death. "Very well, if you wish to die, I shall oblige you." As the words fell, Yang Tianbao tightened his grip on the whisk in his hand, swiftly vanquishing the whale demon clan. Such is the nature of this era. The human race slays demons while the demon race slaughters humans. With neither side truly right or wrong, merely differing perspectives. As a member of the human race, Yang Tianbao showed no mercy towards the demons. After all, during the war of witches and demons, the demon race had nearly obliterated humanity. A deep-seated enmity not easily forgiven. Even though Yang Tianbao had acquired opportunities from both the witch and demon clans, he would not hesitate to strike down any demon he encountered. This was the profound hatred he harbored towards the demon race, stemming from the very depths of his soul. Having dealt with the whale demon clan, the demonic aura in the vicinity began to dissipate. Yang Tianbao resolutely made his way towards the center of the lake. In a short while, he arrived at the heart of the lake, where a stone platform floated, adorned with 12 orbs radiating a watery essence. The sea-calming pearls. Could they truly be the sea-calming pearls? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tianbao surged towards the 12 orbs, his tongue piercing through the air, mingling blood with his magical essence as it sprayed onto the orbs. Immediately, streams of magical energy flowed into the orbs, refining them. Fortunately, the 12 orbs did not attempt to escape. Yang Tianbao performed a simple refinement and unhesitatingly stored them within his Zifu. Indeed, they were the sea-calming pearls, just as I had surmised. I must acquire the 24 from Zhao Gongming. However, I cannot seize them directly from Zhao Gongming. I must devise a means to take them from Ran Dang. Yang Tianbao understood that the Jie would soon become a natural ally of the Shang dynasty, making it impossible to snatch the 24 sea calming pearls directly from Zhao Gongming. Instead, he would have to wait for Ran Dang to obtain them and find a way to acquire them from him. Although Ran Dang was one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, he had merely boarded the last train, currently limited to the realm of the Luo Jian, far from the Hunyuan Jian level. Having comprehended numerous formations, Yang Tianbao felt confident that as long as he could lead Ran Dang into one of his formations, he could easily manipulate the situation to his advantage. This refinement of the sea calming pearls had taken 5 years, significantly delaying his progress. The reason for this was his fear that, should he bring the pearls out, the other 24 would sense their presence. Only by refining the 12 sea-calming pearls and integrating them within his body could he ensure that Zhao Gongming remained unaware of their existence. He soared out of the lake. He spotted the Huang Hu and Xiong Bao diligently cultivating not far off, and Yang Tianbao nodded in satisfaction. They understood the importance of hard work, and their cultivation was progressing rapidly. Xiong Bao was on the verge of a breakthrough. Upon returning, Yang Tianbao resolved to push himself, determined not to fall behind Xiong Bao. His own accumulation was sufficient, and he possessed a plethora of innate spiritual fruits, enabling him to break through to the Jinxian realm upon his return. Additionally, he intended to concoct various innate malevolent spirit formation flags to enhance his combat prowess. Moreover, with the impending confluence of the Fengshan War, Yang Tianbao aimed to elevate the cultivation of Zhang Guifang and others, ideally positioning them to serve in high offices within the Shang dynasty. If they could rise to power in the Shang, they would be well placed to lead troops against the forces of Shi Qi, achieving an even greater outcome. Upon noticing Yang Tianbao's arrival, Huang Hu and Xiong Bao hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "My lord, you have returned." Yang Tianbao nodded and remarked, "Xiong Bao, the spiritual treasure this time is quite remarkable." Xiong Bao was overwhelmed with joy, elated to receive Yang Tianbao's praise, for it signified his acceptance. Though he had already become a disciple under Yang Tianbao, he remembered that he initially followed him merely to survive. Now, having genuinely submitted to Yang Tianbao, he still worried that Yang Tianbao might not grasp his intentions, hence his continued efforts to prove himself. "My lord, this is what I ought to do," Xiong Bao replied. Yang Tianbao smiled and said, "Let us return and cultivate diligently. I know that as a treasure-seeking mouse, you lack for magical resources, but surely your cultivation techniques are wanting." Xiong Bao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, many ancient cultivation techniques are held within the demon court, and as a weakling, I cannot access superior techniques, forcing me to piece together my training. Achieving the Jinxian realm is already commendable, but I lack any subsequent techniques. Yang Tianbao nodded. "I possess ancient demon clan cultivation methods, but times have changed. It is no longer easy for demons to cultivate. I shall help you adapt them into a method suitable for demon immortals. As a reward for your efforts." Xiong Bao eagerly nodded. "Yes, my lord." With the conclusion of the war of witches and demons, the demon race retreated from the stage of the Hongwang, leading to the gradual decline of ancient demon cultivation practices. Perhaps due to resource depletion or the scarcity of transmitted ancient techniques, the majority of modern demon cultivation revolves around the methods of demon immortals. Many demons possess inherited skills, yet the ancient methods require substantial resources. And these demons are not particularly formidable. Some demons have aligned themselves with the three teachings, adapting to the methods of demon immortals, thus experiencing relatively rapid cultivation. Consequently, the ancient demon cultivation techniques have ceased to be mainstream in this era. Yang Tianbao smiled. "Huzi, let us set off. We shall return to Taoa Valley." As the words left his lips, Huang Hu transformed into a streak of light, vanishing with Yang Tianbao in tow. Upon returning to the Peach Blossom Cave, Yang Tianbao was surprised to find Yang Chan immersed in cultivation that moment. Her aura had reached the realm of Tianxin, a half-divine being. The tribulations of life and death held little sway over her, and she could easily break through to Jinxian in a short time. Upon witnessing Yang Chan's progress, Yang Tianbao could not help but smile. If Yang Chan had ascended to Tianxian, what level had Yang Jiao and Yang Jian reached? As Yang Chan sensed Yang Tianbao's return, she awoke from her meditation, joyfully exclaiming, "Uncle, you are back." Initially disinterested in cultivation, she had persevered for the sake of her family. At this moment, Yang Chan might surpass the Balian Lantern. Yet without it, her combat strength would undoubtedly diminish significantly, for the Balian Lantern was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, incomparable to ordinary treasures. Yang Tianbao smiled. "Chaner, congratulations. You are not far from Jian. Yang Chan shook her head. "Compared to my two brothers, I am far behind. They have both already broken through to the Jian realm." Yang Tianbao was taken aback. Although he had anticipated it, hearing it still left him astonished. "Indeed, you all are doing remarkably well. Here are a few innate spiritual fruits. They will aid you in your cultivation. Take them and strive to catch up with them." Yang Chan hurriedly accepted the innate spiritual fruits. Expressing her gratitude, "Thank you, Uncle. I will work hard to cultivate." Yang Tianbao added, "By the way, in some time, the Lingtao sect will send over some resources. Remember to keep them safe and store them in the Peach Blossom Cave." He continued, "I must enter seclusion now. This time, I expect it to take 100 years. Yang Chan nodded. "Yes, Uncle. I wish you success in your breakthrough." Yang Tianbao smiled, beckoning Huang Hu closer. "Huzi, come here. Take these innate spiritual fruits and deliver them to the Lingtao sect. Inform them to continue their diligent cultivation. The extermination of demons must not cease. Do you understand?" Huang Hu nodded. "Yes, my lord. I shall go at once." As he departed with the innate spiritual fruits, Xiong Bao looked at Yang Tianbao with eager eyes, asking, "My lord, what about me?" Yang Tianbao chuckled. "Have you organized the locations of the treasures you know about?" Xiong Bao nodded. "My lord, I have compiled the information. There are 5 lower-grade innate spiritual treasures, along with some postnatal treasures. There are also a couple of lower-grade innate spiritual roots, and some areas rich in innate spiritual energy where the resources for spiritual herbs are abundant. We can also bring back the innate spiritual veins from those locations." Yang Tianbao nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I promise those fellows from the Lingtao sect that if they complete the tasks I assign them, they can become my disciples. It seems their completion of the tasks will not be overly difficult. They may take those 5 lower-grade innate spiritual treasures for themselves." Xiong Bao quickly nodded. "Yes, my lord." "And what about the rest?" Yang Tianbao smiled. "They will also be entrusted to them. The Lingtao sect is their labor of love and my lineage. I shall grant them these resources, hoping they can grow swiftly." Xiong Bao hurriedly said, "Yes, my lord. I will categorize them according to their ranks." Yang Tianbao chuckled. "Good. I appreciate your efforts." Xiong Bao quickly shook his head and earnestly replied, "As your servant, it is my duty to do so." Yang Tianbao was exceedingly satisfied and remarked, "Once you have organized everything, let Huang Hu accompany you to Lingtao Gate to inform them of the locations of the treasures." Excluding the 5 innate spiritual treasures, Xiong Bao was overjoyed. This was a recognition from his master. Otherwise, he would never have been allowed to go to Lingtao Gate with Huang Hu. "Yes, my lord. Rest assured, I will get this done right away." Yang Tianbao smiled and said, Off you go to As his words fell, he had already descended to the lower part of Peach Blossom Valley. Since he had returned, he needed to properly arrange the dragon veins in his possession, as well as the water vein, which had to be settled beneath the spirit pool. This time, without the need to comprehend formations. Yang Tianbao worked swiftly, and before long he had established all the spiritual veins, 12 crystal clear dragon veins, along with 1 water vein, significantly enriched the spiritual energy of the entire Peach Blossom Valley. This moment. The innate spiritual energy in Peach Blossom Valley was unparalleled. Especially within the Peach Blossom Cave, the innate spiritual energy had already become mist-like, transforming into a dense innate spiritual fog. Upon completing these tasks, Yang Tianbao sighed on the stone bed, pondering, after so many years of cultivation, am I finally on the verge of breaking through to the golden immortal realm? No, this time I must enter seclusion for a century to refine the blood essence of the Grand Witch, thereby allowing my physical body to ascend to the Tai golden immortal realm. Since I am to be in seclusion for a century, I should strive to reach an even higher level. Presently, the only realms Yang Tianbao could break through to were the Yuan Shun Golden Immortal Realm and the physical Tai Golden Immortal Realm. In truth, as long as his Yuan Shun reached the Golden Immortal Realm, he could begin cultivating the Hongmeng Liangtianju. Yang Tianbao was quite curious about this technique, as it was rare to find a cultivation method with such a high starting point. In fact, the likes of Sanqing had also begun with a high foundation. Their roots were exceptional, and they attained the Golden Immortal Realm upon their transformation, naturally cultivating techniques beginning from that level. Moreover, they were part of the Yuan Shun of the Pangu Great Deity and were likely to inherit Pangu's cultivation methods. However, it remained uncertain how Pangu's methods compared to the Hongmeng Liangtianju. Contemplating this, Yang Tianbao's face broke into a smile. Hongmeng Liangtianju, let me see just how extraordinary you are. With that, Yang Tianbao closed his eyes and commenced his cultivation. The innate spiritual energy within the Peach Blossom Cave was quite abundant, allowing Yang Tianbao to refine swiftly, with his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable aura attempting to damage his physical form. However, Yang Tianbao's body had already broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm, reaching an immortal level, suffused with immortal energy, impervious to such an aura. In desperation, this aura directly descended upon Yang Tianbao's Yuan Shun. Yet, Yang Tianbao's Yuan Shun was not easily trifled with. The true fire of the sun erupted, incinerating the strange aura completely. This peculiar aura manifested itself 5 times in succession. After the 5th occurrence, Yang Tianbao had reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm. Simultaneously, 5 types of immortal substances emerged in his hands. He intended to use these to break through to the golden immortal realm, thus condensing 5 types of immortal energy. These 5 immortal substances comprised gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each perfectly suited for his breakthrough. Time flew by, and 10 years had passed. Having accumulated sufficient energy, Yang Tianbao's Yuan Shun cultivation broke through to the golden immortal realm. Just as he ascended to the golden immortal realm, a cultivation technique appeared in his mind. The Hongmeng Liangtianju. This technique was divided into 5 tiers, the first being the golden immortal realm. Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Deluo Golden Immortal, Hun Yuan Golden Immortal, and a subsequent realm. Yang Tianbao was unaware of this latter realm, but the shock brought by the Hongmeng Liangtianju was immense. This technique approached perfection. Even if Yang Tianbao wished to deduce it, he could not conceive of anything superior. Furthermore, the Hongmeng Liangtianju was a technique that cultivated both the physical body and Yuan Shun concurrently, which would undoubtedly satisfy Yang Tianbao's forthcoming cultivation needs. Having obtained the technique, Yang Tianbao eagerly began his transformation. In merely 20 years, the Hongmeng Liangtianju replaced his previous Tiangong, Tao Sha Xiangong, rendering his Yuan Shun purer and his physical body stronger. With the successful transition to the Hongmeng Liangtianju, the next step was to refine the blood essence of the Grand Witch. After some thought, Yang Tianbao took out a seed from the pure world white lotus and consumed several innate spiritual fruits before commencing his cultivation. Cultivating the Hongmeng Liangtianju did not require an extended period. It merely demanded abundant resources as anticipated, with the ingestion of the Grand Witch's blood essence, innate spiritual fruits, and white lotus seeds. The Hongmeng Liangtianju within him began to operate autonomously, swiftly refining these resources. With eyes closed, Yang Tianbao sensed his cultivation steadily strengthening, as both his physical body and Yuan Shun elevated with the operation of the Hongmeng Liangtianju. Another 30 years passed, and Yang Tianbao refined all the energy within him, elevating his physical cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm and his Yuan Shun cultivation to the late golden immortal stage. Upon opening his eyes, a hint of bitterness flashed in Yang Tianbao's gaze. The Grand Witch was a being of Deluo golden immortal caliber. Even a single drop of her blood essence should have easily allowed him to cultivate his physical body to the Tai golden immortal realm. Yet now, He was merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. It seemed the resources required by the Hongmeng Liantianju were indeed substantial. Nevertheless, Yang Tianbao was undeterred. He was determined to break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Even if he cultivated the Hongmeng Liantianju, his combat strength would be formidable. Yang Tianbao could sense that although his current cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, after practicing the Hongmeng Liantianju, he was no longer threatened even by the likes of Chisongzi, who was at the Tai golden immortal realm. Of course, while he could not be threatened, whether he could defeat Chisongzi remained to be seen. After all, Chisongzi was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, and a sword cultivator, not an ordinary Tai golden immortal. Yang Tianbao was quite dissatisfied with his current realm and unhesitatingly consumed the blood essence of the Ancestor Witch. Since cultivating the Hongmeng Liantianju required abundant resources, it would be more beneficial to directly refine the Ancestor Witch's blood essence. If he could not break through to the Tai golden immortal realm by refining the Grand Witch's blood essence, then naturally he could not break through to the Deluo golden immortal realm with the Ancestor Witch's blood essence either. It would be better to refine it now and elevate his physical cultivation to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. At that point, with a physical body and Yuanshan cultivated through the Hongmeng Liantianju, wielding the Hongmeng Liantian, he could defeat even a Deluo golden immortal. After consuming the Ancestor Witch's blood essence, it began to be refined rapidly. For Yang Tianbao, reaching the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm was sufficient. As long as he did not get involved in the investiture of the gods, he could manage to survive. The Hongmeng Liantianju indeed did not disappoint Yang Tianbao. The blood essence of the Ancestor Witch, which he initially thought would be difficult to refine, was swiftly processed under this technique. 50 years later, Yang Tianbao, who had been in seclusion, opened his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his features. This period of seclusion had lasted 110 years, yielding substantial gains. Firstly, his physical cultivation had broken through to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, just a step away from the Deluo golden immortal realm. However, practicing the Hongmeng Liantianju meant that his combat power was not comparable to that of an ordinary Deluo golden immortal. Secondly, his own cultivation had reached the mid-golden immortal stage, with the late stage not far off, had it not been for his later need to expedite the refining of the Ancestor Witch's blood essence. Yang Tianbao would certainly not have squandered his cultivation time. Most importantly, he had made significant progress in the Hongmeng Liantianju. He was nearly finished with the first layer and had begun on the second, which did not include any combat techniques. After 110 years, the aura of calamity in the world had grown increasingly dense. However, the spiritual energy in Peach Blossom Valley remained untouched by karmic influences. Concluding his practice, Yang Tianbao quickly stood up and made his way towards the entrance of the Peach Blossom Cave. That moment, Yang Jian and his siblings had been waiting in Peach Blossom Valley for quite some time. Simultaneously, the leader of Ling Tao Gate, Zhang Ling, and others had also been waiting outside Peach Blossom Valley for an extended period. Upon seeing Yang Tianbao emerge from his seclusion, the playful Yang Jian trio promptly came to a halt. "We pay our respects to Uncle. You have emerged from seclusion." A hint of joy flickered in their eyes as they hurriedly bowed. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly and said, Indeed, you are all fine children of the Yang family. The remarkable prowess of the three individuals before me is truly astounding. Yang Chan has already transcended into the realm of the Golden Immortal, although she has only recently achieved this breakthrough. Her aura is remarkably stable, indicating a solid foundation. Yang Zhao's energy has also reached the late stages of the Golden Immortal realm. His muscular physique exudes an impressive explosive power that instantly signals his expertise. Yang Jian is the most formidable of them all. Despite his somewhat elegant demeanor reminiscent of a refined gentleman, the aura he radiates rivals that of Yang Zhao, perhaps even surpassing it. Beneath his feet lies a black dog, whose presence is equally powerful, boasting the cultivation level of a celestial immortal. Furthermore, Huang, who has attained the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, had it not been for his focus on solidifying his foundation, he would have already advanced to the golden immortal stage. Although he is yet to transcend, Huang, who has taken on a formidable human form, appearing as a robust giant. Xiangbao remains unchanged. Yet he has reached the golden immortal realm, which is quite satisfying. Yang Tianbao chuckled, saying, I have emerged from seclusion. Those who were destined to break through have done so, and those who needed to cultivate have completed their training. If I do not emerge now, my body shall rust. Huzi, well done, you've transformed. Go and bring Zhang Ling and the others in. Huang, who promptly responded, Understood, my lord, please wait a moment. Yang Tianbao had already sensed the cultivation levels of the individuals outside. Leading the group was Zhang Ling, who had reached the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. Following him was Zhang Guifeng, who had broken through to the late stage of the celestial immortal realm. Meanwhile, Feng Lin had also attained the celestial immortal level, albeit only in the mid-stage. Ding Su and the other three had similarly reached the celestial immortal realm, yet their physical forms had only transcended, while their primordial spirits remained at the true immortal level. Nevertheless, this was already sufficient. They had all reached the celestial immortal realm, indicating their considerable talent. Just then, Huang, who entered with them, upon seeing Yang Tianbao, Zhang Ling and the others hurriedly bowed, saying, We pay our respects to the Grandmaster. Yang Tianbao smiled. No need for such formalities. Please rise. Zhang Ling and the others, filled with excitement, responded, Yes, thank you, Grandmaster. Yang Tianbao nodded in satisfaction. Smiling, Zhang Ling, do you still remember what I mentioned back then? Zhang Ling, unable to contain his excitement, quickly replied, Zhang Ling remembers. Yang Tianbao continued, Very well, go and inform Yaoyun and the others, and then come together to Taohua Valley. Zhang Ling promptly stated, Yes, Grandmaster, I shall do so at once. Huang Hu and Xiangbao looked on enviously at Zhang Ling, the fortunate fellow who was likely to become the Grandmaster's disciple. Their envy was coupled with immense joy, for the Grandmaster was finally about to take on disciples. In their view, there were many formidable beings in this vast world who had no disciples. They believed Yang Tianbao to be an exceptionally powerful existence, yet he had no disciples, which seemed inconceivable. Yang Tianbao continued, Zhang Guifeng, Feng Lin, Ding Suguochun, Dong Zhong, you five have performed admirably. You are the third-generation disciples of the Lingtao sect and my apprentices and descendants. Here are the treasures I have collected. Some are innate treasures, while others are acquired. The acquired treasures are top tier and can be upgraded to spiritual treasures at any time. Each of you may select 3 items and refine them well. Achieving acquired spiritual treasures within a century is entirely feasible. Although innate treasures have fixed levels, they are still innate items and possess considerable power. Choose wisely, as his words echoed, with a wave of his hand. Dozens of treasures appeared before the 5. They could hardly contain their excitement. Although they had all encountered some fortunes and acquired treasures, even spiritual treasures were not beyond their reach. However, these were bestowed by their Grandmaster, and many of them could soon coalesce in his spiritual treasures. Thank you for your generous gifts, Grandmaster. Yet, as they gazed at the spiritual treasures, they found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. Ding Su suddenly spoke, Grandmaster, might it be possible to exchange them for celestial weapons? Yang Tianbao chuckled, There's no need to rush. You'll naturally be provided with suitable weapons. For now, select the treasures. These individuals are destined to become military generals and must not be without weapons. Celestial weapons are of insufficient caliber. I possess numerous weapons from the Wu clan, while these weapons are merely of celestial grade. With my Solar True Fire, I can forge them at any time to enhance their capabilities without much trouble, but if one wishes for the horse to run, one must feed it well. After all, these treasures are of no use to me. I might as well bestow some upon these 5 distinguished individuals among the deities. Moreover, these 5 are my apprentices and descendants, soon to fight for humanity. The 5 were overjoyed and quickly chose 3 acquired treasures, as for the innate treasures. Those were less practical than the acquired treasures capable of elevation. Innate treasures are often born prematurely before achieving spiritual treasure status, many appearing by mere chance, and, without special fortunes, they cannot grow into spiritual treasures. Acquired treasures, on the other hand, can become spiritual treasures simply by merging their 9 treasure restrictions into a single spiritual restriction. Furthermore, if the quality of the acquired spiritual treasure is sufficient, it can continue to be enhanced, but this requires a certain level of refining skill. Seeing that the five had selected their treasures, Yang Tianbao collected the remaining items. Observing the weapons in their hands, he retrieved 5 weapons from the Wu clan. These weapons radiated a fierce aura, indicating their previous owners were quite extraordinary. As soon as the 5 weapons appeared, Zhang Guifeng and the others were captivated, their eyes gleaming with desire. Each weapon exuded a powerful energy, eliciting expressions of delight from them. Grandmaster, are these weapons intended for us? Yang Tianbao nodded with a smile. These were once wielded by the Wu clan. They have slain many demon tribes with them, and they are infused with a fierce aura, perfectly suited for you. However, their level is somewhat low. Let me enhance them for you. With that, the Solar True Fire manifested, and Yang Tianbao began to refine the weapons. Meanwhile, refining materials from Taohua Cave flew out continuously, merging into the 5 weapons. As time passed, the 5 weapons swiftly surpassed their previous ranks, becoming inferior divine weapons. For the 5, inferior divine weapons were more than sufficient, and they too possessed the Solar True Fire technique. Given ample resources, they could continue to elevate them. Catch! After the weapons were elevated to divine status, Yang Tianbao tossed them toward them without hesitation. The 5 instantly caught the divine weapons, their faces alight with joy. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yang Tianbao gently shook his head. No need for such formalities. I have tasks to assign to you next. The 5 immediately responded with respect. Grandmaster, please give your orders. Yang Tianbao smiled. From here on, focus on your cultivation. When the Great Shang arrives and Emperor Yi ascends to the throne, you shall enter the court as officials. Once in the court, strive to become prominent generals. If possible, becoming a lord would also be commendable. Then, await the opportune moment to assist the Great Shang. However, you must remember that your lives are paramount. Safeguard your lives while protecting the Great Shang. If the situation becomes untenable, abandon it without hesitation. Zhang Guifeng and the others replied earnestly, Yes, Grandmaster, we shall certainly not fail your command. Yang Tianbao reassured them. Rest assured, at that time, not only will we be there, but other celestial forces of humanity and allies, such as the Human Offering Hall and Firecloud Cave, will support you. You will not be alone in battle. Upon hearing this, the 5 replied seriously, Yes, Grandmaster. Yang Tianbao nodded. Very well, Guifeng, there's one more matter. This is a scroll of the earth-walking technique. You shall teach it to Zhang Kuei and his wife in Mianxi County, along with guiding them in their cultivation, so they may grow swiftly. Zhang Guifeng hurriedly replied, Yes, Grandmaster, I shall go at once. Yang Tianbao shook his head. I do not know if they have yet been born. Once you arrive, wait for a while. Zhang Guifeng responded earnestly. But how shall I know if the other party is indeed Zhang Kuei? Yang Tianbao chuckled. This person bears significant fortune. He will become the Guardian General of Mianxi County in the future. Once you see him, you will know. Zhang Guifeng quickly nodded. Yes, Grandmaster, I shall go at once. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly, turning his gaze to Yang Jiao. Jiao, you are to head to Chuntang Pass in search of a man named Li Jing. He too may not yet be born. Once you find him, take him as your disciple. Once he marries, he will have 3 sons and tea that time. You shall take those 3 sons back to Lingtashan for their cultivation, allowing them to become the 4th generation disciples. Yang Jiao did not anticipate that he would have his own task. He promptly replied with utmost respect, Yes, uncle, I shall go at once. Yang Tianbao glanced at Yang Chan and couldn't help but chuckle. Forget it. Those girls will not be born for quite some time. That I was thinking that once those girls are born, you can take them as your disciples, though I wonder if our Chaner would be willing. Yang Chan quickly interjected, Uncle, please say so. Chaner will certainly agree. Yang Tianbao nodded and said, Very well, there are 3 in total. Shang Rong's daughter, Shang Qingjun, Su Hu's daughter, Su Daji, and Deng Jiogong's daughter, Deng Chanyu. Yang Chan replied earnestly. Yes, Uncle. A smile spread across Yang Tianbao's face. If Su Daji were to attain sufficiently formidable cultivation, combined with 1 or 2 spiritual treasures, would the 9-tailed fox still possess the ability to occupy Su Daji's body? Furthermore, if Su Daji became Yang Chan's disciple, with Yang Chan's prowess, a mere 9-tailed fox could be effortlessly dealt with. Yang Tianbao continued, Jinner, You two have a task to go to Shichi and await the birth of Bo Ikao. Then take him as your disciple, teaching him to stand tall for humanity, to revere the human king, to show no respect to the heavenly court, and to not worship the celestial beings at the same time. Here is a cultivation method that you can have him practice, and tell him that the more fortune he gathers, the faster his cultivation will progress. Yang Tianbao had long since deduced this method, but had lacked the opportunity to present it. Originally, Dxin was a rather good choice, but whether the Shang dynasty would endure was uncertain. Should it be the Zhou dynasty Shang, it would be better to directly undermine the foundations of those deities. You do not wish for an emperor, do you? Then I shall ensure that Bo Ikao does not perish and make him a loyal supporter of humanity. Let us see how you will play this out. In this way, as long as Bo Ikao survives after Ji Chang's demise, he will become the king of Shichi. Coupled with Yang Jian's guidance, he will certainly not ascend to the status of an emperor. Even if the Western Zhou were to triumph, so what? In the end, it will still be the human king who holds dominion over the realm, not an emperor. Yang Jian respectfully replied, "Yes, uncle." Yang Tianbao chuckled. "You may go to the worship hall and have them assist you in contacting the human emperors. This matter requires their acknowledgement. How to align Bo Ikao's heart with humanity. The 3 human emperors will undoubtedly possess the means. Also, show them the cultivation method I have given you, so they can refine it thoroughly." Yang Jian hastily responded, "Yes, uncle, shall I go now?" Yang Tianbao nodded. "Be off, time is of the essence. Quickly establish contact with the 3 human emperors and initiate the plan." Yang Jian nodded, turned, and departed from Taowago. Yang Tianbao smiled. "You all may go as well." The group nodded in unison and turned to leave Taowago, each bearing their own responsibilities that must be approached with utmost seriousness. A hint of amusement danced on Yang Tianbao's face. Bo Ikao, Li Jing and his son, Zhang Koei and his wife, Su Daji, Deng Chanyu, and Shang Rong, all were to be secured. These preparations were more than adequate. The remainder depended on whether those few in Huiyun Cave could withstand the pressure. Once the group had departed from Taowagu, Yang Tianbao chuckled, "Zhang Ling, you 4 may enter." Outside Taowagu, Zhang Ling and the others hurriedly stepped inside. Bowing respectfully that we pay our respects to the master. Yang Tianbao smiled. "Zhang Ling, Danyang, Tai Exin, Miayun, you 4 have done excellently. The establishment of Lingtamen and its growth to its current stature owes much to your efforts. You have accomplished the tasks I assigned, and thus I shall accept you as my disciples. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciples." Miayun, having once shared her teachings with him, though she attained immortality later, had now joined his lineage, thus becoming his most esteemed direct disciple. Miayun quickly bowed and said, "Yes, I pay my respects to the master." Zhang Ling's expression became peculiar as he muttered, "Master, is not your title Taoist Peach Blossom?" Yang Tianbao's expression turned cold as he asked sternly, "Who bestowed this title?" Hearing this, the 4 of them swiftly cast their gazes toward the not-so-distant Huang Hu. Huang Hu instinctively shrank his neck and quickly replied, "My lord, you cannot blame me for this. When Lingtamen was established, they asked for your title, and I thought since our cave is called Peach Blossom Cave, it would be fitting to name you Taoist Peach Blossom." Yang Tianbao snorted coldly. "Then why did you not ask me?" Huang Hu quickly lowered his head, bitterly stating, "My lord, you were in seclusion at that time. I did not dare to disturb you. It was utterly exasperating. How had his title become Taoist Peach Blossom in such a manner? This was far too feminine. No, he could not accept this title." "Humph, Zhang Ling, remember to rectify this upon your return. My true title is Wuliang Daoren. Do you understand?" Zhang Ling promptly nodded. "Yes, master." Yang Tianbao sneered. "Huzi, since you enjoy assigning titles so much, I shall give you a task. There are 7 demon clans on Maishan, all wild demons, yet powerful. You shall befriend them. Await my command, and then find a way to persuade them to descend the mountain and support the Shang dynasty." Huang Hu sighed in relief. As long as his own skin was not at stake, he could manage. In truth, Huang Hu was unaware that Yang Tianbao was already cognizant of the title he had given himself. Though Taoist Peach Blossom was somewhat feminine, it was still acceptable. Had he not acquired the Wuliang Cave Heaven, the title would have sufficed. However, now that he possessed the Wuliang Cave Heaven, he naturally preferred the title of Wuliang. The reason for this was to enable Huang Hu to sway those 7 demons on Maishan, especially Yuan Hong. As long as he preemptively took away the Jiao mirror, the nemesis of these fellows would be eliminated like tea that time. He could let those from the Chan sect have a taste of their own medicine. Huang Hu quickly nodded. Yes, my lord. I shall go at once. Zhang Ling also hurriedly remarked. Yes, master. I will rectify this upon my return. Fortunately, only the disciples of Lingtamen are aware of the master's title. Otherwise, it would be difficult to change. Yang Tianbao coldly snorted. Next time there are matters regarding me, come directly to inquire. There is no need to heed this fellow's words. Zhang Ling promptly replied, Yes, master. Yang Tianbao declared, Now that you have taken me as your master, I shall reveal to you the locations of the 5 innate spiritual treasures. You may go and retrieve them. Each of you may take one, and the remaining one shall be kept at Lingtamen to stabilize the sect's fortune. The 4 were filled with delight and quickly bowed. Thank you, master. After all, these were innate spiritual treasures. Among them, only Miaoyan possessed a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The others merely had postnatal treasures, just after becoming disciples. Yang Tianbao had already disclosed the whereabouts of the innate treasures. Though they were not given directly, it was nearly equivalent. Yang Tianbao smiled at Xiongbao. Your current body is crafted from the pure world White Lotus. Thus you cannot be considered part of the demon clan. That I have a task for you. Go to the ghostly abyss mountain, in the 10,000 demon cave, to retrieve the Jiao mirror. I trust with your capabilities, you can accomplish this. As for the demons within the cave, with your strength, you may kill them at will. Xiongbao hastily replied, Yes, my lord. In the Fengshen Bang, retrieving the Jiao mirror from Shichi required the heavenly dragon and the earthly phoenix. However, Yang Tianbao had the treasure-seeking mouse, which was also a manifestation of the pure world White Lotus, capable of easily obtaining it. Once the group departed from Taowagu, the valley was left with only Yang Tianbao. He did not remain idle, heading straight towards the Lingqi. Within the Lingqi, the 10th grade innate purple lotus thrived, but regrettably, it lacked potential and could not progress further. The 10th grade innate purple lotus was indeed a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, or perhaps an exceptional innate root that, if refined into a primordial spiritual treasure, it would undoubtedly be an exceptional artifact with formidable defensive capabilities. Alternatively, if nurtured as a spiritual root, it could yield primordial lotus seeds, imbued with an extraordinarily rich essence of energy. Regrettably, Yang Tianbao dismissed the 10th tier primordial purple lotus, deeming it beneath the pinnacle of primordial treasures. Without hesitation, he produced the lotus pods and leaves of the pure world White Lotus, along with its roots and seeds. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to store the seeds away. Each of the 5 seeds held significant potential. Having consumed one, Yang Tianbao had already advanced to the peak of the mid-stage Golden Immortal. Thus, could he not continue his cultivation with them? With 4 more pure world White Lotus seeds, he could undoubtedly ascend to the peak of Golden Immortal. Similarly, if the seed from the pure world White Lotus were nurtured with care, they could evolve into a 9th tier pure world White Lotus, a rare and precious primordial treasure. Regardless of their intended use, the potency of the lotus seeds was evident, and it was wise to retain them. Subsequently, Yang Tianbao resolutely extracted the essence from the remaining portion of the pure world White Lotus and infused it into the primordial purple lotus. He then retrieved the 3 light divine water and quickly began to nourish it. In no time, the primordial purple lotus began to transform. First, its aura became incredibly pure and noble. Next, its tier rapidly elevated upon absorbing the essence of the White Lotus. Before long, Yang Tianbao witnessed the primordial purple lotus blossom into an 11th tier. And soon after, a 12th tier emerged. Ultimately, the 12th tier pure world purple lotus was formed, supplanting the pure world White Lotus. Yang Tianbao was exceedingly pleased, but did not cease pouring in the 3 light divine water. As the 5 seeds atop the purple lotus were maturing rapidly, as long as he could obtain these 5 seeds without harming the pure world purple lotus, Yang Tianbao would have the opportunity to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. As for cultivating the 9th tier purple and white lotuses, He knew he would have ample opportunities in the future and felt no urgency at present. The three-light, divine water flowed into the pure world purple lotus. And as Yang Tianbao observed the lotus absorbing the essence, he nodded in satisfaction that if it matured swiftly, it might allow his primordial spirit cultivation to ascend to the Tai golden immortal realm before the impending calamity of the deification. Ah, pure world purple lotus. Nurturing you has not been an easy task. I hope you do not disappoint my expectations. Yang Tianbao gazed at the rapidly growing purple lotus before turning to the jujube tree, which bore ripe fruit. Alas, this caliber of primordial spiritual root held little value for him. Now, he then stepped into the Peach Blossom Cave, where he found himself alone in the Peach Blossom Valley, perfectly positioned to forge all the Death Chi flags that, if he could assemble a complete array of the great heavenly death formation, even the primordial heaven sovereign would find it challenging to contend with him. Of course, this was contingent upon Yang Tianbao's physical cultivation reaching the great Luo golden immortal realm, which was not a daunting task given the abundance of death chi available to him. For the Hongming quantity heavenly art, any energy could serve as a supplement, whether primordial spiritual energy or primordial death energy. As long as it was energy, the Hongming quantity heavenly art could absorb it. Were it not for his relatively low cultivation, Yang Tianbao would have been inclined to venture into the chaos to see if he could absorb the chaotic energy. Upon returning to the Peach Blossom Cave, Yang Tianbao surveyed the pile of refining materials on the ground and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, having my disciples assist in resource procurement is remarkably efficient. Looking at the abundant refining materials in the cave, Yang Tianbao felt immense satisfaction. There were more than enough materials to forge the Death Chi flags, with even some left over. Had time permitted, he might have been able to craft several postnatal spiritual treasures. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Tianbao gathered sufficient materials and proceeded to the stone beach. As time passed, a multitude of flags amassed before him, each of comparable quality, all at the level of low-grade spiritual treasures. 365 flags were present, alongside a few that he had already crafted. Whether he had enough primordial death energy was of little concern to Yang Tianbao. If the primordial supply fell short, he could always supplement with postnatal death energy. After all, it was impossible to gather 365 distinct types of primordial death energy, so it was better to primarily utilize primordial death energy and augment it with postnatal death energy. The resulting power would scarcely diminish. Upon completing the array flags, Yang Tianbao unhesitatingly extracted the death energy from the five-color peach blossom miasma and infused it into the flags. Immediately, he observed a terrifying aura emanating from the flags. Once the flags were filled with death energy, their presence grew formidable. Though their tier did not elevate, their strength had certainly increased. Yang Tianbao remarked with satisfaction, if 72 powerful individuals wield the primordial death flags to establish the earthly death divine array, their combat capability should be quite impressive. With this thought, he shifted his gaze to the other death flags. These flags were extraordinarily potent and far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Shortly after the flags were forged, Zhang Ling and the others returned. Upon seeing their excited expressions, Yang Tianbao knew they had made significant gains. We pay our respects to Master, the four exclaimed in unison upon encountering Yang Tianbao. Have you found your treasures? He inquired with a smile. Zhang Ling quickly responded, Master, we have found everything. In addition to the treasures, we have also acquired various resources, with countless spiritual veins. The Miao Yun Taoist chimed in with a grin. Not only did we secure 8 spiritual veins, but we also obtained a wealth of resources, including primordial spiritual roots. Dan Yangzi, beaming with joy, added, with these resources, we have a good chance of breaking through to Golden Immortal. Yang Tianbao scoffed, enough? What do you look like? Can you not aspire to greater heights? Golden Immortal is not your final destination. The resources in my possession can facilitate your ascension to Golden Immortal at any time. Your task was merely to seek out primordial treasures, he then declared. Take these primordial spiritual fruits back with you. By the way, Dan Yangzi, as you enjoy alchemy, these primordial spiritual herbs are for you. Practice your craft. He proceeded to present a substantial quantity of resources before them. These resources were merely what Yang Tianbao had previously gathered, with some even taken somewhat haphazardly from the infinite cave. He had not anticipated that he possessed such an abundance of spiritual herbs. Upon inspection, he realized they piled high. Dan Yangzi, upon seeing the towering mound of primordial spiritual herbs, could not help but swallow hard. If he could use them for alchemy, would his skills not improve dramatically? Master, are you truly giving these to me to enhance my alchemical abilities? Yang Tianbao nodded, affirming, indeed, that is correct. Zhang Ling and the others looked on with envy, as they were not alchemists and thus had little interest in the resources. However, it quickly dawned on them that if these resources were transformed into elixirs, they would also benefit at the very least. They would require elixirs during their cultivation, and Dan Yangzi was the one to turn to. Although Dan Yangzi's cultivation was not particularly impressive, his alchemical skills were quite commendable, and they had all benefited from the elixirs he produced. If he could convert the current materials into elixirs, it would undoubtedly enhance the cultivation of the Lingtao sect. Ironheart couldn't help but rub his hands together and asked, Master, do you have any refining materials? I would also like to attempt forging a spiritual treasure. Yang Tianbao replied, exasperated, with so many disciples in the Lingtao sect, did none of you procure any refining materials while slaying demons and vanquishing evil? In just 30 years, they had amassed such resources. Could you not find a way to have them gather more for you? Ironheart Taoist quickly interjected, Master, it's not that I couldn't. It's just that my refining skills have not yet reached the level of spiritual treasures. What I forge is merely artifacts, and the more powerful disciples do not regard them. Yang Tianbao remarked, have you never considered a different approach? If you cannot exchange your artifacts for resources, Dan Yang's elixirs can. He suggested, first use his elixirs to barter for refining materials. Once your refining skills improve, you won't need to worry about lacking resources. Ironheart Taoist realized the merit in this suggestion and turned his gaze toward Dan Yang. Dan Yang smiled. Ironheart, we are all on the same side. I can indeed assist you with that. However, when you're able to forge spiritual treasures, remember to craft a spiritual alchemical furnace for me. Ironheart was filled with joy at this prospect, realizing that his refining skills would soon see considerable advancement. Thank you, Brother Dan Yang. Among the four, Miaoyan Taoist possesses the highest cultivation and is the eldest. Yang Tianbao has designated him as the senior brother, while the other three have already established their ranks. Zhang Ling is fourth, Tai Xian is third, and Dan Yang is second. Thus, it is quite natural for Tai Xian to address Dan Yang as senior brother. Dan Yang shook his head and said, as fellow disciples of the same sect, there is no need for such formality among brothers. Yang Tianbao, observing their harmonious camaraderie, nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Ling, how is Ling Tao sect faring now? Zhang Ling responded promptly, reporting to Master, Ling Tao sect is currently quite powerful, boasting 9 heavenly immortal disciples, 37 true immortal disciples, over 300 earth immortals, and more than 1,000 loose immortals, with ordinary disciples numbering in the tens of thousands. This is still due to a recent reduction in disciples descending the mountain and a lack of new recruits. Yang Tianbao could not help but be astonished, considering this a gathering of 1,000 immortals. However, he quickly shook his head. There was no comparison, as the Jiao was indeed formidable. Among its 4 direct disciples, there were golden immortal level forces, and the 7 attendants were at least of the Tai golden immortal caliber. The number of outer sect disciples was countless, and figures such as Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, and Elyu had likely already reached the great Luo golden immortal realm. Looking at the 4 heavenly immortal disciples before him, Yang Tianbao suddenly realized how far he still had to go. Not to mention Jiao. Even the Chan Jiao possessed 2 great Luo golden immortals, Ran Deng and Nanji, as well as 12 golden immortals, making them exceedingly formidable. Aspiring to reach their heights was indeed a long and arduous journey for him. Yang Tianbao smiled and said, well done, you are all doing splendidly. Strive to enhance your cultivation. As my direct disciples, your cultivation must not be too weak. The 4 immediately bowed and said, yes, Master, we shall remember your words. Yang Tianbao then turned serious and instructed, in the time to come, you are to remain at Ling Tao Mountain. Should you hear of DXN's ascension, Do not hesitate to seal the mountain gates and await the opportune moment to descend." Zhang Ling and the others nodded in agreement, respectfully replying, "Yes, master." Yang Tianbao smiled and said, "Wait for me a moment. I will deduce the warfare cultivation methods for Ling Tao Xiangong for you." The cultivation methods he had imparted to Ling Tao sect were limited to the Golden Immortal realm, and even the Tai Golden Immortal could not cultivate them. Now that several disciples had already surpassed the Heavenly Immortal realm, it was indeed necessary to deduce the subsequent methods. The Tiangong Tao Sha Xiangong also needed thorough elaboration. Yang Tianbao was still unaware of Yang Tianyu's current cultivation level and planned to check upon his return. However, since Yang Chan's cultivation had already broken through to the Golden Immortal realm, it was likely that Yang Tianyu had reached the Heavenly Immortal level. The methods he had left for him only encompassed the Heavenly Immortal realm, and he had not imparted the subsequent techniques. It was time to return and check on them at this moment. The boundless calamity was imminent, and the heavenly mechanisms were in turmoil, providing a fitting opportunity to take Yang Tianyu and Yinhua ferry away. The Wuyang Cave Heaven required management, and Yang Tianyu and the others were quite suitable for the task, as it had its own formations to conceal the heavenly mechanisms. Even saints could not perceive it, making it exceedingly safe. Before they could speak, Yang Tianbao closed his eyes and began to deduce in his mind. With the Hongmeng Liang Tianju at his disposal, he was quite familiar with the subsequent methods. While he could not deduce to the level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, arriving at the Great Luo Golden Immortal was still quite effortless. Zhang Ling and the others waited patiently as Yang Tianbao elaborated on the techniques for them. Time passed swiftly, and 5 years went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Yang Tianbao not only deduced the Tiangong Tao Sha Xiangong and Ling Tao Xiangong, but also the cultivation methods practiced by Yang Jian and the others. Due to the refinement of the ancestral witch's essence blood, Yang Tianbao had obtained the 9 transformations Yuan Gong inheritance. He was able to deduce cultivation methods that were no less formidable than the 8 or 9 Xiangong or the 9 transformations Xiangong. Therefore, whether it was the Tiangong Tao Sha Xiangong or the methods of Yang Jian and his companions, they were all powerful techniques on par with the 9 transformations Xiangong. That it was merely regrettable that he had not deduced the cultivation method for the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Yang Tianbao opened his eyes, revealing a transmission stone in his hand, which he toyed with for a moment before putting it away. It was not the time to continue deducing methods. Although this transmission stone, passed down from Yuhua, contained excellent records from the Zixiao Palace, it was not yet needed. As Zhang Ling and the others noticed Yang Tianbao had awakened, they promptly emerged from their meditative states. "We pay our respects to Master." Yang Tianbao smiled and said, "Well, the spiritual energy in Taohua Valley is abundant, that if you wish to cultivate here, you may establish your cave abodes around the Peach Blossom Cave." Upon hearing this, the 4 of them were filled with excitement. For indeed, the spiritual energy in Taohua Valley was richer than that of Ling Tao Mountain. Although they had relocated many spiritual veins from outside, the energy was still not as concentrated as it was here. Everyone understood that this was due to the presence of the innate divine formation, which could compress the innate spiritual energy to its most concentrated state without leaking a trace. Unlike Ling Tao Mountain, although it was also an innate sacred ground, the protective formation was merely a self-deduced array and could not compare to the innate divine formation. "Thank you, Master." Yang Tianbao nodded and gently pointed his finger to press against Miaoyin's brow, imparting all that he could to him. Not wishing to be unfair, he then passed on the teachings to Dan Yang and the other 3 as well. The teachings he imparted were essentially the same. If they wished to cultivate their unique characteristics, they would need to exert their own efforts. After imparting the deduced techniques to them, Yang Tianbao said with a smile, "If Ling Tao Mountain is sealed, you can cultivate with peace of mind. Without my command, even if you reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, you are not to leave the mountain." Zhang Ling and the others hastily inquired, "Master, what if Zhang Guifang and the others return to Ling Tao Mountain seeking help? Should we just stand by idly?" Yang Tianbao shook his head and replied, "They are in a calamity. Only by overcoming their own tribulations can they attain true longevity. If that is not feasible, They may enter the function list and ascend to the heavens as deities. You, however, are different. You are not in a calamity and do not need to wade through this flood. I will clarify matters with Zhang Guifeng and the others shortly. Zhang Ling and the others nodded, saying, "Yes, Master, we shall remember your words." He understood Yang Tianbao's intention, which was to preserve Ling Tao's sect amidst the great calamity and prevent any mishap from befalling them. The four of them shared the same understanding. Amidst the great calamity, there was no path to survival other than sealing the mountain gates. Otherwise, they would be caught in the calamity, extinguishing even the slightest glimmer of hope. "All right, you may choose your cave abodes, but it is limited to the four of you." After saying this, Yang Tianbao turned and entered the Peach Blossom Cave. He could not emulate the Tongtian sect leader by accommodating most of his disciples within his sacred ground. After all, apart from Zhang Ling and the other three, the remaining 28 of their generation were essentially his unnamed disciples. If he were to follow the example of the Tongtian sect leader, there would be an additional 28 individuals in Taohua Valley. Though it would not have much impact, he personally disliked it. Furthermore, if Taohua Valley were to be destroyed in the future, he could lead the Ling Tao sect members to Wuliang Cave Heaven, which had ample space. After all, Wuliang Cave Heaven was opened up by the Hongmeng Liang Tian Shi, containing many innate spiritual roots and abundant spiritual energy, with a vast space capable of accommodating tens of thousands of golden immortal level beings. Let alone, Ling Tao sect did not possess that many golden immortals yet. Currently, Yang Tianbao did not wish for more individuals to enter Taohua Valley, as it could easily expose the location, potentially attracting the attention of the Western sect. He was unconcerned about the other three major sects. Apart from Randeng, the others had a sense of propriety. However, the Western sect was different. They had no sense of shame, and if they learned of this sacred ground, they would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. Although he was not afraid of the other members of the Western sect, the two saints were exceptionally powerful and not someone he could provoke at this moment. Moreover, those two individuals were the least scrupulous. If they discovered the spiritual veins and roots of Taohua Valley, they would likely seize them without a second thought. Upon returning to the Peach Blossom Cave, Yang Tianbao began to refine the Hongmeng Liang Tian Shi. Both innate and postnatal supreme treasures possess more than 36 restrictions, with a maximum of 49. The Hongmeng Liang Tian Shi in Yang Tianbao's possession had 48 restrictions. Just one step away from becoming a top-tier postnatal supreme treasure, a spiritual treasure with more than 36 restrictions qualifies as an innate supreme treasure, while those with 37 to 39 restrictions are classified as lower grade. From 40 to 42, the grade is considered medium. From 43 to 45, it is deemed high quality. From 46 to 48, it is classified as top tier, and 49 represents the pinnacle. Although the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler has not reached the threshold of 49 prohibitions, it possesses the merits of creation, its power comparable to that of an innate treasure with 49 prohibitions. Within the cave, Yang Tianbao is currently engaged with the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, while outside, Zhang Ling and his companions are seeking a location to establish their cave abode. For them, the opportunity to reside in Taohua Valley is one they would not wish to miss. Yang Jian and the others have also commenced their actions, beginning to execute Yang Tianbao's plan. They have arrived at their respective tasks, awaiting the emergence of their objectives. Although they are uncertain how Yang Tianbao is aware of these individuals, they harbor no doubts, for in their eyes, Yang Tianbao is exceedingly formidable. They would unhesitatingly fulfill his commands. As time gradually passes, Yang Tianbao simultaneously consumes lotus seeds and refines the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. With his dual focus, his cultivation rapidly ascends, and the refinement process of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler progresses swiftly. After all, Yang Tianbao has already practiced the Hongmeng Liangtian art, making the accompanying techniques for refining the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler quite effortless. On this day, the formation of Taohua Valley fluctuates, and Xiangbao returns from outside. In the Taohua cave, Yang Tianbao cannot help but open his eyes and calls out, "Xiangbao, come in." Xiangbao rushes in swiftly and respectfully says, "I pay my respects to the master." Xiangbao has not failed in his mission. Despite the numerous scars adorning his body, he feels a profound sense of joy for having been able to assist his master. Observing Xiongbao's injuries, Yang Tianbao furrows his brow. Xiongbao, tell me what happened. Xiongbao hurriedly replies, reporting to the master, I could have easily obtained the Zhaoyao mirror. However, when I arrived, there were powerful guardians present. If not for my slight ability to escape, I might have perished there. Yang Tianbao's expression turns icy as he inquires, do you know who they were? Xiongbao hastily responds, reporting to the master, they were from the Chan sect, but I do not know the specifics. When I unexpectedly entered the Wanma cave, by the time they reacted, I had already secured the Zhaoyao mirror and was preparing to flee. Fortunately, they had let their guard down, otherwise I may not have returned. Yang Tianbao furrows his brow and states, very well, I understand. As he speaks, several drops of Sanguang, divine water, materialize in his hand and are casually tossed onto Xiongbao. The injuries on Xiongbao's body rapidly heal, restoring him to his former state. The Sanguang divine water is a renowned healing treasure, and given that Xiongbao is a lotus transformation, its effects on him are even more pronounced. Once Xiongbao has recovered, he promptly produces a mirror and states, Master, the Zhaoyao mirror is a medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure. It can only reveal demon beings below the Deluo golden immortal level. Thus, it is not particularly valuable. Yang Tianbao gazes at him deeply, realizing that he is indeed a treasure-seeking mouse, one who undervalues a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. This item is useful to me. For now, do not concern yourself with it. By the way, you have made great contributions this time. Take this to keep for yourself. With that, a belt from his waist flies towards Xiongbao, revealing Yang Tianbao's low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Fulong rope. This artifact is more beneficial to Xiongbao, as he is a demon himself, and carrying the Zhaoyao mirror would not be ideal. Xiongbao's heart fills with joy, although he could easily obtain such treasures whenever he desired. This is the first artifact granted to him by Yang Tianbao, and he is exceedingly pleased. Furthermore, as a treasure-seeking mouse, he possesses many valuable items he had previously lost when he lost his physical form. Now is the time to reclaim them. Master, I have accumulated quite a few innate spiritual treasures over the years. I will bring them back for you. Yang Tianbao shakes his head and replies, since they are your possessions, they belong to you. I will not take what is yours. You are my disciple, not my slave. Your belongings are rightfully yours, and none can take them away. Xiongbao quickly says, but I cannot possibly use so many. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Tianbao states, for now, go and retrieve them. I will see what you possess, aside from what you intend to keep for yourself. The rest can be stored in the Wuyang cave heaven, to be taken out when needed. Xiongbao nods in agreement. Understood, master, I shall go at once. With that, he directly burrows into the ground and swiftly disappears from sight. Yang Tianbao feels a sense of helplessness, but takes out several transmission stones, beginning to examine their contents. These transmission stones were obtained from the ancient demon race and contain records of their cultivation techniques. Although these techniques are powerful, they do not measure up to the current methods of cultivation, as most contemporary techniques are those of demon immortals, which, while slightly less potent than the ancient demon techniques, are far more suitable for the present and facilitate breakthroughs to the Deluo golden immortal level. Rapidly inspecting these transmission stones and recording their contents, he begins to tailor a technique specifically for Xiongbao. 2.5 years later, Xiongbao returns, but he appears exceedingly tense, as though he sees everyone as a potential thief. This is understandable. Having concealed his treasures for so many years, he must exercise caution while transporting them back to Taohua Valley. Upon arriving at Taohua Valley, Xiongbao finally breathes a sigh of relief. In the Taohua cave, Yang Tianbao opens his eyes, a smile gracing his face. It seems Xiongbao has returned unscathed, suggesting he encountered no danger. Xiongbao promptly states, Master, my treasures are all here. Please take a look. With that, he transforms back into his original form, 2 storage bags appearing in his small hands. Yang Tianbao, intrigued, takes the 2 storage bags and glances inside, only to be left astounded. Were it not for Xiongbao being his disciple, he might have entertained thoughts of seizing the treasures. One storage bag contains 8 pieces of innate spiritual treasures. Not many, but all above medium grade, with one being top tier, alongside several commendable divine weapons. Additionally, there are some excellent innate materials suitable for artifact forging. The other storage bag is filled with innate spiritual fruits and various innate spiritual herbs that enhance cultivation. Yang Tianbao silently marvels. As expected of a treasure-seeking mouse, the bounty in his possession is indeed abundant. He feels a twinge of envy. Yet knowing Xiong Bao is his disciple, he cannot lay claim to his treasures. Casually returning the 2 storage bags to Xiong Bao, he smiles and says, "Very well, store them away. Keep what you need on hand, and anything else can be placed in the Wuyang cave heaven upon our return." Xiong Bao quickly responds, "Master, I have already chosen these for you as a token of my respect." Yang Tianbao shakes his head, saying, "Your goodwill is sufficient. Put them away. From now on, focus on cultivating in Taohua Valley. I have already devised a cultivation technique tailored to you, sufficient for advancing to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm." Being a treasure-seeking mouse, Xiong Bao is well-versed and, coupled with his pure world White Lotus transformation, elevating his cultivation should not pose much difficulty. Take this and cultivate diligently. As he speaks, a stream of consciousness sweeps forth, and a thought force enters Xiong Bao's mind, imparting the devised demon immortal cultivation method into his consciousness. Xiong Bao studies it earnestly, growing increasingly delighted. This is undoubtedly a method crafted just for him. Time swiftly passes, and soon it is the moment when Di ascends to the throne, becoming the new human king of the Shang dynasty. Meanwhile, there are still 33 years remaining until the Fengshan reigns for 26 years, and after 7 years, Di Xian visits the Enhua Palace for incense offerings, totaling only 33 years. Concurrently, in the Huyan Cave, the 3 ancestors, 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors watch the events unfolding in Shiqi through the water mirror, their brows furrowed in concern. According to their perspective, they do not wish to support anyone from Shiqi. However, Yang Tianbao's words ring true that if the Shang dynasty cannot be preserved and Bo Yikao is captured, even if the Shang dynasty falls, they can still enter the nearby regions. Yang Jian stands respectfully, gazing into the water mirror, admiration flashing in his eyes. Who could have imagined that the current Bo Yikao is actually the reincarnation of a powerful human, and that this individual is none other than the human race's cultural ancestor? Song Ji, in disbelief. Even Yang Tianbao finds it hard to accept. After all, Song Ji's creation of characters did not earn him the merits of the heavenly Tao. Instead, he faced heavenly retribution and could not withstand it, leading to his demise. Why did the heavenly Tao bestow punishment? Because Song Ji's creation of characters awakened the path of humanity. However, during that time, the essence of humanity was still weak, unable to protect the awakening of Song Ji, leaving only a trace of his spirit. Over the years, Song Ji has undergone countless cycles of reincarnation, ultimately restoring his soul to wholeness, just as he was about to cultivate the great calamity of the arrived. Thus, Yang Tianbao's plan unfolded seamlessly, with Song Ji being reborn as Bo. In Yang Tianbao's words, whether Bo Yikao becomes the king of the Western Qi or is ultimately, both outcomes are quite favorable. Firstly, becoming the king of Western Qi means he will later become the great king of Zhou, as long as he does not declare himself the son of heaven. The status of humanity will forever remain elevated, and under the auspices of human fortune, they can continue to grow stronger. Should he falter, he would still possess the Ziwei destiny, destined to become the Ziwei emperor in the heavenly court. Having such a high-ranking undercover agent within the human race is undoubtedly beneficial. Moreover, with the protection of human fortune, Bo Yikao will face no danger. Simultaneously, under the subtle influence of human fortune, the chances of Bo Yikao becoming the new king of the Dezhou are considerable. Furthermore, as the legitimate eldest son of Ji Chong, after a century, he would have an 80% chance of ascending to kingship. Yang Jian observed this remarkable figure of the human race reincarnating as Bo Yikao, initially intending to take him as a disciple, but ultimately hesitated, for he dared not show disrespect to such a great sage. Not only that, Bo Yikao possesses the memories of Song Ji, genuinely embodying the essence of humanity, requiring no brainwashing. Therefore, he merely presented the cultivation methods bestowed upon him by Yang Tianbao, astonishing all the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors upon seeing them. observing the developments in Western Xi, Fuxi side. I hope Songji can succeed. The ancestor of Swearin nodded, stating, indeed, ever since the 5 emperors, the human kings have been shackled from cultivating. This restraint must be broken, or will be detrimental to our kind. Yet, no one anticipated that this young man would be capable of presenting such profound techniques. This is undoubtedly the finest method for human emperors to cultivate. Jian chuckled. If this comes to fruition, the heavenly Tao may very well be alarmed. Yang Jian inquired, esteemed seniors, since there is no matter concerning juniors, I shall take my leave. Fuxi smiled. Youngster, do not be hasty. Take this as he spoke. 2 stones of transmission materialized in his hand and were casually tossed to Yang Jian. These comprised the 36 divine powers of the Celestial Gate and the 72 earthly fiends. Mastering them will greatly benefit you. Had Yang Tianbao been present, he would have been utterly astonished, as he had no time to assist Yang Jian in deriving the 36 transformations and 72 transformations. Yet this was accomplished by the human Emperor Fuxi. Without the transformation techniques, Yang Jian could not rightfully be called Yang Jian. Now, he is complete. Suddenly, Yang Jian seemed to recall something and produced an eye. Esteemed seniors, is there a way to help Yang Jian refine this? The human Emperor Fuxi chuckled. No wonder, you are quite fortunate to possess a heavenly eye. However, if you wish to completely refine the heavenly eye, you must approach it with sincerity. Yang Jian's eyes brightened, and he nodded. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. Fuxi continued, the calamity is about to commence. This is a crisis for our humanity, but also an opportunity. If we can survive this tribulation, humanity will be fearless. However, should we fail to overcome it, humanity will descend into despair, with no hope remaining. Yang Jian exclaimed in astonishment, is it truly that terrifying? If humanity were to decline, what would become of my parents? No wonder my uncle has been planning ahead. Xinyuan laughed. You are quite clever, yet your cultivation remains somewhat lacking. There are 33 years until the calamity of strive to refine the heavenly eye and master these divine powers within that time. Yang Jian smiled wryly, shaking his head. 33 years is far too short. I cannot possibly achieve that. Fuxi chuckled. I happen to possess some knowledge of the laws of time. You shall cultivate in the Fire Cloud Cave, and I can accelerate the flow of time there by 10-fold. 330 years should suffice, no? Yang Jian nodded. Yes, thank you, esteemed senior. Overjoyed, he felt that 330 years would indeed be ample time. With such a duration, he could not only enhance his cultivation, but also practice the divine powers and refine the heavenly eye. Meanwhile, Yang Jiao had long since taken Li Jing as a disciple. Although at this moment, Li Jing had yet to marry or bear children, Li Jing's aptitude for cultivation was indeed quite poor. If he were to proceed in a conventional manner, even when the calamity began, he would be unable to reach the scattered immortal realm. Yet, Yang Tianbao did not intend for him to cultivate in a conventional manner, but instead continuously supplied him with postnatal and innate spiritual fruits. Within a few short years, he had already reached the golden core stage, just one step away from transcending to become an immortal. Yang Jiao was not anxious. He assured Li Jing that there was ample time and encouraged him to cultivate gradually, aiming to overcome more tribulations at once he had established a solid foundation. There was no alternative. Li Jing's cultivation was built upon the spiritual fruits. Without establishing a robust foundation, he would likely struggle to endure the tribulations. However, Yang Jiao did not voice this concern. After a decade or two, he would find a way to help him transcend that time. Whether he achieved scattered immortality or directly broke through to earth immortality would depend on his own abilities. Yang Jiao gazed at the still youthful Li Jing, sighing deeply. Having received this task for so long, he knew not how his parents and uncle fared. Over the years, Yang Jiao's cultivation had advanced rapidly. He had already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, just one step away from gathering the 3 flowers and breaking through to the Tai golden immortal level. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization crossed Yang Jiao's eyes. Although his pace of cultivation was slow, the East Sea held countless opportunities. Surely he was qualified to seize them. Jinger, you cultivate diligently here. I shall return shortly. Yes, master. I will certainly cultivate earnestly, Li Jing replied. Watching Yang Jiao fly away before resuming his practice in Chaoga City, the most prosperous and fortune-rich place for humanity. Only humans could cultivate there if one wished to harness the fortune of humanity for cultivation. They had to join the Human Offering Hall. Only by joining the Human Offering Hall could one receive the blessings of human fortune and experience rapid cultivation growth. One day, the fairy Yunhua and Yang Tianyu were strolling along the street when they suddenly sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon them. Yunhua turned her gaze in that direction and widened her eyes in disbelief. Not far away, a young man was staring intently at them. Yunhua tugged at Yang Tianyu and quickly said, "We must leave." Upon seeing her gesture, the young man smiled and walked directly towards them. Yang Tianyu asked, "Who is that person?" Yunhua quickly replied, "It is my brother's avatar. We must hurry." As she spoke, she pulled Yang Tianyu in a certain direction. The young man closely followed. Although his pace appeared slow, with each step he covered a significant distance. When Yang Tianyu and Yunhua reached a narrow alley, the young man caught up with them effortlessly. "Yunhua, do not run. You know you cannot escape." The young man's voice resonated in their ears, causing both to tremble. Yunhua positioned herself protectively beside Yang Tianyu, glaring fiercely at the young man. "Brother, please spare us." The young man merely smiled and replied, "I never said I would not spare you. It is merely that you fled upon seeing me. Thus I had no choice but to pursue." Yunhua was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe her ears. "Brother, you won't punish me." The young man replied casually, "Punishment will certainly be meted out, but that is a matter for the Heavenly Emperor. What concern is it of Zhang Yuren? Fear not. Everything will be settled after this calamity, that I will find a way to protect you. You are quite clever to have chosen to run here." Yunhua awkwardly said, "Brother, I am sorry." The young man was the avatar of the Celestial Emperor, having undergone several reincarnations to become the present Zhang Yuren. Due to certain circumstances in this life, he possessed exceptional talent and had actually cultivated to the golden immortal realm, awakening his memories. This was also a design of his true self. Since he aimed to scheme against those individuals, naturally, he could not allow this avatar to lose its memory. Zhang Yuren shook his head, saying, "There is no need for such formality. I know you have been schemed against. Fortunately, you managed to escape to Chaoga, where the aura of humanity is dense, coupled with the flourishing of the human way. Even if the saints cannot locate you, it is indeed a good place. However, soon, the fortune of Chaoga City will dissipate. Have you considered where to go next?" Yunhua, the celestial maiden, shook her head and said, "Brother, we simply wish to lead a tranquil life, without overthinking matters." Zhang Yuren sighed and remarked, "Very well, Jin Tong. Do you not have anything to share with me?" Yang Tianyu appeared somewhat bewildered. At present, he was merely at the celestial realm and had not awakened the memories of his past life. Despite his rapid cultivation speed, thanks to the spiritual energy from his previous existence, he felt a twinge of regret regarding Yunhua's situation after encountering his elder brother-in-law. Zhang Yuren, taken aback, shook his head and said, "It seems your memories have yet to awaken. Nonetheless, it is impressive that you have reached the celestial realm after reincarnation. However, do consider a place to hide swiftly. As the Heavenly Emperor, I find myself quite helpless in this predicament. Clearly, you have been schemed against. As for who is behind it, I suspect you can guess. Who else could it be but those two from the Western Church? Although their intentions remain unclear, it is fortunate that they are astute enough to have escaped to Chaoga City. Chaoga City is the grand capital of the Shang dynasty, a place where the fortunes of the human race converge, further bolstered by the overwhelming aura of the human emperor. Even if others were aware of Yunhua's presence here, they would hardly dare to approach. Zhang Yuren looked at the two of them and inquired, "Will you not invite me to see your residence?" Yunhua and Yang Tianyu exchanged glances, having already been discovered. There was no need for concealment. "Brother, please follow me." The two led Zhang Yuren swiftly toward their abode. Upon their arrival, a young man emerged from the courtyard. It was Yang Tianbao. Yang Tianyu exclaimed with excitement, "Greetings, elder brother." Seeing Yang Tianbao, Yunhua felt a sense of relief. Her husband's elder brother was indeed remarkable, as she could no longer discern his current aura. Zhang Yuren was momentarily stunned as he regarded Yang Tianbao. A look of intrigue crossing his face, a congenital human body. A physical manifestation of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How intriguing. Yang Tianbao also scrutinized him, feeling as though he was being seen through without any defenses. I have met this esteemed friend. May I know how you are addressed? Zhang Yuren smiled and replied, I am Zhang Yuren. Pleased to meet you, esteemed friend. Yang Tianbao was taken aback, realizing who this individual was. But upon perceiving his profound cultivation, he understood that he was no ordinary being. Moreover, since he had accompanied Yinhua to their home, it indicated that this person was the heavenly Emperor Haoyan. Esteemed friend, please come in. Let us converse inside. Zhang Yuren nodded very well that he found himself intrigued by Yang Tianbao, who, though not of true congenital descent, possessed a congenital human body, implying that it had been cultivated through effort. Such a foundation was commendable. Achieving the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal in the future would not be a challenge. Observing Yang Tianbao and then glancing at Yinhua, Zhang Yuren felt a sense of helplessness. His sister simply did not enjoy cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have remained at the celestial level. Although congenital deities do not face the troubles of longevity and possess formidable talents, their cultivation does not increase on its own. Had Yinhua chosen to cultivate, her current level would not be merely that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. She would have avoided being so severely schemed against. He refrained from commenting on Yinhua. What brother would not be concerned for his sister? Were he not seated as the heavenly emperor, he might have taken action against those who plotted against Yinhua. Yet, as the heavenly emperor, the ruler of the heavenly court, and the arbiter of order across the three realms, if he were truly implicated in their schemes, he could only endure the pain of suppressing Yinhua, orchestrating a charade for their benefit. He had not anticipated that the Chan sect would also be involved in the scheming. However, due to Yang Tianbao's appearance, their plans had unraveled before they could even commence. After entering the living room, the group took their seats. Yang Tianbao waved his hand, and 4 plates materialized before them, each containing 3 pieces of congenital spirit fruit. Esteemed friend, let us eat while we converse. Zhang Yuren, not one to be impolite, seized a piece of the spirit fruit and began to eat. Thank you for your hospitality. Simultaneously, he was astounded. These were indeed congenital spirit fruits, the fruits of congenital spirit roots, and there were as many as 3 varieties. Although these fruits were merely produced by low-grade congenital roots, they still left him in awe. After consuming a spirit fruit, Zhang Yuren smiled and said, Thank you for your hospitality. Esteemed friend, I presume it was your suggestion for them to come to Chaoga City? Yang Tianbao did not confirm or deny. Instead, smiling and inquiring, How did you come to know Tianyu and the others? This inquiry seemed somewhat redundant. However, Yang Tianbao was likely unaware that Zhang Yuren was a manifestation of Haoyan. Otherwise, it would not have made sense. Yinhua quickly interjected, This is my brother, my biological brother. Yang Tianbao's expression shifted to one of realization, and he chuckled. So, it is a familial connection. I was somewhat remiss earlier. Please forgive me. Yang Tianbao had recently made a breakthrough in his cultivation, having refined a significant portion of the primordial measurement ruler, and on a whim, had ventured to Chaoga City to his surprise, he encountered the future renowned Jade Emperor, Zhang Yuren, in his pursuit of enhancing his cultivation. Yang Tianbao had left behind a single pure world white lotus seed, consuming the remaining seeds and high-grade congenital spirit fruits that Xiong Bao had brought back. Ultimately, just before Emperor Yi ascended to the throne, Yang Tianbao's spiritual essence cultivation had surged to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. The Tai Golden Immortal requires the convergence of 3 flowers atop the head, cultivating the 3 flowers of the spiritual essence. While Yang Tianbao had broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal, he had only managed to condense the human flower, which was still somewhat dim. Nevertheless, the Tai Golden Immortal was indeed formidable, with combat prowess surpassing that of the Golden Immortal by several tiers. Simultaneously, likely due to his substantial foundation, after his spiritual essence breakthrough, his physical body also ascended to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Perhaps it was due to his ample accumulation. As soon as his spiritual essence cultivation broke through, his physical cultivation followed suit. Thus, when Zhang Yuren discerned that he was a great Luo Golden Immortal, a smile graced his face, and he did not display any displeasure. Achieving the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal meant that he had already transcended the constraints of fate. Even if the primordial three realms were to be annihilated, he would remain unscathed and eternal. While he had yet to reach the level of a mixed-element Golden Immortal, he was nonetheless a significant figure. Should his plans come to fruition, he could potentially recruit this great Luo Golden Immortal to serve him, especially since he was the elder brother of his sister's husband, making negotiations easier. Yang Tianbao was unaware of Zhang Yuren's thoughts. Even if he were, he would not openly disclose that he had his own schemes. As they pertained to the existence of the human race's status, Zhang Yuren could not help but chuckle. In-laws, that depends on whether your Yang family can withstand the schemes of those individuals. Yang Tianbao shook his head and replied, "There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Once this calamity passes, we can discuss their potential gains." Upon hearing Yang Tianbao's words, Zhang Yuren's expression shifted slightly. It was evident that this great Luo Golden Immortal was aware of the impending calamity of the canonization. Moreover, he seemed to possess some understanding of its outcome. Could it be that his ability to calculate was exceptionally strong? Zhang Yuren probed, "Oh, calamity. What calamity do you refer to, if I may inquire?" Yang Tianbao merely regarded him with a knowing smile and said, "You have your schemes, as long as they do not affect my family. All is well. Rest assured about Yinhua and Tianyu. They will not be discovered. Perhaps by the time they are found, they will have gained the strength to be unafraid." As these words fell, Zhang Yuren felt a chill run down his spine. Yet he smiled and said, "Very well, esteemed friend, since you have spoken thus, I shall refrain from further inquiries." Yang Tianbao smiled and said, "Hao Qian, let us indulge in the spirit fruits. By the way, Tianyu, do you have any wine?" Yang Tianyu promptly responded, "Brother, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Once Yang Tianyu departed, Yang Tianbao earnestly stated, "He is currently merely Yang Tianyu, not some Jintong. Please take note of that." Zhang Yuren's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "This is my matter, and it is unnecessary for esteemed friend to concern yourself." Although Yang Tianbao acted out of affection for his family, akin to how Zhang Yuren cared for Yinhua, it was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a manner as the Heavenly Emperor, which left him quite displeased. Yang Tianbao, having eaten a spirit fruit, chuckled and said, "Rest assured, esteemed friend, he has no desire to be a Jintong. He only wishes to be Yang Tianyu." This statement is quite explicit. Even if Yang Tianyu awakens the memories of his past life, he will not prioritize them over his current existence. Moreover, Yang Tianyu has his own wife and children to consider. Zhang Yuren scoffed coldly. "Do you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Are you not afraid that I might seize you all at this very moment?" Yang Tianbao shook his head and replied, "You are you, and that person is that person. You are now of the human race, while that individual is not. If he wishes to enter Chaoga, I fear his cultivation will be suppressed to below that of a golden immortal. After all, he is merely the heavenly emperor of the celestial court, not the king of the human race. Should he venture into the capital of the human realm, he will be constrained by the aura of human destiny. Ultimately, this is not his territory. Even if he is a heavenly emperor, he cannot act with impunity. It seems you are quite confident. What if I were to negotiate with the newly appointed king of the humans? How would you respond?" Yang Tianbao chuckled. "Would you dare to do so? If you were to proceed with that plan, would you not fall into the schemes of those who feign benevolence? That is not what you desire." Zhang Yuren could not help but laugh heartily. "Very well. It appears you have already factored me into your calculations. However, since you are aware, then Chaoga has little time left to exist if they have a place to go. Do your utmost to conceal them. At the very least, do not let those old geezers discover them. Yinhua, since he is assisting you, I shall refrain from intervening further. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Having said this, Zhang Yuren did not wait for anyone's reaction and directly made his way out of the Yang residence. Yang Tianbao did not obstruct him. Yet his expression grew grave. Regardless of whether the other party genuinely cared for Fairy Yinhua, he could not afford to be careless. "Sister-in-law, please tidy up. We must depart from here promptly." Fairy Yinhua nodded. Although he was her biological brother, he was also the heavenly emperor of the celestial realm. She was acutely aware that, in his eyes, the laws of heaven took precedence. "Elder brother, where are we heading?" Yang Tianbao replied with a smile. There is no need to rush. You will know once we arrive. Yinhua nodded, and before she could continue her inquiry, Yang Tianyu entered with a wine jar. After surveying the surroundings and noticing Zhang Yuren's absence, he curiously asked, Elder brother, where is my uncle? Yang Tianbao replied with a smile. Do not concern yourself with him. Let us gather our belongings. It is time for us to leave. Yang Tianyu was taken aback, suddenly recalling Fairy Yunhua's true identity. Since she was Yunhua's brother, he must be from the Celestial Court, indicating that their location had been exposed. Consequently, they needed to vacate the premises immediately. Brother, we have nothing to pack. We can leave at any moment. Yunhua nodded and said, Indeed, elder brother, let us hurry before he has a chance to react. Yang Tianbao inquired with a smile, Do you think he would divulge your whereabouts? Yinhua shook her head, Not necessarily. But should it come to a point where he needs to assert his authority, we would become his tools for doing so. Yang Tianbao nodded slightly. If the other party was scheming for the position of the Jade Emperor, then once he ascended to that role, he would need to establish his dominance, and they would be the most suitable instruments for that purpose at that time. The status of the human race would diminish, and no matter where they fled, they would inevitably be captured. Unlike now, when the human race holds a relatively high status, even the heavenly emperor of the Celestial Court must tread carefully. Are you all prepared? Once ready, I shall escort you outside. Yang Tianyu and Yinhua exchanged glances and nodded slightly, looking towards Yang Tianbao. Yang Tianbao produced a 5-colored peach blossom mist, enveloping them in an instant. He refrained from directly escorting them out, as Zhang Yuren was aware of his existence, that if he were to take them out personally, it might attract attention. Yang Tianbao mused internally, I shall not personally escort them out. With that thought, he swiftly made his way to the city gate. Upon reaching the gate, he felt as though someone was watching him. However, being in the capital of the human race, Yang Tianbao paid it no mind and intentionally approached a child nearby. With a flick of his hand, he sent the 5-colored peach blossom mist into the child's grasp, his voice echoing in the child's mind. Take them to Wuyang Dongtian. The child, seemingly unresponsive, brushed past him and walked into the city. This action was executed with utmost secrecy, eluding the notice of anyone present. Unbeknownst to all, this child was Yang Tianbao's attendant, Xiong Bao. Though he belonged to the demon race, he was currently in the form of a lotus flower and, under the auspices of Yang Tianbao's human destiny, would not be detected as anything out of the ordinary. After Yang Tianbao departed, he soared towards the direction of Jizhou City. He had accepted a mission to eradicate the troublesome demon race there. This task was rather challenging, involving demons of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, survivors of the Wu Yao War, possessing formidable combat prowess. As the calamity of the Fengshan War drew nearer, the chaotic energy of the heavens and earth affected many demons and monsters, leading them to disrupt the human race. With limited strength among the offerings in the temple, Yang Tianbao naturally had to take action himself, having broken through to the Daoyuo Golden Immortal level. He was immensely powerful, with a physique that was indestructible. Even the ancient demons of the Tai Golden Immortal level would not stand a chance against him. The reason Yang Tianbao took on this mission was due to the presence of a demon in Jizhou City. He wanted to ascertain whether this demon was plotting against the nine-tailed fox that, if so, Yang Tianbao would not allow him to escape. Moreover, considering that this was an ancient demon of the Tai Golden Immortal level, it was likely that there were valuable treasures to be found. Not to mention, it was certain that there would be innate spiritual treasures. He aimed to acquire as many innate spiritual treasures as possible now, for they would be even more valuable after the Fengshan War. Yang Tianbao sensed that someone was tailing him, but he paid it no mind. With his current strength, even a Hunyuan Golden Immortal would struggle to capture him in a short time. Furthermore, there were hardly any powerful Hunyuan Golden Immortals in the wilderness. Meanwhile, not long after Yang Tianbao exited the city, Xiong Bao also left. Shortly after his departure, he swiftly burrowed underground, racing towards the direction of Wuyang Dongtian. As a treasure-seeking mouse, his earth-burrowing skills were exceptional, making it impossible for anyone to catch up with him. Simultaneously, no one was aware that he was taking Yang Tianyu and Yinhua to Wuyang Dongtian. Even those who were monitoring Yang Tianbao failed to notice a thing. Upon arriving at Jizhou City, Yang Tianbao proceeded directly to the residence of Jizhou Marquis Su Hu. Upon seeing Su Hu, he could not help but furrow his brow. It appeared that there were also schemes at play here. Su Hu's strength was not to be underestimated, possessing the cultivation of a saint with a physical body, which was rather intriguing. Yang Tianbao began to comprehend that, prior to the Fengshan War, many were already laying their plans. Su, who was undoubtedly a pawn of someone else, that it was a pity for Su Daji, who had become a substitute for the nine-tailed Fox. It was likely that Su, who was already aware of this matter. Otherwise, he should not have disregarded his daughter's safety to assist Zhou in attacking Shan.